you're still going to be wrong, bro. No matter what observations you make, no matter what mathematics you say or do, your model is 96% magic. In order for your cosmology to work, you had to invent 96% of the galaxy. It's sheer fantasy. Sheer fantasy.
No one invented 96% of the galaxy. You can't even get
the universe.
Problems.
The universe. You invented 96% of the universe. Admittedly so. Ask any cosmologist. They will tell you what we know is 4% of out there. Ask any scientist. They will tell you.
I don't think so. I think that's a misnomer, right? They'll say that there's about 5% baryonic matter, there's 25% dark matter, and about 30% of the universe's energy budget is dark energy. They don't say that they invented these things. They say that they're observationally indicated or observationally necessary. That's what I've been told. I don't know who you're talking to.
Yes, observationally necessary. Now you're saying it right. Observationally necessary.
They're necessary to make science work.
For your model to work. Correct. Observationally necessary that you had to invent 96% of the universe in order for your model to work.
They're indicated by the observations, right? So observationally necessary or observationally indicated, meaning the same thing in that sense. But I think Howard or Left Lane was going to say something, so I'm gonna let him
go. We've kind of run it in the ground. I don't think we're going to get anywhere on it.
Yeah, because you got nothing. You got 96% fantasy. There's no way that you can make an argument here. Absolutely no way that you can make a competent argument about your cosmology. No way.
Yeah, Montreal debunked it, so we definitely got somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is hilarious. And you should always avoid using absolutes like absolutely no way and things like that. That kind of, that's not very effective.
Bro, 96% of the stuff you believe in is made up.
Okay,
I don't know what you call that.
Right, I see that there's preliminary detections of dark matter being a particle, right? I forget, it's not Dune. I forget what the detector is, but they've had a few preliminary detections of that. Same thing as with these early universe galaxy formation thing you're talking about, right? It's on about the same footing. So what happens if that comes true, right? Are you going to come here and admit that I was wrong? Dark matter isn't actually a fantasy.
He's honest. He said, if it comes true, very honest. If it comes true,
show me a dark matter particle, and I'll go away. Yeah, sure.
So you're moving the goalpost. Now someone's got to show you. Now someone's got to show you the particle, like it should be some physical thing you can see.
So you're just going to talk about it again. You're going to talk about it in stronger terms. Is that it?
No, we detect things like this. Right? I can't grab a molecule of oxygen and show it to you, right? But oxygen exists. I hope you would at least admit that, right? Because we detect these things, and even further, we could do biology and chemistry with things like oxygen, right? Dark matter is going to be there. If it's a particle, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be detected.
No, it's not, because by your own...
some physical thing you can pick up and show to someone. That's ridiculous.
Dude, by your own... Who do you think you're talking to, dude? By your own model, you can't detect it. You can't smell it. You can't touch it. It doesn't interact with anything. Who do you think you're fooling, dude?
Well,
how are you going to detect a non-detectable particle, dude? By your own admission, dude.
It interacts gravitationally, and apparently it can be detected if these detectors have, picked it up, whatever method they're using, then obviously what you just said is wrong.
No,
And
I didn't just
it
say
is
that.
wrong
That's
because
your model, dude.
it
You can't
interacts
detect it. You
gravitationally.
can't touch it. You can't smell it. You can't measure it. You can't see it. That's your model, dude.
Well, I would say that it's been detected gravitationally, so it's not just undetectable, because that's the reason why it was put forward in the first place. So, like, the premise of what you're saying doesn't make sense to begin with, but nonetheless, these detectors aren't using gravitational detection, so there might be another way that it can be detected.
Can I
It's not
comment
my
on that?
premise.
Let me
Not my
comment on that.
premise.
It says detectable gravitation. True that without dark matter, gravitation actually work in space. Isn't that the case?
Sorry, you broke up for me.
You said it's detectable gravitationally, and I'm asking if
Flutter with truth.
dark
Flutter
matter
with
wasn't
truth.
there, gravitation wouldn't work at all in space.
No, it would work perfectly fine on the scale of like humans and the Earth and the solar system, even probably the galactic scale. It's more the galactic to galaxy cluster kind of scale, and then obviously the cosmological scale, where dark matter, dark energy become important. So you can say, right, even if they don't exist at all, so they had it just totally wrong, right? It doesn't change the fact that there's still gravity on Earth, there's still gravity in the solar system, and those kind of things. Those are never going to change.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about dark matter, which can't be seen, smelled, touched, or otherwise detected. You're claiming they're going to detect a gravitational molecule, or what did you say?
Well,
A
right.
graviton?
That's what I said.
Cosmos.
The premise is wrong because it has been detected gravitationally. Now, what I'm saying is that there are also detectors that aren't using kind of gravitational detections, like bullet cluster collision and lambda, or the CMB power spectrum and galaxy rotation curves. There's detectors here on Earth that aren't using those things. They're using like the strong and weak nuclear and the electromagnetic interactions to try to detect these dark matter possible particles. And there's preliminary detection. I forget what the name of the detector is, but you can Google which one has preliminary. I think it's in Italy, if I'm not mistaken, that they've found preliminary detections of dark matter particles.
How are they going to detect? First of all, you're misleading when you said they detected them using gravity. That's wrong. Absolutely wrong and misleading.
Well,
Almost as if you were not saying the truth. How
that's
they
how they
found
were
dark matter is
proposed.
because they were wrong about the galaxy rotation. They didn't
Yeah,
detect it
they were
using.
wrong about the gravitational interactions in the galaxy rotations. I see.
Right, and then they
So
just
that's
came
a
up. They didn't say
gravitational
we were wrong
detection.
about the gravity rotations. They didn't say that. They said no, dark matter. Let's say things as they are. Don't lie.
No. The
Yeah.
gravitational model has a prediction for how the gravitational interactions in the galaxy will cause the galaxy to rotate. The
And
stars
they
on
were
the
wrong.
inner part, the stars on the inner part, and the stars on the outer part. And what the observations have shown is that the original gravitational, just standard, either Newton or Einstein kind of model, it's not taking into account another type of gravitational interaction that's going on, that's causing the stars on the
You're not
outer
saying that with a
the
straight
stars
face,
on
are
the
you?
outer part, that's causing the stars on the outer part of the galaxy to also rotate at either the same or a faster velocity than the stars on the inner part, because the mechanism for how those stars orbit around the galaxy center is through gravitational interactions.
Wow,
Montreal,
you're
this is
just
world
all over
logic.
the place, bro. Wow.
I got it.
Of course you did. So the gravity was different in the middle of the galaxy, in the center of the galaxy, and in the outskirts of the galaxy. Is that what you're telling us, Shirality?
Well,
Different
that's
gravities?
true. That's true regardless of dark matter existing or not. The gravity is dependent on the amount of matter there, be it just, even if it's just regular baryonic matter only, it's still, there's different densities of matter throughout the galaxy, and that causes a different strength of gravitational interaction.
Okay, so you're going to tell me now that they didn't take the gravitational mass of the galaxy as a whole when they were doing these calculations? Are you trying to weasel out of this like that? Really?
What do you mean the gravitational mass of the galaxy as a whole?
You're saying now that somehow the gravity is different, right? Because you said
the
even
gravity,
without dark matter, isn't that what you said?
it's not what I'm saying. It's just how the mechanism works. The gravity here in the solar system is different than the gravity in outside, like the heliopause. That's hardly any kind of gravitational interaction out there. Yet here we are on the Earth, and there's a huge gravitational interaction between the Earth and the Sun. It's dependent on the density of the matter present, and that can be
So not
either
different,
baryonic
more or less.
matter. That can
Not
be
different.
baryonic. That can be baryonic matter, or dark matter, or both, or just one.
No, it cannot be dark matter. There's no such thing as dark matter. Dark matter came from your mind, not even your
Well,
mind,
that's what the
somebody else's
observations
mind.
seem to indicate.
No, they don't seem to indicate that. They seem to indicate that your gravitational theory was wrong, and you came up with this dark matter to make it work. Nothing you say is going to change that, bro. I can do this all day long. It's not
Yeah,
going
you're
to
Yeah,
work.
just making
you
up
can say no all
bullshit.
day long. It's
I
just all
know,
you're saying
dude.
is
No, I'm telling you,
If
your
the
model. It's not
if the
It's exactly
gravitational
what happened in your model, left lane.
if the gravitational model was so incorrect, so you'd be easily able to show that here on the Earth, but you can't. All you can do is say nuh-uh.
What do you mean show it? I'm showing it to guys like you, but you're dense. You're not seeing it. They have guys like you protecting the fort for free.
No, you'd
I
be
mean,
able to show
you
it
can
here
make
on
this stuff
Earth.
up.
You would be able to show it here on Earth in
Okay,
an
bro.
experiment here. That look, gravity is just so wrong, like I'm saying. But you can't do that.
Okay,
You
I'm
should
gonna
ask yourself why.
sure. Here, this is what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna sell you property, land, right? 100,000 square feet. Okay, but you're only gonna get 4,000 square feet because 96,000 square feet are dark feet. We're good?
Well, that's just silly. That's not gravity.
Exactly.
It has nothing
That's
to
what
do with
you,
what we're
bro.
talking
That's
about.
what
not
they
analogous.
sold you. That's what they sold you. They sold you a land of 96% dark feet, and you bought it, bro. And you're fighting for it, bro.
Well, you can claim that, but you'd have to actually show that to see.
I just did, by your own
No,
admission.
I'm sorry,
Dark
dude.
energy and dark matter,
These
bro.
silly arguments are not evidence in no shape or form. Arguments, no matter how good they are not evidence. When I say show me, I mean show me evidence. Do observations. Get data that shows here on Earth that the gravitational models we have are so incorrect, like you're saying. You're never going to be able to do that.
Sure, I am. I'm just gonna have to show you your current understanding of what the gravitation of the galaxy rotation
Montreal.
could be, show you that you got it wrong, and show you that
Montreal.
you incorporated this fancy energy.
Montreal, show him the invisible dark energy.
Yeah.
He'll
All
believe it.
right, well, we've beaten this silliness into the ground. So if someone wants to change the topic, they're free to.
It's okay. I understand you want to
I just
back
want
out.
to
I would
say,
too if I was you. If I had to,
I see. Quit the act, dude. Really,
Okay, hold on, man. Hold
you're
on.
a
I gotta.
pretender, man.
All
I
right,
just
I
want
know.
to say,
Before this devolves into some shit show kind of thing you got going on. Hold on, Godric. You can go next. I've been waiting for fucking 20 minutes through SC's ramblings to get this in. Jace,
ramblings.
I'm just
SC's
kidding. It
ramblings.
was a joke. It was a joke. Relax. So listen, we gotta fucking. Me and you are scientists, right? Well, we actually are, but according to some people. Anyways, let's say me and you are scientists. We're in your lab. I'm another scientist working on something, and I come to you and I give you these numbers, right? And you're like, yo, these numbers don't fucking look right. And I'm like, well, they're very precise. They're averages. And you're like, I don't know. Let me see the data that these averages came from, right? Because this doesn't seem right to me, you say. And then I start debating on you on if the averages are better. And then I don't have the data that the averages were made of. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how weird would it be if I just never showed you the data?
Well, I hear you, Jeremy, right? Because when I'm doing biology and chemistry and stuff in my lab, right, when I've published papers before, sometimes we don't publish, the whole data set, right? Because it can be quite massive sometimes. But we do have either the file, or for chemical kind of things, I keep a notebook. And most chemists keep what's called a lab notebook. You should have the data in there, right? So if you didn't have the data in any capacity, like you didn't have it stored on a computer or thumb drive or in a notebook, that would be kind of skeptical. But you don't have to publish that. You can publish, averages or summaries, but I do agree, you should have the full data somewhere.
Of course, right? Because what kind of science are you even doing there if you don't even have the data? You know what I mean? That'd be real weird. I feel like Extremis is rated a 14 on a scale from 1 to 10 of weirdness. I would have had it on as a 10 out of 10. I mean, it'd be awkward.
I agree, and I'm guessing you're referring to the article or the PDF that's like 900 pages long about the surveying and how they only put the averages in there.
Can we talk?
I wanted to say it. You can't get to this.
If you can't get to that line, how that line's created by using least squares. I still think.
Hold on, Godric was next. Godric was next. You can go after Zanuck.
Listen, if you can't get to this dark matter, you have to dismiss it on principle. Period.
Thank you, Jeremy. Almost took us off the subject. Nice try there, Jeremy. Almost like you were a baller.
Okay, go ahead. Back to the dark matter thing. I just wanted to make sure Jace knew it was weird.
Let Godric have a go at it. He seems to be on the ball.
I mean, look, you know how you can put lightning in a bottle? You can't put dark matter in a bottle. You got to just discard it, bro. And you got to rethink your gravity equation.
That's what these preliminary detections might be disproving, is that idea that it actually might be detectable more than just gravitationally.
See how you said that? So you're honest. You said might. See, science isn't might be. Science is really be, not might be. So on that premise, you have to just throw it out and start fresh.
Well, Odysee's argument falls apart then too, because these early universe galaxy formations are also preliminary might be detections. They're not even sure that what they're looking at is galaxies, right?
We don't believe in galaxies, bro. That's no
results.
Point. We don't think
then that's even further against Odysee's argument. Then why are you trying to use something you don't even believe in to argue for something?
We're trying to debunk it. We're trying to say it's not a thing.
Yeah, you would have to show evidence that shows that those galaxies don't exist or whatever. Not say, these galaxies exist and they show that your model's wrong through their existence. That's not how that works.
Your claim. We can't. How are we going to prove your claim?
No, you can disprove it. And it's not really a claim.
The thing with flat earthers, we can say we don't know. It's okay. That's the problem with globe science. We know everything. We're so smart. This is a scientific fact. We detected it.
There's a lot of things we don't know, but we shouldn't discount the hard work that some people have done for the things that we do know. We shouldn't just shit all over them and just say, we don't know, when they've provided freaking thousands upon thousands of observations and data sets for it, and just discount their work and just say, fuck you, man. We don't know. But we should say we don't know for the things that we actually don't know, like, right, where general relativity predicts singularities, which is indications that we're taking the model or the math too far, right? Things that like the Big Bang singularity and black hole singularities, we do say we don't know there.
If you can't put it in a bottle, it's not even horseshit.
Well, that's just fallacious silliness.
I mean, this dark matter thing has to be like a physical thing. Like it has to be like it's moving mass, right? I mean, I don't know. But is it not a particle or?
Well, that's what's trying to be worked out. They know it interacts gravitationally, and they're trying to figure out if it's a particle or if it's a particle that can interact maybe through the weak nuclear interaction, or if it's another kind of thing like a dark fluid or superfluid.
Again, more ifs. A lot of ifs, bro. That's like a lot of faith on that.
The talking about the SVT, the superfluid vacuum theory?
Yeah, well, it's a little different. There's superfluid models of dark energy, and there's kind of superfluid models of dark matter as well, but they're slightly different.
So dark matter could be superfluid, or you're saying all of space?
Well, it's basically, in the way I'm using it, it's a term for something other than an elementary particle. Like, it's not the same kind of thing as like an electron and quarks and photons and stuff like that.
Oh, bro, don't start nerd raging on us, please. I had to shut that down earlier. Anyways, go ahead, wherever you guys. Did you want to keep going with this SE, or I'm not trying to take anyone off track, but
it's okay. I mean, I thought God.
right.
I said what I said. I mean,
You just got meta.
Whatever they say, I'll just make one final statement. Whatever they say, just remember this: 96% of the stuff out there, they themselves say they don't know, made up. So that's it. There's no way around that.
Yeah. Then the problem is that they don't say
100.
that it just doesn't exist. They say they don't know what it is, but they don't say, oh, it just totally doesn't exist. Everything's wrong.
Remember Michio Kaku?
No one's saying anything like that.
Leaps of logic.
Oh, Michio Kaku made massive leaps of logic. I've explained that in detail as well.
But is he off by 120 zeros?
That's exactly where he made leaps of logic.
So, not science.
I would just say it's invalid the way he came to that number. Right, he did calculations. When people do those kind of calculations in like chemistry or in condensed matter physics and particle physics, they don't do the calculation the way that he did it. Because they know the method he used won't get them valid results for a physics or chemistry laboratory. They know it's wrong. But he did it that way and got this crazy number. Then he makes another assumption that that the dark energy is actually the summation of all these different quantum fields in their zero particle states, which is just another assumption that nobody knows. If that's true, there's nothing that indicates that that should be the case. So it's invalid from top to bottom, I would say. A lot of physicists agree with that. A lot of chemists agree with that.
Okay, I'm done. Does Danik want to say something?
I will say, though, it's a nice way to sensationalize and to get the public interested in science, right? Oh, we got this big, massive problem. Everyone, we're off by 120 orders of magnitude. Everyone should be, in depth, involved, in tune with this. It's a good way to get support.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the things that we're talking about earlier, which was the least squares method and this supposedly fitting the expectation, the model to the data, when actually that's not what that does at all. Does anybody understand what the least squares methods means, or what it actually is telling you? Like, why do they have something called least squares? Why is y equals mx plus b the fundamental foundation for the least squares methodology? Does anybody know?
Jace, let's go back to the to that. We're two scientists in a lab. I mean, I don't want to. Does anyone else want to answer that?
Jerry, just real sec.
Well, it creates a best fit.
No, you said your piece, Zanuck. You said your piece. Does anyone have a direct answer for Zanuck? Please stop talking for 5 seconds.
I'll answer it, Zanuck. It creates y equals mx plus b is just a best fit line. It's a straight line, and you can have a variable as the slope in that straight line equation. So it's a good beginning point for fitting a model to data. But I'd like to hear your explanation of it.
Me? Well, yeah. The least squares, the least squares methodology allows you to determine what that line looks like. They don't just draw a line and then do it the other way. You look at actually the data. You get each point around this around a line, and you see if that line has the best representation for those data points by using the least squares method. And if it doesn't, then you adjust the lines till it does. You move it up. It changes. It'll move the line toward closer to one point, but farther away from another. But eventually, all the points that's going closer and further away, based on the least square, is making squares. And one corner of that square is touching the line. You add up all those squares. You add up the sum of those squares and get the lowest number possible. That tells you. And that's the fundamental process for finding out whether the R-squared value, which is with the determination whether that line either best represents that data or doesn't best represent the data.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And every time I've done that kind of thing in chemistry or biology, you're always looking for the line that gets the R-squared value closest to 1.
That's right.
Yeah.
But Whitsitt does not want to acknowledge it. He keeps on thinking that we're adjusting this data. He says that the R square is a regret. What do you say? It was reciprocal, or what did he say that R meant? He didn't even know what it meant. And it's just R squared is this number that is a correlation of that data with that line. How good or how bad that line is represented by the data, or the data represented by the line.
All right. Okay, cool. So here we go. So Jace, we're those two scientists back at the lab still, right? We're in the lab. I asked you for the data, or you asked me for the data. I didn't have the data. It's weird now. Do we continue on with this thing that I don't have the data, even though I don't have the data for it? Like, would you carry on with it and just keep going with it as if we did have the data, even though there's no data to look at? Like, what would you do with that if there's no data as a scientist?
Jesus Christ. What I would say for this case is that, if someone's that interested, like I said before, it's perfectly fine I've done this myself, just publish averages or just certain portions of the data. But people who are interested can always reach out to me, and I should be able to provide them the entire data set.
Hey, so you didn't hear what I said.
You should look.
Dude, you were waiting to talk. I could tell because you thought I was monologuing, even though I was very concise with what I said.
Yeah,
me and you were scientists in a lab. Me and you were scientists in the lab. In this case of me and you being a scientist in a lab, I don't have the data. You're asking for the data. I don't have the data. Do we go on for weeks and weeks to talk about this thing, even though there's no data for it?
But I don't think there isn't no data for it. I don't think anyone's reached out to the authors and asked them for the entire data set.
Jace, I never produced the data for this thing. We're in the lab, me and you. I never produced the data for it. I don't have it. I don't give it to you. You don't have the data. Do you sit there and continuously argue and debate about my findings for the next 6 months, let's say? No, even though there's no data.
No, other scientists who didn't trust the data that I provided, that if they think it's not sufficient for the conclusions to show the conclusions, they would reach out to me and ask for the entire data set. And I don't think anyone's done that for this case.
Jace, stop trying to make it so you have the data in this scenario and you're giving it to the person. I'm presenting you with a scenario where the guy will never give you the data. He doesn't have it. He won't give it to you.
That's
I don't
true,
care
though.
what the scenario is. You never get the data.
I don't think that's true.
We've
I think
never
you
gotten the
could,
data,
if
Jace.
those
It's
guys
true.
are still
It's
alive.
true. Jace, it's true. We've never gotten the data.
Yeah, sure, but
It's
you
true.
haven't
You
asked
say yeah,
for
sure, or
it.
yes, sir.
I said, yeah, sure, because you've never asked
Yes,
them
sir.
for it.
So, Jace, in this scenario, I will never give you the data. You've never gotten it from me. I don't have it. Whatever the case is, you don't have the data. Do you still go on for the next 6 months, maybe a year, to debate about it, even though the guy will never provide you with the data?
Well, it's not valid. It's not analogous, in my opinion, to the surveying thing in that case. If you're just going to limit it down to this strict hypothetical thing, then yeah, sure, whatever you're saying, I agree with.
You say
But I
yeah,
don't
sure, or
think.
yes, sir.
Said, yeah, sure. I don't think that's analogous to the surveying thing. I think if these guys are still alive, at least, I don't know when this was published, you can most likely reach out to them and probably get the data from them.
Cool. But this scenario has us where we're never getting the data.
Yeah, sure. But you're trying to analogize that to the surveying thing. And
I had something to do real quick. Hold on. Sorry. So in this scenario, there's two people. Let's say there's a scientist on one side and a scientist on another side. Like, let's say I'm in a group and I'm a scientist, and you're in a group who thinks a different thing, and you're a scientist in that group, and me and you disagree on this thing. And the one group of scientists claim to do something, and the guy from the other group says, "Okay, this looks weird. Show me the data." And then the other group never provides the data. You just sit there and argue with them about it for 6 months, even though there's no data to even argue about, or like, what do you do?
Well, I would say right off the bat, this isn't analogous to the surveying thing. But in the case, the strict hypothetical case, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. If they can't provide the data, then it's not very trustworthy.
Okay, this is super analogous to the surveying thing, because there's this one group who's saying, "Oh, we got this thing and it shows this, da da da." There's another group that's saying, "Well, this looks weird. Show me the data." Another group never provides the data. Completely analogous. It's almost a perfect analogy.
Well, has anyone in the other group ever reached out to the journal?
This shit makes me sick, dude.
Have you ever reached out to the journal? I get it, you're spiraling. Has anyone from this other group ever reached out to either the authors of the paper or the journal to try to get the data? Because most of the time when you submit things to a journal, you submit a supplementary file as well, and the journal keeps that, and that should have all the data on it as well.
What's up, guys?
So if you haven't done that, then you shouldn't be making these ridiculous claims.
Yeah, I'm on the why would it make a ridiculous claim on something I don't have? First of all, and second of all, I'm in the group that's saying this shit looks fishy. Your group claims to have done this thing. Show me the data. And their group is never providing us with the data.
Well, no, they're not the authors of the fucking data, Jeremy. Zanuck didn't author that paper.
They're making the claim that this is
no, they're
a thing.
not. The authors of that paper
the Globers
are the ones making the claim.
That there's this thing. The Globers are making a claim that there's this thing that has been done, and they're not providing us with the data. It's their positive claim. We did this thing.
Not. It's the
Globers are making a positive claim. Yes, it is. The Globers are making a positive claim that this is Earth proof. Dude, you're so
Jeremy,
fucking full of shit, bro.
If I publish a chemical reaction, I
feel your pain, Jeremy. Don't lose it.
Or
I'm gonna accuse you of rambling.
If I publish a chemical reaction and Zanuck brings that up here in a debate, that's not him making any claim about the chemical reaction. It's my claim. I'm the one who authored the paper. So, like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. And I'm almost positive, as long as these guys are still alive and that journal is still alive as well, you can get the full data for it.
Okay, the Globers, just to rebut what you said, the Globers have made claims. There's been spherical excess measurements. It's been done. It proves a sphere. That's their claim. They are actively making this claim. And then it comes time to look at the data. They don't have the data. Fuck off with your bullshit. We have the data. Bitch, overtalked end of it. And overtalked end of it when I point out the fucking slimy tactics you guys use.
Would a Glober be making the claim if I published a certain chemical reaction and that Glober brought it up here? Would it be him making the claim that he did that reaction and got that result? I don't think so, man. That's not how it works.
Come on,
Jason, if you use the argument that
they're making the
claim
that this has been measured. That spherical Earth. They're making a claim that spherical Earth has been measured. Okay.
Yes. We have the data,
and then we say, well, let's see the measurements. They don't have the data for the measurements.
We showed you the measurements.
You don't have the measurements.
We don't have the actual.
About how you don't have the measurements.
We have the averaging of those data points using least squares.
You don't have the measurements. Let's just be clear for the audience. More bullshit. Let's be clear for the audience. You don't have the measurements. You can't show me a single measurement. Matter of fact, you don't have a single measurement.
The measurements that are provided are
you don't have any measurements. There are no measurements.
Multiple measurements. You want the actual
no measurements.
You want the experiment data. You want the experimental journal that was done on those measurements. Is that what you want? You want the exact.
You have not provided a single measurement.
Well, the measurements that are produced in those papers are measurements. Averages are measurements. They're averages of measurements.
It's also Xanax not making the fucking claim. It's the authors of the paper who made the claim. Xanax just reiterating the work that they did. That's all he's doing. And Kosho as well, all the Globers. They're not the ones, they're not making a claim that they went out and measured spherical excess. They're pointing to a publication by people who are claiming they went out and measured spherical excess.
Jeremy, do you understand the difference? Like, and Jace's analogy was perfect.
I'm not even dealing with this.
Jace tells me
you asked me, can I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Xanax. So I'm not even entertaining this anymore because it's absolute bullshit with the fucking tactics that get used in this arena. It literally makes me sick. I don't even know if I can listen to it anymore. However, I'll just point out that there's not a single measurement that has been given for spherical excess. The Globers are claiming that we have measurements of spherical excess. The Globers are actively claiming that. They're using this as their proof. They're like, here's the measurements in this 900-page paper. And guess what we're never getting? We're never getting the fucking measurements.
You are. You're just not getting you don't want the journal. You want the journal entries is what you want. You want the journal entries. You don't want the data. Because we're giving you the
measurements. We want the measurements.
You want to read the scientist's diary, dude. It's secret stuff. You can't just read his diary.
We just want the measurements. You guys claim they're spherical excess measurements. Show us the measurements. You haven't shown me a single measure. You haven't shown a single measurement yet.
People who are, honest and logical, if they wanted the actual raw data, they wouldn't go to some random person on Discord and ask for it. They'd go and ask the people who published the
I know. I wouldn't ask.
That's a straw man, dude.
I wouldn't ask the person making the claim for their evidence. I would go get their evidence for them. I know.
That's crazy, dude.
So I would have to be, first of all, Jeremy.
This shit is literally.
Hold on, Jeremy.
I'm sorry logic scares you, but Jeremy, anyone with eyes can see.
I haven't heard a single number, and you guys are just saying that Jeremy's scared. Where are the numbers, dude?
Jeremy, I would have to disbelieve the journals and the data that I've read, the measurements that I've read about, and believe that those journals that are behind those numbers, the averages that they used, are incorrect. That would be on me.
I can logically make a claim of non-existence right now. And when taking the opposing stance, the burden of proof would be on them to provide. I can say that these fucking measurements, the actual measurements, don't exist. If anyone wants to take the opposing stance,
be a claim.
If anyone wants to take the opposing
stance,
stance,
a big claim. Have you talked to the authors?
It's a negative claim. If anyone wants to, dude, what the fuck, Jace? If anyone wants to take the opposing stance and say that the papers do exist, just provide them. The burden of proof is obviously on you, because I could say unicorns don't exist, and the burden of proof isn't on me to show you a unicorn.
You want the journal.
I want the measurements. The measurements.
Oh my God, making big claims, right? To be like, I would ask you for substantiation for that. Have you talked to the authors of that paper and verified that they don't have the raw data? Right, that would be the only
I'm making
way
a claim of
you
non-existence.
can claim that.
Yes, any claim, any negative claim is true until proven otherwise. So I can make any claim of non-existence. If you want to take the opposing stance, the burden of proof is on you to show it, not for me to get in contact with the authors and try to touch tips with them, okay? The burden of proof is on you to provide it. I can say these measurements don't exist. I can also say a unicorn doesn't exist. Either way, anyone taking the opposing stance needs to bring a unicorn or the measurements.
Oh no, that's not how it works,
That's
right?
how
Because
absolutely
stop
is how negative
interrupting
claim
me.
works.
Stop interrupting me.
That's how claims of non-existence works. You're
Because
being logically
when
fallacious. Go ahead.
no, buddy. Because when I publish something in a journal, the journal requires that I submit a supplementary file with all the data on it, right? So if someone wants to come to me, and because I'm making the claim, in that case, I'm the one who published the paper with all the conclusions and the claims in it. If someone wants to come to me or to a friend who's pointed to my work and say that the data is non-existent, well, within my experience, you have to submit a supplementary file to the journal, right? So if they haven't contacted me nor the journal for that supplementary file with the rest of the data, it's an invalid claim to claim that the data does not exist.
Yo, I'm making two claims right now. Unicorns don't exist. This ain't even about what you do for work or whatever. This is just strictly logic here and how claims of non-existence works. And if you think the burden of proof is on me to prove when I say something doesn't exist, you don't know how logic works, because that's not something that's fallacious. Okay, I'm saying unicorns don't exist and these fucking measurements don't exist. If they do, if you want to take the opposing stance, bring them shits.
You're
Bring me a
making
unicorn or
multiple
bring me the
claims.
measurements. I'm
You're
making
making
multiple negative
claims.
claims. Yes. Multiple negative claims.
No, you're making
The
multiple
unicorns don't
positive
exist.
claims.
I'm making a claim of non-existence.
No, you're not,
Unicorns don't
Jeremy.
exist and these measurements don't exist. Those are two claims of non-existence I'm making
No,
right now.
you're not. You're
It's
making
weird how you-
claims. You're making claims that the standard scientific process was not followed, and thus the data doesn't exist in general, yet you haven't done any of the required work to be able to actually make that claim. You haven't contacted the journal. You haven't contacted the authors. There's no basis for your baseless claims.
You don't know how logic works, clearly. Anyone that does know how claims of non-existence or negative claims work knows that you don't know shit about this fucking logic thing.
You can keep pretending that, but anyone can see what you're doing. It's not that hard.
Nah, dude. Honestly, you look bad with the way you're arguing with him, because if the data existed, you wouldn't be arguing with him about whether or not he's making claims or baseless claims or negative claims. You would just stick to the fucking numbers. You just stick to the data, and you can't.
I didn't
or you seem to
publish
won't
the
do
paper,
it.
dude.
Oh, so you won't touch it? Okay. So then
Okay,
what's the
now
point of ever
you're
asking for a
making the
source?
claim, dude. Now you're making
You're
the
right.
claim.
I am making a claim.
And
you
you
won't touch
haven't
it.
done any of the prerequisite work either.
I don't need
this
to,
is just
bro.
laziness.
I don't need to do shit. What are you talking about?
Is anyone else gonna make themselves look silly? SC, you wanna support them?
Yeah,
Now you're not.
You can make a negative claim and say unicorns don't exist. Anyone taking the opposing stance on that needs to provide evidence that a unicorn
Yeah, the
exists.
authors did.
Just
the
like
authors
like
of that paper took the opposite stance of you.
Just like these measurements, you say, if you're saying these measurements actually exist, you need to show that the measurements, or I'm not going to believe it.
You mean the guy that bought a pie and paid fully, and they only gave him one slice, and they told him the rest of it is dark pie, and bought it?
Like, you're not going to
he's laughing at us?
No, it's the same thing I said before. If I publish a chemical or biological experiment and Zanuck wants to allude to that in a conversation here, it's not on him to have all that data, right? And if somebody wants to say that my experiment doesn't exist, the requirement for that claim is that they've come to me or the journal and verified that the data isn't existent. It's quite simple, guys.
Yeah, but Jace,
I may have miscalled it earlier. Hold on, I may have miscalled it earlier, and this isn't a tactic. It may just be you don't know how logic works. That's what it is, I think.
Yeah, but we're not talking about logic, Jimmy. We're talking about science and how the scientific process works.
No, I'm talking about a claim I made, a claim of non-existence, and
You're
how
not
burden of
making
proof
claims
works
of
and how logic works.
non-existence.
Yes, I made a claim of non-existence. I'm saying these measurements are non-existent. Can't be any more of a non-existent claim than that.
That's not a claim of
These
non-existence.
These measurements do not exist.
You'd have to do the prerequisite work to be able to have a valid claim for that.
No, I wouldn't. Anyone taking the opposing claim and saying these measurements do exist would need to show the measurements.
Yep.
That's how it works. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
No, sorry, man.
This is simple. Let's say you went to court with this, right? And Jeremy was to tell the judge, Your Honor, we have some measurements that are in question, but the opposition is refusing to give us this evidence.
No.
Let me finish. All they gave us was an estimate, but we want to see the actual evidence. What do you think the judge would say?
The judge would say, you're asking the wrong person. This person you're bringing to court did not publish those claims. You have to ask the person who published those claims or the journal that they were published in. Why are you asking some random guy on the internet for data that they admit they didn't take themselves? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'll tell you why. And that laugh says it all that you just made. Because you're using that evidence in your argument. So if you're using that evidence in your argument, that becomes yours now. You see? We don't have to go ask anybody for it. Yes. So you don't know how this
That's not
works,
how it
man.
works, dude.
That's exactly how it works.
Reality doesn't change. It doesn't become, I've now done the measurements because I alluded to a paper that was published. That's not how things work.
No, I'm not telling you that you had to do. You have to provide the evidence, though. You can't just say, well, he has the evidence, Your Honor. They're going to throw you out of court, bro.
He's provided the paper. The paper has been provided. That's the evidence for what they're alluding to. If you're going to doubt that, you have to take that up with the people who published the original paper. And that's what any judge is going to tell you. You don't take that up with some random stranger making an argument on the internet. You take it up with the person who published the claim in the first place.
Negative. He has nothing to do with this. You're using his proof in your argument. It is incumbent upon you, when you're in front of that judge, to have all the papers ready. If you don't have them, you will be thrown out of court, my friend. Simple.
This is why that flat earther won in court and the Glober lost.
It's just not how it works, man. I'm sorry.
It's amazing.
They have provided their burden. They say that these papers have been published. They've provided them for you. Any doubt beyond that has to be taken up with the people who published the claims.
You're wrong.
That's just how it is.
Jace, they're saying
you're wrong.
You
told the judge, Your Honor, I have a smoking gun. I have the picture of this man stealing this jewelry from this store. Here you go. The camera has picked it up. Okay, that now the judge is going to say, okay, show me this picture. Well, Your Honor, it's not up to me. Go ask the guy who took the camera, who owns it. I mean, you're going to be laughed at, bro. You're going to be laughed at.
I'm sorry, man. This is not how it works.
That's exactly how it works.
This is a real simple thing on how
they are
work.
Providing
if
the
you
picture
make a claim
for you. They've provided you the picture. You're doubting that the picture was actually taken, and that the judge is going to tell you have to take up with the person who took the picture. The other person involved already provided you the picture. They held up their end of the bargain.
Oh, but you don't have the picture.
Yes,
you have a picture of the outside of the store.
And Kosho have provided you with the document, dude. They've provided their end.
Negative. No. Don't keep saying
The
that.
measurements.
You did not provide measurements.
They've claimed that there's measurements. This is a
from
real
Kosho.
simple thing, Jace. I know. This is a real simple thing. There's people that are claiming measurements have been made of spherical Earth. They're not providing any measurements. They haven't provided a single measurement, as a matter of fact.
Wrong.
Okay? There hasn't been a single measurement provided.
Wrong. They are not providing, or they are not claiming that. They are
claiming that.
They are alluding to the work of others who are claiming that.
Yeah. They're claiming spherical excess has been measured. Measurements of a spherical Earth. That's exactly what they're claiming.
They're alluding to the paper published by those authors, where those authors are claiming that they made measurements of spherical excess.
Right,
Any
cool.
doubt in that is not taken up with the
It's a waste
person
of time.
providing you.
No,
with
dude,
that.
here's the thing.
This is good.
No,
This is good.
Just
Hold
give
on
me,
one second,
just let me
Leflane.
get 2 cents. All right, I'll wait.
1 second, real quick. So no, I'm just glad Jace made it crystal clear. No one here is claiming that any spherical excess measurements have been made. That's clear. Okay, good.
Go ahead, Leflane.
Yeah, we walk into court. It's a flat Earth court, flat Earth, globe Earth court, and globe Earth says, "Here's this document of the arc of the parallel, blah blah blah, 900-page document that demonstrates evidence of curvature." Well, flat Earth says, "Oh no, I don't believe that. That's an average of numbers. I don't believe that. Where are the numbers?" And the judge is going to say, "Oh, you mean you doubt this? You don't think these numbers are real? Yeah, they're fake. They don't have real measurements." Well, the judge is going to say, "Well, I'm going to give you a week to go solicit the people that made this paper and prove to me that those numbers don't exist." And that's the way it'll go.
That's exactly
not how
how it will
non-existent.
go.
That's just true.
That's
We
not how
never said the
non-existent
numbers are
works.
not there. We never said that the numbers are fake. We're saying you gave us averages, not the actual numbers. We want the actual numbers.
We go
Yes,
into
and the
court.
judge-
Here we go. We go into court. This is flat Earth court. I say, you guys say, here, we've measured spherical excess. We have measurements of a spherical Earth. I say, okay, show me the measurements. You guys don't have the measurements. What's going to happen? The judge is going to tell me to go get the measurements? That's fucking stupid.
The judge
No,
is
man,
going to
I would say all these figures represent the summation and average of all the measurements that we've taken, hundreds of measurements, and we've compiled this, analytically combined all this, and these are the numbers that represent our work.
Yeah, and if you have doubts about that, like Leflane said, the judge is going to say, okay, well, Leflane isn't the author of this paper, right? So now we got to go to the primary source, and you're the one with the the unreasonable doubt here. So it's on you to prove your case, to go to the author and prove that they don't have the actual measurements that are
I need to
summarized
prove that you
in
don't
this
have
paper.
Yeah, I know. I need to go get evidence. You're saying you have measurements of spherical excess. I need to go prove that your measurements exist or don't exist. No, that's not how it works. That's not how. Yeah, that's not how it works. You would need to actually provide. You would need to actually provide the actual measurements. I know. You would need to actually provide your actual measurements. Otherwise, we don't know if they fucking exist or not because you don't fucking have them.
I don't know. I'm not going to repeat myself, Leflane. You can take it if you want.
No, I don't. Yeah, no. I mean, it's kind of a beating your head against the wall kind of argument. And I don't like it when it gets to the point of anger's flaring and stuff. That's when I back out. I don't want us to get mad.
No one's mad. I'm kind of chuckling.
I'm mad.
I'm okay.
Jeremy's mad. Jeremy's pissed off.
Because because people have been saying there's this thing exists, and I'm saying, well, it doesn't exist, and they're saying, well, it's on you to prove it. It's on you. It's your burden of proof. Fucking dumb, dude. Come on, man. Can you guys be real for 5 minutes?
Bro, they have reaffirmed 96% of nothing before. They were trying to convince me. And this is nothing. This is like chicken scratch.
Well, I'm of the opinion that if I present to you something and you make a claim that it's fake, the burden is going to be upon you to say to prove that it's fake. That's just the way I think.
Leflane, you haven't provided the thing. Leflane, you haven't provided the thing to me though. We're asking for the measurements. You haven't provided the measurements. You know what I'm
It's
saying? You
just
haven't provided the
silliness.
thing. I mean, I like the analogy you
It's
said,
just
but it's not
the
analogous
goalpost.
because you haven't provided the thing. What
It's
the fuck, man?
the standard scientific practice has been provided to you. Nobody fucking publishes, fucking 20 terabyte fucking data sets in a paper. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to expect that from someone. If you have doubts about their work, it's on you to go to them and prove that they actually don't have the data that's behind the standard that they
This is
provided.
classic Stockholm right here. Classic Stockholm.
You can make silly
can't say it any
excuses
better.
all you want. You can make silly excuses for your laziness all you want. You would have a very convincing case to me if you would just stop pretending and just go to those authors or the journal and verify that they don't have the data. Then I would be totally on your side, like, this is very suspicious. Why can't they provide the data? But instead, you're like playing silly games, trying to put the burden on random people on Discord.
We're not putting the burden on random people. We're putting the burden on the people making the claim that spherical excess measurements have been made in Earth's sphere. That's who we're putting the burden on, not random fucking people. Here we go back with the tactics again.
I've said this a million times, right? None of the claims are coming from people here on Discord. They aren't the ones who are publishing these papers about the shape of the Earth and about the universe. They're just pointing, they're alluding to what's been published.
So you're saying no one here has been making claims that spherical excess measurements have been made in Earth's sphere. That's what you're saying?
If I published a paper and about some chemical reaction, and Zanuck tried to make the claims, the formal claims that I made, I would get him for plagiarism. That's my work. I made those claims, not Zanuck. He's free to allude to my work as evidence for a specific conclusion, but he can't make the claims that I'm making.
You don't know how debate works when you use somebody else's claim. Are you serious now, Jace? Are you playing with us, bro?
Oh, I'm very serious. And people have taken others to court and stuff for this kind of plagiarism.
I'm not talking about plagiarism. So if I use something on Einstein, I have to resurrect Einstein and ask Einstein about it? Are you listening to what you're saying, bro?
No, because you're not making Einstein's claim. He made the claim. He's just
using the claim of that person. He's using the claim.
You're alluding to his work. That's all you're doing. You're not making claims.
Right, you're alluding to their work, and then you're alluding to their work, using it in your argument to make your argument and your debate. So when your opponent asks you for proof of such claims, you got to provide it, bro. That's how it works.
If Einstein says space is bending, and then I get in an argument with you, Jason, say space time is bending, that's now my claim. I've now claimed space time is bending.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and you better have novel of your own work, your own measurements to back up that claim.
No, you're saying we got to go chase down Einstein.
So if somebody comes in here and says, we measure spherical excess has been measured, they better have their own spherical excess measurements? Dude, this shit is just beyond
because that's
silly
not a novel claim. That's a claim that's already been made.
Every time we catch him on something,
it's beyond silly.
Every time we catch him on something, he comes up with something else. Now we have to chase down Einstein.
Quite beyond silly. Anyone with a brain can see.
Well, I guess me and Jeremy are lacking a brain.
I mean, the audience can see. I don't know if the audience knows how logic
Leftlane summarized it quite well.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was talking, Jeremy.
It sounded like I started talking first. Maybe I got a little lag in my earbud or something. Check. I don't know. I'm lighting up right away. Go ahead, Jace.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm good. I don't even want to engage with this anymore. I'm good.
Jace, what would you do if it was flipped the other way? Like, let's say that there was a group out there. They did a bunch of measurements on the Earth. They came back and said, "Hey, this thing's absolutely planar, no curvature. Here it is." You know, if you're a fan of the term flat Earth, you can use that term, whatever it is, right? And they're debating it, and then you're up on the stand and you're going to rebut it. And they don't actually give all the actual readings they took. They only give averages. Are you just gonna accept that and say, "Yep, you guys measured a planar Earth. Earth's not a sphere. Let's go change the world"? Or are you gonna say, where's the actual data? What are you gonna do?
That's not the case though. Here, you're not talking to the people who did the measurements. You're talking to people who are alluding to people who did the measurements, right? And so if I was doing that and they were able to provide me with a paper, if it was just a summary of the measurements or whatever you want to call it, right? You know, that would be sufficient for the time. But if I was honestly looking for the truth, I would then go to the people who made the measurements and ask them if I could see the raw data.
Okay, and what if these measurements were done 150 years ago and all the people are dead?
Well, that's what I was saying. This is dependent on if these people are still alive and if I don't know what journal exactly it was published in, but as long as the journal's still publishing and stuff, you should be able to get a copy of the data that was submitted with the paper.
And
okay, I guess
burden.
I don't know with this particular document whether there is some group or something that could be contacted. I guess if someone wanted to look into that, they could. But just for the current scenario, let's just say that could not be acquired, meaning the group is already defunct, the people are dead, it's not an active thing, they don't, whatever it may be. Then what? Do you then disregard it as measurements of a planar Earth?
Well, then I would, I wouldn't take it completely at its face value, but it would be something that I would have to weigh in along with other measurements or documents, whatever you want to say, on the topic. I couldn't just discount it completely unless I could find, some glaring error that even I know is a huge error, right? If I can't do that, then I have to weigh it in with the totality of the measurements, the evidence that can be presented.
Not one single measurement has been presented.
See, I would argue against that. Like what I've seen in that paper is just standard scientific practice. You don't publish, thousands of measurements in a journal article. That's just not what you do. You summarize. All grad students learn how to summarize their data and publish it. And then there's something that's called a information request that you can then do on modern day papers, and you do that through the journal, and either the journal can give you the rest of the data or the journal will contact the authors for the rest of the data.
What's the threshold that they work in for range and distance? At what distance do they have to limit their observations before it becomes too critical in their measurements? There has to be a threshold. What is it?
Well, I don't know what it is for surveying. I know what it is for like chemistry and biology. You publish your data analysis. You don't publish your whole data set. You might give a few trials, like maybe 3 trials of the hundreds that you did or so. But right, your taught part of grad school teaches you how to summarize your data and publish it.
So you would actually give at least give a couple measurements, you're saying?
Yeah, you could if you wanted to. You could give like 3 trials or so, but you're not required to, at least
Jeremy?
in biology or chemistry journals.
Question for you. Have you seen a full process of measuring angles and then the added logarithm? Have you seen the full process of how it's done from line segment to arc?
For this spherical excess thing, no, I haven't seen it done.
Yeah, how come it's not just easily available, or where we see the measured angled information, how they apply the logarithm to get the divergent
Because we
verticals?
don't have the data.
See, that's the thing. I think as long as that journal is still alive and the people who did the publication are still alive, I think the data is quite easily available. I think the work to get the data just hasn't been done.
Well, I can show you.
Larry said he was going to try to get it about 8 months ago, and I don't think he's gotten it yet.
So if you want, Jeremy, there's a Encyclopedia Britannica from 1911. If you go look up geodesics or geodesy, they will give you, I believe, last I checked, I have to go double check, I think it's 1911. They give you an actual breakdown of these measurements, and then the quantification, or if you will, because the idea is that there is a threshold to distance. Short distances will be obvious Euclidean straight lines and angles, but then there's a point where Euclidean becomes problematic over longer distances. So with the combination of that and their logarithms, it's pretty easy to let's say determine an object in 3D space with equal coordinates. It's pretty easy to do that, right? Mathematically. So if you back calculate, the observations are from plane trigonometry, but then they have an added transform, which means they're interoperable between the two.
I'm going to eat dinner. I'll be back in a minute.
If I assume I'm on a flat plane and take a measurement of a planar triangle, any distance, get 180 degrees, and then I increase my angle or decrease my angle, create another plane and measure that difference, and come up with something that's more or less than 180 degrees, I can then add a formula to calculate it where it would be 180 degrees and prove I'm on a flat plane.
That's what I mean. You can correct for the errors vice versa, plus or minus.
Exactly. And then blame it on distance, refraction, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's the common theme, is that it Euclidean's fine at certain distances, but then when you're looking at longer distances, this is where the error comes into play. And in fact, if you look at there's a quick demonstration or quick example of the psychology in a demonstration done by Action Lab, where they illustrate, because of the tiny nature of the human being, his local environment to be Euclidean, but as you try to join those spaces, those points in 3D space over larger distances, then you don't have you have what happens to be a spherical triangle. That's the versus
yeah, as the zeniths get unplumbed, like as they go away from you or come towards you at distance, whatever, just calculate them to be plumb, and you're on a plane again. No difference.
Well, I think the idea is to have that space, that point in space, that is interoperable between a plane and a sphere, right? Because it has to have equal coordinates to exist in the same spot in 3D space, right? So if you have one position, you can transform it to another, and it's equal to that position, then it's interoperable.
Well, over great distances, you're not going to get those zeniths to be accurate enough to be exactly plumb to each other. So you're going to have to manipulate it. You're going to have to say, well, it's because we know we're on a sphere of this radius. We know we need to adjust this much, or we know we're on a plane, so we have to adjust this much.
Is that how this is the way I look at it, through adding the logarithm to the line segment? Is that kind of line segment would be based on the actual practical plane trigonometry, and then somehow you would apply the 2 over the distance, and then you would get the error. In other words, the arc versus the chord. Something like that. No, I don't know. This is what I'm gathering. Right?
I hear a lot they're saying angle measurements over distance are more accurate than horizontal and plumb measurements over shorter distances, and I don't agree with that.
That doesn't seem correct.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, that doesn't comply with anything I've ever heard or done in my lifetime on a daily basis, measuring horizontal planes and being confirmed to be accurate by professional surveyors. Anytime I talk to a professional surveyor, they say when you get out to greater distances is when you get your error. And then being told by people on the internet that you need a greater distances to be more accurate in measuring drop or zenith angle changes or whatever it may be. Strange.
Well, no, it would follow suit based on the rate of drop. So obviously, at shorter distances, the rate of drop wouldn't be noticeable. So you would need to, infer just based on the premise that at longer distances you would have more divergence of verticals. And so, if it is based on that radius, and essentially the curve is an illusion due to the formation, the size of it, that it would lay true to be equal coordinates, because it's taking a transform. So I don't know if you have that negative.
Yeah.
You have a negative with the. Is it with the you would have a negative with the zenith position in a sphere, so you'd have to add in a negative, and then I think that would be the only. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the math. I'm not 100% familiarized with it because I don't use it.
The point is that at small distances, I'm measuring drop from horizontal on a daily basis. It's set for when it comes to drop of the earth, or the water. I can't measure that. I mean, I have to. It appears to rise. I can measure. I can observe, and the measurements get obscured until I go out to greater distances. That's strange to me. It seems to be an optical effect. But when saying that and being told that optical effects happen at low levels and blah, 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 I'm, being told that that can't happen. Of course it happens.
Yeah, it's clearly the other way around. I mean, if you look at the motive, the first motive would be to figure out if you were on anything but a plane, right? So you would start with the first available opportunity to use your senses, right? So you would build it from then, and then realize no matter what you did celestially or terrestrially, you couldn't escape the convention.
If I'm honest, I'm viewing a concave, flat plane and a spherical Earth as I'm viewing it, depending on the conditions of the day. But when I'm measuring it, I'm living on a flat plane until I get out to greater distances, which I know my tools are affected by distance.
Well, even still, even when you do have distances, right? I mean, the tools that we have, like optics, for one, rely on the idea of straight lines of light, right? That's fundamentally how they work. And so we can like, I have an observation. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but the theory behind it, the flat Earth hypothesis, if you will, is that to be truly Euclidean, you can scale down and scale up, irrelevant to the shape, right? And if you had a set distance of verticals, 122 miles apart from each other, and each vertical was at an X amount of height, theoretically, if it's just simple coordinates, simple transform, or just a simple translation, you'd only have to concern yourself with, when scaling for model purposes, like, you wanted to represent the structure of Earth and the distance between two, several points, you have two ways to translate that information over 122 miles.
Or scale it down even further to 24 miles, like Lake Pontchartrain. You have a 90-foot difference between A, B, and C, with A and C being the shoreline and B being the tangent in the middle at 12 miles, which is 90 feet higher than A and C.
Yeah, it's like you live on a cylinder all of a sudden, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The scaling things down are great in engineering because you can use reference points and the law signs to show the functionality and the pragmatic use, right? And how it applies. And so I took an observation that's done at Mount St. Helens, and I can't remember the heights. I can't remember all the values, but nonetheless, the distance I do remember is at least 122 miles that you can see. So at that height, what would the like if you were to scale it down 1/100,000 scale, you would end up with a 290-foot radius ball, and the distance of 122 miles turns into about 6 feet when you scale it 6 feet when you scale it down around 1/100,000 scale. The idea is that if it's a true one-to-one breakdown as far as distance and elevation goes, when I scale it to 1/100,000 scale, not one-to-one in the ratio, but I mean, is that it just scales down perfectly. And if you modeled that, and then you took again the camera and you put the height to where you were above the surface as large scale as you were miniature scale, and then take a panoramic, you end up with the same image, which would indicate that on the macrocosm, I guess, if you will, or in the microcosm would be my world that I see presently, and then the macrocosm would be the Earth and everything. Whatever, maybe that's a bad way to look at it, but the point is you're trying to just scale it down purely on distance and elevation. And when you do that, you can match present reality very easily. So it would indicate that you could scale up and scale down Earth at least over 122 miles. And you could take photography that would match that model. So I find that really intriguing that it's just one 100,000 scale. I have to just translate the distance and elevation, and I'm golden. I can match what I see with the human eye at large scale. Another example is the Three Gorge Dam. You can find the blueprints online and the schematic, if you will. It's 3 miles. It contains 3 miles of water, and it's scalable with straight lines and distances, or horizontal and verticals. That's it. The conversation just die off.
So had we had a court, let's do a summary. Chirality would be thrown in jail. The bailiff would have taken him and locked him up, right?
I'm not familiar with the trial, man.
Oh, Chirality is not here. Ah, damn it! I'm about to go for a drive. Thought I'd start up something.
Yeah, Chirality would be mad because he's not been here all day. That was Jason.
Oh, my bad. That was Jace. Yes, thank you, Buckling. Yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen Nate lately.
Yeah, I'm just trying to spark up a conversation because I'm heading off. I won't be able to talk, so come on, guys.
What do you think about the 10 new cities that will be built when Trump gets reelected in 2024?
Oh, have you guys seen the new turtle island that they want to build in Saudi Arabia? Like the line, like a massive complex that floats, a city in the ocean. How about that?
Yeah, I heard it's pretty magical there. One of the resorts, they built ducks and channels so that when the tide goes out, the resort acts like the ocean, like the tide coming in and out. So they actually build this like huge like miles and miles of channels for this to work. Pretty amazing engineering. Imagine having enough money and enough resource and enough equipment to dig up enough sand to make your own resort operate like the ocean and be as much as real life as possible, but it's a man-made resort. Predictable tides, perfectly in sync with the ocean. What do you think is going to happen to China's mega cities? They've got like hundreds and hundreds of mega cities empty, waiting to be inhabited. Modern cities. Actually, some coffee cities too, like Paris and such. I guess rent is too high for most of the citizens, so nobody lives in these cities.
Yeah, what are these cities you're talking about? Trump building.
So Trump talked about getting 10 new cities built if he's reelected. He was just going on about how there's so much land in the United States that if basically, I'm going to get reelected, I'm going to build my kind of cities. So of course, it's just a way to build a smart city. It's just now it's Trump's smart city. But yeah, 10 new ones.
I saw somewhere maybe yesterday that Elon Musk is also talking about building a number of cities in Texas.
There's so much land that there's no reason not to, and if they want to build back better, there's no way they can take older infrastructure, I think, and revamp it quick enough. I think the way they can build cities now are so much more efficient that, and probably, to get people working and employed again, right, to offset the economy issue and perhaps maybe the bank collapse or the bank runs. But yeah, I mean, these new cities will have everything you could possibly imagine, right? Your apartment will have your fridge, your dishwasher, your stove, your outlets, your faucets, all connected to one central unit. It's like that now, except for we have multiple companies that we deal with, but this will be all like.
I've always lived in a home. I've built a couple of homes, bought a few. But while my girlfriend was at the hospital getting her back surgery here last month, I had rented it's like an apartment downtown Nashville through Sondra, Sondra. It's a European company, and it was all touchless. I never contacted anybody. It was all push button on the internet on my phone, and it was a nice little apartment. It had a bedroom and a bathroom, and then what you call a great room, but a small great room. Had the kitchen and the dining and the living area all in one spot. And I got used to it. I was like, hell, I like this.
Well,
I've never been confined to a small space like that. But yeah, it wasn't bad.
Going from a home to an apartment, that definitely would be a transition, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
cities, I don't know how they're going to do it, but if they are going to do it, I mean, wouldn't that drive the economy up? 10 new cities in the United States? I mean, that's pretty American.
Well, it'll bring. I mean, you think about who's going to occupy. We're not making more people necessarily. You got population growth, but it may drag some people out of the rural areas. Maybe generate opportunity for some people that don't have any.
And how long do you think it will take to build 10 cities? Because I think the plan is 10 cities in 10 years.
Well, see, what you'd have to have would be industry, manufacturers to provide jobs to support the people. And then you got to have the retail for those people to shop and buy their things. I would see it like being some kind of like a blue city would be like Ford is building in Tennessee, West Tennessee. They're calling it the Blue City. And it's basically going to be a city built in the woods. And and all the infrastructure is going in, hotels and blah, blah, blah. It might be something along those lines. But it's happening in West Tennessee right now, between Brownsville and Memphis.
Lots of building.
Ford Motor Company is called. It's going to be called the Blue City. From Ford's emblem is a blue emblem. They're calling it the Blue City, and it's supposed to be. I'm not sure if it's the biggest automotive manufacturing facility in the country, but I think that's what it is. And supposed to create, I don't know, like 3,000 jobs or something crazy number like that.
Yeah,
that would be all. That would be almost
going to come back.
Yeah, that would be almost as many people working at the Ford factory as occupy the town that I'm from. The whole town.
Oh, people are standing to make some good money then. Yeah. So what needs to happen. It needs to be a better strategy as far as transitioning into a sustainable, renewable environment. You might have to build new cities and weed out the old ones. That's kind of what they did anyway. If you look at like the 1900s, 1800s, there was all these structures beautifully made. On the outside, they look beautiful anyway, but they all tore them down. And the new cities were put in place, or it's empty land. Full cities, man. I wonder maybe that's going to happen. I know in China that's happening. They're rumored anyway. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but to be removing old history, tearing it down like old what do you call it? The temples and stuff and statues. They're not wanting any history.
Be interested to peep 10 years into the future, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you could just look at look at Skynet and Terminator. I mean, would that be the ultimate extreme? Yeah. Do they have technology that is almost like that? Well, I know they have Skynet. They do have dogs, and apparently, the Boston Dynamic type dog, whatever you want to call that, is now pretty functioning in other parts of the world. in full operation, replacing human jobs, right? And these are just like border patrol dogs, patrolling borders, and then there's other dogs that are helping keep curfew. So it's not far off. It's just the idea is that there's somebody was thinking this up and decided to put it in movies. So is it either just a coincidence that what you see in movies are coming to fruition? I think in the last James Bond movie, was it a James Bond movie? They talked about a particular injection that could transfer itself from human to human, but only affect the prescribed sequenced code for that particular human. So, for instance, you went and got it and then transposed it around the world, it would only affect the people that it was written for, so to speak. And so that was like the latest James Bond movie. I wonder if people with that kind of knowledge and how to do those things thought of that before. What do you think? Do you think somebody thought of that before?
I don't know a whole lot about, but I know a little bit about biology. But I don't know how they would go about actually reconstructing a living person's genome in that way. But they definitely could manipulate the genome of the unborn. Just genetic programming.
Yeah, apparently you can, before using CRISPR, you can design your baby, so to speak, right? So there's
Yep.
Sort of the idea you can control the sequencing. They think
Go ahead.
They think they can also do that now. I mean, that's the ideal, the idea of the parent thing that's going on now is the idea is to instruct the thing in our body to produce this thing that our body will either find offensive or learn to adapt to. And it's funny enough, if you look in the James Bond movies or these other movies, this is like not a new concept. There's always kind of been this underlying horror type theme in movies of this genetic altering substance, that would spread through humanity, either cause a zombie apocalypse or some sort of mutation, right? So it's not like it's a new concept. It just seems sort of surreal that there is that fourth industrial revolution, if you will, or the fourth turning, or whatever you want to call it. There's all this technology, whether it's drones, dogs, new therapy drugs or whatever. There's a push to want to use it, right, and to experiment on it. And that push seems like it's like right out of the movies, right? Because we've been our whole life, at least for me, the last 20 years, have been all about these kind of movies. An epidemic, a pandemic, a zombie apocalypse, Terminator, you know what I mean? And it's funny that it's kind of like right there in reality. No, nobody sees any of that kind of coincidental lineup, sort of the blurring the lines between fantasy and fiction, or fantasy and reality, or fiction and reality.
No, I think it's self-evident. I think that's happened.
That's what it blows my mind, right? Imagine complete naiveness in life. Generally, you're blissful, if you will, and you watch the movies.
You go back to Star Trek and the little flip phone communicators. That was science fiction back then. But here we are. Now I've got a headset on, and I'm talking to people from all over the fucking world, all in one phone call. It's crazy.
True enough. That is the perks. One of the blessed perks and cursed perks at the same time, depending on how you use it. But like I said, for somebody to look at a device and see all the amazing things in there, and then look at science fiction in the manner that we just said, but still maintain that blissful naiveness about the the actual horrors involved with actually achieving this form of technology, whether it's this we're using or some medical achievement, it usually comes at a cost to some degree. I think when you get past the naiveness and then you start realizing the movies and everything we watched, yes, granted it's science fiction, which is entertainment, but there's an it appears now that there's always been this underlying reality to it, or a push for a reality in it, is to actually be within the sci-fi realm of existence, which is obviously surrounded by technology. And it's like, boof, we're here. And now, when you've exhausted all conspiracies, you've exhausted all trust in government, you've exhausted all financial trust, what happens next? Alien invasion. It's the War of the Worlds, right? Like 1936. I think that's when War of the Worlds came out. I could be wrong with that time. I think it's 1936. Is it too uncanny that history repeats or rhymes? Doesn't repeat but rhymes. Is history starting to rhyme, or the present starting to rhyme with the history? Did you know, Left Lane, that Skynet is a real thing and exists?
What is Skynet exactly?
So apparently, have you heard of the Five Eyes?
Nope.
So the Five Eyes is a joint security operation with like UK, Australia, Canada, US, I think, and someone else, I think. But anyway, anyway, I don't know who's listening, but Skynet is just basically a security operation, or to prevent espionage, spying, and so forth. So,
Oh, listening in kind of thing.
yeah, it's just an overall national security type thing, and it's just a whole bunch of countries, like a handful, like 5 countries, the Five Eyes, to get together to make sure they kind of help each other out. And apparently, that's the origin of Skynet too. So, found that quite interesting. Considering Skynet is in Terminator, right? And it's an overall communicative observation network. I don't want to say spying, but I want to say, how do you want to politically say it correctly? Protecting the sovereign citizens of the nations that they're watching.
Check. What happened?
You did.
Right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you good.
Okay, what happened? Where'd everyone go? I left for
You
5.
overpowered the room. Everybody's wore out.
These are all I wore them out. I've been trying to go over this thing with Kosho all friggin' day. Lil Sean G in the house. Emphasis on Lil. Holla. What else we got going on? Extremistus says this is a 14 out of 10 weirdness level at this point. What's going on here? What else? What state you in, Left Lane?
Arizona.
Almost
Going by Superstition Mountain and fixing to go by the Renaissance Festival they have every year down here. I've always wanted to go to those.
That's some shit where you dress up as like a knight with a sword and shit.
Yep.
Hello.
So
Is
good.
it working?
It's working. We hear you.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the audio was on.
Your audio's
Yes, it
on. We
is.
hear you.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that's good or bad, but whatever. I didn't think it was on, but I guess I got it fixed.
We can hear you, bro. What's up?
I don't have anything to say, except I was going to say that all you asked what state he's in, I was going to say the state of confusion, but that's always better.
That's the norm, man. That's the norm.
It is for you
Understood.
Glovers. Yeah, the Glovers are normally in that state. Like, Jace is super confused on how claims of non-existence works. I don't know.
Did a cursory search a while ago. Field notes, and I need to get the title of the entire document, but field notes of the Arc of the Parallel. And I've found some handwritten notes I haven't had a chance to look at. But
Post some shits up, bro. We've been looking for these measurements everywhere for years now. I've been looking for them.
It's columns of numbers, and
Post it up, bro.
The names. Well, I'm not sure if that's what it is. I couldn't look at it good because I got empty and I had to leave. But I think I recognize some of the names that are in the left-hand column as possibly the peaks that were in the document, but I'll have to look at it closer. But they're a mess. And I think if we were to find them and look at them, we'd be 6 months sorting them out.
And in the end, it wouldn't matter anyway.
What?
I mean, dude, bottom line, this shit needs to be redone. You know what I'm saying? The shit needs to be redone with no assumptions, no fucking bullshit, just a straight up angles. You don't need a 900-page document for all that. You just need to know what angles.
Whose responsibility is it to redo it? Should it be a Glover's or a Flat Earthers?
I mean, we can measure them with 180 all day, right? Do we measure them with 180?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Go put three poles in your backyard and make them all plumb, and then see if they're 180.
Yep, that's how you do it. I just came in. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Is my mic good or?
Yeah, you're good.
We hear you.
Okay, just making sure.
I love you. Just come in and tell us every day how you don't know what we're talking about. So
yeah.
You're the guy holding the camera. Remember, we're in the trenches.
Yep.
Fucking Geo just threw a grenade. I fucking got the guns going. There's fucking tanks and shit are all around. You're holding the camera. Remember? That was my favorite part.
I really think I'm just a drummer boy. Yeah, because at that point, I really don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm just doing my beat. Just doing my little beat. Either or though, yeah. Oh yeah, what's this about poles? You just do 3 poles in your backyard? What?
I could predict a whole day worth of this fucking VC. I'm telling you. At one point, Kosho's going to come in and say he was wrong on something he said yesterday. Extremisist is going to try to crack some funny joke. At some point, you're going to tell us you don't know what's going on. Like I should try to predict the whole day of this. Xanix's going to come in spazzing for a little bit. Like it's.
Yeah, that sounds legit. Yeah, I can see that. No, but seriously, what's this about poles? 3 poles. What's going on here? Is it 3 poles in your backyard, 180 degrees? That sounds.
Talking about stripper. It's about stripper poles.
Triple poles? Is that what you said?
Stripper poles. Stripper.
Tripper. Oh.
Stripper.
Oh, stripper poles. I was like, what the fuck are the first two? But okay, I know what that is. Okay, that makes sense. Stripper poles. Okay. Why are the stripper poles outside the backyard?
It's where your mom works. It's where your mom works.
But in the backyard though, like that's weird though. With stripper poles in the backyard, I've never heard of that. Wow.
We're doing a backyard bonanza.
We talked about Coach's mom earlier.
Wow, we always talk about people's moms. It's crazy. What is this? We got some crazy moms up in here.
We are wildly unprofessional here, and someday we may have to clean our act up.
Yeah. But all right.
Holy smokes. This dang Renaissance.
Luckily, today is not that day.
Renaissance
Festival. I bet there's 500 cars parked out there in the desert.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, at least 500 cars.
500. But all right, back to these stripper poles. So the 3 of them, they make 180 degrees. So like, what's on a ball? I guess it'd be greater than 180. How does that work though? So like, you look to your right. There's a stripper pole, right? And then you look in front of you. There's a stripper pole, and then where you're standing is a stripper pole. So you're like I guess you're one of the strippers or something. But that's how it would be on a ball large enough. It's crazy. That'd be 270 degrees right there. It's fucking crazy. Stripper poles. Well, it's okay. So, on the ball though, you got the North Pole. You got the North Pole for the North stripper, and you got the South Pole for the South stripper. All right. Yeah, it's kind of like the witches. Like, there's the North Witch. The witch of the North or the East, the West, whatever. It's the stripper of the North. All right, you got to go there. and then Santa Claus. It's I think it's Mrs. Claus up in there is stripping. You know, so yeah, I'm just talking shit right now. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be funny, but no. But all right, I guess we're done with the polls. I was just trying to bring that back because I don't know what the fuck was happening. I gotta blow my nose. I actually do that in a bit because this is ridiculous. So, real fast, just because, you know, it was mentioned a few days ago. I think it was from D-Mock. He said the moon looked smaller. I think it was a day after that day I saw the moon. Yeah, it did look smaller. Which I will admit, like I don't know if that's just like an optical illusion or whatever. It could just be, you know, the what is it, the perigee or the other one, the apogee, whatever the fuck they're called. But yeah, that was pretty small in the sky. It was like the difference between like a penny and like a dime, or maybe like a nickel and a dime. I don't know, but you could tell it was like more like dime sized in the sky. I was like, oh, that is tiny, you know. And like normally it's not. Normally it's more like, you know, closer to like a penny or like a nickel, you know, like. But it was tiny. I was like, oh, geez, wow, that is pretty tiny. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that though, because you know, at least with the ball bottle, because I know like there is supposed to be like you know, where the moon, I think where the moon is closer is farther. Um, but even then though, yeah, all I know is that there is a difference though, because I know there's like the whole supermoon thing where it's like, oh, this is like where it's closest, but also it's a full moon, so it's, you know, it's fucking crazy. It's pretty wild. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up because I'm pretty sure no one wants to talk about that shit right now. Me. Actually, no, it's still fucking stale air, so I'll just keep talking. I have a telescope in my room, right? Because I bought one. 'Cause I was working at this one place, and I noticed the telescope was like on sale. Well, it wasn't on sale. It was just like a cheap kit, whatever. But I think normally it costs like 50 or 60, but it was on sale for like 30, and I was like, let me get that shit. I got it. It's all right. It's only really good for like looking at the moon, and that's about it. Obviously, but you know, it's still pretty cool. I just have it in my room right now, just trying to set up on its little tripod. Uh, but yeah, I've looked at the moon before. It's pretty fucking neat. Anyone else have like a little telescope or something? No one.
I used to have a big reflector scope. I loved that thing.
What is that exactly? I'm not really too like knowledgeable on telescopes or.
It's a big 6-inch tube, and you point it at whatever, and your optic is on the side of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I know this telescope has like a little, probably not the exact same thing that you're talking about, but this telescope does have like a little part where you could just like attach it, so you don't have to look like down the tube, but instead to the side. So it does have that, but you can also take that off then, just look through it as if you're looking, like kind of like a pirate, like where they have like the fucking, like the fucking that large telescope that they look through in those fucking movies, or at least in those cartoons where they're like, So you could do that with this one that I have, but usually I just use the little mirror thingy that kind of angles it so you can look at it from like the side, which is easier to work with. It's pretty nice. I want to see if I could see like Saturn with it though, like at least the general like silhouette, because I know like with Saturn it's like, what do they say, that one guy who's like looking at the planet is like, oh, it looks like the planet has ears or whatever. Like you could at least make that out, I think, if you have a telescope. So I want to see if I can see that with this telescope.
Yeah, you can kind of make that out with a good pair of binoculars.
Yeah, I got to try that. That'd be pretty neat. But I don't even know where to look for that. I guess I'll have to like look up online like when to find Saturn or whatever, like where I'm at, and do it that way. Because I mean, that's I guess that's how you would do it, or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Pretty neat. It's also kind of like I recently moved, so where I'm at now, it's actually a lot darker here. So I feel like I'll be able to see more stars. So and shit, just more night sky. So that'll be neat. Portal. You know what? That video actually gave me like not a good idea per se, but it actually makes me think. Like it makes me wonder. So, Earth is Life sent a video of SpaceX launch from airplane. I wonder, right, if there's ever been like a spaceship launch, whatever, like caught from an airplane, kind of like this, whatever, but like, you know, it's at a point where it's like really, really high, because like there's a lot of flat earthers that will say, well, you know, the what is it, the air, you know, the rocket just kind of curves instead of actually like going into space, or whatever. Like it just curves and it just comes back down or whatever. But if you're on an airplane though, and you're kind of catching that, right? Like most airplanes, you know, they're like, what is it, like 40,000, 50,000 feet up high. I think the highest is like 65,000 feet. I think it doesn't go any higher than that. I wonder if a plane like at the highest altitude, whatever, if they like catch a video of like a rocket, like a space, you know, space launch, whatever, spaceship launch thing, like if like, you know, if that'll make things a little bit more clear, like to how, like for like how far, like how high that rocket's actually going, you know, that might be interesting. In fact, I kind of want to look that up now. Let me see this. You go to YouTube, because this is where you get your science on YouTube. This is how you do it. I'm just kidding. But let me see. Rocket ship. No, we call it spaceship. Launch caught from plane. I want to see this. Yeah, here's a cool video. Hold on, check this out. Like, yeah, of course it curves, but like that doesn't look like it's coming down anytime soon. Like, that's a pretty interesting video right there. Let me see what else I can find.
Once you get the one from the ISS, that you can see it being launched from there.
From the ISS. I mean, but okay, but like, to be fair, and this is not me trying to be rude. I'm being like honest. Like, wouldn't like you? Are you flat earther? Or you're global earther?
No, I'm just me.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is like, because I was gonna say, wouldn't a flat earther just say that that's just like CGI? Like, because like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, if you were a flat earther, I was gonna be like, you know, not rude. I was just gonna be like, be honest. Like, yeah, like that would just be CGI at that point, still though, right? So I was just trying to figure that out. But yeah, I guess
you can't win with any of that really.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like trying to look up these like plane videos, because like they're amateurs. Now you could argue, you know, like if a flat earther could argue that this is kind of like a setup, whatever. But I feel like that's kind of harder to like, you know, because then there's still like multiple accounts like of people in that plane, like, oh yeah, I saw that, you know, like if someone was to really dig in, you know, to this dig into this whole thing.
What's their contention, flat Earth? Is it because it's going in an arc? It's not going straight up. Or it's coming back down again.
Because I think there's like a photo or like a video or something where it looks like the thing is coming back down, but I think the idea is that it's, you know, like it's, I guess, in orbit at that point.
That's just your perspective of the arc that it makes.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to find these like plane videos, because I feel like you might get less of that because you're higher up, and I mean, to some extent. I mean, I don't know if that's like enough, because I'm pretty sure the orbits are way higher up.
It's still going to arc. It's still going to have an arc to it, because a plane can only be, 60,000 feet or something.
Yeah, fair enough, which is...
It's still going to have an arc to it. Because by the time it gets past the Kármán line up into space, the arc of it's almost going into low orbit, and it has to be at an orbital speed, so...
Well, I guess the argument is... Well, then again, I guess flat earthers aren't really arguing that they're not going that high up. But all right, yeah, because I was going to argue, well, at least we know that, you know, the rockets are going, you know, like we know like the minimum at the very least, like we know they're going up at least like around 10 miles, because even from a plane they seem to be going above that. So I guess I'm just trying to like, you know, lock in some numbers. But yeah, I don't think they deny that, because I think they do accept that the maximum height is actually around like 70 miles. At least that's according to them, because they're just saying like past 70 miles, apparently like it hits a dome or something. So I guess they're not really denying that anyway. So, okay, I guess this was sort of a fruitless effort of mine. Because this is, yeah. I don't know. It's still cool though. To see these from a plane.
Well, it's virtually following the shape of the Earth because of the way it's arcing, isn't it? If you want to go that detail.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Orbit circular. The Earth's circular. What a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Rocky has sent the pictures of Bermuda Triangle. Mystery solved.
Oh, Rocky has thrown that in. We were talking about that yesterday for all day, or was it the day before? 2 days. That was a long argument, that one.
Hold on, let me see something.
And there's so many side topics.
Yeah.
Go along with it.
Yeah. We even had Dan the Waterman over on was it Dan the Waterman? Over on Gems last night, talking to him about this sort of stuff. I just don't know where to go in any of these conversations anymore sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either, but I'm just trying to, let me see.
It's almost circular in some of the arguments. It's just that you get the younger ones or the newer people coming through, and we're just going to have to explain it to them all over. That's all. Just like a repeat.
Is there do you think there's any footage? Because at least from the video that I sent, the space shuttle launch viewed from an airplane, it's almost like from a side view. But are there any side view shots of the launch where we could see that it's not coming back down? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that'd be. You mean you want a video of the launch, but the rocket's coming towards you, not away from you?
Yeah, I guess that would work. Actually, yeah, I guess that would. Yeah, interesting. Towards, yeah, because and I guess as long as it's coming towards you, you can never see it arc back down. So they
Well,
can't
you'd have
really
to be
make
under it. You'd have to
Yes.
be under it while it was coming towards you too.
Yeah, because I feel like at that point, then there can't be an argument of the rocket's taking the downward arc thing or whatever. But let me see about that actually. Well, actually, I think there was actually a video like that. I think that was the whole thing. I think there was that one video by that one guy on YouTube where there was this whole thing where he was timing it, whatever, and then you see the rocket coming up from behind the horizon or whatever. So in that video, that was kind of already showing that. But I guess I don't know if it keeps going, how high it keeps going, and whatnot. Let me see. Yeah, I might have to check that out. Because I think my main goal is just to see if I can maybe put an end to some arguments, and that would be an interesting one to put an end to, just to be well, let me see. Spaceship launch peering over horizon.
But even the ones with the rocket cams from launch to space are not even good enough, some of them. I mean, they're good enough for what they are to show the launch and going into space.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me see. Does anyone have any good spaceships coming up from the horizon? Because I know I've seen a video
No,
like
I
that.
haven't Googled any.
Let me see. Because I know there was one recently, but I forgot who it was. Where they were timing it or some shit, but So I wanted to see where that spaceship ended, like, because obviously it had to keep going. It's not coming back down. I don't think, unless it does, because I don't know. Maybe that was like one of those tests. Which spaceship does that? Whatever thingy, that one where it goes up but it can like land, like re-land or whatever. The one that's
The
by the one here.
SpaceX ones.
Yeah, the SpaceX. That one, yeah. Okay, so if maybe it was that, but I doubt it though. I think it was just going up in this. But I'm just trying to see though. Like, I'll have to find it though. You see, coming up from the horizon.
This whole time, Howie, I could have been pretending. Oh, he's gone. I was just going to say to Howie, left lane, because he knows who I am. Because you thought you didn't know if I was a globey or a flatty. So I should have said I was a flatty and then see how far I would have gone.
The Mirage. Let's see. UFO. No.
I don't know all the arguments for flat Earth. Or not the flat Earth, but the questions they asked us about the globe all the time instead of giving explanations of what the flat Earth would be.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. All right, I'll probably find it out another time. I can't find anything right now.
You'll find something eventually. I liked the one from the ISS. That was cool, that one. I don't know where that one was hidden. I just remember seeing it.
Do you think it's possible for like? I know I've heard this before in some of these chats, but do you think it's possible for like there to be? Because I don't know if it's bright enough, but like if there's like a thunderstorm or whatever, and there's like big flash, and then like it's sort of like maybe like a tiny little speck on the camera of like the ISS. You think the ISS can maybe pick that up or something like and see if that lines up? And if that's ever happened, you think that's like good evidence to provide to the flat earthers? Be like, oh hey, look,
You're talking
live.
about a thunderstorm, lightning flash to light up the ISS.
No, not to light not to light up the ISS, but let's say for example the ISS has the camera, facing down at the Earth. And,
all right, okay.
Yeah, and then let's just say, because I mean, like, I know lightning is pretty bright, so I feel like the ISS might be able to pick up like maybe like a little like blip, like a little tiny little blip, on the camera or something. Maybe, although I guess you could argue that's not really like, concrete
I
enough.
promise you, it would not happen in real time. If
Yeah,
anything, it would probably help you unconvince yourself.
Let me see something real fast.
Yeah, the exposure
ISS,
of a flash would drown out any images too.
Well, let me see real fast. There's a stunning time lapse captured fireball, huge lightning storm from space. So I think as long as we could see if the ISS could catch thunderstorms, then wherever that thunderstorm is, if the flashes are timed roughly the same to whoever's taking video in that location, whatever, then one could argue like, ooh, that seems live, and from the looks of it, it seems the ISS can pick up some thunderstorm like the lightning, whatever. Because I am seeing some footage right now where you do see a bit of like little like
you'd have to be in the live feed when they do their live feed from the ISS from when it's happening. So that'd be a bit of a
if
I was you think that the ISS is going to see? I mean, how big is a lightning bolt? And do you think you would see that from 250 miles away?
Well, you see the flash. You see the flashes.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I wonder if you could see, because like I know it's potentially bright enough, because I know lightning is pretty bright, but yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, I'm sure the scale might not be big enough, but that's why I'm looking up footage right now to see if it is possible to catch lightning storms, because from what I can tell, from both memory and on YouTube right now, there is you can see like little flashes and whatnot. So I'm just trying to see.
Why would it just be a little flash? They're only 250 miles up. You should be able to see if you think the sun shines on the side of mountains and underneath clouds, then the ISS should be able to take pictures of underneath clouds, right? Yes. Just say yes.
No, not necessarily. I mean, in theory, yes, but I mean, you have to because it would have to be like the angle is technically there. In theory,
it's
yes,
always there. It's
Okay,
always at that
your angle is the argument for sunsets under the clouds, which is
Exactly.
a possibility every day. You can't have it one way and not the other.
Well, no, that's why I said in
always
theory.
at that angle to a certain part of the globe.
Yeah.
So it'd be taken straight down at 90 degrees towards the center of wherever they're at over the globe, and then angle up or down to each side and take pictures of that angle.
Yeah, but that's why I said
that doesn't happen.
Well, that's why I said in theory. But the thing is, you probably would need like a good amount of zoom, but also because like
I'll let them borrow my P900. I mean, I can zoom into the moon basically and see individual craters. So surely from 250 miles, they should be able to zoom in. I mean, they have probably better cameras than me, right?
Let me see.
At least show the underneath or this,
Well, it depends. Well, real fast. Let me pull out my Earth curve calculator that I made. I want to see how fast, how much under the clouds you would see. Let me see. Because it's not going to be like under. Like I wouldn't expect anything like crazy. Like you're not going to get like, oh shit, like like you're not going to.
Do you think the clouds would be bigger or smaller than a crater?
It depends. It depends on the. It depends if it's like a local little like tiny cloud, like kind of passing by over like like because like I know there's like the really big clouds that you see like in the pictures of Earth, whatever, and then you have like the really tiny ones. Those are I think those are the ones that you see on day-to-day basis. But I think the big ones are like those storm clouds, the ones that just like cover the sky for the entire day.
No, we're talking about sunsets, about how the light from the sun is coming up and illuminating the bottom of clouds.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's a very tight angle. The sun enters from the side of the Earth and is somehow, some way, able to shine underneath the clouds. So you're looking at just under 30,000 feet. That sun is protruding through our atmosphere under the clouds.
And they don't
across
use
the whole
better
Earth.
cameras than the last time I checked. They had Nikon D5s. That was a couple of years ago, though. And the lenses that they had are not. I mean, they probably have a P900 up there per se, but they also have a lot of the primes and zooms that are like tens of thousands of dollars for just a lens.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure this out right now. What the exact tilt of those clouds would be? Like, let me see. Where the fuck is it? I can't find it.
Yeah, but why don't we see photos of that from ISS looking at these places from underneath clouds like that?
Once again,
because if you have a good enough camera to be able to do it, if you could zoom in on craters, I mean, a bunch of cloud cover shouldn't be, what is it? You could see a 60-mile crater from Earth, apparently. So should be able to see all these craters. Something the size of that from at least ISS, 250 miles away.
Yeah, hold on. All right, so I'm gonna real fast find out right now. Let's see. Observer height. Let's put. Get my calculator out.
No, your observer height is 250 miles.
So 250 times. I have to put that in feet though. So 280. So, what's that number? 132. 132 and then. Uh-oh. 132. What the hell is going on here? Hold on, let me put 6. Because I recently, I need to refix my freaking Earth curve, whatever. Here we go. Okay, 132.0. Okay. Okay, so let's see. From the looks of it. Oh, why is it doing that? Come on. Whatever. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. So the ISS would be able to see. Let's see. So there's about 19.85 degrees of tilt. Okay. All right, so you probably see roughly around like 19. Well, actually, no, hold on. It'd be double that distance because it would actually do it'd be line of sight. So
Do you not
technically,
get what we're asking?
no, I
At
do.
some point, the ISS is underneath the clouds.
Yeah, I know. So it would be
Nothing to do with tilt.
well. I know. I'm just trying to see like how much we're talking about here. Like how much it's not going to be like. Let me see. It would be roughly 40. So from the ISS, the clouds that it would be, under, quote unquote, those clouds would be roughly tilting 40 degrees. So it would be a considerable amount of tilt from the looks of it. It's interesting. But I actually think I have seen video like that, though. In fact, it was one that I sent Sin Cleanser. Let me see if I can find it.
You've seen a picture from the ISS of the side of a mountain? I'll take that bet.
No, not the side of a mountain, but it was clouds going over like a curve. You could actually see they were actually doing this weird you could even I swear you could even kind of see the bottom of those clouds. But let me see if I could find it though.
But you should have a picture of the ISS at a certain moment going on top of the mountain. And a different time of the year he's passing by and taking a picture of the same mountain from the side, right?
I'm not sure.
It goes around in different orbits. Yeah, it moves around. But it travels over the same area, just in a different path, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so the angles would be different, and from 250 miles, they're just right there. I mean, they're here to Texas from me, but just up. It's right there, right above us. You can see it with your naked eye, right? So surely the angle would be drastic.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Space. Where is it? I'm trying to find that video I sent Sin Cleanser. It might be. I wonder if it's an Asylum. Let me see. Nope, it's not an Asylum. From Arma? Nope. Okay. Let's try Tartaria. I really need to find this video because it was really interesting. You could literally see the clouds taking an arc over the edge because I'm pretty sure it was ISS footage, whatever, but it was or some kind of satellite footage, whatever. But the point is, it was actually zooming in on the horizon. Let me see if I can find it though. Fortunately, I don't think I can. It was really good though. It was really good shit. Oh, you know what? I could just do from Sin Cleanser. Nope, he is not here. Damn it! I have to save that video next time. So I don't know if I can find that again.
So I'm curious. I came into the conversation late. How does this prove the globe at all?
No one said it proved anything.
I was just wondering how this topic came up. How?
It was just because I think something about the rocket, the spaceships, launches, whatever. I was just trying to see originally if viewing it from an airplane or something would show its true trajectory, because a lot of the time slide editors will say, oh, it's coming back down, whatever, it's arcing back down. I was just wondering if you can get high enough, or if there's an angle where it shows that it isn't arcing back down, right? Especially if the spaceship is coming up above from coming up above the horizon, or whatever. Right? Because I think there was a video like that where there was a ship just like coming up from the horizon, or whatever. And in that case, the spaceship's coming towards you, so you would be able to tell for sure if that's dipping down or not.
Was it a spaceship was coming up over the horizon? What were you saying?
Yeah, there was like a space launch, or like a spaceship launch, whatever, rocket launch, whatever the fuck it's called. And it was like there was one video where I think someone was like timing it or something. Just I forgot why, but they were timing it, and they actually saw it like the ship coming up from the horizon. So I was just in that video.
How far away were they?
What now?
How far away were they? Do you know?
No, because I don't know enough of that. I'm trying to find the video though, but I just remember that there was a ship coming up from the horizon.
So I wanted to give some scale on what we were talking about earlier about the whole ISS seeing the bottom of clouds. If the Earth was a basketball, the sun would be 100 feet across, and it would be 1.7, 1.8, almost 2 miles away. The ISS would be 1/4 of an inch off the surface of this basketball. It would be a little bit hard to see. I mean, maybe with some high-powered cameras, but it would not be easy to see over the curve from the ISS at 1/4 of an inch off the surface of a basketball.
But the ISS is also small by comparison, so there's a lot to look at.
What does the size of the ISS have to do with it?
Well, if you're putting all these things into perspective, the size of the ISS is, I mean, you're not looking at it as though you're a human looking at a basketball and trying to find the tiny pinpoint of where it would work. You're an actual pinpoint of where it would work, and it should be filling a whole bunch of the sky or certain portions of your view.
I've made my point. I'm done.
Man, I wish I could find that video. Because I swear there was a video where they like literally actually zoomed in like close to the horizon, and you literally see like the clouds literally like falling down like over this like it was fucking crazy, but I can't find it though. I should have saved it because I literally have a folder on YouTube. Now it's very small, but I have a folder on YouTube called Flat Earth Debunks. But I should have put that there though. I mean, it's not really a debunk, but it's I mean, depending on how you look at it, I mean it's not a debunk because the flat earthers aren't convinced, but it would have been nice though.
In that folder you got there, do you have any globe proofs? Do you have a folder labeled that?
Well, no, because it's a flat Earth debunk. It's not a globe proof, but
Oh, okay. No, because for the longest time I've been trying to prove the globe to be correct.
Let me see if I get black visible. I mean, I guess it's not really okay. So if I'm gonna be honest, it's not really per se a debunks folder per se. Like a lot of it's more just like arguments that I've seen on from the flat earthers, and it's like no,
yeah, I get it.
I have like there's like a video like how horizon curvature changes as height increases, and like they like zoom in on like a globe kind of thing, and they get like towards the surface, and like the horizon looks flat, but as they zoom out it gets curved, more and more curved. So that's not really like debunking the flat earth. It's just it's more like debunking the argument some flat earthers will say, like the earth can't curve at this rate or some shit visually. So yeah, it's sort of a vague folder.
That's why I was asking, instead of what globe what flat earthers are saying, I'm really trying to prove what globers are saying is accurate. You have and I was just asking if you had a folder on that.
I'll be honest, I do not.
Do you know anybody that does?
I'm sure there is, but there's some sure people that do, but I don't personally. It's just I usually just put stuff in that folder.
I mean, why can't I go on the internet and find these exact globe proofs that prove definitively the globe? That should be
maybe there is. I haven't looked though, but there probably is.
But you're this far into this conversation in this rabbit hole of this corner of the internet, and you've never looked up actual proof of the globe?
Well, because every time there's a proof, whatever, flat earth will be like, well, no, this doesn't count, whatever, and they'll give like a BS explanation. So what I won't count it as a proof because if it doesn't convince you guys, then who gives a fuck, But
no, that's fair. But isn't that kind of weird though? That I guess what are you considering a BS explanation?
What now?
I guess I'm wondering what is it that you consider a BS explanation for a globe proof?
Like just I don't know. I've heard just like arguments that I've made before, and then miraculously, there's an supposed explanation that doesn't really work, and it's just like, well, all right, well, that's how they're gonna play this, so fuck it.
Okay, so just to be clear, would you say that a miraculous explanation of something is something that's invisible, that's everywhere, but we don't know about it and can't see it? Is that does
I
that
don't
sound
know.
okay?
I can't off the
If
top of
if I told you something and that was the explanation, would you consider me to be? Was that a BS explanation for something?
What was the explanation?
If I said that, well, because there's this invisible thing that exists everywhere, and everything is made up of 90%, but it's invisible. We can't see it. We don't know how it works. We can't measure it, and we can't test it. But it's there. Trust us. Is that a reasonable answer to something that's supposed to be a scientific explanation or something?
With the amount of information you're giving me right now, I mean, sure. But I'm sure you're trying to attach that to I don't know, like whatever in my model, and I'm sure in my model it's more than just Oh,
well, but I guess but you at least understand what I'm trying. Like, do you think that would be hypocritical to take one stance over the other based purely on what you just said?
If it was
because
truly bullshit,
that actually is an explanation for one of our sides of the argument, is that, oh yeah, this affects everything, but we don't know about it, we can't test it, we can't prove it, but trust us, it's there.
I mean, from what I've seen, it seems that they know what they're talking about, but
well, it seems like they know. I mean, if you ask a whatever child that still believes in Santa Claus, they seem to know what they're talking about. They got all the different magic that the elves can do, and the reindeer, and the North Pole, and they really seem what they know what they're talking about.
I'm not trying to have this combo right now. I'm just looking up footage right now.
Why? I'm just curious.
I'm trying to look up this like cloud curving thing, and you're kind of. I can't multitask. It was like 4K Earth video.
Sorry. Get that cloud curvature going.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that.
You can't use that. I've just been told you can't use that gravity argument, that it's not there and you can't see it and it's a mass equation, and dark matter. You're not allowed to use that because Whitsitt has used that before, and this is now the new debate on Facebook. You can't say anything that Whitsitt said because otherwise you're wrong.
Oh,
right. Well, it's just I was just wondering if that would be considered a reasonable explanation or a BS excuse for something, because easily you could frame that as a BS excuse for something, right? I mean, you admit that you're like, well, yeah, that's not great, but if you say that the only reason you think that these people know what they're talking about is because you already believe what they are talking about, and that's what you were taught as a child to believe, correct?
Sure, I don't know, man. I'm trying to.
You don't. Well, I mean, what he was saying about
show us those curving clouds real quick, and ignore everything I'm saying. That's okay.
Yeah, because I'm not even trying to have this conversation. Like, I'm doing something else.
Then what are you doing in this? This is a flat Earth server.
Yeah, dark matter doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, it's Earth Awakening.
I know.
Server.
I'm just talking about it as an explanation.
Is this a flat Earth? Is this flat Earth server or Earth Awakening? I could have sworn this also is for concave Earth. It could be concave Earth too.
I thought you were doing something.
Yeah,
I am.
Exactly.
I am, but I'm trying to answer him too, though.
No, does this curving clouds? Does this prove flat globe Earth? Is that a globe Earth proof that you're looking up right now?
I'm not saying it's a proof. I'm just trying to find it.
Okay, so what exactly are you arguing for here in this server, if not for what we're talking about, having this convo?
I mean, right now I was just kind of chill. I was just kind of chilling out. But
yeah, it doesn't always have to be a big, hot debate.
It's not a hot debate. I'm just asking if he has a globe proof folder in his little folder system.
No, because I don't really prove things. I just kind of, whenever I see a stupid fucking argument, I'll take it apart.
Why are you getting?
So I'm getting what?
So why aren't you tearing apart dark matter? Is
Dark
that a
matter? 'Cause
BS argument? Like, because I
I
could
don't
say
know
that
enough
that's
about
not a
it.
real thing.
No one's
So
arguing it right now, and I
how
haven't
much
heard
do you
anything.
know about? How much do you know about the flat Earth?
Whenever I hear an argument made, I I'm like, okay, I think that's wrong, and I'll explain why I think it's wrong. Yeah, it's really situational. If I heard a weird argument on the globe side, I'd be like, I don't know if that's true, and I'll try to take it apart. And if there's good arguments on the other side, then obviously,
Yeah, and I asked, how do you know that that dark matter is a tangible, a solid piece of the heliocentric model?
I don't
How
know.
did you take that apart? If you don't
It's kind of
understand
by
it, and you can't
definition not
comment on
solid.
it, yeah, if you
It's
can't
by
comment on
definition not
something you
solid.
don't know about, right? If you didn't have any knowledge about something and don't want to comment about it, but yet, what do you know about the flat Earth enough to comment about it?
Like I said, it's whenever an argument comes up, I'm like, okay, like I can't really name one off the top of my head, but like whenever it comes up, I'm like, okay, that was kind of poor. This is why I think it's wrong. I don't know it's wrong, but this is why I think it's wrong. And then usually the discussion or the debate happens, and then eventually, something happens. A conclusion, happens where it's like, okay, it's most likely this or whatever. Usually it's more of I'm usually if anything I'm really arguing with myself in a lot of these debates because I'm trying to see what the answer is, and what'll end up happening is as I'm during the debates, as I'm doing the research or the math or trying to figure it out myself, what ends up happening is there's the one side and there's my side, and I'm like, okay, you know what, it has to be this way. I literally did it. I've literally tested it like multiple times. If it isn't this way, or I need some kind of test or explanation from the other side to prove me wrong, but that usually never happens. Usually it just ends with
falsification is independent of verification, or what is it? You know what I mean? Like, why do you don't have to know exactly what happened to know that something is bullshit? If I can tell you that something is bullshit without knowing exactly with the inner workings of how it all went down.
Yeah, but there's a lot of these arguments where I'll give like either a visual or something, or I've actually put the work to kind of explain it to myself. But the same thing isn't happening on the other side. So I'm like, I literally have nothing to work with but my own thing that I made. So I'm only just hearing words on the one side, and then but I actually have an actual explanation, an actual example on my side. So I'd be stupid to follow the other side, with the minimum amount of
than words. What do you
evidence.
Have on dark matter? Other than words, what do you have as evidence for dark matter?
Who said I I don't know, but
you believe in the heliocentric model, correct?
I mean, sure, but I mean, I still don't even but that doesn't mean I know everything about it though.
Model. But that's again why I'm asking you if you seem to know a lot about flat Earth because you're commenting on it, but you seem to know nothing about dark energy, even though that's also a BS explanation for something.
Yeah, I mean, I know a thing. I know the some of the model. That doesn't mean I know everything of it. I mean, that's kind of silly.
Well, again, so how do you know what about the flat Earth model, or what about the entire flat Earth do you know about that you're able to comment on something, or the globe Earth? Apparently, you must know the globe Earth really, really, really well in order to prove this. But you have no globe proofs, right? You just said
no.
You just have arguments against flat Earth.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know all of flat Earth either. But whenever an argument comes up, right, and I think it's wrong, I then get into it.
Right, I know, but what do you get into it with? Because if you have no globe proofs to back up what you're getting into, what are you standing on?
Okay, I think the context is really important. If the flat earther is saying this curvature, like this picture, this bridge is not curving at the proper rate, and me personally, I'm like, no, that is curving at the proper rate, then I attack it. Basically,
what's the proper rate?
The way?
What's the proper rate? Why do we know that that's the exact number? What's the error margin for that?
Maybe
Where
it's
was
not
that measured?
Okay, that's a fair point. Maybe I haven't done the exact numbers to know for sure if that is exactly what we would see.
Where did anybody do that? Where did anybody actually measure the actual curvature rate? Where did they measure curvature ever in life?
Okay, fair point. But once again, there are some people who will say that that's curving too much, and that's where I'm like, I don't think that is the case. That curvature that we see seems to be appropriate. In fact, right? That's all I'm really claiming is that it's likely that it's not curving
Appropriate
too much.
compared to what? If you don't even have an margin of error because you don't know what the actual thing is, how are you
Neither do
standing
they.
on any kind of proof?
Neither do they.
All we're trying to point out is that it's not adding up to what it should be. Even when it should be that, it's not that, and you don't even have a measurement for that in the first place. So you're double fucked, right?
No. Right? So I've heard an argument where they just say that's too much. Like it's dipping too much. They haven't even thrown out any numbers. They're just saying it's dipping too much, and that's it.
Well,
So
you're
a lot of
being
people can
presented
throw
an
out
argument.
sort of- yeah.
You're being presented an argument now, so why don't you look into it like you say you do? You're being presented the argument that dark matter and gravity and what this guy's talking about. You say you look into these arguments once they're presented if you don't know. So let's look into dark matter and gravity.
Well, first off, nothing was really brought up. It's like, okay, like it was just dark, like just look into it. No, that's not really an argument. An argument would be like, okay, dark matter doesn't
Do you know
work.
why it was brought up? It was brought up
He stated dark matter doesn't work.
Yeah, but he never really said why it doesn't work.
Yeah, no.
It's getting a little sideways.
I used it as an example of what. Do you consider that to be a BS explanation for something?
I don't know. I haven't looked into dark matter, and nor do I really care.
It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter if it was dark matter or unicorn theory. If that was the explanation presented, we don't have. We can't test it. We can't see it. Right. That's what. Would you consider that explanation to be a BS explanation? I think I would.
Maybe I haven't looked into it though, so maybe I don't. If I looked into it all the way and then I feel like it's BS, then I'd say it's BS. But I don't know enough of it. You could be misrepresenting it. For all I know. So from how you're explaining it, it does seem like BS. But it could.
Granted, I am paraphrasing it. But if those are the bullet points that you can't actually test something, and it's invisible, well, okay.
He just gave his answer. He said that he's not going to look into it and he doesn't really care. So the reason why he doesn't really care is because of his cognitive dissonance.
No, it's not cognitive dissonance.
No, it doesn't matter.
You guys,
it doesn't matter to the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, that, but also it's not even a cognitive dissonance thing. I only argue, like in the present moment, if there's like an argument that I already have knowledge on, feel that I can I could tackle whatever. So if someone says something that I personally feel like I have enough knowledge on, I'll be like, okay, that's wrong, whatever, right?
Okay,
if it's something like dark matter or dark energy, I don't know enough about that to even touch that. So I don't care about that.
I asked you, which is why I specifically asked you, do you have any globe proofs to back up all your claims about it not being flat?
I never made any claims that it's not flat. What are you fucking? This is such a non-argument. I've never made any claims that it wasn't. Well, okay, I never made any I guess. Look, all I know is that I never said it isn't flat per se. All I'm saying is that what I strictly do is I attack arguments. That's it. I'm not really making any claims. I'm not saying it is not flat. I don't believe it's flat, but I'm not really claiming that it is not flat.
Okay, so
why don't we address?
Real quick because I have to go soon. But the point is that if you don't have that, right? If you're only tackling things that people bring up,
yeah,
right. So if you're only bringing up what people bring up, right, and you don't have anything to stand on, right? If somebody tells you that, hey, that curvature rate is too far, and someone else is saying it's not even far enough, so obviously, optically, we can't tell what the curvature does. Obviously, the horizon is not necessarily the leading edge of a curve on a sphere Earth, per se. So if that's actually true, what proof do you have? Because what they're telling you is that there's a misunderstanding about what the horizon actually is. Because apparently, according to multiple different conversations and observations, it's either too far to be the actual curve or it's too short to be the actual curve. Yet you have no actual pictures of the curve where it actually is, if it's ever been measured or anything. So that's why I'm wondering how you're standing so strong against a flat Earth argument without anything to stand on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The context is important because there was recently a debate, a little argument where, SC was saying, okay, take the curve of that bridge, right? Because in that one picture of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, whatever, right? If you look at that bridge, it goes down kind of steep, right? He said, why don't you complete that curve and make a circle and see how big that circle is? I did that. And I was humoring it, right? And I was saying that if I was to complete that circle, we would get like approximately a circumference of 50 miles. So then he made the joke saying, "Oh, look at that, an Earth with a circumference of 50 miles," right? I was showing him that that's not an accurate way to, try to estimate the circumference of the Earth. You can't just base it off of that like visual or whatever. And I showed
Well,
why
but
that isn't the case because I
if
actually
that's the curving, if that's what's curved, if someone's citing that as curving Earth, then why can't you use that as what you're seeing as curving?
because that's why, all right, I brought up an example where I took not only a 3D model, right, because sometimes 3D models aren't enough for you guys. I took my fan casing, right, like a fan has like the blades on the inside, but there's also like a circular casing on the outside. I took the fan casing, whatever. I brought my fan up to it, not my fan. I brought up my camera up to it, and you see the same like crazy dip. And when you try to complete that circle, you don't get the circle of the fan. You get a smaller circle.
Okay.
So the point, so it's a what's the word? It's an inaccurate way to try to measure the curvature, the circumference of the Earth. That was my argument.
I got you. So anyone who actually points at that picture and says this is a actual curvature of the Earth is also wrong too, right?
No, it's the curvature of the Earth, but you got to understand though, the reason why it's steep, it's as steep as it looks, is because of perspective. All right, it's the same thing for my fan.
Is your fan an entire? Is that a globe or is that like a dome?
No, the fan. I'm looking at it from the side. I'm treating it as if it's a circle. So you look at the fan from the side,
So
whatever.
So if you looked at the ocean, if you looked at the Lake Pontchartrain and treated it as a circle, you could be wrong if it was a fan. If it looks the same, it could be something different than what your observation is, right? That's the point. That it could be something different. If your observation could be a fan, a dough, it doesn't. Why does that have to be an actual circle? And actually, still, if you don't know what the actual curvature rate is, where is your margin of error when you do look at a picture like this to determine whether or not it is in the first place?
Well, that's the thing.
The argument have that you're just guessing at what your observation is, and we know that observations can't necessarily be trusted because we can see where the curvature is not correct in multiple pictures all day, all the time.
Yeah, that's a fair argument up to a point though, because the thing is, if their argument was they have the numbers, all right, and this is how much it should be dropping, then I would have to give my strict numbers. But their argument was vague. All they were saying is that this is way too small of a circumference of the Earth for this to work, right? So I said, no, you're doing it wrong, right? You can't get the circumference of the Earth doing this method because I did it with my fan and I didn't get the fan circumference.
Okay.
That was the whole argument.
How did you get the circumference of Earth?
Not with that picture. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. How did you then? How was the circumference actually determined?
I didn't, because that wasn't relevant to the argument.
Oh, so who did? Oh, it's not relevant. It's relevant to the argument if you're going to use the number.
No. The whole argument was whether or not you could get the circumference of the Earth from that picture. That was the whole argument, and the answer was no, you can't. So you don't need to get the circumference.
Where did we get the circumference? The actual circumference? Where does
that's irrelevant to the argument.
Okay, that's fine. Where do we actually get it?
I don't know.
From not from this picture.
I'm sure there's techniques to do it, but I don't know them. I know there's like the sticks in the ground, and I know there's
Oh, sticks in the ground show.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm not touching that though. I don't know enough of it though. That's why I'm not.
So someone, all you want to talk about is a vague argument by someone who was placating somebody else who's been in this argument for over 5 years.
I'm playing on easy mode. I'm just tackling stuff I know how I can tackle. That's it.
Okay. So where did you get so new argument. How did you get the circumference?
I don't know enough about that to really touch that.
You don't see that as like a problem? That should just be an easy answer after this much time? That the person who was really, you don't see that that's an issue, really?
I mean, I know there's the whole sticks in the ground thing, but I don't know enough about that to really like argue that. So I'm not touching that. I only touch arguments I'm really confident on. I'm not about to make myself look a fool. I did that once and it ended up badly. Right? It was about centrifugal forces, whatever. I did a very bad job on that. At the ending, I actually admitted I was wrong. I was like, yeah, I am not touching that. So I don't do that. Yeah.
I totally hear you and I understand, but it's sort of weird. I guess that's just weird that if someone who's been in this argument for years and years and years,
Because I'm not trying to prove
I'm not
anything.
you.
I'm just trying to
No, but that's what
tackle
we're
arguments.
asking. That's what so many people are asking for. Why aren't you asking? After having this conversation for this long, you're not asking where is the actual proof or evidence or actual measurements of the circumference?
Because that's not where
Why
the
have you
fun is
not?
for me. That the
Why
fun for
have you
me.
not? Oh, so this isn't about it like knowledge. This is about chastising other people.
No, not chastising. Let's not do
Well,
that now. Right?
what's fun about making taking someone else's argument that was vague in the first place? What is fun about that for you? I'm curious.
It's like the teaching part because I get to teach. I like the same thing for
So you're
Bacon. He likes teaching too.
Placating. I mean, both of my parents are teachers. I was a substitute teacher. I understand. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to teach you.
It's pretty fun.
Right, but I'm not doing it because this is fun.
I mean,
you think it's fun when the government lies to you? That's fun.
I don't know about that. I don't look, man. Like I said, I'm just here to
All right, to make fun of people who
no,
don't
not to
know
make
as
fun.
much as you.
No, when someone teaches someone, you don't make fun of anyone. They're just teaching.
Armor doesn't make fun of people. Armor's not one to make fun of people.
But I mean, but if you're calling it, but you came to for fun. I guess that's okay. Then I'm sorry. I assumed your definition of fun in this instance. I apologize. But that's my point.
If you don't know,
so why is it you don't look into? Why can't you look into that to even go make more? If a teacher said, "Here's another book where this book was even written from," you're not curious about the new book?
Sometimes I have. There were times I have looked into it a little bit because the argument that came up was like, okay, that's actually a really good point. Why isn't this whatever? And I'll actually look into it. But it's always situational. Where if the argument really calls for it, then I'll look into it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna.
So I'm actually I'm a student. Hello, Mr. Teacher. Could you please tell me where? How did they actually measure the circumference of Earth back in the day? Like, how did they do?
I don't have a degree in that. I haven't learned that.
I understand. So, but you said that's a good question. I'm going to look into that. You haven't ever thought that that's a good question and you should look into that?
No, it's not. It doesn't interest me.
You still, at this point, right as of right now, you don't think
this isn't an argument, man. It doesn't interest me. It's that simple. Why is it so focused on me for?
I'm just. Because you were talking and I was walking the dog and I'm almost done. So I don't know.
Yeah, just walking the dog, huh?
I am.
He wasn't the only one talking.
No, I know, but he happened to. I asked him about the file folder, any globe proofs.
No,
because you're only arguing against a flat Earth. You're not arguing for a globe Earth. And I'm just asking if you had that. As a student, I'd love that. I mean, I'm a student and a teacher, and I ask questions. And I asked, where did we actually come up with that actual measurement of Earth curvature?
Yeah, but a teacher would already kind of know that, unless they're going to do research.
I thought I did too. I thought I did for my whole life. I thought I knew those answers. And then when I went to go actually prove those answers and find out and dig into where those answers came from, it gets muddy real quick. And that's a problem for me.
Okay, well, I don't know. I'm not gonna argue.
I guess it's not as big a problem for you. And I guess that's it. That's fine. I just, you know, it's all good. I'm done walking the dog. This is perfect timing. So have a good one.
Yeah. You too, man.
He wasn't badgering you too much, was he, Armin?
It was good. It was fine, you know. That's fine.
Hey, Armin.
Let me change. Hold on. I'm changing my name back to Arma. All right? I only did that because it was like a joke. Because everyone was calling me like, I don't know. It was some stupid joke, but I'm changing it back to Arma.
Yeah. Stick to one name because it confuses people like me.
Let me see. I'll change it to Matter, my original name. But then people can just shorten it themselves because that naturally happens. So let me just go to where is it? That way it sounds cool. You know, but also, you know, it's not something silly like Armin. There we go.
Armada, okay.
Yeah.
Like the Spanish Armada?
No, I like fuse the word Armada and matter, and I got Armatter.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a stupid word, but it sounds cool though. I mean, you know, so whatever.
Well, that's subjective, isn't it? The word, the right one?
Guys, don't pick on Armanda, okay?
Amanda.
This is why I went with Armin. For fuck's sake. Armanda. Jeez Louise. Anyway, yeah.
Was that Jeremy?
Yeah, that was Jeremy.
And quit talking about Amanda's mom all the time too.
Yeah, that's.
I didn't say Jeremy. I said Jeremy.
Jimmy.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Kermy. Jeremy. Kermy. Anyway. Get back to drawing. I was doing that before this. Fortunately, I couldn't find that video, but there was a video that I saw though. It was really, really cool, and I can't find it.
I've just been watching the live ISS going around the world.
Yeah, that was. But I swear there was another one though. There was another one that was like 4K, whatever. And I can't find it, unfortunately. I should have saved it, but it is what it is.
If it was going to pass over us today, I couldn't see a thing because it's overcast.
Let me see.
Now, how much of the Earth is the ISS seeing at any one given moment?
It is seeing. Well, I mean, I can give you.
Depends which camera they use.
On the feed, whatever feed you're watching.
I don't know, but
I don't know. I'd have to work out the field of view or the.
We got a ton of math nerds in here. I'm sure Armanda's about to get cracking on that right now.
Well, I could do the 2D. I could do the 2D bit, but I don't know about the 3D bit. You know, like I know
what 2D, bro. We're talking about reality. There's no 2D going on here.
Like, okay, it could see roughly 19.85 degrees from below itself to the horizon. So that's like, I guess it would see roughly like around 40 degrees of, yeah, like around like 40 degrees of, yeah, that didn't make any sense though in 3D though. So fuck it. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You're telling me in reality, 3D reality, your bullshit doesn't make sense?
No, I just don't know the math for the 3D. I know the math for the 2D because I have it on screen right now. But the 3D, I just don't know the math for that.
Hey, when you guys figure out how much percentage of the Earth or the ISS is seeing, let me know.
I'll take a screenshot of the one I'm watching now, and then somebody can figure it out.
Wait, actually, the math should be.
The number's 3% is what the number is.
3%. All right.
This is one shot. I'll just take a screenshot.
Right, so how many lightning strikes hit Earth at any one given moment?
Why did they see so much more? Why did they see so much more of the Earth when they did that Star Trail video?
Oh, divided by 40.
Different camera, maybe. How many lightning strikes hit the Earth at any given period?
It's time lapse.
Yeah, big difference. Can we get a Google number on that of lightning strikes on it? I'll just Google it. Never mind.
Yeah, you might have to Google that.
Time lapse allow you to see more.
Wait, what's the point of this? What's the point of the lightning strikes?
Well, I had a point. I don't know what this other guy's point was.
So who's the math guy that knows how to work out the field of view of that?
Oh, nice.
That's live feed.
3%. Interesting. It says 50. What is that?
Okay, so every second, check this out. Every second, there's 100 lightning strikes worldwide. A second.
Wow.
Yeah. So how many lightning strikes did you just see on that ISS feed?
Hold on. I could do the math for that. You said 100.
No, we don't need no math for that. How many lightning strikes did you just see on your ISS feed in the past? I don't know, minute.
I don't know.
Depends on where they're at.
Yeah, it also depends.
Well, I'm asking the guy who's watching it. There's a guy watching it, right? You've been watching it, you said? How many lightning strikes have you seen so far?
I haven't watched the whole feed. I've only just been back and forward on it.
Watch it for a minute. A couple minutes. Let us know how many lightning strikes you see.
That should be like.
Well, I'd like to know where the lightning strikes are, so I can see if the path of the ISS is actually going through where the actual lightning strikes are.
Yeah,
you know, the lightning strikes that you're going to need to look. They happen on Earth, so you're going to be looking at Earth to see the lightning strike.
If
I don't know where you think.
Hold on. If the lightning strikes were happening, if they were happening pretty much everywhere on the Earth, then I think the math would be like 3 lightning strikes per second in the view of the ISS. But that assumes the lightning is like, you know,
evenly distributed. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
But since we are doing a circle, they're doing a circle around the whole Earth every 90 minutes. They're getting a nice little thing. So I mean, you should see some lightning strikes eventually, right?
Perhaps.
So when it's 3%, is that 3% of the circumference, like that we would see in the field of view of the camera?
No, that's 2%. I'm pretty sure of the surface.
Surface area. Yep.
Yeah, surface area.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting 8.6 million fucking lightning strikes a day. You should probably be seeing a bunch of ISS feed at over a couple minutes. I'd have to assume, no?
Well, that's the current path of the ISS at the moment. That's the field of view that's what it's showing.
Let me see.
Like statistically, you'd end up seeing some lightning strikes somewhere, right? Let me know. Have you seen any yet?
I'll have to have a look.
Oh, I'm asking you. You asked which way we'd have to look to see them. Never mind.
Yeah.
Armbar, are you watching it?
Not really.
Someone throw the ISS feed on. Let's see how many lightning strikes we see in the next 5-10 minutes.
Lightning. That's what I'm saying though, because I feel like it'd be even better though if it's a live. You got the live thing, whatever, and then someone who is seeing lightning or whatever, in their area, they look at the fucking live feed or whatever, and they're like, oh shit, it's live, like it's actually live.
Bro, forget all that. Have you seen the lightning strike yet?
Hold on.
Not yet. I just keep watching. It's gonna happen eventually. I mean,
yeah, but someone should do that though, right? Am I right or what? Like,
yes, we should watch the
ISS.
ISS.
Lightning strikes are more around near the equator. The ISS only just goes across the equator. It doesn't follow the equator.
Okay, so there would eventually be some moments where we see lightning. At some point, there's got to be some lightning strikes. Just keep watching, man. You'll see it. It does a full rotation a full thing every 90 minutes. So we should we'll see one any second here, I'm sure.
Hold on, that's an average though. Okay, don't get that wrong, right? Because if it's an average, that means it could be 0 lightning strikes for a whole, like let's say day or two, right? But then like the next day, you can get like a bajillion of them, in that one day, and then that makes the average,
You think that's how it works?
No, yeah, that's not how it works. You're just always making excuses for when their claim or their average doesn't fucking work.
But that's how an average works.
Isn't that an average? A bazillion lightning strikes. That's a lot of lightning strikes.
I'm just saying, like that's how that could be how the average. Like, how are they getting this average exactly?
Yeah, we know how an average works.
Yeah, so then why the fuck is the other guy getting on my ass for? That's how the average could be like that.
Check it out. So like, if there's normally 100 per second, then a realistic average would be like there might be a time where you only see 75, or you might only see 50.
Yeah, but we don't really know how they're getting their average though, so you can't exactly say that. Do you know how they're getting their average?
This is from the National Weather Service.gov. This is from the National Weather Service.gov. So I mean, if you don't trust the government, I don't know.
I'm not saying that I don't trust it. I want to know how they're getting their average exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at.
It's an average, bro. It's more accurate. These are the measurements.
Yeah, but
average is the measurement. I'm about to fucking use your own shit on you right now.
But what's the time frame?
Do you think there's days where where the Earth doesn't have any lightning strikes?
I was giving you a crazy hypothetical. Not hypothetical. Crazy. Well, I guess it is hypothetical, but
it was crazy.
But that's the point. I'm just saying, like, that you could have an example. You could have it like that, and that would still be the average. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out, like, how are they getting their average? Like, based off of what? Based off of like the minute, the day. Like, what are we talking about here? The year? Is it based off of the year?
Bro, it's a more accurate measurement. Okay, it's super accurate. This is a measurement. The data's all there. It's the raw data. I don't know what to tell you. This is the same thing.
See, I think it's based off of let me see. Average number of lightning strikes worldwide every second is 100, but the average number of lightning strikes worldwide per day is 8.6 million. So let's start doing the math right now. So I don't even know if that even adds up. So we have
I guarantee you, it's all just calculated. Like, it's gonna break down to almost exactly the same. Like, first they figured out how many, whatever, like how many per day, and then they tell you how many per second. One is based off of the other.
Hold on, that's per hour, per minute. Yeah, no,
Well,
okay, so
they say there's
hold on.
100 a second happening.
So real fast, when they do averages like that, they never do the lowest then get the highest. I don't think they would do it like that. Like let's say if the average was like 100 per second, whatever, like that was really really precise, right? They wouldn't like scale it up. I don't think. I'm pretty sure they would do the reverse, because then you could actually there might be some weird shit. But the point is though, it says the average number of lightning strikes worldwide per day is 8.6 million. Which does, end up being 100 per second. But then it's saying the average number of lightning strikes per year is 20 million. So I'm trying to see how that adds up. Hold on.
That doesn't add up.
That's what I'm saying. So we need to figure out where they're getting this average.
Lightning strike a day. They said the average lightning strike a day is 8 million, and then they're saying the average lightning strike per year is 20 million.
That's why I'm trying to figure this out, like where they're getting these numbers, like for the 8.6.
That's how you know that the statistics, as usual, are just made up and pulled straight out of their fucking ass.
Well, no, because it could be that they base it off of like one day or whatever. Or so I don't know how they do it exactly, but that's why I'm trying to figure out the method, though. I'm trying to figure out like what they're doing here, unless it's a typo. Let me see. Let me just double check. Average number of lightning strikes in the USA. That's why it's the USA. My bad. My bad. Yeah, that's
wow.
Average.
You got to actually read the thing you're reading.
My
bro.
bad.
Come on,
No,
Arma.
No, but once again,
literally says that right after it.
Okay, it says so it vaults in the lightning flash. Okay, well, da.
Says it before it even gives you the 20 million number. It actually said it before that. My bad.
Because I just read the number. Okay, my bad. Okay, but yes, per day though it says 8.6 million though. So they could be getting that 100 thing, that 100 like second thing, whatever, based off of that day number, which means you could have most of the day where there's no lightning strikes, and then bam, the other half is like going crazy.
So I mean, is these just excuses for like we could just watch for days and find no lightning strikes and be like, well, yeah, because it's just an average? And
well, from the looks of it, maybe not days, maybe just the one day, because they are giving the day, and they're not really giving us anything else. So it might be based off of the day. If it's based off the day, then it probably has to be maybe not like days, but maybe within the day it might just like the other
there's
half.
8 million per or wait, that was how many per second? 100 per second.
Yeah, and then 8 million, 8.6 a day.
If you could go for a whole minute without seeing any, that would be a miracle.
Well, hold on, not in the ISS feed, whatever though. I mean, because you said without a minute. I guess when you're passing over a place that does have lightning, maybe. But once again, though, this is worldwide, though, so you may not have like that kind of weather over. Let's say, for example, the ISS is going over like I don't know the U.S. and then I don't know the North Pole and the South Pole.
Right, let's say we watch for 90 minutes, which is a full orbit of the ISS, and we saw none.
Yeah.
Now what?
I think that might be still possible because you still have more. A lot of the Earth that you aren't seeing. Remember, it's like a band of like 3%.
So the ISS just happens to be following through all the places with no storms.
That's possible. That's possible. I mean, because I'm trying to think about
it. How long would we have to watch the ISS before you became suspicious if we didn't see a lightning strike?
Maybe like a week, maybe, or maybe a day. I don't know.
A week. Watch how many orbits is that?
Like a day. Let's go with a day at least. Maybe like a day. If there was not like one lightning strike, then I'd be like, okay, that's a little sus.
What if we all just started right now? And we watch for an hour and a half. That's 2 orbits. Or
yeah, wait, 90, yeah, 180. No, that's hold on. That's 3 hours. That's 3 hours. You need 3 hours for 2 orbits.
Fine, we'll do 3 hours. We'll start now. We'll watch for 3 hours. We see nothing. Will you be suspicious?
I'll probably be a little bit suspicious, but I wouldn't just be like, oh, it's totally fake. I would have to look into it more to know for sure.
Will you come up with another excuse for why the ISS cameras can't pick up lightning strikes or something like that?
I wouldn't come up with an excuse. I would come up with a potential explanation. All right.
An excuse?
Because if you just jump to conclusion that it's fake, right, then you're not doing yourself any favors. You're literally just becoming paranoid for no reason. You need to actually like look into these things and give things a chance. If you don't give it a chance, then you're gonna be like, that's fake, So you have to be at least, properly skeptical. Is what I'm getting at. And don't say I'm wrong for being properly skeptical.
I say we watch an orbit. Let's do an hour and a half, watch an orbit, and see what happens.
Average number of lightning strikes. I would also maybe try to look up some numbers like where are the most strikes, whatever. Because if the most strikes are, let's say for example, and I don't know, Australia. Let's just go with Australia. I don't know. Just give me just give me this. Okay?
I've watched for an hour and a half or 90 minutes for an orbit and never seen land. Like pretty much every time I've turned that shit on.
Yeah, that's potentially possible. I mean, depending on
No, it's not.
Well, remember it's 3%, and also it depends on where you're going over too. It really depends on like what like. Let me look at the Earth real fast. Let me pull up like Google Earth or something. Google Earth. Let me see. Because there are like there's one like, what is it, Pacific Ocean, I think, which is like, let me see, you got that. Yeah, you got a whole chunk of that, and then let me see, you got trying to see if there's a decent spot. Yeah, there's a few parts where you can kind of go over, and there's not a whole lot of land. If you're mainly if you're going over the
Not over an entire orbit.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure there was I'm sure there's some land though that you came across. Though obviously there's just clouds covering most of it though, but I'm sure there was some land.
You get gray clouds and you get gray water, and that's what you get when you're watching the ISS live stream.
Yeah, there's a place in South America, I believe. I gotta look it up, but apparently for years, every single night after like 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. till morning, lightning strikes this area.
Ooh.
It's every single night for years.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find that place, and we should see if we can look back at streams of the ISS and see if it shows it. I'm gonna try to look it up, see if I can figure out the place. I'll be right back.
All right, hopefully it's not just BS. Anyway, yeah. Like I said, though, me personally, though, I would definitely try to look into it, though. Be like, okay, where's the most lightning strikes, whatever, because that could also, once again, be the reason why the average is so high. Like, let's say, for example, it's over like I don't know, like somewhere. I guess you said the equator is usually where the most of that shit happens. So I don't know, maybe somewhere like, yeah, and like I don't know, like what, like Egypt.
Well, I'm looking
or,
at the live. I'm
not
looking at a
Egypt.
live tracker of actually lightning strikes on Earth right at the moment.
All right, I got it. Almost 300 nights a year, a lightning storm rages in a small part of Venezuela, known as Relampago del Catatumbo.
Oh, almost. You said 300 nights.
The storm is located where the Catumbo River flows into Lake Maracaibo.
Mm. But real fast, just to double check with you, you did say almost though, so there are nights where it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Well, there's a heap of lightning between Florida and I don't know what latitude that is. Tallahassee. Where's that town? I'll take a screenshot.
Okay.
Now I've got to see if the ISS passes over.
Apparently, it happens 9 hours a day with lightning flashes from 16 to 40 times per minute.
16. Wow.
I would also think that for the ISS to see it, it would have to be night.
Yeah, more nighttime. Yeah. And I posted the image a bit earlier, Howie, of where the ISS was.
We're getting a 24-hour live stream of the ISS, right? Which should be picking up nighttime every 45 minutes. Should be nighttime now or something.
Something like that, yep.
Yeah, so easy peasy. Let's go.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Lemon squeezy.
Your mom's the breezy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's just put the stream on the stream. I don't know. Can we do that in here?
Yeah, let's
put it on a big screen. Shout out to Chemo.
We can just continue with conversation while we watch it. We'll just stop. Everybody will go like when it actually happens.
Yeah. Should do that. But like I said though, yeah.
Do it.
Like,
Somebody stream it. Somebody start streaming it. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Who's got it? Who's gonna do it?
Not
I'm on a cell phone. I can't do it. Come on, guys. Somebody do it. We gotta get to the bottom of this. I don't care if Farm Bar is at the top.
Everyone's too lazy to do it.
Well, the ISS is over Europe at the moment. That's all I can give you for that point.
Hmm. But am I wrong though? Like if for example, right? Like, you know, the ISS goes over a place, and let's say you have like, you know, there's a bit of a thunderstorm where you're at, whatever, and then bam, you know, the huge flash in your sky. And then on the fucking live stream, you also see it like do like a flash or whatever. That would have to be pretty fucking convincing. Like, oh shit, you know, they got that shit synced
Yeah,
up.
it could be fake.
Well, first of all, I believe NASA took down the live stream feed of the ISS on their site. So and when it comes to YouTube streams, a lot of people, these are all like restreamed and shit like that, and they're not actually live, even though they say they're live. They're live in the sense that they're live on YouTube, like it's a YouTube live stream. It's not live ISS feed.
Jeremy, that would be
Okay,
really
get
hard to
excited.
Well, here's the thing to that. I've seen it numerous times, and I could look at the tracker, you know, at the live feed, and I can see it passing over me, and I can look up in the sky and see it, and there it is. I mean, that's kind of interesting, right?
On the YouTube?
No, on their live feed. Go to
The NASA live feed, because I believe I haven't checked, but I believe they took it down about, I don't know, 6 months, a year ago, something like that.
Oh,
Like
man.
this is just
they
ISS
don't
live.
even have it on their website.
Man,
Yeah, this is just an ISS program.
In the face.
That would be cool though. Like I said, like if that shit happened, if it was live and then bam, you know.
Yeah,
Although
that'd be cool. The thing is
that would
that's
be
not how it
extremely hard to
works.
fake.
That doesn't happen. Otherwise, you guys would have been throwing that in our face years ago.
Well, hold on. This one's live. This one's, well, at least this one claims to be anyway. It says time 13th March 2023, and then it's also given like the time or whatever. Yeah.
I'll give that to you. That would be extremely hard to fake.
Jarenism's actually shown it not showing when they say that, you know, Jaren's went out, not a cloud in the sky, ISS is overhead, all they see is clouds. So there's that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've
I don't
checked
know
for
if
it
I buy
myself.
that.
I've checked for it myself. Yeah, like it doesn't match with the weather data as far as I've been able to see. But and whoever said that it would be so difficult to do that, no, not really, because as far as look at all the weather supposed weather satellite information that the weather channels use or your meteorologist
Yeah, but
uses
that's
on your
not
local
lightning,
news.
bro.
All they'd have to
predict
do
when
is just
lightning's gonna
align
happen?
that.
How? In live time? Lightning isn't predictable, bro. That's why it would be amazing.
You put high altitude balloons
It would
up.
never be actually live. There's always going to be a
Weather
delay.
is predictable, but not
You put high
lightning.
altitude.
There's always going to be a
You put high
delay.
altitude.
Yeah, but how are they?
I guess it would depend on how big the delay is. I'll agree with you there. But I mean, if it's within a second or two, man, that's pretty convincing.
It won't be that close, guaranteed.
If you put high altitude balloons up, you could have the whole country covered in high altitude balloons, and then you just stitch it together in real time. Stitch all the high altitude balloons together, make it look like you're farther away. Do whatever nerd shit they do, and now you have a near real time video feed of.
Yeah, for clouds and stuff, but lightning is not something that's like coming where you can tell. All right, we need it to strike now. You know.
Bro, they're getting live feeds from all these balloons. They stitch it together.
I know, Jeremy, but
so whatever
that
they
would make
see,
sense
even if
for the
it's lightning.
Yeah, look, even still, if you saw flashes on the screen, that doesn't mean anything unless you have somebody that you can talk to who is there underneath the storm who went, okay, boom, in my location, big flash, and then you're also watching, like, yep, there it is.
Wait, real fast.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, real fast. What was that volcano called again? The Hunga Tonga. Like, did the ISS ever catch that? If it like, did it ever go over that? Like, was that
Catatumbo?
No, it was like the Hunga Tonga.
Oh, you're not talking about the lightning thing?
No, I'm talking about the volcano that had like shot up the fucking clouds. Did the ISS ever get that?
I thought the Himawari captured that one.
Yeah, that was Himawari.
But do you think the ISS was ever like within like the vicinity of it, where it might have got like a little like a smidge of it on the horizon? Like you
That'd have been a coincidence if it was right over the top of it.
Yeah, like when it blew, like that would be
Let me see.
Like they can add it in like once it happens pretty easily, but it would have had to be going over that place at that exact time that it blew for it to be proof of anything.
But what was it? It was a Hunga Tonga, right? Hunga Tonga volcano. Let me see.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I swear it was called Hunga Tonga. Let me see. What was it fucking called? Let me see. Tonga eruption. Okay, it's called Tonga eruption. Hunga Tonga. Yeah, it is Hunga Tonga. Hunga Ha'apai volcano. Yeah, that's a pretty cool name, right? Hunga Tonga Ha'apai.
I mean, like a pizza.
Listen, the point is you could have balloons up there, have it stitched together in near real time, maybe a second delay or something, and then posed as one live video feed of Earth. And you would be getting like near real time images. There's probably going to be a delay anyways.
Yeah, well, that's the genius of like the Real Engine, the latest Real Engines and stuff like that. Is they have real time. I don't even call it. I'm not like a geek about this stuff, but like, yeah, they're able to change things in real time. So
Extra Jimmy, they could have like a light sensor up there with the balloons where it like automatically adds the flash into the live feed.
You don't
have
right, yeah, and within an 8-second delay
anything.
or something like that, yeah.
Dude, you don't have to add anything. You're recording what's happening in real time. So if a lightning happens, it happens, but it's all getting stitched together in real time and then posed as a one coherent view.
I don't think it's real footage that they're taking, dude. Like that they're showing.
I don't think it's real footage either. I think it's stitched together footage or it may not be real altogether. But if we did get a lightning strike to match what somebody saw, like that wouldn't be impossible to fake it.
Yeah, I agree.
With the method I said.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me see.
Like, bro, the same year Adobe Photoshop came out was the same year Hubble got. We started getting images from Hubble. So it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not.
It's not as if the pictures that you see from space are all that convincing anyway. I mean, I don't know if you need all that awesome of software to fake something that nobody can validate or verify or compare against for its realism. All you got to do is come up, have an artist draw some shit, and boom, there you go. You're like, hey, this is what space looks like. They're like, no shit.
No shit. Well, I'll be damned. Ugh. But yeah. Anyway, that would have been cool, though. That would have been cool. Like, how would you guys explain the Hunga Tonga thing? If the ISS did pick that up, then how would you explain that? You're saying that weather balloons would just stitch that together and make a fucking 3D model thing on the ISS live stream?
You have it all stitched. You have balloons up there. You have it all stitched together with the footage, and then you're getting it in near real time. Like,
What
it's
if
not hard to fake actual stuff that's happening?
Well, hold on. What if
in this view they're giving?
But hold on. What if the ISS, as it's flying around, though, you see like the Hunga Tonga explosion, like almost like 3-dimensionally, where you start seeing it like tilt a little bit, like it's tilting, and then it like finally like, where you're above it, because if they're stitching it together, there would be no way that you would see that fucking cloud tilt away. You know what I'm saying? That would have
I'm with the other guy. Basically, I don't think it's real at all. I don't think it's actual footage of anything.
But I'm saying if the Hunga Tonga was caught though on the ISS, and if the Hunga Tonga explosion, if that was
can you just call it Tonga?
Okay, the Tonga. If the Tonga explosion, if that shit was tilting right in the ISS footage, right? Like how would you explain that?
I would explain it like they have balloons up there. They're stitching it all together in near real time, and they're posing it as a feed of one coherent image.
But how would they tilt it though? Actually, think about it. Like it's tilting over a curve.
Show me something tilting.
No, I'm just saying if the Tonga explosion.
Show me anything tilting.
I'm just saying if it tilted though, how would you explain that?
I don't know. Can you show me anything tilting?
I swear.
When is the ISS showing you?
Show me something tilting.
I swear there was a video I showed Cleanser or whatever. The clouds were literally going over a fucking curve. And I mean they were literally going over. You could I swear you could just about see the bottom of them.
All right, show that first.
I can't find it though. It was with I can't find it, but I gave it. I remember Sin Cleanser brought it up because he was like, "Oh, look at this! This is bullshit." And I was like, "Wait, hold on, you might want to look at this." And then there was like a fucking clouds like literally doing some crazy shit. But I can't find it right now. If I can find it, I will show you.
Okay.
Shit was fucking
Well,
crazy.
Moving on.
You already know the truth of this. Flat Earthers will not accept video evidence as proof.
Yeah.
It depends. If you have some video evidence of something I can go make video evidence of, then I'll accept it. Like the guy that recorded the Black Swan, like, all right, that's a real place, people can go to and re-record that. And then, I've never seen a 24-hour sun. I'm highly convinced. I'm almost 100% certain there's a 24-hour sun in the north. Because mad people can go
look, you might be able to take it on as evidence, but we're not going to go like, oh shit, we were wrong all along because you have some video. It has to be validated somehow. We need some kind of experiment or some kind of like something testable and repeatable or something physical and tangible that we can play with, like or do ourselves. We're not going to just take some feed from NASA and go like, oh, this is the one.
See, the thing is, all right, the Tonga explosion was so fucking huge, you would see that shit tilt. I think, for the most part, you would see if that shit tilted, you guys would be like, "Oh shit, how did they do that?" Like how did they do that like live? If that was true. Obviously, this is a hypothetical, though. Obviously, not hypothetical. This is I guess it's a hypothetical universe. No, is it hypothetical? I feel like there's another word for this.
Yeah, it's hypothetical because you use the word if. If you saw this.
Yeah, but I feel like there's another word for that I'm looking for. But yeah, sure, let's go hypothetical. In this hypothetical world, right, where this happened, right? Like you guys would have to shit your fucking pants because there's no fucking way that would happen. Like, how are you gonna fucking have a tilting ass fucking hunga tonga cloud?
Well, Left Lane can't even take it. It's like watching somebody play video games and suck at the video game.
What? We talking
about? Armbar is making a mockery of this. Go ahead, Armbar.
No, I'm being serious though. If that shit was legit, like you guys could not like say anything. You have to actually shit your fucking pantses.
You're underestimating the capabilities of flat earthers to deny everything that you present. We will come up with something.
Smeagol?
Wow.
Our pants is Smeagol?
Smeagol.
Yeah, he said we'd be shitting our pantses.
Yeah, look, you can't.
What's taters?
Smeagol, Gimli, friggin' the little troll.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Gollum, Smeagol.
Gollum. No, but look, as far as like manipulating video in any way, like you don't have to. Just because you see a video and you go, "Oh, dang, how did they do that?" doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah,
it just means that you don't know how they manipulated it.
That's a fair point, but you're gonna have to give me at least something to at least, for you to at least hold the position that it's faked. I would hope that you have at least some sort of potential idea that.
Yeah, but we can't. Look, it'd be one thing if you presented something. You're just giving the hypothetical. If this happened.
Yeah. If hypothetically, right? If live,
and then hypothetically, if you presented something, we would have to review it. We would have to examine it.
Yeah,
we would have to.
Let's hypothetically do this then, all right? So hypothetically, right? Live as soon as this thing exploded. Unless you're gonna say they fucking planned the fucking explosion of that volcano, right? I want you to explain to me how, in this hypothetical, how would they have done that where the live stream shows the Hunga Tunga explosion 3-dimensionally tilting away, all right, on the globe and the ISS, on the ISS footage, whatever. How would you explain that shit?
Bro, you're making a mockery of this. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or this is just...
No, this is a fun hypothetical. This is fun. I want to see like what you guys would say. What would you guys do? I mean, that's a tough one.
What would we do if what? If you actually had some evidence for your claims?
Yeah, if it was the 3-dimensional Hunga Tunga explosion tilting away on the fucking ball Earth on the ISS footage, how would you guys react? Like, oh shit.
So now you can show tilting away from the ISS.
It depends on how large the thing. It depends on how large. Like it'd be harder if it's a smaller thing because then you have to really zoom in. But if it's like a huge ass explosion.
So a hurricane, you could show the tilt up. How about a huge mountain? Could you show the side view of that from the ISS? Because earlier you couldn't.
Not the side view, no.
Why not?
Because the left to right, you can't really. You're not going to get that left to right on vision. Just because that's
if it's tilting, that's what tilting means. You're getting the left to right. view of it.
You're orbiting.
but
You're
I don't think
orbiting
left to
around
right.
it.
Yeah, but I don't think left to right you see enough of that. Or even then, it'd be like
I
it
don't
would
think
be
you
on the
realize what
horizon.
you're saying.
No, because it would be on the horizon itself. So you couldn't. How would that work? You're not even like thinking about that.
You should be able to
yes,
get the
I
side
am
view of a
thinking about
mountain, bro.
Yeah,
You should be
I'm
able.
asking
Can
you
you draw it
because
out for me? Can someone draw it out,
no,
please?
you can just kind of calm down. Maybe go on mute and listen to what we're saying. If you're telling us that light shines underneath clouds,
Mm-hmm.
then you should be able to get a side view from the ISS that's 250 miles away.
Side view. You're gonna have to draw that out because that doesn't make any sense. I
You
want to
don't know
really.
what a side view is?
I
When
know
you're
what
on
it
top
means,
of
but I don't
something?
know. I don't know what the
Yeah,
hell you're expecting to see though.
yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
When you're on top of something, you're seeing the top down view, and when you
Done.
go further away from it and you shoot back at the, and you go over a ball, you're orbiting, you get to the side of something. And you
Okay.
shoot the side of that. That would be the side view of the mountain.
Okay. So someone
Side
show me.
view.
This, so someone show me the side view of the mountain tilting, whatever. I want to see how you guys would draw this out because I'm
Can't show it. That's the
no.
whole point.
Well, someone draw it out because this doesn't make any sense. This sounds like you guys aren't really picturing this in your head
Bro,
right now.
pretend you're on Earth looking at a mountain and you see the side of the mountain.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
And you expect it to tilt or something or what? I'm confused.
Oh my God.
That is the tilt.
This is who we deal with, Jeremy. I mean, this
No.
guy thinks he has an ISS, a spaceship with people in it with cameras, orbiting around a mountain that's staying, that they're going away from, but they're not going to get different views of that mountain or hurricane or explosion or whatever, volcano.
Are you just saying you get like a different like angle of the mountain? Is that all you're really saying? You're not saying it's gonna be tilting or anything, right? Like it's. I feel like I'm maybe missing the point.
Bro,
you're trying
the
to
funny thing is, the spherical excess thing that you guys claim to be measuring, that we have no measurements of, that's the tilt right there. That is the tilt.
Spherical X. Okay.
You can do
not
it from
really,
mountaintop to mountaintop, but you can't do it from
Yeah.
250 feet up with a orbiting spaceship.
Why do you think they get spherical excess measurements? It's because of the tilt. Those two mountains, they're tilting away from each other.
Yeah, but like a small amount though. It's not like it's a crazy.
Yeah.
Amount. It's probably gonna be like tilting away, like like a few degrees, like 1, 2, or 3.
The further you get away from that particular mountain, like Mountain A, it would be tilting more away from you.
Yeah,
Wow.
but what?
Further you get away.
Well,
Yeah,
how far?
see,
How far are these mountains? How far?
Tilt.
Well, how far are these mountains, real fast? Do you guys know the distance?
Pinball with your mom's buoys. My bad.
No, but how far?
Well,
are these mountains?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. The ISS horizon is like 1,000 miles. It can see, if it's looking backward and then looks forward, it can see like 2,000 miles of Earth's surface.
What?
So I don't know, man. You like if the mountain was like at a 45-degree angle from your, a line straight down from it, that mountain's going to be 500 miles away.
You can only see 1,000 miles from 250 miles up. You better recalculate, sir.
No, your horizon at 250 miles is like 1,000 miles.
Hold on, I'll check the map right now.
No,
I'll double check
no
it.
way. I'll take that bet.
Hold on, I'll
Well,
double check it. I'll
take
double
the
check
bet
it.
and you'll lose it. Yeah.
I'm gonna double check it.
From an airplane, I can see 250 miles.
Yeah, 35,000 feet. I think that's correct at 35,000 feet.
Let's see, 1, 3, 2, 0.
And I think it's at 120,000 feet. I think it's 400 miles.
You can, according to my math, you can see what is it? Around, I think it's. Hold on, my bad. Give me a second. Something like a 1,000 and a half, like like 1,500. Let me see. Let me just double check though. 19.85 times by 69. Okay, so like around 1,369 miles from your feet to the horizon from
1,300 miles.
Yeah,
1,300. You're about 30% off.
Well, that's close.
Close enough, I think.
I mean, you can see a mountain. You can't detect the side of a mountain from that distance.
What are you talking about? You're going to the side of the mountain. If you're on a ball and you're orbiting around that ball, you're getting different views of an object on the ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably make
Yeah.
out
Okay.
some
Yes.
topography, but you wouldn't be able to distinguish,
You,
the
you
slope
mean
of the
like a
mountain or
mountain?
anything from that distance.
So when you fly over the top of the mountain, you can't tell it's the top of the mountain. Like when you flew over the top of the volcano explosion, you could tell you were on top of it, but couldn't tell if you were on the side of the explosion.
I bet you couldn't tell the altitude of the plume coming out of it. I bet that would be hard to distinguish.
It's not what I asked. Could you tell if you were on the side of it as you orbited it?
I don't know how definitive that would be. I don't know.
Damn, man. So the top view and 1,000 miles away view would look the same in your eyes on a sphere.
No, that ain't what I said at all.
Okay, so you could detail if you were seeing the top of the side then, because you can't have it both ways there.
I don't think you could distinguish the slope of a mountain necessarily from any position on the ISS.
But you can see the plume of an explosion. That's bigger than a mountain or a hurricane, right? Because it's bigger than a mountain.
Like I said, you could distinguish topography. That's a mountain range.
Jesus.
How tall is that mountain range? Have no idea.
Didn't say you could tell how tall it was. Never said it.
Anyway, so what are we talking
You can
about?
tell it's a mountain. You can definitely see the top and the sides of it. Or you can't tell it's a mountain. But you're saying you can see topography.
But Ricky,
so you would
you're wanting to.
Oh, you cut me off. I mean, really, right in the middle.
No,
I'm
I
just
thought you were
wanting to-
done. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't tend to talk over people intentionally. I promise.
So let's try it again. You're saying you can see topography, and that's what I'm asking. If you can see the top of a mountain, you could damn sure tell from the side that you're looking from a side or a different angle. And you're disagreeing with that now.
I just don't think you could distinguish the detail in determining the slope of that mountain. How steep is it? How tall is it?
Who said anything about that?
I thought that you were saying you should be able to see a mountain tilting.
I said nothing about tilting. You and your guru Arma said tilting, sloping, height, and all that.
I misunderstood. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I think you did hear it wrong. Let me repeat what I said. Maybe you can understand it now. If you can see the top of a mountain when you orbit over it, as you orbit over it, then you should be able to see the side of the mountain, especially if you're saying you get underneath clouds as you orbit down. You would be underneath the mountaintop, looking back towards it.
Underneath the mountaintop, looking back towards it.
Underneath the mountaintop, looking back towards it.
That
would have to be on the horizon. That would be on the horizon that I said is 1,000 miles away.
What's wrong with that?
Well, what is the angular size of, say, 10,000 feet at 1,000 miles? I think it would be too small to distinguish any detail about it.
So you can't see topography from 1,000 miles away.
I'm talking about the topography from being underneath you, not on the horizon.
You're flying over it at 250 miles away, correct? If you're in ISS?
Yeah.
And as you go away from something, you couldn't tell that you're going away from it? It would just all look the same to you?
Well, you can tell you're going away from it, but as far as I don't think you'd be able to determine any details about it other than it's a mountain.
Then how do you know if you're going away from it or not?
Because it's going away from you.
They show, yeah. You see the mountain going away from you. You can see the different angles. They show it on their feed.
Yes, there is different angles. Yes, obviously, if it's below you, and then you're looking at the top of the mountain, and then obviously as it goes away from you, you're no longer seeing the top. I do get that part. Yes.
Thank you, man. That only took what, 10 minutes?
Okay. Anyway, but what was the end goal for that though? Like, what was your argument that you were trying to make with that? Like, so what?
What do you mean? So what? You can't zoom in from 1,000 miles away. Well, you can't zoom in from the top of it, and then as you get at a different angle, zoom in and show us the different mountaintops. Because I've been shown tops. What Gambino with his satellites, showed me a marina one time and said that was a picture from the ISS, a satellite, mind you. You know, the ISS is a satellite, right?
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to zoom in. It's just that the question is now, you know, does a satellite, you know, do we have a satellite that does that? You know, and I don't think we do because most satellites they just kind of just have the camera on and that's
We
it.
have the ISS. Why don't ISS doesn't zoom into Earth? Are you kidding me?
It sometimes zooms in, but it doesn't like it doesn't focus on like the mountain itself. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of specialized here.
Yeah, are these astronauts allowed to bring their cell phones up there?
Maybe.
Apparently not.
Because the Samsung's got some
Dude,
really
yeah,
good
that's a
fucking
good
cameras, dude.
question.
And these videos,
Exactly.
some of these videos would be like priceless of the
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
shit they
My
can
100 times moon zoom on my Galaxy 21 Ultra is incredible. I can see quite a
I
bit of
saw
features
that
of the moon.
commercial.
Yeah.
250 miles from straight up, Jeremy. That's not very far with no obstruction, no refraction. Jesus, man. Do you realize the zoom you can get from that?
I mean, you can zoom pretty good into the moon, and that's fucking 260,000 miles away, supposedly. So
Yeah, but the scales are different though. I don't know if I could work the math out.
The scale's different? Is the Earth bigger or smaller?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let me real fast do the math on that.
Yeah, let's real
Do the
fast
math on
think of a
what?
bigger object from 100 times closer, what the zoom would look like, Arma. Let's compute that.
Yeah,
Since we
zoom
can't
in onto the
logically
Tycho,
deduce it.
zoom in onto the Tycho crater, all right, and let's see how good. And what's that? 68 kilometers wide, right?
Well, yeah, but what's okay? Hold on. I need to figure out the Tycho crater's angular size first, and then let's start comparing that to what the angular size of the mountain would be if we were, however distance away from it. So.
And keep in mind, we're only 250 miles away in ISS, and for the moon, we're 250,000 miles away. So
Hold on.
a
Whoa.
1,000 times, we're 1,000 times farther away.
Well, hold on.
with
First
this
off,
moon thing.
incorrect. Actually, we're not 250 miles away. We're 250 miles high. If we're moving away from it though, then we gain even more distance though. So
No
that's
doubt. How many? A couple thousand miles there.
maybe.
Shooting straight down, Arma. Don't change the context. Let's start shooting straight down, zooming in straight down to Earth. Don't worry
sure.
about your. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Let's
That's
start
fine.
there.
Yeah, I'm just.
Say
I
it
just
in your
thought-
high voice.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, shooting down, that's fine. But I think we were talking about when it like goes like towards the horizon, because at that
No,
point,
but let's start at shooting down. We're only 250 miles up. That's here to Texas. It's nothing. I can drive that in a couple hours.
Yeah, then that's easy. That's easy peasy.
Yeah. You should be able to zoom into that really good, right?
Yeah, fair enough. That's easy peasy.
Let's see it.
I'm not on the ISS. I can't fucking show you that. What the fuck?
Does anybody have a camera up there with zoom on it, or did they forget to bring cameras with zoom?
I know a guy. I can maybe. No, I'm just fucking with you. All right. I don't fucking. How are we gonna get this? All right.
They try and BS their way, and they forget about how close 250 miles is, especially when you're just up in the atmosphere with nothing blocking.
That's fine. Yeah.
Clear and sharp and defined.
Great shot. Yeah.
Yeah, from above is fine. I thought we were arguing from the from like the horizon or whatever. That'd be more tricky.
Dude, even from the side, you got the moon 250,000 miles. You got this fucking mountain a couple thousand miles.
You act like I can't zoom into the moon when it's on the horizon. What are you talking about?
How far is the horizon? Yeah, how far is the horizon? If you're 250 miles up, how far is the horizon from you?
Around like 1,000, like 300. Remember, the 1,300. Remember the 1,300 miles, whatever.
Oh yeah, 1,300 miles. Okay, now go do that to the moon's 260,000 miles. Massive difference.
Mm-hmm. But that's
Shouldn't
why
be a problem.
Well, that's why I should work out.
On a side note, dude, crypto's starting to pump right now, dude. A bunch of shit's up.
Yeah,
Lou, you said you got that Samsung Zoom shit. Well, take a picture. Can you see the moon right now, Lou?
Well, me?
Right now, no. We got snow and shit like that going on right now.
Yo, I got a massive snowstorm coming, biggest one of the year tomorrow.
Oh boy.
So if you next time you can zoom in on the Tycho crater and see how much of it you can make fit in the.
Well, I'll tell you this. You see the picture that I posted? That's as far as my moon zoom on my Galaxy 21 goes. So that's all the way zoomed in. I'm not going to be able to pick
Alright,
out
yeah.
just Tycho Crater.
Let's see it.
But I mean, this is pretty decent. Like, this is
That's pretty neat. Yep.
that's a lot of definition for a fucking phone.
Wow, that's fucking crisp. Yeah, where's...
Okay, that's not that crisp. It's nice, but...
It's pretty fucking crisp, bro. What do you mean?
Dude, it's a phone camera.
For
What
a
do you
cell
want
phone?
from it?
Okay,
That's
okay,
better
for,
than the ISS.
oh, for
fucking
phone.
footage.
For phone, yeah. Okay, my bad. For a phone, that's pretty crisp.
The ISS
Sorry.
been using a cell phone from fucking 1994 this whole time, I thought.
Sorry, I didn't know we were talking about relatively speaking. All right, yeah, relatively speaking, that's pretty good for a fucking phone. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah,
That's fucking amazing. I can't even take a picture with my iPhone.
it's not bad. Not bad.
I'm walking around like a peasant. I only got three cameras on the back of my phone.
Like a peasant. A peasant.
Oh,
I mean, if you don't have 6 cameras on the back of your phone at this point, you're basically a peasant.
6 cameras, yeah.
One thing to disclose about that though is I literally call it moon zoom, and it uses like an AI in order to like upgrade the photo to what it should look like.
Oh, bro, what the fuck, Lou?
Yeah. Because if I use the 100 times zoom, is what they call it, the 100 times moon zoom, and I do it for something other than the moon, it's blurry as fuck. It doesn't really come out very good.
Ah.
Yeah.
They got some AI generating your shit. That's not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Either way, dude, do you know how much photos and videos from the ISS would be worth? Like, it'd be priceless, bro. I'd come back and be like, yo, I zoomed in on your house. I zoomed in on your thing here. Look, you guys shot a laser beam. I zoomed in on it. Like, people would just love shit like that.
And the Galaxy, if you go into the 10 times zoom, shit looks really nice, really crisp. If you go over 10 times, the quality is actually kind of shit. And then, yeah. But 10 times is still pretty damn good. The crispness at a 10 times zoom, pretty good. I mean, it's only when you're trying to take pictures of the fucking moon, which is for, idiots like us.
Yeah, you said it, not me.
No, I'm talking about you too, dickhead.
Yeah, you're with us. You're with us, Armbar. Nobody's doing goofy shit like that except us.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's a couple nerds out there and us. Remember when you guys used to tell us there's no reason to go back to the moon? Why would we go back?
Mm-hmm. I guess. I don't know.
Do you remember those moments? I don't know if you've been around long enough, Armbar.
Something like that.
But do you guys remember those moments when they used to tell us, yo, there's no reason to go back. Why would we go back? That's stupid. There's nothing there.
Yeah,
Remember
that's what
that?
they said. That's what they kept on saying over and over and over again, because we said, why haven't we been back yet? And then they heard about Artemis.
Now
and they
we're
were like,
going back?
okay, now we got to go back because the ladies have
Now
to
we
do
gotta
it.
go back. What the
Yeah.
fuck? Now we're going back. Why? This is stupid. There's no reason to go back. Nothing's there. We already been there, done that. The hypocrisy. Fucking thick. Has anyone seen a lightning strike yet on the ISS live feed?
I mean, I think we're busy, so I don't know if we can catch that.
You guys haven't been watching it this whole time? What the fuck?
No, because I'm doing stuff on the side. I mean,
What are you doing?
I'm animating right now.
What are you doing?
Animating, like like a cartoon, like animating.
Cartoon porn?
No, not cartoon. No, not cartoon porn. No, I'm
If you're not
animating.
animating cartoon porn, what are you doing with your life?
Have you guys all heard my prediction about what's going to happen with the Artemis?
What?
So check this out. My prediction is that when they get around to another woman.
Oh, that's what's going on.
moon
Okay.
landing. Hold on. When they get around to it, there's going to be another disaster, like either like Columbia or what's the other one? Columbia and Challenger. gonna be another disaster, and everybody's gonna go, "Oh my God, those poor women." And they're going to cancel the entire space, like manned flight of any space program whatsoever. They're going to like ground it for quite some time, and they're gonna say this is stupid. We can do this better. Look, we have drones on Mars. We don't need to send people up there. This is and you know what though? We can do this really good. You all buy those fucking VR goggles and watch on the metaverse. We're gonna give you 360 cameras in 8K, and we're gonna do this stuff with machines, but it's like you're gonna be there yourself. It's as though you're in space or you're on Mars. That's my prediction.
It's a hyper
That's actually
specific
the
prediction.
best way. Obviously, can't colonize space like that, but that is literally the best way to explore space. Is by you send a robot out to another planet. It lands, builds little factories and 3D printing stuff, and makes more little robots to send out to other planets. And that's like literally the fastest, best way you can explore space.
Yeah, but obviously, my point is that they're not doing any of it. They're faking all of it all along using CGI, just like they do for video games and shit like that. Real Engine 6 or whatever the fuck they're on right now. But they're going to convince everybody that they're seeing real space and that they're doing it without sending anybody up there.
I don't know, man. I think you're in on it. I think you're the one messing, because that was hyper specific. I think you're.
I told you it's a prediction. That's what I think's
It's not
going
a
to
prediction.
happen.
You're fucking. You're working with
you
them.
agree with me? That is what's going to happen.
No. You're working. Well, yeah, but you're working with them though, and then that's what's. Yeah, you're part of this whole conspiracy.
If I'm working with them, why would I out them, dude? I would be blowing their cover.
Because you're trying to sound like you're predicting this. You're trying to be cool.
No, dude. Okay, so if there's a disaster and all those freaking ladies are supposedly dead or they're twins or whatever else, just mark my words. Remember this day.
Before Jeremy turns all of y'all into Globers, can we talk about the picture I posted from the ISS being 2,000 miles left and right, 1,000 one way, 1,000 the other to each horizon, and how sharp that curvature is from the ISS?
Hey, that's the curvature?
Well, that's a picture from the ISS.
I'm pretty sure that's not the curvature of the Earth that we're looking at. You can't get all the Earth in view, I don't think.
Why would they post this as a picture from the ISS? Why do you think?
No, okay, well, wait, why they would post this? I don't know, it's just a picture, but that circle that we're seeing at the edge, I'm pretty sure that's something else, because there's like a bit of like a weird... I
agree.
I don't know what that effect is called, but you can see there's a bit of like that blue, like...
Okay,
blur.
fair enough. Why don't you post the best picture from the ISS? Can you post that?
Oh, wait, my bad. Hold on. Wait. Oh, I was looking at Left Lane's picture. My bad. Hold on. Let me look at your picture. Sorry. Let me see your picture real fast. Oh. Okay, your picture looks, yeah, that looks about right. I'm sorry. I swear. I was looking at Left Lane's. I thought you were talking about that. I was about to say, like, that's not the fucking curvature of the Earth. But no, your picture does look like that's the curvature of the Earth. My bad.
That's 2,000 miles?
I mean, it's the curvature of the Earth, but also there's a bit of a fisheye lens. I'm not going to lie. There is fisheye lens here, for sure. Yeah.
So not curvature of the Earth, fisheye lens.
Well, it's curvature of the Earth enhanced by the fisheye lens. So, I mean, I guess it's not the true curvature. Yeah, sure, fair enough.
Can a fisheye lens distort straight lines, make them appear curved?
Yeah, that's fair.
So
yeah,
you think? So if that picture from the ISS, let's say it is up there, which I do believe it is, took this picture of whatever that landmass is, but it's actually horizontal horizon, and the fisheye lens made it appear that curved, would that be a fair statement?
If it was horizontal, then yeah, I guess it could do that, but I don't think it's straight up there.
But I mean, that's supposed to be only 3% of Earth, right? Is 3% of Earth gonna curve like that? Is 3% of Earth? Is 3% of Earth going to curve like that? You think?
Well, no, not in this, because once again, this is fisheye lens for sure. But it would still curve though, just not as much as it's shown here. That's way too much.
Well, that's what you think.
That's weird that they use fisheye lens every time they show us the Earth from the ISS, right? Or do you have a picture where they don't use a fisheye lens? Because I want to see what the horizon actually looks like from 250 miles up. Could you show me that?
Yeah, you can look at the live streams. Those are.
Bro, it's gonna look curved. Even if it was flat, it would look curved, bro.
I don't think the live streams have fisheye lens. Let me just double check though.
Feel me, Rocky? Even if it was flat, it would still look curved, bro. Because you see in a circle around you. So,
I'm fine with that. I mean, Doofus
yeah.
even agrees with that.
That's so stupid though. That only works if
it's not stupid. He just said even Doofus agrees with it. It's not stupid.
He probably agrees to it under certain what do you call it? Certain circumstances. Like yes, you would see a circle, but if it was like a circle Earth, like I don't know, that doesn't really work like that unless
No, a flat plane, because we see in a circle, would appear to curve, according to Doofus, just not as much as the actual spherical Earth does from the same height.
This is according to facts. I mean, Doofus backing us up on that really doesn't even matter because that's just what happens.
No, but okay, so then what stops that from happening on the surface of the Earth? Well, like that doesn't really make any sense when it comes to like, any sort of.
Well, you see further as you go up, and it's less distorted, right? So you can see curvature, what appears to be curvature of things like bridges that don't actually curve when you're close to the ground also. Right, Arma?
You're closer to the ground, you can see the curvature of the bridge.
That doesn't actually curve. It's straight and parallel. Yeah.
Well, my claim is that that is the curve. It's just you're looking at it.
Oh my God. I can show you a picture, Arma, of a bridge I'm fixing to drive across that doesn't curve towards the east or west, depending on which side you're taking the picture from. That appears to curve east and west 20 minutes apart.
And I can show you a 3D model that someone did where it's the bridge.
This is reality, sir. This is out in the atmosphere of a bridge that is not curving.
Okay,
that
fine.
Appears to curve.
Fine.
Have you ever been outside, Arma? Have you ever?
Fine. I could show him a pool stick or something that appears not to curve, but then when you put it, when you look down it appears to curve. So I mean, it's not really a good argument.
Exactly. It's an optical illusion.
No, but it is curving though. But the pool stick is curving though.
You don't even know what you're arguing against.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't, because you're supporting what I'm saying.
No,
and I know you would never do that.
No, I'm not supporting what you're saying because I'm saying the pool stick is actually curving. All right, and if it's actually curving, then your argument is bunk because your whole point is that this isn't curving.
So you're disagreeing that optical illusions exist?
I'm not disagreeing that optical illusions exist.
Good, because that's what I'm saying. So you do agree that optical illusions exist?
Yes, but you're also saying
Thank
that the bridge.
That's it. Don't go any further. Don't say you're going to go compute it on your. No, I am making sense. I just clarified that we agree that optical illusions, like a straight bridge, can appear to curve due to optical.
I never agreed to that. That's not optical illusion. You can't have a straight thing appear curved unless it's actually curved.
Oh my God! I'll take that bet. I can post it right now. I post it every day.
That's not an optical illusion. That's refraction. Or
that is a mirage, sir.
No, hold on. A mirage, but that's not really an optical illusion.
It's an optical illusion. Look it up on your computer.
I don't know if that's an optical illusion in the.
You're learning something. Let me define mirage. It's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. Now you know something.
Let me look up optical illusion.
You can look it up.
No, the definition.
Look up the definition of optical illusion right after that.
Optical. I mean, you might be technically right. Like if you use the words optical and an illusion, but
right technically.
So don't characterized by a visual percept that appears to differ from reality. Because usually the most optical illusions that I've seen is that nothing is actually really like it's all in the mind. I guess technically, like for example, the whole optical illusion of like the checkerboard where the shadow, like the square in the shadow, is the same shade of gray as the square outside the shadow, but it's like
tell me what a mirage is then. Just give the definition of a mirage, please. Read it out for the audience.
I mean, okay, let's see. Mirage definition. You might be right. Let's see. Okay, so yes, in the mirage it does say optical illusion.
Read it out for the audience, please, because maybe they don't know like you.
It says an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or on a hot road caused by the refraction of light from the sky by heated air. Okay, so I think real fast though. So I think context does matter a little bit because I think when they say mirage, the whole optical illusion part is like a boat floating or some shit. I don't know
Or
if
a
they're
bridge bending that doesn't bend.
okay. Fair enough. I'll give you that. I will give you that.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough.
Or a boat appearing to be underwater when it's actually not, just like this bridge is. See the bridge? It appears to be underwater. The bridge isn't underwater. Optical illusion. You mean that?
Well, once again, I do have to disagree with you that in that example for me because I believe the ball Earth that would actually be that one's kind of hard. I can't really tell that there's too much
It's a
mirage going on
mirage,
there.
Orma.
Well, there's
It's
too much
not
mirage.
even far enough away unless you live on a tiny Earth to be Earth curve, sir. You can't say it's Earth curve unless you know the distance, the height of the bridge, and the height of the viewer, right, Arma? So to say it's
Sure.
curving towards the viewer when it's actually straight, that part is a mirage. But the reason that part is underwater is because of Earth curve would be, I don't know, you choose the word, right?
Rocky,
I would
just
say it's a mirage.
show them the cutouts so the boats could go under. How it looks like they're fucking driving over a pyramid. I mean, that's obviously an optical illusion, no?
Well, I mean, I guess if you want to define it that way, sure, but that's really just perspective. If you want to like define it like
Never just perspective, sir. Never. You're learning now. You learn what a mirage is. So just say thank you. Now you're going to learn what perspective and the combination of perspective and mirage can do.
Okay, but
and if you get that part, you'll know you don't live on a sphere until you go measure curved water. And if you do that, let me know how you did it because I want to go do it. Because I would like to know if I live on a sphere or a flat plane. Because right now it's flat as hell.
Okay, but the pyramid thing that Jeremy was talking about that has nothing to do with refraction or mirage at all. That's just strictly
perspective, another optical illusion. Learn it,
I mean,
write it down. No,
I guess if you want to call it that, fair enough, I guess. But
no, I do want to call it that because that's what it is. That's what Jesse and Soundly taught me what it was, and when I researched, I learned what it was. So now I'm teaching you. See the boat that I just posted? That's a shrimp boat, less than 4 miles away. See the water that appears higher than it actually is? That's a mirage. Got it? You got it?
Unfortunately, I don't know enough. I don't know enough like of the details of that image. I know you said it's like less than the amount that it should be, so
yeah,
you might be right.
So it must be a mirage then. So now I'm posting the Marriott from 24 miles away with the sky underneath. The hotel appears to be floating in the air. Now tell the audience what that is.
Yeah, I guess this is what they're talking about.
What is that? What is it?
I guess this is what they would be calling like an optical illusion. Which fair enough.
Mirage. Yeah, just say it. It's easy to say. Mirage. One word.
Yeah, I know that. I know what a mirage is. I'm just saying like.
Okay, well just say it. It's a mirage.
Okay.
Okay, go back to the shrimp boat.
I'm not really seeing the same effect though with the shrimp boat though. It's not even
because it's not the same effect. The sky is not mirrored underneath the shrimp boat. The water is mirrored above the shrimp boat or midway up it. It's still a mirage, sir.
But I don't really see the mirroring though. Where does it start to mirror? Where's the mirrored image?
The mirroring of the sky underneath the Marriott.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about the boat though. I'm talking about your boat image.
Yeah, you know that the Marriott doesn't float in the sky, right? So it's a mirage. It's an optical illusion.
Okay, but
Same
where does
thing
it?
With the shrimp boat.
The shrimp boat, I don't see any mirroring though. Where does the mirror happen? You said it's the water, but I don't see that really happening in the water.
The water appears to be higher than it actually is. Instead of the sky being lower than it actually is, in this picture, the water appears higher than it actually is. Two examples of what, Arma? It starts with an M.
I don't know if the shrimp boat
Mirages.
is a mirage.
I'll say it for you, since you can't seem to say it or don't want to say it or are not allowed to say it.
I agree with the first one. I don't know about the shrimp boat. The shrimp boat, I'm not sure if that's a mirage.
Well, you don't have to agree. I'm just telling you what it is. You're learning, remember? Now go back to the bridge picture. See where it appears to be underwater?
That seems to be mirage. There is mirroring there. Yeah, there's a mirror. There's mirroring there.
What happened when I walked 20 minutes later, walked to the other side, right? I just walked to the west, still on the same shore, but I just walked to the west of it.
Yeah, these don't really appear to be the same effect as the shrimp boat, but carry on though.
Yeah, they are of the atmospheric conditions which cause optical illusions. What is that called, Arma?
That right there is a mirage, but I don't know about the shrimp boat. I don't really buy the shrimp boat one though. I really don't buy that
Well,
one.
I
But
don't care what you buy. I'm not asking you to buy it. I'm asking you to see the difference in reality. A shrimp boat, right? That is less than 4 miles away. Let me show you what it looks like because I just left there earlier today. So I have pictures on days where the atmospheric conditions are different, right? So you can see the shrimp boat that is not miraged. Here you go. I'll post that for you since you don't seem to get much.
I've seen these pictures 1,000 times. What is the end goal for this?
And I'm teaching you what it is. You didn't know what a mirage was. Now you do.
I
Now
more
I'm
or less
giving
knew what a
you.
mirage. I more or less knew
Yeah,
it.
but you didn't know. Actually, you didn't know until you looked up the definition. Even though I've said the definition 100 times and
Yeah,
posted it 100 times, you
fair
didn't know.
enough.
See that shrimp boat there? See that? See that shrimp boat? It's got a red bottom. It's floating on the water like you would see a shrimp boat if you were standing next to it.
Yeah.
That's not being as miraged as the other shrimp boat. Although they're almost the same distance and
All right,
they're the
I'm gonna.
exact same boat, like same size.
Before he rebuts, I need to rudely interrupt. Look, Crypto, as we all know him, for some reason he doesn't have speaking perms.
Oh,
He
yeah.
needs to get those.
I've just been. Sorry, thank you.
Oh,
No,
there
I've
you
just
go.
been given. Thank you.
There he goes. Okay.
Sorry, carry on.
Now, you want to see the bridge that's not miraged on a different day? 6 days later. Now you're learning, right?
I've
What a
seen these already
mirage.
though.
Yeah. So you should have known.
I mean, like, the only part I got wrong about it was like, and like I guess once again, I guess it depends on your definition of optical illusion. But sure, I mean that was like the only part I got like maybe wrong is like I didn't call it an optical or an optical illusion or whatever. That's pretty much it. Like I
There's
knew.
3 words in the definition of a mirage. The 3 words.
Like I guess yes, definitionally speaking, if you take the words like optical and then illusion, yes, it is an illusion. Optically speaking, yeah, I will give you that. I always just consider
Okay,
it kind of
what's
more
the
narrow
cause
version
of
of it.
that optical illusion? What's
Yeah, it would
the
be it'd be
cause?
that refraction. Yeah, sure.
The atmospheric conditions of that day, right?
Sure, yeah.
I'm done with this guy.
All right. Anyway, what were we talking about earlier? We talking about the ISS or some shit. We have.
Anybody seen a lightning strike? Anybody seen a lightning strike?
Nope. Because we are busy doing other stuff.
I'm having lightning
Are we all
strike
just
around
gonna?
the
Are we all just gonna assume that there are none because we've all watched it and never seen one?
No, that's not. It's not really a
I've
valid way to
seen
do
video of
things.
lightning strike from the ISS. It looked fake as shit, to be honest. But I mean, I've seen it. I don't know if y'all are saying they don't have
While
it.
watching the live stream, or did you watch another video? Because I saw one where they said it was footage from the ISS that was showing sprites and stuff, but it was like specifically about that.
This is
now,
lights flashing
watching
in
the
the
live
clouds
stream.
towards Earth.
Yeah, watching live stream, I've never seen a flash of light ever.
Yeah, I agree with you. When they show the nighttime view from the ISS, it doesn't look like what I would think I see because I've seen lightning strike from an airplane, of course, and way off into the distance. Even at like 10,000 feet, you can see hundreds of miles. Like we look at the radar and say, okay, that's where the city is. That's 200 miles away, and it's got a storm over it, so we're seeing 200 miles. We're seeing that lightning.
Another thing about that too is like during the nighttime on the ISS live stream, you would expect in major metropolitan areas to see the city lights, the glow of a city. You never do. Yet they'll show you other pictures that are supposedly taken from the ISS that do. And the excuse I was given from Globers was that they need to do like a long exposure to pick it up. But yeah, you don't even see the glow of a city. You don't see any lights in the nighttime while watching the live stream.
Well, I mean, do you know if the exposure the argument, like if that's like, or you're just saying, well, that's just kind of a bad argument. Like, what are you saying about that argument? Like,
I'm telling you that while watching live stream, you never see any night lights. You never see any cities glowing. You never see any flashes of light from lightning. You never see any of it.
We see city lights.
And then the argument.
Wouldn't they be proud of that?
Well, you do see city lights. You just I don't know about the
No, you don't.
glow part. The
No,
glow.
you don't. Show
Yeah, you
me.
do. I've seen some. Let me see.
No, you don't. Not during the live stream.
Yeah,
I've
I've
just,
seen them. I've seen them.
I haven't seen it during the live view. I've seen it on videos, but I'm passing the
Yeah,
power lines now, and I wonder if at night, if we use infrared, if the power lines would curve or not. That would be something good to do, right? Do an infrared shot of the power lines at night.
Yeah, what kind of bullshit is that? I literally have. Oh, hold on.
Post a live stream picture of it. Then.
That's like whole thing. Give
No,
me a second.
no problem.
Let me see. We do just so it's not too much. Here we go. Yeah, like look at this. You got some glow. Look at that.
I literally said during the live stream, and specifically said that you'll see it if they're taking like first off.
This is during
you
the
think
live
those
stream.
are? No, that's not.
Yeah, it is. Look at the fucking. It literally, it's a live stream. The play button.
Right on it.
The
Okay,
play
turn
button.
on the live stream and turn on the live stream and wait till it goes overnight and tell me if you see any cities when you watch it.
I'm in the live stream. I see like glowing cities. I'm confused. What are you asking for?
This is something that supposedly, they have to do like long exposure, whatever. I've never seen it. In the night, it's perfectly dark. It's when it goes over the nighttime area, you see nothing. It's just black. You see nothing at all.
Is that current live stream, Arma?
It's it should be. It says March. It says the 12th. Wait, hold. My bad. It might be from a day ago. Hold on. It says March 12th. Okay, maybe this was the day before. Let me see. Let me just double check. Okay, so this.
Just post the link of what you're watching so that I can check it out.
Okay, give me a second. Let me share. Copy. It's this one. I don't know how legit it is, but it should be fucking. What? Okay, that's weird. I think it has that whole fucking thing. But there you go. Yeah, there's even a segment where it's like, yeah, it's really dark.
Yeah, I gotta watch an ad before it starts, so on.
Yeah. I think the picture I sent was like during twilight, so there's still like some like light to it.
It's in daylight now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I went back a little bit from my picture, but yeah, it's currently in daylight. But there are parts of it though where it's dark though.
The fuck is this? Dude, here's a nice little screenshot for you. You don't think this is altered in any way? Like with the halo around the Earth? Or it's like a freaking firmament or something? Or like northern lights over everything?
I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell it is, but I'm just sending you the fucking link.
I want it actually live. I don't want somebody's YouTube stream. I want to get it from NASA.gov or what's the UK one? Like the European Space Agency. I want it from them.
But what was your argument before though? Your argument was that the light glowing.
No, because this I've never seen. Like what I'm right now. I got what you just showed, like city lights and shit. But I've never seen it while actually watching the stream myself. Like not from the official sites or anything. This is just some YouTuber right here.
Yeah, oh yeah, the YouTuber has access to fucking a realistic glow. I mean, it's obviously the fucking ISS like stream or whatever. Why does it matter if it's from a YouTuber or not?
It's not obvious. It's not obvious because, well, first of all, the height. I would argue that the altitude that this is supposedly taken from looks much closer than what they say the ISS is at.
Are you sure about that? Or are you just kind of just eyeballing this? So you think this YouTuber just has like a really realistic 3D model on hand, and they're just recording this?
All right, no, hold on. I'm gonna go back. I got a good screenshot I gotta take for you. This is literally supposed to be the entire Florida and the entire coast. Let me get rid of the chat. We're gonna do a screenshot. Oh yeah, this is never mind. So this is Brazil. It looks like the peninsula of Florida there. But yeah, so this is basically what you were showing. One sec.
I'm just trying to figure this out because you were kind of moving the goalpost. You were just like, hey, I've never
No.
seen this. Here
All
it
right,
is.
all
And
right.
they're like, well, I want a really
Take a look.
live one now.
No,
It's like,
that's why I wanted to see your source. Like what I already said, like 45 minutes ago, probably, was that that what they show you isn't actually live. It's only live in the sense that the person is live streaming it, and like anybody can do this. Just like we're
Okay.
live streaming here now, right? So like this would
All right.
show up with a live sticker, which means that any of these videos could be doctored, edited, so on and so forth, and then put up as though they're alive.
Okay.
Who
has the time to edit and all that shit? Who's gonna? What are they gonna do? Like add a little bit of extra, like glower? How do you even do that? Like I just.
Hold on. I want to go to. I want to find the. I want to see if it's even there because I thought I remember hearing 6 to 12 months ago somewhere in there that NASA actually removed the ISS live stream from their site. But if it's there, that's where I want to see it from.
But all right.
Why is that ridiculous?
I thought your original thing was just whether or not like.
No,
you
I
know.
want to see the actual footage, not some YouTuber.
Okay.
Why would they use fisheye lens?
You see more with the fisheye lens.
No, not really. Not from 250 miles up, would you?
Well, fisheye lens has a larger field of view, so I mean, I get what you're getting at, but you still
Right here. No, it's either back or it's still there. So I'm gonna share this. This is where we should be looking. This is NASA, and I want to see the same shit that other stream just showed.
Just to add to that, a picture or a video without fisheye lens.
Yeah, when I used to go out skateboarding with my mates, we always used to take. One of my mates had like a fisheye lens, and the reason is because you would literally take in more light, so and you'd be able to see more stuff, right? So that was the whole point. And if you see like old skateboard videos from the 90s of like pros, they all had fisheye lenses. That was just kind of done because of you could see more, right? But I mean, you shouldn't then use any of those videos to assess the straightness of anything because everything's going to be curved as fuck.
Fair. Yep.
And yet these pictures are posted all the time as Earth curve, right? They should be posted as fisheye lens curve.
Let me see.
I mean, you can just put into the lens correct software if you think there's some sort of lens issue.
I mean, but you would need to know what type of light, like how much, the field of view. You would need to know the lens and all that before you actually do that. Otherwise, you might apply the wrong type of correction.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there is a certain level to it that's kind of like trial and error, but there's only so much curvature that you can get from a lens. So you would just kind of dial it up and down until it looks kind of. I suppose, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be an exact science, but
yeah. But see that now you're looking for something. Now you might do it until it looks straight, which maybe if the Earth is a ball, then you're actually fooling yourself in that scenario, which isn't really. That's being a little. I'm not dishonest, but it's not how you should. Not how you should do it.
Kind of like showing every picture of an extreme ball and saying that you live on a sphere. Kind of like that.
That's completely 100% wrong, Armor, because the whole point of a lens correction software is that it will curve lines away from the center of view, right? So it's not that it will curve all lines everywhere. It will curve away from center of view exponentially. So that's why, I mean, you could take a specific thing that moves in the shot. Like the reason that you know that the supposed curve of the Earth is a lens is that when the horizon line moves, it bends more or less, in the actual film. That's how you know it's a lens. Effect.
Okay. I mean, real fast, not to interrupt this, but I don't even know if they're using a fisheye lens.
Okay, look. Instead of watching your stream that you showed, where it showed those lights, I've now got the NASA Ustream one, okay, from their .gov website. Open that up and let's watch it together.
Okay, let's see how much of a change we get.
It's a huge change.
I thought they took that one down.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it's there. I guess they're not hosting it themselves. It's on Ustream now, or maybe that's the change. I don't know.
See, but now we have to fucking wait for it to come across the fucking whatever, and that's gonna take a bit. So, you
That's
know,
fine.
Fisheye
That's
lens,
fine.
then you live on a
You'll
very
be here.
tiny earth.
You'll be here. You're not going anywhere. Neither am I.
do we know the lens though on this ISS? Like, are we sure it's a fisheye, or are we just kind of
Well,
guessing?
you better hope it's a fisheye. If not, you live on a very, very small earth.
That's not
Armor.
necessarily true. I mean, I would have to do the math on that.
Yeah.
Armor. It's not just that it's either a fisheye or it's not. It's that all lenses come with some kind of distortion, right? So
Okay.
that's just the nature of lenses. So saying it, it's not like an on-off switch. The lens is fisheye lens on, right? It's not that simple. It's
I
how
know.
much. Okay, fine. So I don't know why. I don't know why you said what you just said then.
By the way, Arma,
when earlier?
if you're watching, the Terminator line is coming up really soon, so you don't have to wait very long.
Okay.
You can see it.
Yeah, it's not down to on or off. It's a gradient, right? So depending on how much curvature the lens adds to the image is how much curvature the lens adds to the image. I mean, if you call that fisheye on, that's kind of arbitrary.
It's just funny that Arma, the difference between this stream and the one that you showed.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Compare the two, dude. The one shows the ISS moving extremely fast over areas, whereas this is moving very slow. So far, I'm yet to see land on this one. We're about to go into darkness. The angle is different. There's no lights. There's no sprites and no lightning so far. But let's wait till we get to the dark to really determine that.
Let me see something real fast. We have. I think it depends on which camera it is, because if it's the one directly below, then that one's going to appear a little bit more fast. It also depends on the zoom too. I think the one that we're looking at though on the NASA site though, that's just the one camera from wherever it is on the ISS.
I'm not gonna trust freaking PewDiePie's fucking YouTube live stream or whatever that was.
Okay.
What, you didn't like the emotional music in the background?
No.
We did it, man! We did it! Yeah, cool.
Look at the tops of the clouds of the picture that I just posted of a picture taken from the ISS. Jesus, man. They are freaking close.
Oh, I just saw a flash of light, actually. So there you go, Arma. I saw a flash of light. Were you watching? Did you see it? It was like a reddish flash.
I didn't see it, but congratulations. I'm proud.
It was a reddish flash. I don't know what the hell that was, but it was a reddish flash.
It was an evil lightning bolt.
Evil lightning.
I just got a red laser beam up. You saw that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Good job, Jeremy. You proved the globe Earth.
Is that like, if it's like a white lightning bolt, it's come from God, and if it's from red, it comes from the devil? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's actually correct. In fact, yes.
Picture I posted of the tops of the clouds with the city lights beneath it is from the ISS. You could easily see a laser from the ISS.
All right, we're going into the dark. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, but those clouds are right there. Like, you can see them. You can see the details of the clouds. You can see how they're separated. You could shine light through there and see it. Y'all need to get y'all shit together, man. This doesn't add up.
Yep. Globe is starting to sound. Globe is starting to seem like Chinese accountants.
I'm realizing that they seem to prefer the YouTubers' exaggerated, dramatized version of what they call the ISS live stream over the NASA live stream. Like, just like Armo was saying, he's like, well, why would you want to watch that one? Or like, why does that matter or anything? Well, like, this is the one that's boring and supposedly scientific. The other one, you have no idea what some random Joe Schmo freaking YouTuber is showing you. It could be generated on PS freaking 5 for all you know.
If you can see the ISS from the ground with your naked eye, couldn't the ISS see airplanes that are basically the same size like a 747 with a zoomed in camera that are above the clouds? Where's that picture?
It would if it was zoomed in, it would pick up yeah, I guess it could pick up something.
Where is it?
I don't
Isn't
know.
the
It would-
ISS the same?
Of course it
Like,
could
roughly
pick
as
it up.
yeah,
Isn't
but it would
the
have to.
ISS roughly?
Oop, my bad. Sorry,
Isn't
Mike.
the ISS the same? Fuck's sake, guys. Am I coming through?
Yes. Oh.
Okay, fantastic. So I'd really appreciate not being talked over. Isn't the ISS the same size as a jumbo jet, roughly?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
that's what they say.
So
That's
how
my
am
whole
I
point.
how am I barely seeing jumbo jets 7 miles up? And yeah, I can supposedly see the ISS 300 miles up.
Well, they say it's the light reflection, but my point is with a camera, a zoomed in camera, if you're taking a picture of this top of this cloud with all this detail, you would be able to see something that's the same size as the ISS flying above the clouds.
Well, it would have to have the same. Yeah, it would have to have the same zoom though that you have for whenever you're like, because I know there's like video online where they zoom in and you can see like the silhouette of it like transiting the moon, but you'd have
Do
to
you
have
know
that
how
same
many
zoom.
planes are in the sky at one time? Like flying over a major city, the ISS could shoot down to the major city and it should be able to see airplanes, right? Right, Arma? If it's
Maybe.
seeing the cloud, maybe. If it's showing,
I haven't worked it out personally. I don't really know how many
yeah,
planes there
get
are in
on
the
your
sky.
computer. Yeah.
Are you watching the stream though? We're in total darkness and nothing's flashing. No lightning strikes. No definition of anything. Total darkness. That's the Earth under it, but you can't see anything but black. So
All right.
remember when I told you that like 15 minutes ago, and you were like, "That's not true." Well, this is the stream.
Well, we'll give it a bit though, because you remember the camera's probably still like the exposure for it is probably adjusting to that little structure that we see right now in front of us. So whenever that starts to go dark, I think we might be able to pick up more stuff, but it's not going to pick up anything yet until that structure in front of us goes dark as well.
I'm going to point something else out. The highlighted areas of that structure have not changed since I started watching it.
Yeah, okay. Let me get that.
Shouldn't the glare off of that metal be changing constantly if the light is coming from the sun? This light must. The excuse would maybe be that there's a light on the ISS shining at it. That would be the only thing that would make sense if it's not changing.
It depends on how it's orbiting the Earth. Because if it's orbiting
No,
well, no, because I'm trying to think if it's
Not
always.
really. It would be some change no matter what when you went into the sun, into the sunlight, into the daylight.
Unfortunately, I can't go back in the stream, unfortunately, so I can't really check, double check, for sure. But I do wonder if I was to not fast forward, but rewind really fast to see if there would be if there's any changes. Unfortunately, I can't though because there's no rewind on this.
Well,
but
it's all right. No, all we have to do is
40
wait
minutes.
30 minutes, and and it will have to have changed because it'll be 180 degrees out of where it was before. 45 minutes.
If you watch it for 24 hours, it's definitely changed because it's orbiting different paths, right? Every 90 minutes going in and out of darkness and daylight and orbiting different paths. Fake as shit, and you know it. Although I do agree that something's up there, so I do have a weird dilemma to figure out.
Yeah, weird cognitive dissonance is what you have to figure out.
Says the guy who keeps making up excuse after excuse after excuse.
No, that's how you properly be a skeptic. You don't just jump to the conclusion it's fake automatically. You have to at least give it a chance first and see, could this be possible?
See, I know what.
Hold on. You think that?
I know what a fake duck looks like. So when someone puts a decoy in front of me or floats one out in the pond, I'm like, that's a fake duck. Because I've seen a real duck and I've seen a fake duck. That's how I know the difference, right?
That's a fair point.
Yeah, there you go.
Yo, Arma, did you just say that in order to be a real skeptic, you have to ask if something could be true?
You have to at least give it a chance because I mean, okay, if you, what I'm saying is you can't just jump to the conclusion that it is fake. That's it. You know, if you do that, then
I gave it 40
not,
years. 40 years a chance.
That is not the essence of skepticism at all. The
Okay,
essence of skepticism is hearing something that sounds like it's bullshit, right? And then being able to sniff that out and then assess it either logically or evidentially.
Okay, fair enough, whatever, right? But all I'm saying is that you shouldn't just jump to conclusion and think it's fake automatically. That's what I'm getting at.
A skeptic assumes that it's fake until they can prove it true. Yeah, go ahead.
He's cutting out. You're cutting out, dude. You're cutting out.
Sorry,
man.
Yeah. All right, man. Sorry. I didn't know I was cutting out, obviously. So, look, man. So you've got this like thing where you're just saying, "Oh yeah, well, it could be true." Like that's like obviously, if someone's telling you a lie, they're going to make it convincing. Right?
Okay.
Of course, it could be true, but the essence of skepticism isn't believing someone because they told you something.
I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is that I shouldn't believe it's automatically false. All right. If you want to truly analyze this, make sure, is this fake or not, whatever. You don't just say it's fake from the get go. You should actually, look into it and be like, okay, could it be real? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying. I'm not going to just assume it's because he's saying I'm making excuses, and I'm saying no. I'm trying to properly see if this is legit or not. All right. I'm not going to just be like, okay, it's fake because there's a few inconsistencies potentially. It seems that way. Anyway.
I'm doing something that a skeptic would do. So, and I'm watching it, and yes, the highlights, as I mentioned earlier, are actually slowly changing. So, like, I am looking to see for validation while remaining skeptical. Okay, you, on the other hand, are talking about believing it to be true before doubting, which is the opposite.
Yeah. And also, that's definitely not the essence of skepticism, which was the comment that I was addressing, right? Because you just said, in order to be a skeptic, you have to think that it could be true. No, you don't.
I think if you want to all I'm saying is, I think if you want to properly be skeptic, right? I don't think you should just once you think something. Let's say, for example, something doesn't line up right. You shouldn't automatically be like, okay, that's fake. I'm saying you should really I guess, yeah. I guess in terms of if you want to really analyze whether something is true or not, whatever. You want to make sure you really look into it. Maybe I got the definition, or maybe I was really tackling. Maybe I shouldn't have been tackling skepticism. Maybe I should have been tackling something else. All right, but the point I was just trying to get at is don't jump the gun. That's all I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone here does that though. No one here just goes, "Oh, it's
That's what I asked."
But he was no, but the guy literally said, "Oh, you're making excuses." I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying this could be it. These, I'm not going to just be like, okay, something doesn't fit. I think something doesn't fit, therefore it's fake automatically. I'm going to make quote unquote excuses because I have to at the very least give it a chance or something. Otherwise, I'm just saying, okay, bam, it's fake. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to at least give it a fair try. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me give an example. Okay.
You can go for days without seeing lightning strike.
Let me give an example of why I believe it's real. It's one day I step outside to smoke right after sundown, and I see, I don't know, a light coming across the sky off the western horizon. And I was watching it for a minute, and I'm like, damn, what the hell is that? And I wonder if that's ISS. Sure enough, I open my ISS app and go to the live feed and everything. And sure enough, the ISS is passing overhead. So I'm sitting here looking at it on my phone. It says it's there. I see it's there. That's confirmation.
You guys, I'm seeing a series of flashes of light in the darkness there.
Good.
Is anybody else watching? There goes like a bunch in the same spot. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of it too, I think.
An object being up there versus it being a space station with humans in it are two different things.
Yeah. It's also very much a correlation equals causation.
A whole bunch in the same spot again.
Seeing a light in the sky and then opening an app and pointing out where that light in the sky is, which I actually think it's a physical object. So not for any reason other than I just believe that. I've never really looked at it with a high-powered zoom telescope or whatever. I'm just saying I think it could be possible, but having an app that shows you where it is or where you're seeing it, I don't even think that proves anything. I mean, I can make an app. I mean, anybody could do that.
It's just like you've noticed a cycle and then you've given it a mechanism or a cause or whatever. Okay, that's nice for you. Cool story.
If we didn't have any easy proof that this type of group has lied for certain, if no other reason than propaganda, then there wouldn't be any doubt, right? People would just trust it. There's reasons why people don't believe they went to the moon. I'll give you one simple one that I just came up with this week. There is no way, if man can get to the moon, that man isn't on the moon. Not possible. That's not how mankind works. It's not a money thing because people have billions of dollars. It's not. I mean, maybe they can't go because they can't get a license or whatever. I mean, I might go for that, but come on, they would be fighting for the right to be there, and we just don't have it.
A license from who?
I think they claim
intergalactic,
yeah.
the Intergalactic Moon Agency or some shit.
But you get my point, right? That's not how man works. There would be a man on Earth with the money that would say, "Hell yeah, I'm going. I'm going this weekend." It only takes 3 days to get there. I'll leave on a Wednesday and get there on Friday and come back. I don't know. That simple fact proves to me that either they never went, which is what I believe, or they can't go, which is also what I believe.
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
even
it
if
would be
this
like,
ISS. Go ahead.
it would be like Jeff Bezos would have like his 50th birthday on the moon with like 10 of his wealthiest friends.
Exactly. Or at least orbiting the moon, right? Like, come on, man. These people they're so exaggerated and so prideful. Of course they would be doing things like that. I just don't think it's possible. That's why I think the moon landings themselves look so ridiculous and fake, or you realize that they could be fake, and then no one's going back now. They say they're sending probes. Every president says they're going. Well, you hear every excuse in the book. And when someone says the excuse is money, I laugh because we waste more money than it would take to send, to put a camera on the moon. We put a reflector on the moon and didn't put a camera? My ass.
So, Arma, have you seen any city lights yet?
No, I'll admit I'm not really sure if this camera's gonna pick up anything. This camera, it's not the best. I'll be honest. You can kind of tell from the quality. It's a little staticky.
Yeah, I agree. And also the app, as far as aperture and zoom and whatever, it seems to be focused more on the ISS itself than the Earth. Which, for what purpose is that? Why would we give a shit about the tin can and not what it's flying over?
I could not tell you.
Why would we have anything but the most unbelievable camera doing the live feed from the ISS? You can't say it's budget. They would swap that camera out as fast as they possibly could if they wanted to. They don't give a shit about your money.
Also, do you see
and it
now
doesn't
the
really
difference?
cost that much.
Do you see now, Arma, the difference between this stream and the one that you showed?
But okay, you understand that this is just the one camera. The stream that I was watching had multiple angles and different cameras. I'm sure there's
One
more
that
than
you
one.
showed was all CGI. It's all PlayStation graphics. Yeah,
I don't know
that's
about
what you
that
showed.
now, but
It's all like his moon camera on his Galaxy phone. Galaxy phone. While he eats a Mars bar.
hold on. Look for, it says ISS HD Earth viewing experiment.
By the way, I've got this thing set to HD, 720p, 5.8 megapixels or MP or the Mbps, megabytes per second. So yeah, 720. It's not really 1080 or 4K or anything, but I got it set to 720.
The video is accompanied by audio of conversations between the crew mission. I'm just trying to read this real quick. Hold on. During.
Yeah, read it on mute, please.
Oh, fair enough.
While chewing orbit gum.
Jeff Milky Way's in America.
Yeah, have you a Milky Way after you get done with the Mars bar.
Yeah.
One more thing to point out. So I did see flashes of light. However, the angle of view of there goes another one. The angle of view of this camera does not change in reference to the Earth. Like the Earth is always in the same place, and it's hard to define anything when it's all just a black screen. But I'm also seeing light flashes in the area that was not Earth, in the area that was space. So I don't think those are lightning flashes. I don't think those are city lights. If I was gonna take the globe paradigm, I would say maybe it was like radiation affecting the lens or something, like affecting the camera.
Why couldn't it be lightning out in the middle of the ocean?
No, it's out in the middle of space, not the Earth. Some of it is in the area that Earth was taking up, but some of it's in the area that Earth was not taking up.
Like someone opened the door in the warehouse that it's being filmed in. It's good.
Also, I kept seeing there was a series there where I saw probably a dozen light flashes in the exact same place right in a row, which I know lightning does do that. So like that was what looked like it could be lightning. That was just that was once there. Otherwise, yeah, I'm seeing random specks pop up from place to place. There's another one, a red one. Yeah, we're getting another series of flashes here, but we got nothing. Just a black screen with flashes.
Well, if the ISS isn't changing its orientation, like if the camera's not changing, it always has Earth in the picture, and then there's space in this other part of the picture, and you're seeing the lightning flashes where there was space. That doesn't make sense, really.
Right. Yeah. Well, what I saw for the initial, like where it was like a dozen flashes in a row, that was in the Earth area. But I'm seeing other random flashes in the part that wasn't Earth.
What's their excuse for it not tumbling? Never asked that, but it seems like it wouldn't be in the same orientation, just falling around Earth.
They use a gyroscope, a really advanced gyroscope.
Is that really the excuse?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. That's the excuse that I've heard, but only from like when we talk to guys like Professor Phil or Dr. Bob or McToon or Fight the Fight. Yeah, I heard it from them. I don't really take any of that as anything. They're just another Joe Schmo on the internet, another random YouTuber. Might as well be anybody else. It doesn't matter.
But you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, why when you shut off the rocket, does it not just tumble? Does it just keep its orientation like it did, like even way back when during the Apollo mission?
I mean, if I were to think for them, I would say that somehow gravity would be my excuse. Like, they would have it would know its orientation towards the Earth and keep it stabilized using that gyroscope previously mentioned.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, if the ISS could be tidally locked, I wonder if that's a possibility. Let me see. I don't even know.
What's wrong with you guys, man? You're not using you're not challenging your inner globe. It's the thrusters, guys. Come on, man. The thrusters. Jeez.
Turn off thrusters. Yeah. So they did that during the Apollo 13 movie. You know, when they were on the wrong trajectory to get back to Earth, so they had to light the main engine, and then they used little bursts of thrust to keep them on course, like keep that crosshair on Earth which, oh, by the way, if you're trying to reach the trajectory of Earth, you wouldn't be keeping a crosshair on Earth. You'd be keeping a crosshair like on the trajectory. But anyway, yeah, a little, to correct their path of this huge rocket engine thrusting them forward. I just never really realized why they say they're not tumbling. Seems like to me they would be going in all different directions.
Now there's a light that just showed up that isn't going away. It's like literally just, oh, that's got to be the sunrise. Ooh, sunrise. Are you watching? We got sunrise.
You sure that's sunrise, or is that like a city or something? What the fuck is that?
That's sunrise. That's sunrise. Growing.
Are you sure about that? That doesn't look like it's. We'll see. Maybe it is.
You have another example? What? Otherwise, what is it? Or another idea?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I don't really know what the fuck that could be, honestly.
It better be sunrise, otherwise you got some splaining to do.
These aliens.
How about really fast, man? I mean, if
Armor.
What's up?
If you're seeing if you're seeing a ball and it's being lit by a light source, where would you have to be in relation to the ball and the light source in order to see it fully illuminated?
Whoa, say that again. What was that last part? You said what now?
If there was in this conceptual arrangement, there was a ball and a light source, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted to see the ball fully illuminated from the light source, where would you have to be in relation to the ball and the light source?
You'd have to be from the ball's perspective. From the ball's point of view, you would have to be in the direction of the light source. So the light source would be behind you, on your back, and the ball would be in front of you, fully lit in your view. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, perfect. So how do you have a full moon during the day?
Yeah, that works. I showed 3D model real fast. The 3D model that I did.
It has saying.
Well, no, because I get what you're getting at. It's mainly from my understanding, it's like the 5-degree tilt or whatever that the moon's on that allows that.
No, that you don't tilt a ball and suddenly the shadow changes with the tilt.
Oh wait, okay, my bad. You said full moon. Is that what you said? Full moon?
Yeah.
I don't know if if it's truly a full moon. Maybe close. In theory, though, yeah, I don't know if a full moon could like a truly 100% full moon is possible, unless you had the moon on the horizon and then the sun on the horizon. You might be able to get like part of it though, but I don't know if you can have a true full moon in the day. That one's a bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone here has seen full moons during the day in all orientations.
Yeah, okay, you say that, but once again, I don't know if it's a full moon. Also, I don't think that's a sunrise. Whatever that looks to be.
This thing just turned. Yeah, it's turning to center the sun. It looks like right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's panning right. It's panning right.
It's a UFO. No, I don't know. I don't know what that is, honestly. But back to the full moon thing. I don't know if it's a 100% full moon, because you can have the phase before it that looks really close to a full moon, but technically it's not a full moon.
It would still have to be more or less behind you, though. If we couldn't be during the day.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like close to like it'd be probably close to sunset or something, maybe or whatever. But I think you can have like something like working there. But I need a picture of that just so I can like whatever.
Well, next time there's a full moon out during the day. I mean, I've seen full moons at like 6 p.m. I've seen full moons at like lunchtime. But I mean, obviously, I'm just saying it, so it's just anecdotal. But like full moon during the day happens all the time, and I'm sure everyone here can like attest to that. They're not a nighttime phenomenon. You see them during the day all the time as well.
Yeah, just all right. But I'm more concerned on this. What is this fucking thing?
I hope it's more than just me and Arma watching this. You guys should all be watching the stream at this moment.
What is that? It's fucking anomaly here. I'm not even sure what that is. That's
because if that's a sunrise, it should be growing at like a a constant rate. It should be getting more brighter. It should start creating an earth glow. But it's been this dot for the last 2, 3, 4 minutes, something like that.
The weirdest part is the camera
Never
actually focused. Actually, although
never.
the weirdest part is the camera actually started to like turn towards it too. Like now it's in center of screen. Now it's actually in the center of the screen. So why
Yeah.
did that catch like IS? Did that catch their eye? Like, oh shit.
Fake as shit ISS footage, live stream from NASA. You
Why
got
are
it
they-
now, Arma?
Sure, but why are they focusing on that? I'm really confused on like why they actually have the camera facing that. That's really weird.
Yeah, and they're headed straight towards it too, because I mean, yeah, they now centered it and they're moving towards it, which means they just adjusted the ISS's trajectory, its orbit.
Well, no, I think that I don't think they moved the ISS. I think they just
They would have
turned
had to. They would have had to. Otherwise, they would have to constantly pan to keep it centered.
Well, okay, let's just for example, I'm thinking this is what I think it might be, even though it's kind of weird in shape. I think it might be the moon. With that being said, yeah, if it's the moon, then they wouldn't have to probably turn the camera too much. But even then, we did see them move the camera a bit though. So I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Quite a bit. They moved it like they moved it half of a screen basically, whatever that is for degrees.
Yeah, but they did it in the beginning though. They just did it like later on though. So in the beginning, it wasn't really moving a whole lot. So I'm thinking personally, it's just like the moon or something. But yeah, that is still weird.
It might
though.
be, yeah. That's the yeah. I thought at first it would be the sunrise, but it's not growing. So now the excuse would be that has to be the moon.
Mm-hmm.
But still,
Could not tell you what that is otherwise. I'd have
and
to
there goes
imagine.
another red beam of light through the screen.
Yeah.
Even if it's the moon, as soon as you see the dot, you would be approaching it really fast. I mean, they're orbiting at a tremendous speed, 90 minutes to do a full orbit.
Yeah, they're going like, what is it, like 14,000 miles per hour or more, or whatever it is. Like that's 14,000. That's escape velocity. What is the?
Sorry, was my mic fucking up, or are we good? Let me see.
It's 17,005. The mythical speed, and escape velocity is 25.
25.
17.5 keeps you falling around the Earth at a constant rate. Well, with a few adjustments.
Yeah. A couple of hairspray
Yeah, I
bursts.
suppose if they're going 24,901 every 90 minutes, and you want
That is interesting, though.
Whatever they're showing here really can't be outside. It's got to be a reflection of something.
the funniest part that I don't know if you guys just started watching is literally it was up in the top right corner, and then they clearly adjusted the camera to center it. They went past and then readjusted back to get it dead center in the field of view.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
They even adjusted the camera down a little bit or up a little bit. I forget which one it was, but yeah, they adjusted it left to right and then readjusted back and then adjusted up and down to get it dead center in the field of view.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a UFO. They caught aliens on the camera.
There's nothing stationary out there.
You know what they say, that you see the ISS, even though it's far away, because of light shining on it? Isn't that what they say?
Shining on it.
Yeah, they say the ISS has no lights on the outside of it. That all the light is reflection of the sun. Yeah, that's what they say.
Right. So now think of this. Now you're on the ISS, right? And you're looking down. Is there a possibility, I'm just saying, that the sun might shine on something on Earth? Like, I don't know, an aircraft carrier, a cruise liner, something like that we might spot once in a while?
No, not this anyway. No,
Well,
you would have to wait till we get back into daylight. You'll see. This view is not giving us that.
Yeah.
No way, right? That can't be, right? It's only
Well,
one way.
Well,
It would. It would happen if it was real. That's the whole point.
Well, it depends on. Well, I think you need that contrast, though. I think you need like that contrast, like with the nighttime and seeing the ISS. It's the nighttime sky, and you got the light, from the ISS or whatever reflecting off of it. So you do have that, dark and light kind of, helping you kind of, point it out. But I think with the reverse, though, it's kind of hard though because the ISS would only be looking at the lit part of the, of the Earth, and you wouldn't really have like like a something lit from the sun, but then dark, like dark part of the Earth. It doesn't really work out that way. I don't really
Then
think.
the picture we posted earlier of the clouds, seeing the top of the clouds with the lights of the city underneath. What's lighting up the tops of those clouds where the camera can take a picture of them? If it's nighttime and you're seeing the lights of the city, all
That
this shit is ridiculous.
well, no, that picture right there, that isn't actually nighttime. That's like I'm pretty sure that's like twilight.
So then you could definitely see an airplane. If you see the size of that city lights and the tops of those clouds so defined as clouds with gaps in them and all that, you see the lights between the clouds, then you could see a 747 flying above those clouds.
It would be
Yes.
tiny though. It'd be very tiny.
Could see it.
Maybe. I mean, it might be a few pixels. I don't know if that's gonna really pick up.
So with all those thousands of planes flying and the sun shining, never once was there an angle conducive to seeing anyone. No plane, no train, no automobile, no aircraft carrier, no cruise liner. Never, ever have we ever seen anything that way. Funny that.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Arma, so if this was the moon, by now it surely would have risen, correct?
I think they're constantly adjusting it because you do see the camera kind of adjusting just a little bit. Like I've noticed it's like micro adjusting like constantly. So I think they're adjusting it for this entire thing.
Even
So
if they are adjusting, the moon would be risen. Doesn't matter if they're adjusting or not.
Wait, what do you? If they're adjusting it, then they're constantly having it center frame. So then no, it wouldn't like rise. Like see, they just adjusted it right now. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Yeah, I've noticed a couple where they did make micro adjustments. Yeah, I've noticed a couple of them.
Yeah.
So that
I think if you actually look closely, I think it is kind of slightly moving up a little bit, and then they keep adjusting it to where it's back to center frame. So I think it is moving. Yeah.
center frame of what?
Of the camera. What?
Center frame of the moon?
No, they're
No,
making the moon
is
the center frame.
the camera of the shot. Like if that's the moon, we're just calling it the moon. It's this anomalous light that we're seeing that they're focusing on.
Yeah.
They're keeping that in the center frame
Yeah.
for some reason, not shooting the Earth now.
Well, you can't see the Earth. It's been dark for like 30 minutes, or we got to be seeing. We got to be seeing sunrise soon.
Okay, I understand. Now, who is the question? Who's adjusting that?
I don't know.
I mean, we should probably find out if the camera's even adjustable, right?
I mean, well, we know it is because I mean, unless that thing is moving.
I don't know that.
Well, somebody clearly made camera adjustments while we were watching.
I don't doubt that. I'm just saying the camera that takes live stream from the ISS, is it adjustable? And if so, who adjusts it?
Yeah, I don't know.
If someone's adjusting it like a human, should be some details on that and footage of that.
It did look like how a human might do it, not like how it wasn't like if it was a machine or AI or whatever that was trying to focus in on something, like it would have just snapped right to it, not overcorrected and then corrected back. It was like when you are taking a shot with a tripod in the sky and you like you're following the moon, and as it moves across your sky, like you overcorrect and you have to bounce back and try to get it centered. It was more like a natural, like human correction.
Maybe. This is a real glitch. I'll tell you your volume's kind of low.
They never show anything like this.
Yeah, but they're purposely showing it.
They may not be monitoring it. They may not realize that the Earth projection isn't up.
Right, by now, something should have changed. Like, if that's the moon or the sun, it should be gaining in intensity. It should be rising. It should be getting an angular size change. All these things.
No, not angular size change. That you're always the same distance from the moon. Well, for the most part, anyway. I mean, you're not. Well, I guess there will be a little bit of angular size change. Wait, that's a tricky one. I guess you would be technically, but
But
wouldn't
right
be
now
that
we have a
great though.
dot that just has, we have a dot that hasn't changed in 15 minutes.
Once it got centered.
The sky is the upper half is turning slightly red, as though the sun might be coming up. It should be the amount of time we've been watching darkness.
Oh, that could be the case. Yeah, because that means it would be. Wait a minute. I don't know. Actually, this is quite a peculiar stream.
This is the one you should have been watching in the first place instead of the CGI graphics off of PlayStation.
I don't think it's CGI, but all right. I mean,
It's
according to you, these are
just-
both CGI anyway, but
It's
Oh, yeah,
just
no,
like
this is-
everything else that we look at. Once you dig into it, it's got all these anomalies that shouldn't be there. Even Arma's agreeing. What the hell is this?
yeah, but I mean, I don't know what it is yet. I guess we'll find out soon, potentially. Hopefully.
Yeah, they're now flying straight towards it because it hasn't moved in frame, left or right, since they corrected.
No, they keep correcting. I don't know if you noticed it.
Yeah,
Look, they're correcting right now. They're still correcting.
Yeah, they're correcting left or right since that initial one. They're correcting up and down. So now they're flying straight towards it.
Let me see.
You mean the ISS is turning?
Well, there we go.
No, it's the camera that's correcting. It's turning.
Oh, the camera.
Hey, we got sunlight on one of the solar
Yeah.
panels or whatever. So that's not the sun. It's definitely not the sun. Sun looks like it's shining from above it. Oh, and it went blue.
Yeah, somebody looked up and realized they had the wrong feed. They're like, "Oh shit, we had the Earth off. We had the Earth off the whole fucking time."
Here's the blue screen that they were faking it all over.
Yeah, it'll be on in a bit, I think, but we'll have to wait.
Think so?
It sure goes out a lot, though, don't it, Arma?
Yeah.
I mean, to be like the most qualified engineers in the world with almost unlimited budget, basically, can't keep a live stream going.
Well, how would they though? I mean, the ISS they would have to be broadcasting it to another
They only got on team
satellite,
satellites that
Excuses.
and then they have to
Yeah.
broadcast it.
we know of. That was quick.
It depends.
They
Are they
could
broad-
bounce it off the fraction. They could just bounce it off the ionosphere, basically, or just shoot a laser to the moon and shoot the signal back to Earth.
Do you think it's funny that? Do you think it's funny that it went to a blue screen the moment that they got a group of flat earthers and globe earthers watching it, and it was the moment that we were about to find out what the fuck it is? We were about to have sunrise. We were about to frickin' see what it could possibly be.
It probably was the moon.
and then it cuts out.
It was probably the moon, if I had to guess.
It was far from the moon, dude.
We can measure centimeters of wobble and tilt of things that are light years away, but can't measure 8 inches of water curving here on Earth. What a pisser.
They've never shown the moon.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't. If it's not the moon, then I don't know what the hell it is. I'm pretty sure it's the moon, but
If it was the moon, it would have had to have risen and becoming more apparent, or it would have had to have disappeared.
no, but they were constantly tweaking. I know they were saying up and down, but you can't really tell left or well. I guess you could tell left or right, but I think they were tweaking it though. I mean, potentially left and right. Maybe just not as much so. But Yeah, you're
Yeah,
dealing with.
they panned. It was in the top right corner, and they centered it. That's the only thing. Yeah, we're back on. All right.
Branded mystery image, right?
And there goes the flash of light, or the dot of light we were watching is gone. We got a CGI little thing of a freaking ISS on the right, and we got a nice little Terminator line on the left. There's no more sky glow from the sun or the orange reflection on the thing. It's just started over completely. It's a refresh. They gave us something different. This is not a continuation of what we were just seeing.
How do you know?
Not a chance. Yep.
Because what you were seeing didn't exist for real, so it can't be a continuation of that.
Well, no, that's not how that works. If I watch a show,
No, that is no. If you show me a fake cartoon and it's not real, you'll never show me a real continuation of anything.
So if I'm watching Dragon Ball Z, right, and then
Yeah, it's fake.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's
But it's
continuation
fake.
though. There is
But it's
continuation.
fake. But it's not real, Arma.
I
Do
know,
you
but
understand? Just like the ISS.
okay, well that's not. I don't know. That's not exactly.
No, you do know. No, you do know. You do know.
That light could only have been one thing. If this camera was now out of frame to the left, and that's the same solar panel, we would have been seeing this sunlight hitting the top of whatever that fucking thing is on the right, and it would have been part of it glowing. You know, the unlit. The major part of the station was unlit, but something out there at the end was picking up the sun.
Yeah, I think it was the moon personally, because when this came back on, I don't know if you noticed, but the camera was actually starting to like turn back down again. I think for the moon, when the moon was originally in shot, the camera was constantly like turning tilting upwards to the point where it was actually leaning backwards. And then when they reset the footage or whatever, if you want to call it,
Never shown the moon. Never.
What now?
They've never shown the moon.
I think it was the moon. I don't know what else it could be. If that wasn't the moon, then I don't know what that was.
Do you guys think that? Do you guys think that fireworks, the real massive ones that they shoot up in the 4th of July, do you think those could be possibly visible from up there?
Maybe. What's the angler? What's not the angler? What's the size of a firework like when it's exploding, and then I can try to do the math for angler size for that.
As far as like through this camera view that we're seeing, no. Like this camera, this view, no, I don't think you would.
No chance, huh? Yeah.
No.
Just a thought.
Maybe I'll do the math for that sometime.
We talked about that before in 24/7 too. Is like not exactly the fireworks, but what if you had like a really high-powered laser and you tried to shoot the frickin' ISS? Could you frickin' hit it with a green laser? Blind out the frickin',
Yeah, that's where I was leading to. Yeah, some sort of light. I've said it before. Some sort of flashlight, some sort of light where we can, okay, you're there. We give a 3 beep, whatever, and then they get to respond. Something like that. I've been talking about that for a long time now, but doesn't seem to be an option.
You've heard the.
That'd be very easy, right? Just a laser, and some communication with the said ISS, and there it is. Yeah.
Let's see what they give us the next time on the next show after this commercial break.
So why again? I found something, but I wanna ask first to the ballers. Why again can't the ISS be on a balloon?
We said it's 250 miles high. I mean, can you make a balloon that high?
Well, yeah. As a matter of fact, they did. Do you know what the first satellite that your country put in space was? Do you have any clue?
No idea.
Just because you said it's 250 miles high doesn't mean it is 250 miles high.
You can calculate it. You can do it on your own. I mean, you can do it and figure it out. It's just a couple of math. It's real easy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
the government said that when Sputnik went up, the Russians beat you guys up, apparently. Well, did you know that just a few months later, you guys put up a satellite, and that satellite was a balloon?
It was
Did
that
you know
high.
that?
Was it 200 miles or so high?
It was in space.
Okay, but space, edge of space is like what, like 70, or they call it the edge of space, 70, like around 70 miles or something, or 90 miles, or one of
Somebody could
those.
Google it. I don't know the height. Somebody could Google it right now and find out.
The Kármán line
I'd
is
like
said
to
to
know
be
how
like
you can look in the air
60
and see the
miles.
height of
60
something.
miles.
60 miles.
How can you do something and calculate a fucking imaginary height in the air? That doesn't make no sense.
So
What
You
reference?
guys, you missed my point.
You can use a
You're
reference.
Yeah,
missing
a bird is the same position as that. What do you mean reference?
No,
A treetop. The
so
fuck are you talking about?
so for example, if you have like the moon in
A
shot, right?
treetop. It's right at the top of a tree when I see it.
All
Now,
right.
how high is it? 20
Okay.
foot?
Can I
Get real.
just
Get fucking real, goofball.
All right. So if you have the moon in shot, right?
No, how do you prove it?
Can someone
How
shut
do
him
you
the
prove
fuck up?
what
Seriously,
you're
I'm trying to
saying?
talk right now.
Yeah, can
So-
somebody answer my question? Are you dodging my question? Now that I educated you, Arma, that there was a balloon put in space by your government, what do you have to say?
the first
Cool,
U.S.
I don't know.
satellite was Explorer 1.
It was the
and
Echo
was
1.
not a balloon.
No, the first communication satellite was Echo 1, and it was put up at a elevation of 1,000 miles.
Was that the
That's not the
balloon?
first satellite. That's not the
Who
first
cares?
U.S.
The
satellite. It's the
balloon.
First
first satellite.
communication satellite.
Could be
Okay,
the
there's a difference.
fourth
Thank you.
or the
Yes,
fifth.
but it
The
doesn't
balloon
change his
that they
point.
send up, how high was it?
1,000 miles.
Thank you, sir.
What the
So
fuck?
now,
1,000 miles?
extremistes. Yeah, extremistes.
Let me see this.
And
shit.
Arma, do you understand the
What's the name?
implications of what I just said?
What's the name of it?
Echo 1.
Echo 1.
Echo 1, and the Echo 2, I believe, was even higher.
Mm-hmm. So there goes your fantasy that balloons cannot go that high. Got it? So the ISS could very easily
100
be on
feet.
balloons.
Sounds to place an almost circular. And orbit approximately.
It's so easy, man. It's so easy. Once you look, it's so easy. I mean, you can do it blindfolded.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, it is saying that. It is saying, yeah, approximately, yeah, it says at altitude of approximately 1,000 miles. But it's in an orbit, though, which is weird.
I mean, the thing is,
And they
here's the thing.
they stayed up there for like 5 years, too.
You're relating this to ISS. So first of all, I mean, you can calculate the height. We say it's 250 miles. I mean, you can calculate that on your own. That's pretty easy to do. And you can look at it and see its general shape through, I mean, a home telescope or whatever. So I mean, it is what it is. You can tell it's not a balloon.
Okay. But can it be on a balloon? Can it be on a balloon?
I mean, where's the balloon at? I mean, you can see the satellite. Could you not see the balloon? Is it invisible?
Well, you think it has to be in the shape of a balloon?
I mean, so you're saying that it looks like the ISS shape, but it's actually a giant inflatable thing in the shape of the ISS.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Yes.
What if the ISS itself is like a parade balloon where they can make it into a shape and put it up there?
Not if they can. They can. That's why I'm saying this. I have proof of this. But first, I want to talk about it. Yeah, they're gonna freak out in a little while once I get home. They're gonna start double talking.
Well, my whole thing is this right now. Hold on. So it says, commonly successfully put in orbit. What's the speed of its orbit, though? Like, how fast was it traveling? I mean,
Thank you,
I
Dan.
mean, I guess it is in orbit. So, I mean, at least if we're using the word orbit, then I guess it would have to be falling around. But let me just say.
It's all calculated. So assuming that it's a certain size or assuming that it's a certain distance is how you calculate its speed. Or if you have its speed, then you calculate its size and distance. Like all these things. Like you can take one and swap one out for the other and make whatever calculations you want.
Mhm.
Like it doesn't necessarily have to be at the height, at the size, and at the speed that you guys are saying. That's just what they claim.
No, but does
The fact
everybody understand now
those
that
things
it could
add
be
up
on a
through
balloon?
Yeah, the fact that those things add up through a calculation doesn't mean it's necessarily so.
The
Because
thing
you
is,
could calculate it to be many other fucking things, and it would be equally true.
do you know how they calculate the height? Do you know how the one way? I mean, there's multiple methods, but there's the easiest, simplest way is to get two observers a known distance apart. You take the angle. You both of them observe it at a particular time. They both observe it at the same time. They both take the angle. Use something to figure out.
You triangulate it. Do you assume you're on a ball when you do that, or do you assume that you're on a flat plane?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does. That does matter. That would matter.
It doesn't matter.
That would have to matter.
Nope, doesn't. It doesn't change the altitude by more than, I don't know, 20 miles. If ball or flat, it's a very small difference, because the thing is, if they're a known distance apart, if they're only, say, 30 miles apart, 30 miles on a flat Earth versus 30 miles on a sphere doesn't change the angle enough that it makes a significant difference. So, in either case,
Do you think 30 miles is enough distance to actually to discern the difference? Also, like what?
I'm pretty sure Red Rhetoric did it in 50 miles, something like that. 30 miles. It wasn't that much.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Using Reds as a citation. What's next? Zanuck, followed by Fight the Flat Earth, followed by McToon.
The method is important, not who did it. Anybody can do it. You can do it. The method is what matters. You get two people.
Well, what matters is what assumptions you've made. What matters is the assumptions you've made.
There is no assumption, because
Lies.
As I said, sphere or globe, if they're only 50 miles apart, is enough. Doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, because the distance, the angles don't change enough based on the shape if you're only 50 miles apart.
Wait, what are we talking about?
100. I mean, that's a pretty insignificant amount considering how big the Earth is. So 100 miles is plenty of distance. Doesn't change the angle enough. You can figure out the height based on that method. You can do it yourself. Get one of your flat Earth, some flat Earth 100 miles apart or whatever. You can do this on your own. And that's, by the way, there are multiple methods. You can do this multiple ways.
Even if what you're saying is true, even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't change what most flat earthers say is that whatever it is that's up there, there's something up there. I'll tell you that I don't believe that it's the distance that they say it is, which means that the size and the speed of it are different as well. But there are definitely not people on it, and that's why they keep getting caught with using, tricks, like stage tricks to fake shit while they claim to be on the ISS.
Hey, SC, are you there? SC? Anyway, the Echo 1 was a balloon, and it took 2 hours, 1,000 miles up, took 2 hours to go around the Earth. That breaks down, if you do the math, to 15,500 some odd miles per hour.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Called solar wind or propulsion or something. It's just the sun. Sounds a heck of a lot like some sort of electromagnetic track type system that they have up there for a balloon to be able to do it. So to answer Essie's question, yes, the ISS could technically be on a balloon and still be doing what it's doing.
But there's an issue though with this though, right? So with the whole balloon thing, right? He made it seem like they launched a balloon right from the ground, like not launched it, but they inflated a balloon and then they had the balloon fly up to that altitude. From what I'm seeing here, if
that's not how they did it. That's not how they did it.
That's not how they did it.
Okay, well, the point is, it's still the story claims that it's
you
still.
know not of what you speak again. That's not how they did it. Stop talking and look and see how they did it. It involves a rocket.
I know. I didn't say they did that. I was saying you made it seem that way. Like the fact that it's a balloon, then bam.
Nobody made it seem anyway.
Okay, well that's how I took it. My bad. All right. I know that's not how they did it though. I'm just saying that's how I took it from you. All right. So yes, I know. I'm saying they actually sent it into orbit, right? They actually inflated it in space. All right. This is from what I'm seeing. All right. But it's still orbiting though. Yeah, and I guess you could argue this is That's the story they're telling us, whatever.
You
But
can say it's orbiting, right? And I can say it's going around in circles. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, you guys always say, well, it can't be, the ISS can't be on balloons because balloons can't work in space. Now, I just showed you how wrong you are. So from now on, hold on, Arma. From now on, when I say the ISS could be on balloons, I don't want anybody to say, no, you're crazy, right? I don't want that's not going to happen again, right?
No, hold on. It will happen again because you're not. I get what your argument is, but just sure you can have a balloon in space, whatever. Like there's nothing wrong with that. If I take a balloon and I blow it up in space, that's fine. The argument is getting a balloon from the land, right, to space just by it being a balloon. All right, like if you can't just do it like that. You can't just have a balloon on land.
Why not? Why not?
Because there's no atmosphere for up there for the balloon to fucking float from the atmosphere. Like balloons float because of atmosphere, not because they're balloons. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to have that.
Saying that they claimed a couple years ago that they've discovered that the Earth's atmosphere extends 4 times the distance to the moon beyond the moon.
Yeah, but we're talking about like literally like sparse, like literally like fucking atoms here, and like this not it barely counts. Like literally once you pass like a certain like altitude, it's as if there's no atmosphere at all.
There is atmosphere according to them.
If you want to get technical, yeah, there's like
what is the pressure
a few atoms flying around, whatever. But that doesn't really it's not enough for you to get a balloon up there, though. Is what I'm trying to get at. You can't.
What's the pressure at that altitude? 4 times out from the space or whatever.
Let me rebut that. How about if we reach that altitude where there's little or no atmos, like you're saying, right? And then we can just use jets the way up, the rest of the way up. How about that?
Okay.
Like what Essie's saying about it being where it could be a balloon. I'm not saying it couldn't, but I contend that it's more likely some type of advanced drone technology. They got solar panels on it that charge it up, and because of its speed and altitude, it's in sunlight more often than it's in darkness. Like it would be able to travel and be, like where balloons are kind of at. You don't have much control over them. Like you'd be able to. Anyway, I kind of think that it would be more. I kind of think that it would be more like a drone. And
how does
probably
that work, though?
I'll tell you why I don't think it's a drone. You know why? Because it's up there for a long time, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If they have super efficient solar panels on that thing, like perhaps they've got something that can stay up there for years at a time.
But you need air up there, though, in order for it to be useful. Otherwise,
there is air up there, according to you guys. Not you, but your guys.
But not enough for you to fly in it, though. You can't fly. You can't for balloons to do balloon stuff. You need like a certain amount of air, atmosphere.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty about a drone. It doesn't have to. Again, it doesn't have to be the size you guys claim it is, or the distance you guys claim that it is. It just has to. If it's not, then it has to be closer and traveling very fast. But when you have unmanned aircraft and you don't have to worry about life support and things like that, like you can make something very rigid, very fast, very small, that can do amazing things that you think defy physics, basically.
Okay, and how close do you suppose this is exactly? Like,
I can't put an exact number, but I'm saying it's probably not the distance. It's not as far as they say it is.
Would you say it's at least? Would you say it's at least above like 10, 20 miles?
It's above. I would say it's above all aircraft, like that we like commercial aircraft by a significant margin, like at least twice the height of commercial aircraft.
I feel like you could still figure out. I'm pretty sure. I mean, now granted, I haven't actually done it myself, but I could have sworn I've heard people, like confirm the distance, or at least the speed.
I told you a way to do it. You get 2 people a known distance apart. It's a mathematical. It's a geometrical law, theorem, whatever you want to call.
Mm-hmm.
It's angle, side, angle. Look up that. If you have an angle on one side and an angle on the other, and you have a common length of the side between the 2 angles, you can figure out all 3 angles and you can figure out the height.
No, you can't figure it out. You could come up with a series, like you could come up with a an equation that could tell you the many
It's
possibilities.
a geometric law or theorem or whatever. It is
No, it wouldn't give you
mathematically
the
provable,
answer. It
and
wouldn't
you
give you the
refuse to
answer.
accept
It would
that.
give you. It would
You are
give you a
literally
series.
denying mathematics, is what
Well,
you're doing.
well,
It would
hold
give
on.
you.
Well,
It
hold
would
on.
give you a series of answers where, like, it would have to. It would have to
There's
follow
only
this
one.
flow
There's
chart.
only one
Essentially,
answer. There's only one, based on the angle
there's only
between them
one
and the
if
known
you
distance
plug in.
apart.
If you plug in a
There's
whole
only
bunch of
one.
assumptions.
Well, hold
Now
on,
you
hold
can
on.
do it. You can do it with a flat Earth or a globe Earth. You can do that, both different methods. But I guarantee you, the distance, if it's 50 miles apart, the distance on a globe assumption or flat Earth assumption is less than 50 miles. So it's
No,
at
but
least
those aren't the only
200
assumptions.
miles.
Those aren't the only assumptions. The other assumptions are the size of it, the height of it,
No,
the speed of
doesn't
it.
matter. None of that matters. Mathematically, it does not matter. None of that.
It does.
The angle, the two angles, and the distance between
Okay,
them,
fine. If you
that's
want to talk
all that
about
matters.
angles, if you want to talk
Only.
about angles, it assumes that you see without refraction in straight
Oh my
lines.
God. Okay,
Well,
fine.
well, hold on.
Now you can bring in refraction.
Wait,
Sorry,
we could.
that's a flat Earth trope. I forgot about that one. Now we got to debate refraction for the next 2 hours.
Well, hold
No,
on. Guys.
no. You look. You don't like it when we use your own argument against you, but look, whenever you're viewing anything in the sky, like, you have to take into consideration the density layers of the atmosphere and so on and so forth. And even according to you guys, you're not seeing the actual sun or the actual moon. You're seeing the apparent sun or the apparent moon. And so you have to take that into consideration.
Well, okay, hold on, guys. I think this is irrelevant though, because I feel like we could still prove the ISS's speed by simply waiting 90 minutes. Like, if we see the ISS in the sky and I wait 90 minutes, I don't know how much it drifts exactly, so maybe you might not get it in your same sky again. But if it returns 90 minutes later, right? Isn't that proof that it just traveled? Well, then again, I guess you have to prove that the Earth is as large as it is. But let's just assume, all right, because we have a decent idea of how large it is. We could at least prove that it's traveling at least thousands of miles up there, I think, by just seeing the ISS, over our heads, and then 90 minutes later again.
At least, wait, say that again? Is that what, thousands?
Yeah, I think like thousands probably, yeah.
At least thousands? Of feet. Okay, feet, not miles. Yeah.
No, not thousands of feet, thousands of miles. Because if we see the ISS,
even to you guys, it's not 1,000 miles up.
No, 1,000 miles. I'm talking about the speed of it. I don't care about the fucking height. I'm talking about the speed.
Yeah, well, and there's nothing wrong with it. Like, the higher you are, the easier it is to travel at extremely fast speeds. Like, how fast does the SR-70 or the Blackbird go? The SR-71 Blackbird. That thing goes well over 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but doesn't it also use like a lot of fuel and shit? I mean, like,
it was made in the 70s, and people are on it.
I'm not really too knowledgeable on these, so I can't really say for sure, but I would assume it uses a lot of, like fuel and shit.
It actually is pretty fuel efficient because it's designed to fly at 75,000 plus feet to 80 or 90,000 feet, and there's very little resistance. So it's actually, even though the speed's fast, there's not that much resistance.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at.
But it does take a minute. What it has
That's
to do,
exactly what I was
actually,
getting at.
hold on
You
one
can get
second.
really
Let me
high up
finish.
there. Yeah.
It has to, when it takes off from the base, it actually has to get to a certain altitude and then refuel and then it flies its mission. And so it refuels in midair because it does take quite a bit for it to get in altitude and in the air. But once it's actually flying at 70,000 feet, it actually is pretty fuel efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing can do multiple laps around the Earth without refueling once it's up there.
Wow. Okay, fair point.
Like I said, it was made in I believe the early 70s, and it's got people on it. So if you did this with a drone with modern technology, what could you do?
Yeah, but you say a drone, but like, okay, so a drone, like, are we just using like?
I'm just talking about unmanned aircraft. Unmanned aircraft like a drone doesn't mean a quadcopter.
Okay.
A drone means an unmanned aerial vehicle, a UAV.
So is this thing ever getting refueled then, like while it's up there?
And this is my contention, is that it would at least be sustained partially by solar power. Like
how though?
and even Google will show you they have like solar powered planes that can stay up there for like months at a time.
Solar powered plane, but don't those? But yeah, but how are they producing like, like thrust? It would be like with the, the blades or whatever, and there's no air up there or very little air up there.
Because there's very little air, they don't have to give it much thrust. Like they can just maintain their speed and like he was saying, it's very efficient because there's such little resistance up there.
Yeah, but
you can go very fast using very little fuel when you get the altitude.
Okay, but don't you still have to? Okay, so let's say, I guess you're trying to say is that you're not going to lose any momentum, I guess, up there for the most part. But like, you still have to keep it up though. So you'd have to spin whatever it is, I guess, like the blades or whatever the fuck, right? And then that gives it a little bit more momentum.
Blades, no, again, you're either thinking of a quadcopter or you're thinking of a prop plane, which neither one is what they're using up there.
Yeah. Okay. So then, how are they producing thrust in without like the blades or whatever up there?
Look.
Because they didn't come up.
As civilians, like some of this is basically an appeal to incredulity, I guess, because we don't know what technology the military has that we're not privy to.
Okay, so because the only thing I could think of is like I know there's that one little I forgot what it's called, but it's like ion thrust. I don't know what the fuck it's called, but it's like a thing where they're using like, I don't know, but they're not using a fuel. They're just kind of using, I think, like energy or some shit, and then it's like it actually produces thrust or some shit. But
what kind of thrusters is the ISS using? What kind of thrusters are they using?
I don't know, but they don't really have to use a whole lot of it because they're mainly in orbit.
But they work, right?
No, because they're mainly in orbit. But whatever they do need to, it's not. They don't need a whole lot of it because they're only probably only like adjusting for like small little things, whatever. But they don't need to constantly be, shooting it like,
Who says they're constantly shooting it? Who said that?
Oh, for this hypothetical where where the ISS is like this other thing.
Hey, can you stop talking for a minute? In your mythical space, once you attain that speed, you keep that speed.
Yeah.
Did you not know that?
No, I know that, but we're talking about like this this hypothetical where where the Earth is flat, but they're high enough to where there's not a whole lot of air up there, but they're keeping this thing going. Though I'm saying like, well, they still have to keep the momentum somehow. Like even if there isn't a whole lot of air left.
Not if they're in space. No, you're not listening.
On the flat Earth.
Not listening. You have a balloon. You have a balloon. It's up high. You have metal things like the ISS stuck underneath it. It's in space. It achieved 17.5. What's the problem?
On the flat Earth.
Any Earth. Doesn't matter. Forget about the shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter. You have a balloon which stays afloat and it's traveling around your mythical ball. It's going around. If you want to go on a flat Earth, it's going around in circles. What's the problem?
Well, actually, with the circle one, we have to be.
You just said forget the shape, and then you just said around the mythical ball. So you can't do both of those.
Well, there's also an issue with going around in circles because if it's going around in circles, then you're gonna need some kind of thing to adjust its course or whatever.
There's no issue.
There's nothing in space to slow it down. Momentum, conservation of momentum.
Okay, I get that, but if it but it would have to literally. How are you gonna tell it to take a circle path? You know what I'm saying? On a flat Earth, it would have to take a circle path, and taking a circle path means you have to actually.
You have the jets.
Okay, there you go. Then that's what I was getting at, though. But all right, you said something.
You're on about the balloons, right? About that one. Because if it was a drone, like, or not a drone, but like a UAV, essentially. Like I was talking about, all you'd have to do is bank your solar panel wings a little bit, and that would take care of your circle.
There you go. How about if you have a combination of both?
Well, no, but
How about if you have a balloon, right,
I'm pretty
to
sure
keep
you
you
would lose
afloat, and all the other things for maneuvering? How about both?
both. Oh, okay, I guess both. But well, hold on though. I mean, real fast. I think it does matter what shape of the Earth we're talking about because we, you know, if we're going up really high on the flat Earth, right, and you know we're saying space, that kind of, I know this is a little off topic, but that would kind of go against what you guys have been kind of saying because gas pressure without a container, like, you know,
You have constant falling in your head. That's what you have. You have the orbit. You have constant falling on your mind.
I know.
Correct?
I'm just saying you might have to watch. You might have to tweak things a little bit for the flat Earth version because if there's a near vacuum up there, you know, on the flat Earth, then you know that's sort of kind of going against what you guys always say. You know.
Again, look. First off, a vacuum. This is mistaken all the time on both sides of this argument. Like, really, there's no such thing as a vacuum. It's just a differential in pressure. Okay.
All right.
Like, so it's a low pressure environment. Doesn't mean that there's nothing up there.
And if we're assuming a
Oh,
flat
we're not
Earth,
mistaken on that. Hold on. They're mistaken on that. They tell us there's a vacuum there, not us.
Yeah. But no, but that's the old rhetoric that we were taught on back in like middle school and high school, right? They've adjusted since then. They're always adjusting their shit. So now it's not a perfect vacuum like they told us it was. Now it's a near perfect vacuum.
well,
Well, yeah, I don't think they ever said perfect, but yeah, your point
Oh no!
is.
At one
well
time,
taken.
I remember being told space was a perfect vacuum.
Okay,
way,
fair
we're
enough. But
assuming
you know, the issue is here that they've been saying for years that there's no way the ISS could be on balloons, right? And I just prove it to them now that their own paradigm, their own model says that they made a balloon go up there.
Yeah, but you have to understand the context,
And,
though.
I'm kind of with you, Essie, about the idea of a combination of the two, like a UAV / balloon. Like, what if it was a rigid but light, maybe made out of carbon nanotubes or something, you know, or like a rigid but light structure, like a plane that was also filled with nitrogen or helium or whatever, or what probably something more like nitrogen. What goes higher, nitrogen or helium?
Helium.
Nitrogen.
Pretty sure. What, really? Nitrogen? Really?
Now you're talking, bro. And guess what? I found just the material. I was waiting for us to reach this part of the conversation. When I get home, I'm going to show you exactly the structure that you just mentioned, bro. I was just waiting for it to come to this point.
But SC though, you this whole argument about having balloons in space, the context is. Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. The context is really important though because we're not saying you can't have balloons in space. We're just saying you can't float.
Yes, you were for so many years.
No, okay.
Maybe not you.
No,
Maybe
hold
not
on.
you.
No, this doesn't make any sense though, right? Okay, let's just say, right? Let's just say that the ISS is okay. It does have balloons, you know, lifting it up, whatever, right? That means the balloons, right? They need an atmosphere, all right, for them to be floating, all right. That's how balloons work. You have, you know, like.
Do you listen when I talk, Arma? Obviously not, right?
What's your you know?
Did you not hear the part when I said your government claimed that they already did this, that they already sent balloons?
Yeah, but the balloon
to
isn't
space,
floating because
Arma?
it's a balloon, though. It's up
Oh
there
my
because of an
God.
orbit.
What?
Oh my God.
No, yes. Okay, so the whole Echo 1, if you actually look into it, or to some, I mean, I looked.
It is just a balloon.
Yeah,
Silly.
yeah, okay, but no one's saying you can't take, like, if I was on the ISS, right, and I went outside the ISS with a balloon. Yes, there's suddenly a balloon in space, but it's not floating there because it's a balloon. It's floating there because it's in an orbit. All right, it's the same thing with Echo 1. The Echo 1 isn't up there, isn't floating because it's a balloon.
No.
It's literally in orbit. All right.
No, it's literally floating because it's a balloon and it's filled with.
But you need atmosphere
His
for
point,
that, though.
hold on, Arma. Let
Arma,
me
no, you
finish,
don't.
because
In
I'm
my
going to say what you're
opinion,
going to say in less words.
the
His
reason
point
they're
is,
using balloon. Oh, my bad.
Arma's point is, it was not a balloon floating through the atmosphere up to whatever 1,000 miles. His point, Arma's point is, it was launched on a rocket to 1,000 miles, then inflated.
Yeah, I don't know why you just keep bringing that up like it has anything to do with this.
Because it does. There's the context is important. The SC is
Who gives a
making
shit
it.
how it got up there?
Wait, what?
Why do we care how it got up there?
Because okay, the point I'm trying to get at, all right, whether okay, let's even ignore the part about how it got up there, right?
What if it was launched from another aircraft?
Oh, that's fine, but the point is, my question is that balloon floating up there because it's a balloon, or is it floating up there because it's in an orbit? All right, because if it's floating up there because of an orbit and not because it's a balloon, all right, then you really can't make the claim that the ISS is.
You're talking to the wrong people about an orbit, because your idea of an orbit has to do with like mass attracting mass and constant free fall around a sphere.
Fine.
Like where none of us give a shit about that.
True,
That's
true.
you who has that issue.
Fair point. So let's assume let's assume a flat Earth, all right, and let's just assume they launch a balloon up there, right? It's a flat Earth, but there's no space, but they launched a balloon up there, right? We still have evidence though that the atmosphere gets pretty weak up there, all right? Very weak, in fact. How is that balloon staying afloat?
Because if we're assuming a flat Earth, the reason why they're using balloons is to get it up to that part, to that electromagnetic path, whatever the sun and moon are using to travel and traverse around a circle above us on a flat Earth. The same stuff, dude.
No, that's not an argument though.
I also
That's
want to point out to you. I also want to point out to you that
because it's speculation.
Yeah, it's speculation. Because what's the point of what's the point of bringing balloons then?
I want to point out to you that there's multiple definitions for the word orbit. There's multiple definitions for the word orbit, and its most basic definition is a circular path.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be free falling.
Okay,
It doesn't have to be around a sphere.
That's fine.
It doesn't have to.
That's fine.
And if it was free falling, it'd be going a lot faster than the 15,000 miles per hour at that elevation.
Okay, whatever, sure. But the point I'm trying to get at is though, if we're gonna speculate and say that this balloon's gonna use whatever the sun and moon are using to go around and shit, then why does it even need to be a balloon at that point? All right, like it's speculation
because they don't know where it happens. They need it to get to that height.
No, I'm saying why a balloon? It could be anything. It doesn't have to just be a balloon. It could be
it rises to the track.
Mic check.
What?
It rises up to the track, to the electromagnetic track, and then that takes over. It's the perfect solution if you don't know exactly where to place it.
Why would it rise though?
Because it's a balloon filled with.
No, but you need atmosphere though for the balloon to be doing the rising. You need.
And you don't know that it is or isn't there, or how far it extends. You have no idea.
But we know it weakens though.
Earth, remember?
No, but we know it weakens though. We can literally measure that though, right? So you have to now prove at the very least that the balloons
you can't measure it that high up. How can you do that? You have to take their word for it.
Because it gets lower, it stops.
This literally a bunch of people, a bunch of amateurs putting high altitude balloon videos up there, and then they got like some of them measuring the actual atmosphere
Maybe
up there.
It increases at some point. You don't know.
Maybe it increases.
Sure. How do you know?
Well, yeah, you don't know. You don't know what's up there. What about the people with the ideas about like superfluid helium being up there and shit like that?
Yeah,
like
dude.
you have no freaking idea what's up there.
Well, then you're
It'd be superfluid.
Okay, so once again, speculation though.
Yeah, we're speculating. You said assume a flat Earth, so yeah, we're speculating.
Well, yeah, assume a flat Earth. I mean, but that's okay. But that's still a stretch. I don't even think you need a balloon at that point. If we're gonna speculate, then we could even say we don't need a balloon because maybe it actually gets denser up there to the point where we could actually float a boat up there. All
right, but we're also talking about the Echo 1, and the reason why it was a balloon is because they bounced communication signals off of it, and they needed to come back down. So that's why it was a round balloon. So we need to think of a different hypothetical if we're going to go this flat Earth route and we want to speculate and all that. But the reason why it was done with a Mylar balloon with the Echo 1 was because they were bouncing signals off it.
Yeah, the reason why, from my understanding, is just to get a very large ass fucking thing. Yeah, so you just inflate a balloon.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a balloon. It could be an ISS shaped object that they put up there. It literally could be. Who knows?
And I mean, I guess even the ISS could be a balloon. It's just shaped instead of a sphere.
Or it might not be. It could be solid, and they could have a way to propel it. I mean, solar wind propulsion seems really weird to me.
Right, there's a lot of what ifs. I'm liking where I was going. I'm liking where me and SE were going with that. Like this combination of the two. So like a UAV that's also filled with a very light gas, like helium, like where so it's a rigid aircraft, unmanned rigid aircraft filled with a very light gas like nitrogen or helium. Again, somebody should tell me: does helium rise higher or nitrogen? What goes the highest? What's the
Shouldn't it
lightest?
be?
What's the lightest?
I was thinking hydrogen because isn't it less
Hydrogen.
dense?
Okay, yeah, that could be another one. Yeah. So like let's say you filled it with hydrogen and you had a rigid aircraft that was unmanned, so like all of its empty space. You can make it very large. You can make it very large and it's filled with hydrogen, but it's also rigid and it takes a shape so it can fly like a plane remotely. Okay? Like if you know, this is a possibility. It's like a legitimate possibility.
It is, as of the latest news we figured out with certain things, it's definitely a possibility now. Where that was one of the big questions with Flat Earth not that long ago. Now, this is definitely possible. We have continued measures from Michelson-Morley type experiments that show an ether drift, and wouldn't you know it, it happens to equal the exact speed that the ISS is going. That's crazy. That's either a huge coincidence or there is some sort of crazy electromagnetic track type thing up there.
Also, I thought I heard somebody very low saying "lunatic, do you hear me?" like a couple of minutes ago, minute and a half ago. Who was that?
Yeah, that was me. That was me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're quiet.
All right. So, whenever I was researching the Echo One and all the silent balloons, one of the things they were measuring up there was the turbulence of the atmosphere. Believe it or not.
Okay.
So, if they're saying that there is no air out there, he's saying that his armor's saying there's no type of medium for the balloons to stay up there. How is it that they're trying to measure the turbulence of the atmosphere?
I'm saying there's not enough. There's not enough atmosphere up there to float a balloon.
Well, they were measuring it, and that's what they were doing. And the gas that they used was an aerostat, which was a medium of gas that was lighter than air. Interesting.
Wait, say that again. No, the last part was that last part now. Medium lighter than air.
An aerostat, which is a gas that is lighter than air. In other words, they need something that was lighter than the air to float on.
Aerostat. Can you well, how do I even look this up?
This is the way it sounds.
An aerostat is an aircraft that generates lift by using a lifting gas to become lighter than air. Okay. That's fine, but you still need to have the aerostat. You still have to. Okay, so up there though, you're talking about like near vacuums though. I mean, you would have to have like what, like a near vacuum in the balloon or something like. I don't even know if that's even fucking possible. I mean, maybe it is. I guess I don't know. I guess it's.
That's what they told you, that there's nothing up there because the air is it's not that dense and you can float up there. But according to them, they floated up there.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, yeah, they're floating up there, but not maybe because of like an orbit, and I guess it's not really considered floating. But
that's not what they said. They also said that it was measuring turbulence, air turbulence.
You said, and this is Echo One, right? Turbulence.
Yes, it was a paper that was a newspaper that was interviewing the actual. This is somewhere in NASA, like buried in there. While I was looking at all the history and whatnot of all that.
Let me see.
There's another thing I'd like to add also to like technology that's only now becoming available, like known about to the public. What do they call what is it? Is it a fractal turbine or no? Like a Tesla? No. What do we? Toroidal propellers. So like I have a drone and so because of that this got put in my feed. Like look up toroidal propellers. So they've got these things where the propeller is a toroid, and they're saying they can gain a ton of efficiency making props for both boats and helicopter or whatever, drones and boats, any like air or water. They can make these things way more efficient than what we previously understood, where they actually go much faster and they're much quieter. And little technologies like that could also add to the possibilities of what might exist, like way up high in the sky.
Hold on.
Toroidal propellers are freaking cool. I want to get some for my drone, but I couldn't find any. They're gonna be expensive as shit once I do be able to find them.
I just gotta say that taking a shit is more exciting than watching this ISS thing. The one time we had something to see on the screen, they ducked it out on us.
Yeah. Dude, it was blue all of a sudden for freaking like an entire orbit. Like,
well, if we wait, I mean, how long has it been since the quote unquote moon? Because all we have to do is wait 90 minutes from then, and we will know for sure. Because if we see it again, then it's most likely the moon. I mean,
dude, whatever it is, it was doctored, my man.
The sun's actually shifting right now from in front of it to behind it. The lights just changed a great deal.
oh yeah. In fact, I see the Terminator line again, so we might actually see this this moon again. So I give it like 15 minutes.
Man, you are funny to talk to. It's like no matter what anybody says, you got your own concept. You don't look anything up. You just keep running with your concepts, and it's like,
what else is it gonna be?
You're a true skeptic. You're a true skeptic.
I mean, I'm theorizing it's the moon. I mean, other than that, I don't know what the fuck it could be. It would have to be the moon, or the other, otherwise, what is it?
I appreciate that you're curious, but it's not.
What's funny, he just said 90 minutes, and all of a sudden he saw the Terminator light. Oh, it's gonna come up right now.
What?
Like the only thing I can think of what we're seeing from that light, you see how on what they're showing as the ISS there, see that little arm that's doing like a bend?
Yeah.
At the very tip of it, there's that black box or the box, the joint.
Yeah.
Like if that was somehow reflecting light, perhaps that was what we were seeing.
It has to be that or the thing above it, that orangey looking.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
The other box. That's the only thing it could have been.
But then why were they focusing on that for? That's the most random.
Yeah, because it's not centered right now. It's not centered in the frame. Like they would have literally had to like adjust the camera to show just the reflection of light on that joint. And initially it was up closer to the IBM in the top right.
I don't think it has to be the moon because I'm telling you why. All right, if it was that, right, for one, it doesn't make any sense to focus on that. But two, all right, there's no way that would be lit up from the sun. It literally on the dark side, it would have to be dark. Like that's just it.
The sun was coming. You know the sun was coming. Look what's happening right now. There it is.
Yeah, but no, he's right. He's right though, because like no, we first saw it shortly.
There's the orange thing right there. See it?
That's not it.
That's it. Trust me. See the sun hitting that instead of anything else because that's higher. It is the same exact thing.
I highly doubt it.
Well, it has to be. Trust me. It sure as fuck ain't the moon.
Yeah, it's not the moon. It's not the moon, and it's not the sun. Based off of what we saw, whatever it was whatever we saw had to have been stationary in the frame, like it's attached to the ISS. Yeah.
I'm betting on the moon. I don't know about you guys, but
Here's an orange orb thing. There's two of them right there. And you're seeing them. It just went in and out of the sun. So you shouldn't be shocked. As we're discussing it, it was being demonstrated.
yeah, but when it came back online, when the camera came back online, we literally saw the camera panning back down, meaning that it was panned up earlier. So if that was the case, why would it be panning up away, panning up from from that? That doesn't make any sense.
Look. I agree with you. I'm glad you're starting to sort of think critically instead of just making excuses.
I always think
But it
critically. This is
wasn't
what
the
I
moon.
fucking
But it
always
wasn't the moon.
do.
Because yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense because you and I were the only ones watching it at first, and it was way up in the top right corner, like way far away from where they're showing the ISS itself, right? And then they centered it, and then even when they centered it, it wasn't where they're showing it now, where it's off center to the right.
Camera, guys. This is the forward.
No. This is one camera. They haven't changed it. This is the one view.
The goddamn solar panels were in the camera frame before, and it was the back.
Because they were panning the camera. They were panning it upwards that entire time. I'm telling you, they were following the moon up until the point where they were actually tilting leaning back almost. And then when they resetted the feed or whatever, it was panning back to this again. So that's why it was coming from above. It was like it was moving down. It was going like it was tilting downwards.
So if it wasn't the joint on that arm, it would have been something on like the tip of the solar panel, possibly. But either way, I'm with Dan here that it would have had to have been, if it's real at all, it would have had to have been a part of what they're saying the ISS is because it didn't change in angle, it didn't change in size, it didn't change in intensity for way too long. It just stayed stationary to the camera itself. It's only when the camera moved that it moved. So that tells you that it's a part of the structure itself.
I don't buy that.
Hitting those orange lenses again. Well, I mean, they're not yet, but here comes the sun from another angle for some reason. God knows how.
Yeah, we get to watch the most boring shit ever for like another 45 minutes, but actually that's where the cool part happened, is halfway through the darkness where you get nothing but black screen.
So
yeah, we get to see it again.
Right now, that the sun is partially lighting some of the craft. I mean, you can see it right there. So that's what we
got this wrong. I'm telling you.
No, it's exactly.
So right now, take note also of where the Earth was. Like the for the most part, like the Earth only covered the bottom half of the screen, maybe slightly more. So if you're looking for flashes of light and stuff like I was seeing, pay attention to where they are in the frame. Like if they're in the top half, it's not where the Earth is.
Watch, you're gonna see this come up from the horizon. It's gonna rise for a second.
I'll give you $1,000 fucking bucks if that happens. All right.
No, I won't take it because I know I'm right. I don't want to fucking. I don't want to jip you out of $1,000.
Actually, I'll bet you for only $250.
No, man, I'm not risking that because there's always a chance that I'm wrong. You know, I would maybe bet like
$100,
like 50ish, maybe
50. All right, we're good. We're good for 50.
No, I said maybe.
$50.
I'm telling you, I'm not like I'm telling you. I think this is proof that I am never 100% sure on things. All right, because I don't want to. You never know.
Well, look. I think chances are good for you. Actually, I think I might owe you $50 because my bet is that this is literally just replayed on loop, and that we're going to see the exact same thing that we saw the last time.
I mean, I probably.
At least we remember the pattern as it came into view.
I probably could make $50, but I'm not going to chance that. Though. I don't know. I never know. All right, I never know.
Look at it right now and explain why is the light only lighting up part of the structure. That's what I was doing before. Yeah. It has to do with the sun being below it. Or behind it, whatever. I mean, look at that. There's light peeking through. And
Waiting
there's
for
two
this to pop
orange
up.
lenses right there, and we were seeing something orange. There's
Hmm.
definitely two orange lenses between that lit post and the box to the right of it. They're about to light up. See them. They're orange. There's two of them.
I want to say it's the moon for sure because I remember when it was rising, it wasn't like really like orangey at first, and then it got less orangey. That's what we kind of see, kind of see on on Earth, where when the moon starts to rise from the horizon, it starts off like very orangey red or whatever, and then once it goes into the sky, it's like more like whitish.
Yeah, we didn't see it turn orangey. Well, we see orangey, like the capsule, that round part there. It looks like this. You'll see a highlight, a specular highlight, like you see now. That'll grow until it starts to reach that black dot, and then shortly after it overtakes the black dot, the whole thing is going to turn orange. That's what happened last time, anyway. And then you'll see before it turns to a blue screen again on the other side when we're supposed to have sunrise, you'll see the sky start to have a reddish tinge.
Hmm.
That's what we saw last time. I'm just saying, if it happens again,
That could have been a reflection off the solar panels. And now, if you guys look, there's that top thing that's lit by basically what I'm going to call a loose piece of light. So that's what we were seeing from another camera. Pretty sure we were seeing the top of that thing lit up.
you're seeing that square joint at the arm where it's like 90 degrees up and like 30 degrees down.
I'm saying beyond that to the right, where it's up higher.
Oh, like the top of the cylindrical device that they have there.
And between those 2 points, there's some orange lenses that were catching sun before. But you can see how the top of that thing's lit, independent. Looks relatively.
Yeah, but what we saw looked more like that joint on the top of the arm, except for centered.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's those orange lenses that we're not seeing right now that are between those two, right at the past the arm.
All right, look at on the far left, the bottom left corner. You see that little orangish square there that's on the solar panel?
I think so.
What if I think there's multiple of those running out towards the end of the panel. What if the angle was different? We were panned out to the left because they did change their view to the left. And we were looking at that solar panel, and there's another one of those that was catching the light and reflecting it back.
Hmm.
Either way, you see it happening right now. There's a lone light up on the top of the right now.
It's pretty orangey looking. Yeah, I see it.
It went away too fast.
Well, the ice is going to turn orange in a bit. It's going to turn orange soon. That's what it did last time. It was really weird. Like the whole ISS just started like
It
this.
took a lot longer. It took a lot longer than last time. Because I was watching it. Like, you see how that highlight on the cylindrical thing before that black square there? You see how it kind of looks like a toilet, and the seat of the toilet is just underneath the black square?
I think so.
It was like that for a long time the last time, and it's already Ooh, it just jumped. Did you see that?
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a.
It just jumped.
Okay, waiting for this. It's moving slowly but surely. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's just taking a bit. Jeez Louise.
Oh, you gotta have more patience, Grasshopper. Like, it's literally a 90-minute orbit.
Yeah.
I just love how I love how though this is so less entertaining. I mean, for us it's more entertaining because this is like straight from the .gov website. For me anyway, this is better. But what you were showing again, Arma, was
cutting out
literally that was a dramatized CGI friggin' graphic. Like nothing was real about that. That was literally like made for TV shit.
All right, if you say so. But I got a blue screen right now. I don't know what about you guys?
I'm
That shit was
actually
about
watching
as
it off of Dan's. I'm watching it off of Dan's stream because he's got way better quality on it.
that shit was about as real as Metropolis, Armbar.
Yeah, if you say so. Yeah, mine is blue. Why is it blue right now?
Have you seen lightning strikes?
Don't know. Don't, at least I mean in the one in my
You should have seen thousands by now.
Okay, but
100 lightning strikes a second on Earth.
Now it's blue. Yeah, there's a delay on Dan's, but it's better quality.
all right. It's
But they
returned for
can't
me.
keep the feet up.
I'm not sure. Also,
No, it's
it's turning,
retarded for everyone. Armbar period is just retarded.
yeah, it's turning orange. It was yellow and now it's turning orange, and the camera's also moving now. The camera is moving. They're moving the camera. So we're about to find out what this thing is very soon. If it was the moon, or if it was something on the actual ISS.
It was definitely out there on top where the lights are. Those things. It was one of those things.
And
Dan,
now
your
it's
mic.
turning
Whose mic was that? I could barely hear you.
That was Dan.
Dan, your mic's dummy low.
Yeah, you got quieter.
Your mic's
You
lower
were-
than midgets playing limbo.
So Arma, what's this all about?
I don't know. We're just looking at the ISS thing right now, and there was this light that popped up before. And I'm saying to myself, well, it's either the moon, or if it is something on the ISS, it's a light that's actually being lit on the ISS itself. Like it has to be like
it would have to be. It would have to be because it was on the full dark side of the moon or dark side of the Earth, and it didn't change in intensity or angle or anything like that for far too long. So it would have to be a light from the ISS shining off of it, which supposedly there are none, by the way.
Okay, so you're saying that you guys just for some reason, like an hour ago or something, were watching this feed and you saw something strange yourselves?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Like,
Okay.
but they literally focused in on it for us. So, like, it was in the top right corner initially, and then they centered it in the frame and then left it there for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused. I'm like, that's why I'm thinking it's like the moon or something. I'm thinking they're focusing on it the entire time, but I don't know. We'll fucking see, I guess.
The ISS camera changed its angle? I thought it just kind of stayed still. That's weird.
Yeah, we watched them correct it. Yeah.
Huh. Why would they do that?
I have no idea.
Oh, and the point is also like Arma was showing something from a YouTube channel claiming it was live stream, and I was saying no, that's CGI. So I went to the NASA.gov website and showed this link, which we're now watching and where we caught that. This one is less dramatic, but more entertaining because of what we caught. And
you could live stream a.
more credible because it's not just like from PewDiePie. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, you could live stream Goodfellas. That doesn't mean the events are happening live. It just means you're live streaming.
Exactly.
Yeah, they use that terminology pretty loose around the space program, don't they?
Around YouTube specifically. But yeah. Yeah, it's funny how many channels there are who there's like a dozen channels or more that are all showing ISS live streams, and all of them are different. None of them are live. None of them are in real time.
It's such bullshit. It's so true.
So, how soon are we expecting to see like the same occurrence happen that you guys witnessed earlier?
Probably good 5 minutes.
I think we are seeing it. I think
no, we won't see it. I judging from the last time, I don't think we'll see if it's on a loop and we see the exact same thing. It shouldn't happen for another 10 or 15 minutes.
I say 5 minutes.
5 to 15. Got it.
Yeah. 5
and what's it gonna look like?
It's going to first be just a white dot in the top right corner, and you're going to go, "What the fuck is that?" But first, you're going to see electrical. You're going to see what you might construe as being sprites or electrical storms. You're going to see a bunch of that shit. Like look for flashes of light, and look for them, whether they're on the bottom half of the screen or the top half of the screen, because the bottom half of the screen is supposedly the Earth or the ISS itself, and the top half of the screen is supposed to be space. And then eventually you're going to see a light that becomes solid, and it'll be like I said, this is what happened last time anyway. And there will be like an orangish bright light that just suddenly appears in the top right corner near the IBM, like not all the way up there, but off center. And then it sits there for a little while, grows for maybe 4 minutes or something like that, and then they take the camera and they center it. They actually overcorrect past and then recorrect back to centering, and then they adjust the camera up to get it dead center in the frame. That's what they did last time.
To be honest, this camera is looking the other way, so we might as well go online and find it somewhere else and show what we saw. Because
I don't think you'll find it. You could try.
Why wouldn't we? It was half hour ago, right?
Yeah, but do you think, dude? No, look at what Armo was showing a little bit ago. YouTube wants something this is boring to most people. This isn't streamable. This isn't going to catch an audience. They're trying to catch views. They're trying to build their channel and subscriptions and get all the people going, oh, the Earth is so amazing. Oh, it just makes you feel so insignificant. Oh, it's beautiful.
No, I really like this ISS stream. I mean, it shows how amazing the Earth is and how beautiful the creation is.
Okay, listen, Matthew, I am going to agree that the Earth is amazing, but I'm not going to agree it's because of this fake, quote unquote, vantage.
No, this blank purple screen, it shows me how beautiful everything is.
Oh, you're talking about the blank purple screen, the ISS footage. Okay, yeah. It might as well be, listen, all ISS footage might as well be this fucking blank purple screen. Do you feel me?
Got it.
I haven't checked it out for myself in a while, like these streams. I thought they would turn the camera off. Did they used to when it went black?
No, it goes blue. It goes blue. You're going to get cut out blue as soon as it gets interesting. That's what happened last time. As soon as it gets interesting, they're going to cut you off blue. Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't going to go until sunrise?
No, right at sunrise last time, it turned blue.
Yeah, they generally don't do transitions because people would notice that you don't see all the lightning and city lights. So they because that's all post-production. And all that pretty green air glow and all that. That's all post-production, so they rarely show transition.
Shouldn't we be seeing lightning storms right now?
Yes. In fact, that's how this all started. On average, there's supposed to be 100 lightning strikes on Earth per second.
Yes, but that is an
there's
average.
There's a website that gives you a graphic of like the Mercator map or whatever, and it just like does a sort of like little ripple, like in water. It just kind of like does a little like circle expansion animation wherever there's a lightning strike, and I mean it never stops. It's just like boom, one over here, boom, one over there, like constantly. I know that there's a limited field of view though of this camera. So
see, right there, I saw like a glow on the bottom half for a split second there. Now the thing is,
the redness coming. You can see all that red coming back.
Yeah, it's purple on the bottom and red on the top. Yeah.
Why don't they have like a second camera that's adjusted to like low light, environments to like that would switch on and off?
I don't know. My question was about to be like, why aren't they focusing on the Earth instead of the ISS? Because like their aperture is whatever. I don't know much about photography, but like what their settings are set to focus on the ISS itself that is immediately in front, meaning that anything that we're looking for detail of the Earth is left out. Like when it comes to lighting, if we're looking for sky glow from city lights, if we're looking for a fireworks show on the 4th of July, or if we're looking for somebody shining a laser at the thing, or if we're looking for lightning strikes or sprites, like this camera isn't set to look for that. It's set to look at the ISS itself. Like if you hold your hand out, it's like it's set to look at your hand.
I get what you're saying. I think there's some cameras though, and this might be one of them that just like
this is the only one they give you on NASA.gov. So I just want that to be pointed out.
I just think that there's some cameras out there that don't really have the ability to focus on something and blur the background. Like some cameras just have everything in focus to like almost the same degree.
It's not possible.
I know that doesn't sound possible. You know, what are they called? Like the bokeh effect or whatever, where it's like you get this nice picture of someone in front of you and the background is completely blurry, you know, but
they should be zooming in. They should be zooming in on the Earth and focusing for the Earth instead of focusing on showing that joint and that stupid freaking cylindrical capsule that's on the freaking thing, because that's what it's set for.
But here's what we saw before, guys. On top of the cylindrical capsule thing, you'll see a tip of light right now. Remember, we were looking from another camera. So that little bit thing, it looks like a lone star out there about 2 o'clock, just above like 2:30 right there. Oh, it just went out. Shit, right when I was talking about it, the light went out. But that was, there it is. There it is. That light is what we were seeing before from the other angle. It's a reflection. And when the attitude of the craft changed, it looked like a camera change. But it wasn't. It was actually a pitch of the space station.
Oh. Yeah, I'm seeing some little flashes of like red light happen every once in a while.
You see the
consistent. I just saw that also in the top portion of the screen, which is where the Earth isn't, at least where they last left us. So where they last left us, the bottom at most 2/3 of the screen is the Earth and the ISS, and the top third or more, maybe probably 3/8, is nothing but space supposedly. But we're seeing flashes in that part that's supposed to be space. So it's not lightning unless they change the angle of the camera without us knowing, because it's nothing but a purple and red haze.
Purple haze.
It gets a little magenta on the far left side. What's going on with these vertical magenta stripes?
Radiation is killing their freaking photo sensors. Like, it's just killing it.
But that's that's a reflection of the sun coming through the solar panel, hitting.
No, here's the thing. What he's talking about, those vertical stripes, those didn't disappear even in the darkest of times the last time around. They were there. They were there always.
It was the brightest of times. It was the darkest.
You guys see that solid light that's still over there, though? That would have been at the top of that, past the arm, the cylindrical tower thing.
Yeah,
It's a constant. It's the same thing we were seeing from the other camera.
Well, what's funny is, like, I literally, it's almost as though the ISS disappeared for this, because I literally just see a constant, almost like a horizon of red on the top half and purple on the bottom half, as though there's no ISS there in between. On the right side where they were showing the cap, that cylinder thing and the joint arm and all that, it's like that stuff doesn't exist right now.
There it is. There it is. What is that?
Also,
I think I'm right. I think
the bottom left corner should have the solar panel, and it doesn't exist right now either.
maybe this is a reflection. It's popping up now. I think I see it. Oh, at least on my screen, anyway.
What?
There it is. There it is. Yep, this is how it started. That's exactly how it was the last time around.
It was higher before, wasn't it?
No, no, this is about right. Maybe it was slightly higher, but no, this is about right. Give it almost 5 minutes, and then they'll center it in the frame.
I just can't figure out what that. I mean, maybe it is a reflection, but like, where is that coming
Dude,
from?
this
Though? Is it the sun?
can't happen. This can't happen, Arma, on 2 orbits in a row. Not exactly the same as predicted. This cannot happen. Unless it's a fucking loop. Unless it's a loop. It's the only way it can happen.
We're gonna know if it's a loop. I remember the path turn. I totally remember. Because you said it a couple seconds after, but it took a turn.
Yeah, I can't figure that out. What that? It's probably a reflection, but I just don't know what this. If that's the sun, I mean, what? Like, is this like a weird like orbit where it's like kind orbiting close to the sun or something? Like, I don't know, like not orbiting close to the sun, but like,
zoom in.
I just
Just think
opened
of it
this
like a
up, looking at
fiery
what y'all are
tail.
looking at. I don't see how you're analyzing anything that we're seeing on screen.
yeah,
That's weird.
It's weird that it's happening exactly the same twice in a row, 90 minutes apart from each other. Yeah, that's weird.
Well, we could mark it and run it back and compare it, couldn't we? That would be a good idea. I would like to know if it's a loop or not.
Yo, zoom in on it. It's got like a weird tail
Sit here
to it.
for another 2 minutes. Like another 2 minutes, it's gonna sit here, right?
What's that other blinking
I
light?
would say maybe even 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then they're gonna all of a sudden center the thing. They're gonna overcorrect. They're gonna make it so they're gonna go past center. They're gonna try to center that thing. They're gonna go past center to the left side. Then they're gonna shift back, and then they're gonna shift up because it's gonna be below center in the frame. They're gonna shift up to center it both vertically and horizontally.
We'll just have to wait and see, guys. It is very strange that it's just staying in the same spot, not really changing except for a little bit of like growth and shrinkage of like the tail it has.
Well, right.
Kind of
At
pulsating
this point,
on the right side.
at this point, last time around, I thought it might be the sunrise, and I was expecting it to grow in intensity and size, but it didn't. It
It's
stayed
just
this
staying the
size
same.
in intensity. Yeah. It
The
stays
tail
this.
is kind of shrinking
no-
and growing.
no tail
moving up.
Once they center it, there is no tail.
well, it's something of a. I mean, I don't know. It's weird, but
See, it's
I
kind of
can't-
pointing to the right with its tail, though, right?
yeah, there's something of a tail of to the right. It is a little weird. I don't know what that is personally. I thought it was the moon. It looks like it might be a reflection, but if it's a reflection, like how, like where is that coming from? The sun?
Zoom
If it
zoom
were
in on it.
if it were a reflection, it'd be
Let's
growing.
say it was the sun or it was the moon, even. To do this with a second ISS orbit where it's now on a different trajectory, as well as the precession of the moon itself. There's no way that this thing could happen exactly the same as it did the last time. Not even close.
Well, the moon when it doesn't really move that much. I mean, it doesn't move. Well, it doesn't move enough.
Yeah, it does. In 90 minutes, it moves quite a bit.
No, it would only move.
Yeah.
Well, no, because the moon only moves about so within a day.
The ISS does also change in every single orbit. It doesn't follow the same path every time. It changes.
Hey guys, see when I logged on, it was up here. See how it's moved up in the screen?
Yeah, it's getting higher.
Yeah, because when I first started, it was up here.
Yep. Yeah, that was after me. You guys were talking about something else, and I was like, I hope you guys are. Me and Arma aren't the only ones watching this. And that's when you logged in and checked it out, and we were right around
Once
here.
it centers, it continues to have this upward drift. It's always drifting at the same rate, and that's why we're surprised to see the adjustments track it to center. I bet it's a fucking loop. I bet it's a fucking loop.
It has to be a loop because this is
Hey,
exactly.
now there's another light. Now there's another light. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you were talking about lightning before coming across occasionally.
A little bit below it and to the left.
This doesn't seem like a loop. This didn't happen last time.
Yeah, this did.
The second light?
We weren't looking at that.
It disappeared now.
No, there's like a second
Oh,
like
it's
layer.
still there.
This looks
But
different.
this is another one that says this is more maybe more solid. Yeah, we didn't have, and it's
Okay, that's
actually
really bright
growing
now.
in intensity right now.
Yeah, that is. I don't
I
remember
think
that
it's
second light.
Venus. I think it's Venus,
Okay.
guys.
That
Yeah,
top one's about out of frame.
It's
We just
Venus
saw
and Mars.
a red one just shooting the corner like
I
past
saw
us.
that
I feel like
fully. I saw a green one
It's
earlier.
Venus and Mars, guys. It's
if that
Venus and Mars.
okay, but
Now
if
it's
that
losing intensity.
but how come they focused on it last time though? I mean, that is a bit weird though, because I mean, like,
Well, give it time. Give it time. Maybe they will.
yeah, but that's interesting though.
They didn't focus till it moved. It moved, you know.
It never went off the screen like this.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so like I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so if it went off screen, then that's probably the moon. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like it's
not the moon. It's Venus and Mars.
No, that was Venus and
Venus
Mars.
always has a tail. Yeah, it's Venus and Mars, 100%.
Well, that might actually explain the tail because there's actually horizontal.
Yeah, Venus always has a tail.
Oh yeah, he's right. They've been
And
bright in
Mars
the
is always
sky.
close to Venus right now.
Well, wait a sec. How could either of those have been a planet if that's exactly where there's a bunch of machinery in the field of view?
But they're off screen.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. The one that's glowing on the so-called horizon or whatever, like the top of the purple and bottom of the red. Like, yeah, that's exactly where the machinery is of the ISS. Like, that's supposed to be occluding it.
I took some snapshots, so when the machinery comes by in a half an hour, we can compare.
Yeah, but could it be Venus and Mars? Is Venus Mars next to each
No,
other?
it couldn't be. No, it couldn't be.
Well,
But he's
because-
100% sure.
Because there is
maybe Mercury and
If it
Venus.
was, then
No, there's definitely been two planets really bright lately. That's definitely what it's going to be.
Yeah, and there is a sort of tail. And that tail could be that maybe that tail's explained by the fact that it's horizontal. Like you have the two planets next to each other, like side by side. You know. So maybe this compression thing going on too. So I don't know. Maybe that kind of explains the horizontalness of that.
all right, I want to take bets. Is it going to go blue right before sunrise again?
Maybe.
And then show you something that doesn't line up right after they come back?
No, but when they came back last time though, the camera was panning back down. I don't know if you noticed that. It was panning down. It was like, at least that's what I saw anyway. I remember seeing it like panning back down or whatever to reset it or whatever. But I don't think it'll be doing that this time because it's not following that light.
All right. So I'm glad we're all doing this together. It's like a nice bonding experience and everything. But I want to point out for the 5th time, Arma, like, remember that CGI shit you were showing us?
It's not CGI. It's other cameras, I'm sure.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh my goodness.
Can you go ahead for the crowd? Post what you showed us earlier.
I don't
and
know if
compare
it
the
was
two.
you know, the quality of camera, you know, and a few other things makes a difference. The exposure and whatnot. I mean, it's live stream. Let me see something. Circles. Let me see. My friends don't be seeing amazing. Let me just double check though.
You know, not to dissuade you guys, but all this hard work, and all I got to do is say O-ring, and kills your whole fantasy.
Oh no, the O-ring.
I just looked. It's Venus and Jupiter.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. I had a feeling it wasn't Mars because I remember hearing Jupiter and Venus recently. Yeah, maybe that's what it is then. During the time, other break
Makes sense because we never seen shit out there before ever.
Back in daylight.
Yeah, so just for the record, though, I just want anybody who's in here, like, if you've been going to YouTube to watch so-called ISS live streams, understand that that's nonsense. Like, I know we've already said this a few times, but just like, yeah, if you were to restream something, any movie you want, you can make it say live. It doesn't mean it's actually live. It doesn't mean it's from the ISS. If you want to do this, you have to go to a .gov website. It's got to be NASA.gov or what's the European Space USA or ESA, whatever the European Space Agency is. Like, if you want to use it as an argument, you can't go to YouTube as your citation. It's got to be from one of these .gov websites and their live stream, and that's what you should be. That's what you should be watching. And and these streams don't show the same stuff that you guys have been watching and falling in love with and jerking off to.
Let me see.
Just to prove that point, to piggyback on what you just said, during the Artemis live so-called flight to the moon, there was this guy showing a live image of something orbiting the moon, and these guys thought that it was actually the Artemis orbiting the moon. It was so funny. Zanuck was one of the guys that I caught. He says, "Yeah, look, they're showing it live now." It wasn't. Artemis was midway to the moon, so you could be easily fooled. Ask Zanuck about it. I think it was 3 ballers that came to me and said, "Look, you're crazy. Look, it's there now." Meanwhile, it was a guy just showing a clip. If Zanuck was here, he would admit to it.
Yep, oldest trick in the YouTube book: play a recording and live stream a recording of a past video. But what's your take on these red dots and red streaks? What are these video artifacts that we're seeing?
It's probably some weird fucking light shit going on with the. I don't know, fucking know, honestly.
You've seen them though, right? They're like
I
the
see
same
'em.
color red every time.
Yeah. Also, I think I see. I see the Earth.
I see a line coming up from the left hand side of the frame.
Yes, that's
protruding out.
silhouette of the Earth, though. But I'm trying to figure out. I do find that a little peculiar, though. That like literally the moment that we go to watch the stream, obviously, it's a coincidence, but the moment we go to watch the stream, though, was that same moment, not same moment, but the same stream or that same around the same time where they start focusing on that light or whatever, but they didn't focus on it a second time though. So that means literally like hours before this, before we tuned in, they must have seen the light before, but they just didn't like focus on it.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Well, I'm just saying, why would they focus on it like a bajillion times and then like not focus now? I know it's a coincidence, but I do find that funny. That is interesting.
Funny those streaks of light and stuff. It's an obvious one if you want to think for the Globers, which is funny. Arma, and none of the Globers that are in here right now, whatever, just maybe it's just Arma, but the obvious excuse would be
the waves
radiation. So you know how they say once you're in space,
solar radiation or something.
Yeah, solar radiation or whatever is messing with the sensors in the camera.
Okay.
Like that, but that's just making an excuse for the Globers where they're lacking because Arma's not as bright as he should be for being a Glober.
Okay. All right. What's this little hot spot in the bottom right?
That's a comet.
Is that like where the cylindrical machinery was?
Yeah, right in there. Yeah. So that should be a reflection on the machinery. Yeah.
You still think it's gonna cut to a blue screen?
It probably will.
It's going to soon because it's been a while, and it's going to do it on a regular basis. Yeah.
Why in the world would you say it probably will, Arma?
Well, because how it works, it doesn't always like. From my understanding, it's not always. What's the word? Like it doesn't because well, for one, it did it a few times already, but two, it's
But it did it specifically at sunrise last time, so why wouldn't it do it again?
Yeah. Because there's like a whole
It's
thing.
called willingly allowing yourself to be fooled.
No,
Willingly.
it's. I mean, it loses signal sometimes, and if it already did it a few times, why wouldn't it do it again? Like around the same area? It's probably like a location thing or something. I don't know. I'm getting the light now from the sun. Yeah, that is weird though. That it decided to focus on that light that one time though. The odds.
Yeah, see, bro, these guys are dug in. They're not gonna
Yeah,
change.
I've never seen them change the camera view to focus in on something like they did that time. Yeah.
Lou, these kids are just way dug in. You're not gonna convince these kids much.
No, I'm not trying to convince them. I'm trying to laugh at them. Like,
No,
in fact,
we do that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Just making sure the audience knows that they are to be laughed at only.
yeah. Well, I mean, maybe they'll learn from it, and that would be great. But is my goal to
Right?
convince?
Yeah, that'd be a nice peripheral thing to have happen. But you know, I wouldn't put money on it.
The weird thing to me about zooming in and centering it is like a lot of good that does you. It's not like the image gets any clearer. Oh, look, a blurry light.
So here now we see the machinery. Somebody said they had a screenshot. Go ahead and pull it up. Let's see where where we saw the flashes of light and all that stuff, and whether or not it was behind that structure or not.
Oh, what just happened to the color?
It's like when you have like the moon at the horizon, it gets like all orangey and shit. It's like doing that same thing.
No, you see the color just changed again. These are way too drastic. You didn't just see the color change? Look, there's another color change.
Well, it's not. I'm a little ahead though. Mine is already done. It's like white now.
It's because you're on the .gov website and we're watching the stream that's being rebroadcast here in Discord.
Yeah.
They were just like 4 color change. Why is the horizon shrinking?
The exposure's going down.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, exposure because it is adjusting slowly. You can kind of tell.
Right. So the camera.
So you're saying the camera does have the ability to adjust its like ISO settings
to some range? Yes.
Then why aren't we seeing the city streets? It just does.
Yeah,
it's limited.
Why wouldn't you see the glow of a metropolis like New York or freaking Paris or freaking London or like why wouldn't you see that shit?
Well, it depends on where we're floating over. First off, if it's like over like the Pacific, then no, you're not gonna get any of that.
We didn't see anything. Yeah, it was over the Pacific or very low density area.
No, well, actually, I asked that almost rhetorically because I already answered this earlier. This camera is clearly focusing on that equipment that is right there. It's focusing on the solar panel that's on the left. It's focusing on the equipment, whatever you want to call that, to the right, and it's not focusing on the Earth. So for that reason, the aperture settings are off, the zoom is off, and you're not going to get any definition of lighting from the Earth itself, which is suspicious on its own. Like, the only reason somebody wants to view the live stream is to see the Earth, not to see this fucking R2D2 on the right, you know?
I'll give you that. That's kind of funny.
I don't know why they position it in a spot that has all of this like obstruction in the field of view. It's like, can't you put it on like the furthest out point so all you get to see is the Earth? Like, because there's a lot of real estate being taken up here.
They've got another one pointing.
No, it's literally overlaid on purpose to make you think like, oh, this must be real. There's the ISS itself.
Yeah, no, they've got one camera pointing down, and all you see is mostly Earth. There's some machinery, but there's mostly Earth. They're streaming that one also. The one that you're looking.
What do you mean pointing down? I don't want one unobstructed pointing down.
They are streaming that one also because this is the only one that's showing on the NASA.gov website. This is the only one.
I think on that
one with the same angle.
On their page, it literally says looking for high definition views of Earth from space station and visit the ISS HD Earth viewing experiment. Whatever. If you click that, They are actually streaming another one live, and I
Okay.
think
Yeah,
that one's
they are streaming multiple cameras.
Yeah, I just shared my screen. It's on the other stream, the one that looks down at Earth.
Okay, I'll back out of this one and
yeah.
take a
There you
look.
go. That one. Yeah, that's when I was also. Yeah, I have that one open up as well.
Jesse.
But you can't see jack shit though because it's dark right now.
Right, but we're just about to hit the Terminator line.
Mm-hmm.
Still a little bit of obstruction going on, but it's pretty minimal.
Wow, I can't believe we actually watched this for at least 90 minutes.
Yeah, we all
Dude,
watched
we
it.
got nothing better to do. We sit in here all day long. You guys fucking really value. You guys think you value your time, but you don't. You're literally in here like 18 out of 24 hours a day.
Talking to people that you think are retarded.
That's a good point. Both sides are doing that. That is a good point. I guess when you put it that way, there is no like retard. I mean, we're all just kind of,
We're on the same boat.
yeah. Wow, that's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Even if you want to say that's fake, that's still pretty, beautiful. That's pretty.
I've seen better.
I just posted an overlay I made from the view that we're getting now that there's light and from when the unknown light object just came up. And it looks like it actually showed up just because I took the screenshot just briefly after it showed up, and so it looks like it literally showed up as soon as it came out from behind that obstruction.
Yeah, but no. See, you took it late because when I saw what the still that you posted, and it was higher in the frame than when we first saw it. When we first saw it, it would have been obstructed by that thing. It rose towards that top right corner and then went off screen.
I screenshot pretty quick when I heard everyone jump and say, "There it is."
It moved. This last time it moved pretty quick too.
And look, but it's significantly above the obstruction in the screenshot.
I like your overlay, by the way, though. It almost looks like it's like just like a light on top of the thing, like a beacon light or something.
Yeah.
I like that overlay, but no, I mean, when we first saw it, I can be almost certain it was more like where the horizon is being showed, like that. It was that much lower, not just a little bit lower, like. You see that suppose what you would call the horizon. That's more like where we saw it initially, and I think even Arma would agree with me. Arma,
I'm not too sure. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't even. I'm not really. My brain is just it's mush.
yeah. Right now it's mush because you're like, none of this makes any sense. Where are the city lights and the lightning flashes?
Well, because I'm half doing something. That's why. So I'm like multitasking. But I mean, I think Jesse got a good. I mean, it's pretty close, but it maybe was lower than that. I can't.
I think it
say
was.
for sure.
I think it was. I can't say 100% because I can't go back to my memory, and show you. But I'm pretty sure it started lower. Like I think it started on the horizon, just like initially when I said, "Oh, what is that sunrise?" The first time around. I'm pretty sure it started lower, but it rose up to that top right corner.
Yeah, because it was rising, but yeah, I don't know.
Do any of you guys have an answer or a comment as to why the bulge isn't centered? Like the peak of it, sort of to the left side.
It's almost flat for like 2/3 of the way, and then it drops off.
Well, it just seems like the highest point is in the center of the curve. I know it
Depends on it just depends on where the camera's pointed and how it's angled.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think if it was angled. I feel like that might The angle might. I think the angle might have it, because if I was to rotate this picture right now, then yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm not too sure.
First of all, we all agree, right? Like the curve isn't like an even arc across the screen.
Sure it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's obviously like highest on the left side, and
Yeah,
if
it's
you could like,
dramatic. It's dramatic on the left, where it's ever so subtle, if not flat, on the right, more than a half.
it's not a big deal. I'm just it's very subtle, but I think I'm picking up on it. Just want to make sure my eyes are working correctly. Seems like the curvature is skewed to the left.
Let me see.
You got to kind of imagine, the horizon where it's like obstructed by the machinery or whatever on the right side. But if you completed that, it just seems like the bulge isn't centered, as you'd
What,
expect
you
it to
don't
be.
you don't think the camera's not orientated not at 90 degrees to the axis of the Earth, or to the center of the Earth?
I wouldn't
Okay,
expect them necessarily to be.
Well, if the camera's
what?
if the camera's at 90 degrees to the geometry of the Earth, obviously it's going to look out of tilt of the curvature part.
Okay. So you're saying the camera isn't plumb.
Yeah, that'll do.
Okay. No, that makes sense to me. That's kind of exactly the answer I was looking for. Because
Clearly the camera couldn't be plumb. It would have to actually be tilted backwards to the tilt of the Earth. Because, like, if that's the horizon in the distance, you would almost have to be tilted, like, where your feet are behind you, like almost like you're flying Superman. Like, not quite that extreme, but in order to get this view, yeah, it would have to be tilted on a downward angle slightly.
I think it's actually tilted upwards, just because the peak of the bulge. I'm not sure I'd say that's exactly halfway. Oh, well, what's going on now?
That's the blue. That's the blue. That's the blue screen. That's where they fake. That's where they overlay
In the middle of the
R2D2.
transition. Okay,
Yeah,
in the
that's
middle
where
of
they
the
overlay
transition. Yeah.
R2D2. Yeah.
Huh. Why this Barney purple? Is that someone's choice?
I love you.
You love me.
Let me see.
Huh. Weird.
It's kind of like when they're landing the SpaceX crafts on the barges, where they cut out like right at the really crucial point where everybody wants to see it.
Oh, the
They do the same
turbulence
thing.
from the boosters, man! It just fucking killed the camera.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah. They do the
We
same thing
didn't
here. Like,
anticipate this. We really didn't anticipate this. Fuck.
right when everybody's anticipation is building and the drama is at its height, they're like,
Ah, shit.
sorry. Yeah.
So how long does this last?
I mean, they have to do it, right? They have to drop off viewers, be like, okay, yeah, this is the same shit. I don't want to be looking at this screen. They keep on viewers
Last time the screen only lasted maybe a minute, and it came back. But then it came back again a few minutes later for like a good 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yeah, but what's the average
And then what?
retention?
Disconnected again?
And then it started over again. Yeah.
What's the average viewer?
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
What is the average viewer retention? Like retention span.
Oh, like 5 minutes.
Something like this.
Not even,
like this. Not even 5 minutes because it's so boring.
Yeah, not even.
If there's nothing moving and nothing exciting happening, I mean, you'll lose somebody in 30 seconds.
Right. It's like I said, it's only losers like us who freaking want to freaking do this.
Hey Jesse,
Sorry.
We're getting a live feedback on one of them.
See, there it goes. Like I said, only a few minutes, only maybe a minute, and then we got those green lines, and then now watch. It'll be here for like 3 minutes or something like that, and then it's gonna go blue for like another 10 minutes.
What a drastic change! It was like half dark, half light.
That's not
Now
at
it's full
all a
light.
continuation. Here we are again. It's not at all a continuation of what we last saw. It's a completely different thing than what we last saw in only a short amount of time.
Arma, what's the explanation, Arma?
I think when we
I'm
left
not
off,
really
the
paying
solar panels
attention,
had
but
had like a red hot glow to them
I
too.
can't really compare it before and after, unfortunately, because I didn't screenshot.
You have an attention span of a guppy because this is the second time going through. Do you
No, because
remember the first time?
No, it's not. It's not that I'm not. I'm literally like working on something at the moment. That's why. But I'm like having back and forth, kind of looking at it. You know.
Like I told you, man, this is all what they do, bro. Like not you, Arma, but this is the plan of the NASA, bro. They're not gonna be paying attention to it. Like, oh yeah, whatever, is something happening, they're gonna go on working with their stuff, not paying attention to what the screen's going on. And when they look back, oh yeah, look, it's daytime now. Not noticing that it was just a few seconds ago, completely barely transitioning into dark or late daylight or whatever happening. This is that's the ploy.
I mean,
I went into the live stream, and I'm just going to take a screenshot of it just before it went to blue screen.
I mean, I think a minute or so is enough time. I mean, once again, we're talking about 90 minutes.
That might not have even been a minute. And then if you watch how it progresses for the rest of the orbit, so-called, everything goes very slow. Like a minute shows you almost nothing. All of a sudden, we have a drastic difference in a minute's time.
Yeah, but we're talking about like a 90-minute orbit, though. So I think a minute is a decent. Like, I feel like it might be enough change.
Not if it wasn't consistent with the other 90 minutes.
Lunatic, did you see that? Did you see how they do it, bro? I mean, this is exactly what Arma is. Exactly what it is. What they intended.
No, I'm speculating because I wasn't actually looking at. I'm just giving you a potential explanation. I don't actually know. I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's fucking fake though. I mean, I literally wasn't paying attention, so I'm just telling you what it might be. You know. So ballsy to claim that what I'm saying is,
But this is the average viewer, just like you.
Not ballsy to call you a guppy.
Average viewer. I'm literally like working on something right now. I'm working on something. I'm also in this call, and I'm also casually kind of like looking at the stream, like back and forth.
That's the point, Arma.
No one keeps. Who the fuck keeps up an ISS stream while working on the animation or whatever? No one does that.
Exactly.
No, exactly nothing.
You don't understand. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what they intended.
No, they didn't. No, your whole point. No. His whole point is that people are doing something. No. Hold on. His whole point is that people are doing things, on the side, whatever, not really paying attention, and then, bam, they look back, and then it's like, okay, they don't really notice anything.
They do this for oohs and ahs. They don't expect anybody to try to think critically about it or to watch it carefully. They expect it to be on in the background while you're talking to other people or doing other things or smoking a joint, getting all high and going, dude, let's watch the Earth from space, bro.
No one does that. Hey, real quick though, your prediction came true. It disconnected, came back for 5 minutes, and then now it's Barney again.
Yeah, and this one will last quite a while. This one's going to be blue for quite some time.
Fuck.
Yeah, if you look at
go ahead.
If you look at the tracker on my screen, you can see that it's now gone out into ocean, and it's going to be out over just open ocean for a long time until it finally hits California.
They gave us like 20 minutes of just like a magenta pixelated like blur, right? So
and then they cut us out.
So I hope you're not saying they turned the camera off because the ocean is boring. You're saying that
they cut us off because now we might see the Earth.
Well, what are you saying, man? There's just a lack of ability to communicate signals or whatever over the ocean.
Yes, the official story is that they have ground receivers kind of all over the Earth, more in populated areas, less in hostile, unpopulated areas. And these receivers receive the signal and relay them back over the internet to headquarters. But there's not receivers in enough places for it to, especially out over the open ocean, for it to even have line of sight to any ground location.
So even during the daytime, the ISS will never give you footage of the ocean.
Not if it's not if it's too far from any ground station.
Okay, so they can't figure out how to give us an ISS feed of the Pacific, a large portion of it. Then
Right.
that's kind of gay. I kind of want to see the ocean.
On top of that, we watch all of darkness where it's literally nothing to be seen. And then as soon as there's something to be seen, it goes blue. And then when it comes back on, we're going into darkness again.
Well, it just so happens that it's night over the United States, and it just went into day, but then immediately after going into the daytime, it went out over the ocean. I mean, that's where they say it is.
Yeah, man, this is always the coincidence, right?
Why do you think the ISS? Honest question, really. Why do you think for us to be presented ISS footage, there needs to be some sort of range to a ground tower? Like, can't like other relay satellites handle this? You know what I'm saying? Like, can't the communication just bounce off of other satellites and keep it a continuous stream? Or why does
it out yet? That's what
I don't get why it'd be out of range. Like, it can't utilize the network of, the thousands of satellites out there to like relay the data.
What happened if it gets struck by some kind of shit right now?
I mean, there's
what if the ISS
TV, right?
all of a sudden, the NASA sees, oh shit, you're about to get hit by something, but they can't relay the message because
I hope to God, flat earthers are the only fucking people watching this shit when it gets taken out by an asteroid. Like, you just fucking boom, fucking just obliterated. And flat earthers are the only ones who saw it.
The people that were there actually now going to be a doctor somewhere else and have a twin and triplets.
But really, just to boil it down, like, is there really any excuse that you can realistically make as to why the ISS would like lose connection? I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah, there's no reason, dude.
How long has it been this? Like,
we got server warehouses all over the fucking world. Like, we're able to freaking upload videos and freaking do live streams and Zoom chats with anybody, no matter where the fuck they are, except for a few tiny locations. Like, there's no reason why governments can't give us the feed that we need to see. Like, there should be no blackout.
How long has it been up there? Since the 90s?
Like 1996 or something like that, or 99. I don't know.
So nearly 20 years, and they haven't figured out how to put
over 20 years. Over 20 years, yeah.
Oh, yeah, over 20 years. Holy shit, 30s. Yeah. Nearly 30 years. And yet, no, they haven't figured it out yet. Amazing.
With what I understand about like these claims about the capabilities of Starlink and just these are the satellite positioners. Like if they have a problem, they're the ones with the ability to solve that problem. So this is completely on them.
Good point, Funny. Like if Starlink is real and it's a thing, like, and they got their net, as Zanuck and Kosho like to talk about, where they're covering, they've got this like net of freaking satellites around the Earth made for relaying signals. Like, what is your fucking excuse?
What about
especially when Starlink gets its fucking funding from the taxpayers?
What about
Like,
those balloons? The other freaking satellite loons that are
well, the
out there that you can see. Yeah.
Google Loon is a defunct project, supposedly. Like Google Loon, it was ended. That project ended just before, like maybe a couple of years before SpaceX Starlink started. And then, so like I would suggest that they are the exact same thing. So like Google Loon and Starlink are the same thing. In fact, Google Loon is called the Loon X project, the Loon X, and they use the same type of an X as they use, like where it looks kind of like a comet trail or something, as the SpaceX shit. Like, so it was the precursor to Starlink, essentially. Starlink, dude. Plus, those balloons are said to be like farther away than the ISS. Like the ISS is like 230 miles away. The Starlink balloons, I mean satellites, are said to be like 320 or like 370 or something like that miles away. So they're like 100 more miles away than what the ISS is said to be, but they're also much smaller than what the ISS is said to be. And if anybody has seen them go over their house, which I have, they're in a straight, direct line. I've seen them come up over the horizon and drop over the other horizon. And they're bright as fuck. They're the brightest things in the sky. They're brighter than the ISS. They're smaller and farther away.
Interesting thing though. Not too long ago, you were able to see the balloons in flight radar, and I can't find that one at the moment.
Nope, it's back online.
You can't track them anymore.
Yeah, no, I can't find not one flight a balloon in FlightR.
Oh, we're back on.
Yeah,
that's about right. That was about right. Maybe what, like 7 minutes or something like that. It was blue for a while. We're back on.
It's amazing how the cloud formation looks the same on one camera to the other.
Also, how it's like a stripe through the sky.
Because I was trying to find like where are these flight DARs? I mean, those little balloons, so they could be like, okay, well, they could relay it to that, or send a signal to that one, but you can see where they're at. I mean, you can't track them anymore. I guess was it because of the whole?
How come I've got a different
spy
image
balloon?
to what you guys are showing? I've got a different one.
All right, if you watch again, I don't know when you joined, but I'm telling you, don't go on YouTube to find this shit. You have to go to a
No, I'm not on
web.
YouTube. I've been on the NASA's type websites.
Okay.
No, I've been following this ever since we started the topic.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Yeah, I mean, I think even the Globers can imagine, like, if they understand. It's like, okay, yeah, you're right. There's going to be a lot of people out there who are just trying to gain a following, a channel, and subs to make money off of essentially like free government shit. Like they can take that and they can use CGI or whatever else. Maybe they're good with Blender or or even like what Real Engine, and they can basically fake space themselves and put it up as an ISS feed. And if they can make it look really good, like, because they can make it look way better than the shit NASA's given us. If they can make it look good, people are gonna fall in love with it. They're gonna freaking jerk off to it and fall asleep like little babies, right? Put it to some fucking, 432 hertz freaking sleep music, and get 12 hours worth of listening.
Hold on, the YouTube stream that I'm looking at is showing the exact same thing that Jesse is showing. So I mean, these cameras are ISS cameras. It's not like they're just like it's not like it's like
dude.
edited
Where does that space glow come from? Remember that halo that you showed me? Remember that halo? Yeah, where's that during the NASA stream?
During the NASA stream, it probably just not like you probably don't have the exposure for that one camera.
Okay, it's literally supposedly coming from the NASA stream. So where is it?
No, I'm saying there's different cameras. I'm saying the one camera that we were looking at probably doesn't have the exposure to pick
None
that
of
up.
the cameras, none of the NASA stream cameras show that shit.
I'm just saying I don't think it's like the CGI thing or whatever. I just think there's more than
None of
one
the
camera.
NASA streams are showing the city lights. None of them are showing the fucking halo or the earth glow or the fucking northern lights.
The aura.
It's all After Effect.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, where is the aura? Does that ever like pop up in ISS footage? Do they ever capture the aura?
No.
Because we all fucking love the aura, right? Bitches love the aura. That shit's tight. I want to see that.
The Aurora?
The Aurora is they're both the same. It's just different. Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora Borealis, Northern Lights, whatever. Like the
Aurora
green
is
glow.
short for it.
Well, I mean, to me, there's a difference between the aura and the Aurora Borealis or Aurora Australis.
Well, the aura, like, all right, you would have to go fundy. You came in, you did come in late. So, like, what Arma showed that he's saying is real had, like, basically, like, an orange firmament, like, around the globe Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say for a moment that part is fake. There is still real ISS footage in this at the very least, like because it is cutting to like some of the stuff that
Right,
Jesse was
so
showing,
so now what you're saying is it's only partially faked.
I'm saying if I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, that we know that it would be partially fake, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is more than one camera on it, and it's it's showing us a bunch of camera shots, bunch of camera like angles from different cameras.
You just made a big step. You just made a big step by admitting that it's partially faked.
No, I didn't admit it was partially fake. I'm saying if I give you the benefit of the doubt, then
no, I mean it would be a bigger step if you admitted it. I mean, you don't have to just give benefit of the doubt. If you just admitted that it's some of what you showed me is fake.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you're letting Arma. I don't think you're letting Arma to fully express himself here. To be honest,
I don't think I need to because look, it's when you're just trying to make up. When you're just trying to make something up, trying to what's the right word? Okay, I'll just go with it. Just the root of it. When you're just trying to make something up in order to fit your own paradigm, like that doesn't. I don't need to give you time to do that. Go and fuck yourself. Like he's already admitting that. Like in his own words, he said that part of it might have been faked.
No,
and now
yeah,
he's
giving you the benefit of the doubt. No,
I'm
not
backtracking because I called it out.
No, I'm not backtracking. I'm just saying if I give you the benefit of the doubt, right? Then, all right, it would only be partially fake. There would still be, parts of it that are real footage. But I never said it was. I'm just saying if I was to give you the benefit of the doubt.
How do you know that any of it is real? It's just the feed that they were given, and they added more fakery to it. You could take a fake video and then add more fakery. That's the way I see it.
That's true.
I mean, think about this. I mean, do you think they could mimic the weather in video, like live?
Wait, what?
You don't think that they can mimic
the weather?
The weather that's happening in a video or cloud coverage live?
Yeah, that's easy. That's obvious.
I mean,
yeah,
they do it. They do it now.
do that.
They do that now with the simulator, flight simulator.
It's no big deal.
Spot on.
Yeah, and how are they doing that? By actual
by getting data from actual Doppler radars and stuff like that.
Okay.
Sure, we all know that's plausible and possible.
I mean, it's done now. So what I'm saying is, like, they're showing coverage of the clouds, and I mean that's probably real. I mean, not them videotaping that real, but just definitely animating how the coverage is supposed to look.
Oh yeah, no, they could have taken a like look the view I'm seeing right now where it's frozen there. They could have taken a balloon shot looking straight down at the Earth from 120,000 feet and taken the clouds. Then put it into where it's wrapped with like a fisheye type lens effect, right? And making it appear as though it's a globe. Then overlaid R2D2 on the right and put a little solar panel on the left, and there you go. Now you've got globe Earth over
You don't even need to take a picture of that, man. They could definitely
you
3D
could
animate
fake the
it.
clouds. You can
Yeah.
fake the clouds completely. But if any of it's real, that's how it would be done. It would be just the clouds itself, and then turned into a spherical type shape artificially, and then all the other stuff overlaid over the top.
We all know that humans have the capability to make an animation, of this sort. I don't think the Globers would argue against that. Like, we understand what animations they can pump out, and if we really wanted to put to the test, like, oh, I identify that as South Africa that we're flying over in the footage, and if there needed to be like a I don't know 5-second delay of what kind of ground-based weather radar sensors, transfer their data to this like live simulation or whatever. Yeah, we all know that's possible too. All that data could be, plugged into whatever sort of
Yeah,
simulated clouds
you
or
could
whether they
literally just
want.
take it from the weather data, like from the Doppler radar. You could
Yeah,
just
and just
literally take it from
overlay
Doppler
it.
radar.
Yeah, just overlay it over the top of some base, globe, continent, and ocean model, whatever. Sure, I mean,
In fact,
everyone knows that.
what's the guy that Jeranism used to? I don't know if he still does. I haven't watched him in a while, but Jeranism was it IRA, like IRA or
Iru, I think
Iru, yeah, Iru,
Landucci.
Iru Landucci, yes. Like he showed in one of the Jeranism videos, like in less than 5 minutes, how he could produce a very, very realistic ISS view, just like we're seeing right now. Like we using he
that dude
literally
is skillful.
he literally did it in real time, like on just in, and he showed you how he did it, what settings he changed, and all that stuff. And it took him less than 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, boom! Here you go.
It's not hard.
Check what I just posted. Xbox. This is in the Xbox. Flight simulator, live weather versus real life.
I mean, it's just not a big deal at this point. I think both parties are in agreement on this. It's all good. We're all on the same page.
That's the
I
thing.
think.
They're not. We're not though. Like the flat earthers are in agreement on this. Arma is starting to see it and going, yeah, I guess maybe it is possible, but like he's gonna give them the benefit of the doubt over us.
By the way,
And
no such word as agreeing.
There's a lot of globe earthers who are less honest than Arma, who are gonna just go, no, you're just a dumb flat earther and you think everything's fake, and I just choose to believe this. Like they're just so toxic. That's the majority of them.
Well, I don't know. As far as my experience goes, I think the Globers I talk to would usually agree that the ISS footage could be simulated or animated. But here's
I don't know. The ones you talk to is different than the norm.
Here's the next step. Here's the next step, right? I think we could all agree that if we wanted to put the ISS footage to the test, then we would figure out where it's flying over, organize, hundreds of people to set off fireworks over across like 100 square mile area, right? And then say, will the ISS footage show the fireworks going off on the ground that we set
They'll
off?
tell you that the aperture isn't set to be able to recognize that. Just like when we watched these last 2 times around the Earth.
Well, some might try to make excuses.
We didn't see it. We didn't see a single city. How the hell are you going to see a firework?
Okay, yeah. See, the thing is, though, it doesn't have to be during the nighttime. I'm just talking about any sort of flare signal.
You're not going to see it during the day if you're not going to see it during the night.
Well, let's ask him this, right? Let's ask the Globers this. the Falcon Heavy rocket. Is there any chance at all that we'd ever see like a SpaceX rocket launch from this ISS live stream? Do you think we'd like see the trail of the steam produced in the atmosphere? Like, do you think we'd ever see anything like that from this footage?
I found
I'm not sure. Probably not though.
I found one, and
All right, so I found the servers that Microsoft Flight Simulator uses to predict the weather, or to simulate the weather from weather courses. Here it is, right here. It's from Meteo Blue. I think the ISS is not able to use the same freaking information.
Yeah, they can just overlay it. There's obviously a delay. They could add it to whatever algorithm they're using. Like, and again, I keep pointing out, like how actually it was Real Engine 5 that added real time, where you're able to change things in real time, and they're already on the Real Engine 6, as far as the public has. So what does the government have? As far as that type of technology goes. Yeah, you could definitely take information and insert it in supposed real time, where it would still have a delay, but it would be seconds, and it would look very convincing.
I want to see the Tesla Roadster in orbit from the perspective of the ISS. You know, that car that they sent to Mars, right? I want to see that car fly by in front of the ISS. They really dropped the ball and missed an opportunity there to make something really spectacular.
Dude, that was a for show only thing, and they were hoping people would forget about it. Like, we won't forget, but for the most part, people have. It's already, again, the guppy thing, like I was talking about. Like, the general public has an attention span of a guppy. If it's more than like a week old, they forgot. Like, our general public already forgot about the China balloon. You know what I mean? They already forgot about it.
Sure. Yeah. Trying to move on to the next thing. Yeah.
But no, I do like Terry. I like Terry's thumbnail there. I like Terry's thumbnail there, showing the firmament Earth glow fucking thing right there. That's what we were looking for during the stream, and we didn't find it. But APOD Videos has it. Who's APOD?
Hey, what you said about the guppies though, I'm like that to a degree, because I mean, I'm not sure there's ever like I saw some footage in Australia about some of their like lockdown protocols, right? Where these like footage of like old grandmas getting fucking like tackled for sitting on a park bench next to the river, just trying to have a sandwich and enjoy their day, right? Getting arrested and like beaten up, right? It's like, oh man, how I just let things like that slip my attention, that Australia literally, were like killing old ladies for being outside. You know what I mean? Just having a sandwich next to the river alone with no one around. It's like, how, it's so weird that we just let these things just slip away from our attention.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, your point only like adds to what I already believe about you. Like, you're different than what I consider. You're different than what I consider your normal flat or like a flat earther. You're literally a New World Order socialist. Friggin' like all that stuff that we talked about.
Is this about yesterday?
No, this was like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, yesterday, the day before that, or whatever.
I think it was 3 days ago, because I had my daughter over the weekend, and I didn't do this while I had her. So I think it was like
what does what I had to say just now what does that have to do with what I
No,
said
you're just talking about
days ago?
I'm comparing it to like kind of like the NPC. Like you almost said, you're like, where I said about the attention span of a guppy for the normal population, you said I kind of have that too, and it doesn't surprise me. I'm like, yeah, of course you do, because you also believe that AI is a good thing, and that so is like injectables, like implanting things in your body for the betterment of science, and having a one world government that that knows everything, like that's better for society. And that, you know, like, yeah, that was our conversation the last time around. So like,
you must have taken what I said in a completely wrong way then.
No, you were clearly pretty wasted that night, but that's exactly what you were saying.
No, I remember what I said, but it almost seems like you think that I would take the microchip.
You told me that you would. If like you told me, give me an example. You gave me an example.
No, I
like,
wouldn't.
Not with the microchip, but you said like
okay, so
something
stop
along the lines
bullshitting
of
and stick to
something
verbatim.
along the lines of like if you had a
come on, man, you know you're fucking over embellishing the shit out of
that
this.
you told me that if they could implant something into your body that would travel through your veins and then block a hemorrhage in your brain to keep you alive.
No, that already happened. That's not an if situation. That was a story I told you that did happen. Some lady got a treatment for her brain hemorrhaging.
Yeah, some lady. I'm saying no, but you said
that's
you would.
That's just something that happened. No. That's just something that happened. That had nothing to do with me. I was telling you a story of a procedure some lady underwent.
You told me that you would take an intravenous freaking nano
machine. No, I didn't, man. You're hearing what you want to hear. You're just hearing what you want to hear. You're not making any sense. You don't know me, and you didn't understand any of my points, apparently.
I'm making plenty of sense.
Nah, you've already had to backtrack like 4 of the claims you made about me when I point them out.
I didn't backtrack at all. You're trying to change. You're just trying to not let me finish because it's what you said and you don't want to fucking own up to it.
No, I already explained to you how you're saying I said these things when it's really I was talking about someone else, about something that already happened, not something that I would do in the future. So just cut it out, man. It's getting old.
No, you're playing.
If you want to. Nah, you're the only one bullshitting. I'm being straightforward. If you want to know any of my opinions on anything, you can ask me right now. You can ask me right now my opinion on anything. Go ahead.
All right, fine. Would you take one of those metallic freaking like what do they call it? They've got these I don't know the exact name for it. It's new science.
Come on, man. Do you know what you're trying to say or not?
I do, but it's new science. I don't know the name of it. See, don't be a dick. See, you just don't want me to say it.
No, just say something that you know how to say.
All right, so they got these machines that are kind of like it's a programmable material. There it is. So programmable material where they can like put this into you. Kind of it's related to that, but yeah, they got programmable material where they can have a fluid type metallic that's an artificially made thing that they can put into your body, and it can travel through like the most complicated, like, you know, maze of your arteries and everything else, and it can clear blockages and go find like foreign objects. Like if you were to swallow like a spoon or a freaking battery or something like that, it can go and grab those things and pull them out of you. And you were saying that, you know,
that was not something we talked about. We did not talk about this.
That in particular wasn't something we talked about. But basically,
yeah. So why are you bringing it up?
This is equivalent because you said like if you were dying, you said if you were dying.
It's an elaboration in the wrong direction. It's a strong man.
You don't want to hear what I have to say. If you were dying, that no matter what the technology is, no matter what the technology is, you would take it if it would keep you alive.
Yeah, that's something that you're just imagining, because you couldn't derive that from what I previously said. You're inventing a whole new scenario, and you're honestly doing a
similar. It was very similar.
And you're honestly doing a piss poor job at exemplifying or explaining what you even mean right now. You're straying from the.
I think everybody else understands.
You're inventing new situations, and you're not even making yourself clear to me.
Everybody else understands. You're the one who doesn't want.
This is a joke. You should be disappointed in yourself.
You disappoint me trying to claim yourself as a flat earther or a
I can
truther
accept
in
that,
any way.
man. I can
When
accept
you
that.
when you when you claim yourself to be a truther, but you also like try to argue
I tell
for a one
stories about
world
a
government
person
or
who had
big
a really
pharma
cool
or
medical operation. That's all I did, man. That's all I did. It's a true
you
story.
also you
All
literally
I did
told
was
me
share it
like
with you.
you literally told me that no in that story, that analogy that you gave, you said that you would do the same because we were
Nope,
talking
never
about.
said that.
Yeah, you did.
No, there you go again. Never said that.
No. Okay. You want me to get more specific? So we were talking about.
I just wish you would say anything accurately.
I was arguing how the rise of technology is
This is
inverse
really
to
getting
the
to be a
fall.
waste of time at this point. What's it been, like 6 minutes now? And it's been a complete waste of time. I just want to back out of this because I don't think it's going to be anything fruitful doing this with you. So let's just move on because this has been, a real fucking piss poor attempt. Honestly, we've already spent 6 minutes and gotten nowhere. So next, please, anyone or yourself, just something other because this is dumb at this point.
I can bail you out a little bit.
Oh, you don't need to bail me out. I'm just saying this is a waste of time going on.
It's just if we're going to talk about the ISS again.
Yeah, whatever you want, man.
The space shuttle used to run infrared and see all kinds of action. Like lots of like biomechanical looking stuff. Kind of putt-putting by and things going in all different directions. Not just like meteorites which down towards Earth. There's just like a lot of stuff up in the infrared spectrum. Supposedly anybody that has infrared or night vision stuff, especially the older stuff, you can see the skies just alive with stuff. Like sort of jellyfish-like. Things that kind of like propel themselves along, almost like with contraction. Things that have direction changes. Like, still lights in the sky, granted, but they used to cut that feed all the time when things. If anyone knows about the tether incident, you just see all kinds of stuff flying around.
I think I know a little bit about what you're saying because I saw this little documentary about a guy who spent all his free time watching the ISS feed, and he would take recordings and make videos about all of these anomalies that occur, where it's like, oh wow, he's like really into recording it, right? That he was always just seeing these things going on up there or whatever. And I don't know, that those sorts of events don't seem to happen anymore. They had to change the cameras or
that was all
something changed in the feed.
Back to the shuttle, when they had the shuttle, they were using. So when we're talking about what we're seeing here day and night and stuff, the least you could do is kick on the night vision like my Ring doorbell does, at night and kick in the infrared. It's fucking not complicated technology for them to show us nighttime.
Yeah, your smartphone will do it. Your Ring camera will do it. It's not complicated. You're right.
It's best not to have either one. Sorry, I got dropped out in the middle of ranting on you. So I'm not sure where I dropped it though. But yeah, the thing that I was saying though, it had to do with the preface of the argument that we were having, whereas I was saying that that we were as society were better before all this technology came to be, and you were saying no, we're clearly better, and I was saying that the quality of life was much higher before and society was better before. And just because you can extend life doesn't mean that it's the same quality of life. We were able to have a much higher life experience, quality of life in the past before we relied on all this technology.
Oh, it I don't know what you missed out on as far as hearing my response or what I had to say about our conversation, but yeah, you wanna come back here and bring that back up now
It
after
was
Dan
literally
finished
like
up?
it was literally like a minute ago, maybe 2 minutes ago.
Sure, yeah, and then we started talking with Dan. I mean, I was actually kind of explaining how we've been wasting everyone's time talking about that, but hey, I'll give it a minute or two, see if it goes well. If you want to hop back into it, so I heard what you said. Uh, yeah, I mean, to me, the idea of technology is always something that has the potential of being
Saving the
beneficial
world.
to humanity. I think I might even said this the other night. It's like, oh, everyone's tilling their fields, you know, by hand, and then someone invents like the yoke and the bull drawn plow, and it's like, yeah, I will absolutely accept the assistance of this technological
Well,
device.
the bull itself was domesticated by us as a tool. Like it wasn't really invented. It was more of a. I mean,
No, I'm talking about the apparatus you would strap to a bull to till your fields. Like, yeah,
yeah.
I will freely accept that technological advancement.
And then there's probably a plan I don't know off the top of my head.
Right, but what you also are you're trying to compare having a bull pull a plow as technology to having an AI run the world for you and run your daily experiences for you.
Never said that. That's taking things way too far.
Not tonight you didn't, but we did talk about that 3 nights ago.
Yeah, and you have a serious lack of recall as to what I actually said a couple nights ago. Never took things in that direction. And like I said, you seem confused as to what I mentioned, what I said. So if you ever want to just pinpoint one thing and say, what do you think about or feel about this? I'll give you my straight up answer right now, but it's not going to be the answer that I guess you'd expect.
The point 3
you got
nights
this whole
ago.
version of
The
you got this whole version of me in your head. It's not accurate.
Don't try to fucking gaslight me about it. Your whole
I'm not
point
trying to
going into
gaslight you. I'm
that
just telling you have a
conversation.
wrong opinion
Your
of
whole
me.
point going into the conversation 3 nights ago was about how none of us have to work. Only 10. Then you changed it. Like you said, 10% of people have to work.
I didn't change
We can take
anything, but I'll
shifts.
stand by that right now. Yeah, I'll stand by that right now.
And
you want to calm down though? We can talk about this.
No.
You know, in a chill
See,
sense.
this is called gaslighting. That whole thing right there. While I'm in the middle of
No,
saying
no,
something,
I'm
you want to calm
telling you.
down.
Let's.
That's gaslighting.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Let's continue and let's keep it chill. Go on.
It's not going to
No
continue if
gaslighting.
you're going to be a freaking bitch about everything.
No, just stop yelling. That's all. Let's
No,
continue.
I might sound a little heated to you, but if you're a little bitch, you might not like it.
I'm just trying to keep it chill, bro.
Just try to keep it chill, bro. Smoke a joint, bro.
Anyway, yeah, your whole premise had to do with only 10% of the
10%, right?
population having to work, only 10% of the population ever having to work, do labor, period. And
Uh-huh. I stand by
And
that
then,
still.
great. But then again, even though you've been corrected on it, like you still stand
What are you
by it.
talking about?
It's a pipe dream.
Do you want me to?
What would the other 90% of the population would do?
I don't think you fully understand the, what the points I was making were you're hopping in here now, and all you had to go off of is what this guy like didn't clearly really convey. If I were just to, if I were just to convey the point I was making
What
a
if
few nights ago,
what if I were to interrupt you every time you get 3 words in and say, "Come on, tell me." Do it now.
I'd ask you to,
Can you make it
stop.
succinct? Can you make it fucking succinct? Do it.
Sure.
All right. So my question was, because I mean, you said you'll stand by it when he said your point was
stand by what, though?
You
Stand
said
by what?
10%, the 10% of population working.
You don't know what you're talking about. I haven't told you.
You don't know what you're
said the other
talking
night.
I was just sitting here for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, he didn't quote my point accurately. I'm offering.
But then why
Go ahead
did
and
you?
requote
Then why
yourself.
did you stand by it?
Restate it then.
No, I stand by what I said the other night. I don't
Say it
stand by
again.
his straw
Say
man
it again.
version.
You're
I'll
given
say
the
it right.
opportunity right now. Say it.
Okay. With the technology that we have developed, right now in 2023, to cover the basic needs of shelter, warmth, food, water, necessities, with the assistance of the technology that we have, we could absolutely easily devise a system where it only takes 10% of the population, with the assistance of the technology we have, to provide the necessities for everyone else on Earth. Like the days of hunter gathering, in the sense that everyone has to get their food for themselves every day. No, 10% of the world's population at any point could do the work in order to feed the rest of the 90.
That's not exactly what you said, but it's not far off either. So like you just altered it slightly. You said the necessities. So how does something get more than the bare necessities?
That's so broad. What do you mean?
So like if you have just enough water to drink and just enough food to eat and just enough heat to make it through a winter, how do you do better for yourself other than just barely surviving?
Oh, I would never set up a system where things are only, getting by the skin of their teeth or whatever. If you wanted to develop like
You were
a
talking a few nights ago about abundance. You said 10% of people could work and have abundance.
Okay, well, yeah, let's go with that. Because I'm honestly being generous.
Fundy, I'm a 80s kid. When you said it was just the bare necessities, it's brought me back to my Jungle Book.
It's the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities.
Yeah, but you're changing your argument from 3 nights ago. It was, you said that we would have abundance and thrive with only 10%.
Oh yeah, if technology was properly utilized to its full efficiency, and if there was also an agreement struck amongst the rest of humanity that let's just cover our bases first. Let's get rid of world hunger. Let's get rid of world thirst. If that's not, it doesn't have the same ring to it. Let's get rid of homelessness. Yeah.
I think hunger and thirst are combined in the same one. Like they're hunger and thirst.
World sustenance. Yeah, sure. World sustenance and world shelter. Yeah, we have the technology that 90% of humanity could fuck off and do whatever, and 10% of humanity, assisted by the technologies that we've developed, could take care of those 3 things for everyone else. Everyone else could sit on the beach getting whacked off with a bottle of lube next to
You
them.
were also talking about, however, having all the luxuries of modern society, like all of the technology, all of Amazon and everything else, just having whatever you want delivered to you at any time. This might not be specifically what you said, so don't call me out on straw manning you or anything, but you said all of the modern advancements that we have, we could keep them and only have 10% of people working.
Well, that could be the case, but if I were to say a range, I'd say 10 to 30% or 10 to 20%.
Now that's a big difference. That's a big difference.
Not to me, but I understand where you're coming from.
Right now, I already told you this a few nights ago. That right now, if you look at the employment rate, not the unemployment rate, right now in the United States, 51% of people in working ages between 16 and 65 are actually employed. Everybody else is collecting a paycheck from something else. They're either living off of dividends, or they're silver spoons, or they're on government welfare. Okay, but 51% of people work, 49% of people don't. So when you say
Okay.
30%, you all of a sudden going from 10 to 30. Now you're playing a middle of the road fallacy, because we're getting like right there in the middle of the road.
Well, you asked me to answer a different question there. The 10% I said is addressing the necessities. If we want a very, exuberant lifestyle for everyone, then yeah, you're gonna up that percentage where some extra sort of non-essential work and services are provided.
And my point the other night was also that yes, there are a lot of jobs that are basically menial type jobs that they probably could automate, and they're actually working on it, but the technology isn't quite there yet. So a lot of people who think they have, a lot of people, it's not quite there. It's almost there, but not quite there. And we will be seeing this in the next decade. We're going to see more and more tech jobs, programmers and shit like that, like not engineers and shit, because they're still needed, but like technician jobs and just basic code writing jobs and shit like that, of these people who have found a very good wage over since the booming internet age, whatever. Like, these people are, a lot of them are going to find themselves without a job and without skills to frickin' find another job. This is coming up. You're already seeing it with layoffs in Amazon and so on and so forth. It's not just delivery drivers. They still need them. It's not until they automate the car where they, like, they're working on it. It's not there, but like, yeah, they're not able to lay all those people off either yet. The programmers will be the ones to go first, because they now have AI that can write programs for them. We're talking about people who have $120,000 a year jobs that are about to find themselves useless. and
You're hilarious, dude.
Seriously, I'm dead serious. And then and if the scamdemic didn't show it to you, those were the people those are the people who got sent home. Blue collar workers who build shit, they kept working.
Good stuff.
Why is it so laughable? Explain why you're laughing. Because you're just laughing because you disagree, but you need to fucking back that up somehow.
Back up my laughter?
Yeah. If you laughter is not a rebuttal.
Oh, you brought up a whole nother topic that isn't part of our previous conversation. I'm laughing as to how you abandon our conversation to make comments on a whole different scenario.
Part of the same conversation.
Yeah, I know you think it's related, and it loosely is, but it has nothing to do with any of our disagreements. You just wanted to share your thoughts on a whole nother slightly related subject, and I thought it was funny how you just abandoned any serious points that were in contention between us and went on to things that are obviously agreeable.
What serious point did I abandon?
All you started talking about is how like certain people's jobs are going to be replaced in the future when it has little to do with any of our disagreements.
You're the one who says. You're the one who says.
Now you're getting fired up.
You're the one who says.
Laugh? Can't you just laugh? You really should at this point.
No, you are the one. Stop.
What are you doing? What are you doing right now, dude? What are you even doing with yourself?
No, you don't want me to point out the fallacy in what you're laughing at. You're the one who says
you don't even know where
you're
you're
the one
at
who
right
says
now,
that we
man.
can. You're the one who says that we can replace all these jobs.
Nah, I didn't say
Okay.
anything like that.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
You're having a real hard time understanding my points.
You want people to stop working and start getting a fucking free living.
I didn't say
You
anything
want people
about
to,
wanting anything. I never used the word want.
you want people to live free without working. That's what you want. That's what this whole conversation was about 3 days ago.
No, I never expressed any desires.
So I was agreeing with you that a lot of these jobs will be replaced, but we're not there yet.
I never talked about the future.
I should be laughing at you the way that you're trying to do at me.
That's okay. If you want to do a complete shift of subject, I guess I could
It's not a
participate.
change of subject. It's
I'm
literally
actually
the
not
same
all that
subject.
interested in it.
You're not interested because you know your point has no fucking grounds.
At what point? You can't even tell me.
The one, yes, I can. The one where you say 10% of people can work and we can automate the jobs. That one. If you automate the jobs, what do people do? How do they get a fucking? How do they survive their life? How do they
I was
gain
only
the
talking
things?
about
My
providing
question to
necessities.
you was: how do they gain the things that give them more than just barely making it?
I was only talking about the amount of people required to be laboring in order to provide necessities for everyone on Earth.
Okay,
Because
answer
of
it
the
then.
advancements in technology we currently have
Answer
access
it.
to.
Answer it. Is it a question or do you have the answer? Because you sounded like you have the answer, and I was pointing out how your idea was wrong. Like it's a necessity to keep people working and to have jobs.
Yep,
It
wasn't talking about that at all.
it gives them motivation and it gives people like. Okay, so
yeah, here you go on another tangent that's loosely tied together. I only said one thing, man. Stop making it more than what I actually said. I only said one simple thing.
Why don't you say something then other than just laughter?
You guys, is there some way we could get this back into like a good flow? I mean, I get like there was some contention and then now it's just been this kind of bickering thing. Can you guys, is there any way you could be shifted back into like more of a podcast style discussion where there's clearly ideas that could be discussed and gone through, but there's like this contention and then you guys are just not on the same page. Could you try to reset maybe?
No, we're not. I'm trying to figure out how we can all live free without working.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that. Yeah,
Yes,
we could get this into more of a group conversation. Now, I said something simple, and it's a simple point that I spoke simply, and that's all I have to say.
The technology is there to make it so we don't have to work and we can all live with all the luxuries of life without fucking putting in any labor.
Well, I was here for this conversation. I think maybe one of the things I said is that if the money that's being basically stolen from humanity through the Federal Reserve System and all that, one thing I said is if that was released
reallocated
somehow or reallocated, yeah, that perhaps people could work less hours and we could still have a lot of what we have now.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to my point.
Gio, yours is one that I could probably have the conversation with. Fundy's is like literally just so blank in so many areas. Now, my contention to yours would be the same one that I gave. Say one of the same ones that I gave to Fundy about like when it comes to specialization. If you want to do better for society, you need to make masters of their crafts. And that only happens through very hard work and dedication, making a lifelong effort at mastering that craft. That's how you actually advance society. Otherwise, you'll actually retrograde.
In other words, what he's trying to say, I think, is you need an incentive. Everybody needs an incentive. And basically, if you're going to have universal income, no one's going to have the incentive to work, go to school, learn, Be better. You'll never get a Tesla. You'll never get you'll never get any of these people because they're just gonna be sitting around doing nothing.
Right.
It's
Like
counterproductive.
the
It's basically
shoemaker.
communism.
Once you
Basically
build,
communism.
Back to the
once you build the
shoemaker.
machine, say you have all the skilled labor. Once you build the machine, and then the machine starts working for you. Now you just sit back and kick back. Now there's no more incentive. There's
no more advancement either. There's no more advancement. You get the same. You get the same shoe for eternity.
No, you guys don't get it. If a machine replaces you, it's over for the common person. There's no more need for you. Don't you understand?
I know that's what I'm saying. It's a bad thing. Yeah.
No one's gonna give you money, dude. No one's gonna give you universal income. If the machine replaces you, you're gone. It's over.
What's over? I think they were talking about using machines to do certain things to make life easier.
I'm using machine kind of metaphorically. Like once you build the system that's going to take care of everybody, and once it's established, then then people are left up to their own devices, and I think that's somewhat it's kind of somewhat happening now.
Yeah, idle hands, right? Idle hands are the root of all evil, or whatever. However that goes.
It's what is it? An idle mind is the devil's playground.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Yeah. See, like people think. I mean, you would love to think you would. This is kind of more of a hippy dippy kind of a mentality that with free time I can explore I can go hiking more. I can climb mountains. I can do the things that I want to do. But the truth is that people don't do that. They sit on the couch and they watch the TV. They freaking eat.
Definitely. Yeah.
They degrade. They do not advance.
The people who are out there going hiking and exploring, they're the ones with the 9 to 5, and they're working hard, and they go out and they want to have they use their leisure time to go out and do those things because they work hard to go and do those things. They buy the equipment, the mountain climbing equipment, or they go buy the hang glider, or whatever.
Yeah, it's the people who are working who also are going out and playing softball and pickup basketball and whatever, disc golf or golfing or freaking like they do it after work and they're doing shit. They're going snowboarding, skiing, but the people who don't do shit for a living and rely on the government for a handout sit on their couch and rot.
You're missing the point here. You're talking after the fact, after this utopia somehow comes to be. But this is the point I'm trying to make to you guys. Once the people in the factories replace you with machines, why should they give you money? Why should they pay you? Why should they not just have population control and get rid of you? You're not needed anymore. Why do you think somebody with money that buys a robot is then going to turn around and pay you for the work the robot's doing? You guys are not thinking clearly at all.
Let me ask you a question, Montreal.
It's not all of us. Like, some of us are thinking pretty clearly about that. Like,
not all. The ones that are in favor of this. Excuse me. Yeah, let me be clear. Yeah.
You guys are little lights back on the ISS.
No, answer my question. What incentive does the person that replaces you with a machine have to give you a paycheck?
What are the robots making, Izzy?
Let's just say
what
shoes.
You're doing. Let's say you're a driver now, right? You're a driver?
Well, see, I guess you'd have to ask whoever said that, because I don't know. I didn't hear anyone say that. But did anyone say that wants to defend that position?
Hey, shit, they ain't making minimum wage, and that's a problem now. So I'm just kidding.
Yeah, isn't that what they were talking about? Unless I misunderstood, Gio.
I'm the one who brought it up, Gio. I'm the one who brought it up. I use shoes as an example. Like, if like, okay, and this actually went to the other night when you were also listening. If back in the day, if you were the son of a shoemaker, by the time you were 12 years old, you were already learning that craft. And by the time you were 20, you were a master of that craft. And by the time you were 60, you were probably a better shoemaker than your father. Okay? Like, this is how society advances in any of these things, like making a better shoe or making a better anything that you could name. Okay. Now, if you only have to work 10% of the like, if you work Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and somebody fills in the rest of the time, none of you will be a master at your craft. You're just going to be filling that time. And if a machine takes it over, you're literally going to have nothing better than the shoe that you program into that machine. It will never advance. It will never be better. And now nobody will know how to make a shoe at all.
No, that's definitely something that we were running into when I was working for the labor union. It seemed like they were like scraping the bottom for workers. So yeah, it's something.
Well, we know they have a plan of. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say we know their master plan, right? What is it? 500 million people, if we're to believe the story they want to bring it down to. Isn't that the Guidestone story there?
Yeah,
the master
Georgia
plan
Guidestone.
of the elite.
Do you think they think that's possible with the technology that they're trying to achieve? That's at their
Well, that's
goal.
what we're talking about now.
Right.
All you need is
to
robots,
gain the technology.
bro. All you need is robots and 500 million people to service them.
And it's not about simplifying
See
life
what I'm saying?
either. I mean, you can simplify life
everybody
and you
could be
won't need as
replaced.
many resources. You know,
Bro, no one's gonna give you anything. I think we have a lag in our thing. The point I want to make is nobody's gonna give you anything for free. If you're replaced by a machine, it's over for you. You're either gonna have to find a new job, a new trade, and once the truck drivers get replaced, then the taxi drivers get replaced, then the cooks, and then what happens? That's where we're heading.
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like you're coming from the perspective of some evil totalitarian type of mindset, right? That, oh, we're going to replace you with machines and not give you a penny and you die and reduce the population. Is that kind of the idea you're coming from? Because I don't know if someone had said that directly. Maybe someone did though. Did Fundy or did someone say? I'm not sure. But you're just saying from that perspective, that like hardcore, like just delete, replace people with machines and with some kind of evil takeover type energy and SE, or was anyone backing that idea? I don't mean backing.
Well, yeah, I think somebody was. I'd love to take it to the extreme situation, though. I don't think anyone said exactly that point, but let's all just imagine where this goes. So, say there's people in control who view the rest of the population as expendable. Say those expendable people are killed off, and all that is left is a private, group of the Illuminati, whatever, the elite, right? Well, they still want to live, don't they? Okay, so now there's any amount, however small you want to put it as, there's these small group of friends. Well, they want to live, right? So, and none of them are gonna work for each other because they're like, hey, we figured out we all have invented the technology that there's 1,000 of us, 1,000 humans on Earth, and none of us work for each other. We've automated everything that provides our necessities, so we all have our houses. We can go to them. We all have. There's 5,000 people on Earth. There's 5,000 houses that each of us own, and it has a direct pipeline to some automated farm, automated water purification system that just provides me with everything I need for survival straight to my house. Well, then they're gonna say, well, I can stay here and live in my automated house where food and water is pumped towards me and entertainment.
Fundy, we're back to where you and I started. We're back to where you and I started. How do we do better for ourselves than just barely scraping by with what they give us?
I think I was getting there. So even if the Illuminati of 5,000 members figured out that they don't need us to work for them, they've replaced all of us with robots that do the jobs that benefit them and supply them with whatever they desire, you know? Well, then they're going to say like, well, I'm not just going to live alone in my house that provides me with all my necessities. I'm going to want out and I'm going to want to go out, have fun, mingle with others, you know, just, I don't know, have human connection. And at that point, you could, if everyone just had their own domicile that took care of them in every sort of like a survival based, like necessity type thing
Where does
ways.
advancement come in
Andy,
for
do
that?
you have to go on tirades, bro? Can't you like be concise, man? There's other people want to talk, and I wanted to answer Geo, bro. You cut right in, and you're going on
Where
a
is this
tirade.
going? Well,
Yeah,
fuck
where's
you,
it
man.
going?
Where are you trying to get? Where are you trying to
You're
get?
just bringing on, bro.
Where
Two
are you
people
trying to
already
get?
told you. And
What are
on
you
going,
ultimately
bro.
trying to get to, man? Go ahead and
Yeah,
tell
you're
me.
full. I think tirade is wrong.
I
Tangent
wanted to
is correct.
respond to Geo.
Where is your final point? What are you
All right,
getting at?
Fundy.
Tell me.
Look, I'm not a mod
with
here,
you.
but
My
Fundy, shut
final
the fuck
point is
up.
not
Let
with
him talk to Geo.
Well, maybe Fundy
Jesus
just
Christ, man.
maybe just to be aware of the timing and propensity to not monologue, so that we can all have a chance to, because it's kind of a heated convo. So if
It's
one
a
person
tangent.
starts going on for like 4 or 5 times as long as everyone else, then the rest of us can't talk. It starts to kill the conversation and eventually can kill the room. So let's just try to keep it fair, time wise.
Okay. Final ending point. Let's all just accept that technology can replace certain jobs, and the more technology advances, the more jobs can be
Yeah,
replaced.
but every job that's replaced is a negative for us.
Technology is also creating jobs.
Point towards though.
You know, it's just changing hands.
I think SE was trying to get in as well.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, Fundy, sorry, man, but you don't realize it. You go on and on, bro. So I'll make my point short. 2 points, Gio, that you said. Yeah, it could be this dark energy, sinister thing, right? Replacing people and all that, right? But as we were talking, I thought of another thing. It might just be eventuality because the robots are here. It's inevitable. They're already replacing car manufacturers, this and that. So it's inevitable that this is going to happen. See how I did that, Fundy? Short, in and out.
Yeah, but here's the problem, man. You're talking about robots replacing jobs where people provide for other people. When the expendable people are replaced by robots, then
What do you call
who are the
expendable
robots?
people? Hold on. You can't.
Then who are the robots providing for? There's no need at that point, and that's where I got to the final point at the resolve of it.
Who are the expendable people?
Yeah, you guys cut him off. Come on, let him. Come on.
I had to. As soon as
Yeah,
he says
I
it,
already explained earlier.
Who are the expendable people?
The expendable people are the people who aren't included in the organized fucking crime group of saying, hey, we're the special ones, everyone works for us, and we want to replace anyone that we can replace with a robot.
You do understand that they view us as expendable, and that's why they're trying to replace our jobs.
They're trying to replace us. Don't you get it? We work for each other, and as a side sort of benefit, we provide them with what they want. If they can replace all of us outside of their little club with robots, then they still get everything that we deliver to them. And if robots can take that, I said that's what I said before, man. That was my tirade that you critiqued. I said, hey, if there's 5,000 Illuminati members that draw loot or services from the masses, then if they can replace all of us and just have a 5,000 club where none of them work for each other, and they've replaced the people who serve them, their underlings, with robots, that's the expendables I'm referring to. And so that was the ultimate point. I already called out earlier.
And this will be a tangent, but that is literally what they're trying to do through transhumanism. They're trying to make us into biological robots, biological machines that literally do their bidding on their order, on their command, That's what all the censorship is about. That's what all the social engineering is about. That's what all the jabs are about. They're literally trying to make you a plug and play machine. And when you freaking go against them, you can be unplugged and they can plug you in with somebody else. You're replaceable. That's what they're doing.
I don't doubt that there's entities that have this mindset you're talking about, and that they are, employing various tactics, as it were, and they do have their mindset. There's also the question of what will actually happen, as well, like what will, because that is kind of like a 1984 pretty dark type of outcome at that point. But yeah, they may have that mindset. Doesn't mean they're going to accomplish that though, because humanity is still very alive.
Dude.
Process. But I mean, I think ultimately
you're right. It doesn't mean that they'll win. It doesn't mean that they'll win. However, they are well on their way. We didn't put up much of a fight this last time, and that was just a beta test.
Yeah, it's wild, man. There's so many different ways to think about it. I mean, I hear you. It's wild. But the other thing I was going to say is that, like, I don't think they even want to just replace all humans. Like, if I were to go real dark with it in terms of what I think they're actually after, like, I think they're actually after, like, harvesting humans, basically harvesting human brain energy and soul energy. Like, they're actually demonic, like, on the spirit level part of it, in my viewpoint, these are like actual demonic spirits trying to possess and hijack human soul energy, because they know human souls contain a lot of light, and those dark entities, they're attracted and want to capture the light. So they're kind of coming after us in that way. So yeah, it is crazy. It does seem like they're, like, in a way, like possessing people through all this deception and through all these. So yeah, everyone's like at a different stage of it. But yeah, so I don't even think they want to replace everyone. I think they want to actually harvest off of our, like, brains ultimately, like interdimensional.
I personally think, yeah, like, okay, so I look at, like, the book Animal Farm, which is a children's book, but you have the left, they're in their little animal farm. You have the right, they're in their animal farm. And then you have the conspiracy theorists who are like, we think that we're somehow separated from it. We're not farmable. Like, no, you're also in another little farm. You're each in your own little corral, okay? So, like, they put out their propaganda that is meant for us to see. They know that we're different from the other two, right? If you're on the left or the right, you're easily controllable. We're the ones who are we're a little harder to control. We're kind of a little bit of outcasts, and we're troublemakers, right? But they know how to play us as well. In fact, possibly even better, because they know how to easily predict our outbursts and our resistance to control. And they can use that. They can use that double think, that double speak, and they can they can steer us even more predictably, probably, than the other two groups.
Yeah. Have you ever thought though that they are like a different species, and that's why they, like, understand humans in a way? However, they're also, like, way lesser evolved than we are.
No, I don't think of it like another species. They're just people who understand psychology, and they're also they come from a well-off family that got to send them to Harvard or Yale or whatever fucking prestigious school, and because of who their parents are, they're going to be given or what society they're in, they're going to be given the secrets, like, by the way, here's how we control the masses, and you're with us. Like, do you want to gain the benefits of that? Well, you'll never speak of this outside of this circle.
Well,
and if you do,
they're definitely they have insane hierarchies, like psychopathically built hierarchies for sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, and even still, like, you don't even need to threaten people necessarily. Like, they know what benefits they gain. They know, like, hey, by the way, because I have this knowledge that most people don't know, like, why would I go spout it online? I make an extra $200,000 a year because I know this shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different ideas of what kind of is going on. I think we could all say back in the 90s it was a little more concealed, you know, like it seemed like the world might have been legit in terms of the governments and NASA and all that. I mean, is that way it was for you, Lou, when you were a kid? Like it was possible that it was all legit.
No, even then, I would like. Okay, so even when I was like 12 years old, I knew something was up. I didn't know what I know now, but I knew something was up.
I always did too, but
you know what I mean? Like, no, the world has always been defunct. The world has always been under control.
Yeah, like you've always known there's like, you know, whatever that, you know, like that term, the man, you know, even though it's like Illuminati, I guess you could use all kinds of different terms, but whatever like that group is, like just knowing that they're there and that there's serious shenanigans going on.
Look, my mom told me a story, and I remember it actually. Like when I was like 5 years old, my playroom we had an apartment, and I had my bedroom, and it was a pretty good walk-in closet. That was like where I kept all my toys and stuff like that. It was my toy room. And I was sitting there all quiet, playing with like a police car and like you know, I don't know what else, but my mom came in because she didn't, you know, she was just checking up on me, and she was like, "Well, what are you doing?" And I was like, I just asked her a question. I asked, so what happens if a police officer breaks the law? And my mom was like astounded. She was like, wow, for like a 5-year-old, like this is an incredible question. Like the police officer, you know, enforces the law. Like a 5-year-old doesn't think that a police officer could ever break the law. You know, I was like, what happens if a police officer breaks the law? You know, I was like 5 years old. I'm like they're people. They could break the law. Like even, you know, there's adults who don't think that way. You know what I mean? Like adults could be like, well, police can't break the law. They're police. You know? She was just astounded by that question, you know, and she explained it to me. She said, well, you know, like if a police officer were to break the law, then another police officer would be able to, you know, arrest him.
Essie,
and like,
and then Fundy wrote something in the chat as well on that topic, because I still remember what, like, I wanted to respond to something Essie said because he responded to me, but now I think I forgot what it was. So if he was still here, I don't know if you wanted to repeat that at all.
I'm just saying, you let Essie go, but I'm just saying, like, I've always had even at a young age, I had a very, like, I just knew that people are fallible, and there's no such thing as like, just because you're a part of government and in some way that like you're infallible, you know? But I think most people actually grow up thinking that if you have a certain job or if you're a certain title, that all of a sudden you can't break the law.
Well, I think that's the way it used to be, though. Like originally, it was actually legit in that way. Like I think going deep back into like, you know, the old world and everything that used to exist, like people that there was a government, if you want to call, even though it wasn't even called that, but there was like, if you want to call it like a governing body, as it were, but they actually were the highly respected people who were legit.
Yeah,
and
even if you're respected,
think about
it
what that
doesn't
would
mean
be
that
like.
you can't do something
Hold
wrong.
on, let me just say real quick. So if there's a polarity between like a lot of corruption, where there's like tons of corruption, or there's no corruption, if that's a polarity, meaning that you could have one or the other. Think about having it where there's no corruption, meaning the system is built to actually, you know, remove any corruption, like to kind of catch it and actually cleanse it and make so that the whole system is actually in integrity. At that point, then the people in those positions, whatever it may be, that are making certain decisions are actually the ones that are respected and who are good people and that are not corrupt. And at that point, then, you know, it makes sense to have that, which is kind of like the idea of a republic, which is what the United States, you know, the kind of some of those core concepts. It's about like freedom and integrity rather than, you know, any level. So all this whole like corruption, where now it's like there's bad cops and bad science and bad money and bad news and bad business, all the stuff that's bad agriculture, all this stuff that's going on now. It's all been
to say that stuff wouldn't exist in some other structure of society is ridiculous. Like, of course there would always be bad cops. Of course there would always be bad judges. Of course there would be always bad politicians. Of course, it would always be bad science. Like, there's just people who are biased and make mistakes and possibly are trying to lie to benefit themselves. It's just literally like the instinct of mankind to lie and manipulate in order to better themselves. Like it's not until lies existed, you know. I mean, like, and this is a ridiculous thing, but like biblically, like it's like in the Garden of Eden, lies didn't exist until then. Everybody was truthful, you know, like But no, of course.
Well, there's a
Like,
lot of
it's
different
just
ideas, I
it's the same.
suppose, and
It's the same
perspectives.
move.
I mean, I don't. I think the way there's so many different ways of seeing things, different philosophies. Certainly, I do hear what you're saying that in today's day and age, that does seem to be present in
No,
human
even no,
human
in
consciousness.
any day and age, it's always been innate to use people.
I don't agree. No, I don't. I don't think that's the human spirit to do that. I think that would be an outer influence coming in, as it were. Because I mean, I think consciousness is.
Have you ever had a child, Gio? Have you ever had a child? Do you have children? Do you? Because even, dude, you'd be surprised how young a child figures this shit out. They start using you before they can even speak fully.
Yeah, I mean, what I see is going on is that I think like the idea of a great reset, and it seems like people are like actually in like basically like a trauma-based mind-controlled state, which is what like MK Ultra type thing. But even though MK Ultra is that more modern thing, I'm just talking about techniques like that because I do hear what you're saying. There's a tremendous amount of like dark energy within humans, spirits and. Well, I wouldn't say it's in their actual spirit.
They manipulate.
It's in their bodily. It's in their bodily system.
Manipulate.
It's in their bodily system that they're doing these things, and it has to do with multi-generational trauma. So it can be healed, but I don't think
It doesn't have to do with trauma. They
that.
don't have to be. They don't have to be traumatized. They do this without being traumatized at an age where they don't even know how to speak fully yet. They do this.
Okay, well then that would be some genetic psychopathic or sociopathic things going on there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying it is. I think it's rooted in trauma, and there are these darker entities that cling with the trauma. Like there's like dark. I mean, ultimately, I think we're all one, so I don't really think there's any entities outside of any of us. But there are different ones that are created within the one. So within that one, I see it as like
you wouldn't answer my question. Do you have a child?
Well, I don't. It's just not really about me at the moment. If you want to share something,
No, it is. I want to know if you can relate to what I'm saying.
Think of a litter, though. Think of a litter of puppies. There's always a runt, and the survival instinct of that little kid to get more juice or whatever it's trying to get from you is a survival instinct. It's not the end of the
Doesn't matter who has a kid or not.
No, I at this point, I'm finding it funny how he doesn't want to answer. It's like, do you or do you not?
Hey, then that's your answer. Move on.
Well, it's just if you had the point, I'd be open to hear the point. By the way, Dan, your mic, I don't know if you know, but your mic is super distant and quiet sounding. I think Jesse Gordon earlier said that it sounded like you were talking to us from space. It does sound like totally, so I just didn't know if you knew that about it, if you're on a different mic or something.
Is this any better?
Oh, you're back, dude. Oh, man. If you go back and listen to yourself on live stream all the way up to this point, you were like 10 steps in the background, echoing.
Everyone says I'm too loud this way, so I can't make up my mind.
No, dude, you're good now. I've got you right at 100 and it's perfect volume.
All right, thanks.
But whoever that was saying, kind of like a puppy. That might be a good analogy, actually. Like, yeah, like puppies they throw you their faces and stuff. They manipulate you. They learn at a very young age how to manipulate you and get what they want. This is just something that's natural It doesn't take corruption. It doesn't take evil. It just takes like knowing what you want and knowing how to get it.
It's not about corruption. It's not about evil. People are not evil inherently. You witness this when you go on vacation. Everybody's calm, cool. Hello, hello, hi, haha. Now take these same people when they go back to work, right? And they're on the traffic and beeping and giving the finger to the other guy, right? You see what I'm saying? It's about the conditions. So if resources are scarce, people are gonna fight for them. That's just the way it is.
Well, I think we're in like a particular era right now, the way humanity is. But yeah, I mean, I see that's why, like, the way my kind of viewpoint on it is how I see so to me, like, the spirit world precedes this whole physical world. So from that spirit world is really the breakdown of where the energies are coming from, in my viewpoint. And I think there is like a human spirit, like the collective human spirit, as it were, meaning just that universal, ultimate human soul, human spirit. And us souls that are incarnating within the human soul, meaning within like a human life, are going to have that sort of pattern to us. And I think that's the part of us that's like loving and just wants to hang out, party, have a good time, help each other, you know, care for each other, and just be in harmony, like compassion, working together, like synergy, creativity, building things, inventing things. Those are all like part of the human, as it were. And then, but then I do think that there's this whole other darker energy that has kind of like overlaid itself, or is intermixing with human bodies, as it were, to where now they're partly their human soul and spirit that like just loves people and wants everything to work out and to be kind and happy and all that. And then, but then people, you know, have all kinds of other energies within them as well that want to, you know, steal or hurt others or deceive others, or, you know, like parasite off of others or hurt other people, etc. All those things.
I gotta tell you, Gio, like when you were talking about like the people with the party lifestyle that want to help each other, that's all feigned. Like, that's not even real. Like, I lived that lifestyle. I was there. Like, they pretend like they care about you. They don't. They only care about themselves or getting their high or whatever else. Like, most people literally only look at others as a tool to get what they want. It's a very sociopathic fucking way that almost everybody is entrapped in. Almost everybody. Not all people, but almost everybody. And especially within the party crowd, like they don't have a family moral. They don't have a freaking God. They don't have a this or a that. Like these people might pretend like they care about you, but they don't.
When I said partying, I mean, obviously there's so many different perspectives on that. I was talking more about, just wanting to enjoy life, etc. I mean, in terms of some of these modern day party scenes, or maybe some of the things you've experienced, are kind of subsets within that. I was just saying that part of us that wants to kind of like the way SE said, like when you're on vacation, the way everybody is, like everyone's just in a good mood and hanging out and helping each other. And if someone like falls and they fall over and get a bruise on their knee or something like that, everyone's like,
they just want to make sure.
Are you okay?
They're just trying to make sure. They're just trying to make sure the cops don't come. They're just trying to make sure the cops don't come because they're gonna fuck up their party.
But yeah, I mean, what you're referring to does sound like more of a sociopathic kind of dynamic, like you were saying. Yeah, something different where you're just wanting to you have no compassion for others, which is sociopathy, and then to the psychopathy level where all you want to do is just steal or take from others, hurt others, etc. So yeah, I mean, in those realms, but again, I don't think that's the human spirit doing that. I think that's these other sort of
entities. Unfortunately, it is. Unfortunately, it is. That's like the spirit that everybody has. I mean, whether it's trained or not, that's another issue. Like, is it our society and our government that trains it? But this is the society that we live in. It's the way people are. Is it the natural way of humanity? How should we know? We've never
experienced. Yes, bro. Yes, there is. There's jealousies. There's looking at your neighbor has a better car than you. There's feeling sorry. There's laughter. There's sadness. It's all that. All that is the human nature. That's why there's never been a utopia. There's never gonna be a utopia. Ever. There's always gonna be rich. There's always gonna be poor. It's never gonna happen that we're gonna live in a utopia like some people think.
Well, I think we already had been in them for thousands of years at a time, periods. So it's been most of humanity. We're just in this rare kind of more negative one now. Go
You
ahead,
really
Dan.
think so, Gio?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you think the Romans and the Greeks were all happy hanging around with togas, drinking wine and stuff?
Well, I don't even necessarily agree that those histories are even real in the way that they're described.
Right. Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, I think like 99.9 repeating % of all of his humanity has been in a profound state of synergy and harmony.
I can't
You
see
think
that,
99.9% of the time that we've been in bliss, almost a utopia?
I can't see that. Sorry, guys. There's no
Yeah,
way.
no, it's like the inverse of that, man. Like,
Yeah,
Gio,
I would say
I know.
the inverse. Yeah.
I'm talking in the total time of humans, the entire.
Yeah, in the total time of humans, we've always been in conflict. We've always been trying to fight for something more. And that's only if you disregard everything that history has told us and think it's the opposite of what they told us that you can come to that conclusion. Like, everything that we know has been in turmoil with only a few small periods of where we're like pacified just enough to not cut each other's throat.
Not pacified. Probably resources were abundant, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by pacified. Like we were comfortable. We were comfortable enough.
Yeah, we had enough of all the stuff we needed, you know. And then grapefruit ran out, or whatever, right? And we know now our neighbors over there, they got grapefruit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just. It could be oil.
Yeah, no, I
could be
really
wood.
think it's innate in humankind, and that's why all the religions also talk about like this good and evil. Like there would be no reason to talk about Satan and Lucifer and temptation and all this other stuff if it wasn't for that innate freaking sense of deception that humans have for each other. We will always try to take advantage of one another for our own benefit. No matter, and that includes you, Gio. No matter how much you think that you're pure or anything else, you will hypocritically take advantage of others for your own gain. All people will.
Look, unfortunately, human nature is what it is. You know, if we're to believe half of the history we've been told, it's been nothing but murder, bloodshed, terror, horror, slavery, this, that, the other thing. Just look around you. Every country.
Yeah, I mean,
look
I
how
think
many wars.
we're in a particular cycle right now that we're in for sure. We're just within a particular phase of it where there is this like essentially it's like a takeover of humans. It's on the spirit world, it's a demonic entity that is doing a particular like interdimensional takeover process, and then we're currently like possessed partly by this other entity, which is also behind a lot of this stuff. So yeah, like we're in like almost like a possession state in a way right now as a whole collective.
It's not a possession. It's literally just what we are. It's not a possession.
It is what I would say what the creator is like creating, but I'm also making a delineation between like the default human spirit, if it doesn't have this other influence, like what it actually is like. And that's what I'm saying is that it is, whether you refer to it as a utopia or not.
Let me say, I'm not a big biblical person, but the idea of being like fallen, like the fallen one.
Yeah, you could call it that. Yeah, but, well, like, or that we're in a fallen state, or like, yeah, I would just say it's a cycle, though. In my viewpoint, it's like a spirit world cyclical overlap.
As long as we're fallen, we'll never be pure. We're and this is just the state of humanity in all civilizations, no matter what your religion. Like we're all fallen. There are no exceptions. There aren't. You can't be like ordained as a priest and be exempt from this.
Well, that's what I mean. In the ancient, like actual mystical traditions, where like the death rebirth process, like it's an inner spiritual journey for each of us, ultimately, of facing our own, perhaps darkness and death and different things, and actually transforming that, through one's own purification and cleansing process. So yeah, I think
that's the reason why we can't have a utopia. That's the reason why any society can't exist the way that the hippies want to fucking think of it. Like oh, it's just it's just the broken society is the reason why we all failing. If you just let things go naturally, all the stuff that you're saying. Sorry if I call you a hippie, but like I picture you wearing no shoes and hugging a tree right now. It's like you just
It sounds pretty good, actually. It sounds like a good time, dude. Have you ever done it? Hugging a tree is so grounding. It's like this electromagnetic
okay,
power
so
source.
you're literally a tree hugger. I got
I'm
it.
dying right now. I'm dying of laughter, bro, because I was thinking the exact same thing as you said it.
Yeah, like
I was thinking, Gio,
like,
you'd make a great hippie if you were around in the 70s, bro. You'd be in the scene.
You know how the Tesla towers were pulling that energy from the ether? Well, trees do that. They they do it just a little bit. So if you hug it, you get up right next to a tree, you get some of that healing ether flow energy from the tree.
To be positive, Gio, like I love the energy of the hippies. It's just that I think that they're off base. Like I do like to surround myself by a certain amount of hippies. Like I love to smoke weed with them and get their energy and kind of like absorb that energy, kind of uplift me a little bit. But their energy is misplaced. It's not realistic.
Yeah, it's how you wish things were rather than how they really are type deal.
Well, you'd have to describe what you mean by hippie in particular, like because there's like hippie movements. There's also maybe like other ideas of hippie, whatever.
I don't need you know exactly what I mean. I don't need to fucking specify it for you. I look, dude. I play disc golf and shit. Like, do you think those guys are long haired? Freaking, they carry a bong through the disc golf course, and when you walk up and they're taking a break on their hole, they're like, "You want to hit it?" You know what I mean? Like, we got the bowl hole and the bowl knoll on hole 7 and hole 14 at Dreska Park. You know what I mean? Like, dude, everybody's cool. That we love just hanging out in the trees, throwing a frisbee. You know, like it's. This is some hippie fucking nature, a hippie sport, dude. I love that shit. I love it. But I've gone back and forth.
Well, yeah, I think there's different sides to every, like, if there's a movement or kind of a collective group of ideas or whatever it may be, there's a wide range for sure. I've been to a lot of different concerts within, what someone might categorize, like jam bands, essentially, if you know that term.
Like Grateful Dead or Fish or something like that. Versus where you can go like to Tool. Tool is gonna have a lot of like fucking Grateful Dead Fish fans there, but it's also gonna have a lot of like metal fans, like hardcore fuck you up type guys. Like they're gonna, in fact, like Tool will have like probably the most widest range of fans that you could ever fucking think of.
It's true, yeah.
Tool is amazing.
Has that diversity. For sure.
Yeah.
But like with like Fish, for example, like back in the 90s when they were really just, playing all the huge arenas all around the country and all that. And I mean, they've done it. They've gone for, over 30 years. But like, I'm thinking like, if you're talking about like 1997 or 1995, somewhere in there, if you're at one of those huge like outdoor Fish shows, I mean, that term hippie, if you were to use that, you could. I mean, people just with dreadlocks and, patchwork clothing and a whole wide range of people. But then there's also fans that are like more like business dude type fans, that like make a lot of money, and they're also Fish fans as well. They're kind of, I don't know, like business hippie, if that's even a term. I never really used the word hippie to even describe that whole scene. At the same time, business
hippie is like the biggest oxymoron you could ever fucking think of. Like,
but I mean, those concerts were like literally some of the best times, like in those eras. I mean, dude, it would just be this massive group of people, everybody getting along. No, I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe, I mean, there's not going to be any like fights usually, but there might be people like stealing from each other. There's always people doing sketchy shit, you know. But I mean, I'm not saying outwardly, but you know what I mean, just within the larger scene.
Dude,
But for the most part, let me just say, but for the most part, going to this, I mean, usually that's not going to happen, but probably there's some random shit like that in the parking lot that people do. Nonetheless, for the most part, it's like all good vibes. Everyone's, you know, just
helping each other to have a good time. And the thing is, people are tripping on mushrooms, LSD. They're taking MDMA. It's like this
I know what you
just
mean, but that's not
massive,
true.
like
That's part of the
blissful
illusion.
party.
The illusion, man. Like so, like I went to places like Weedstock out in the late '90s. I went to Weedstock a few years in a row, and yeah, it's all like drum circles and hippie vibe, and everybody just helping each other out. And on the face, yes, it's what you're talking about on the face of it. But as soon as it gets dark, it gets fucking scary, dude. You have it's chaos and it's not necessarily people, dude. I mean, there was women.
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, I hear there's all kinds of different scenes and things. I was mentioning Fish. Fish is probably a little different now because they're so much bigger now. But I was talking like back in those years.
These are weird people,
dude.
These are weird people. All of a sudden, like the children are not safe. The women are not safe. They need an escort to go to the Porta John. They need dude. It's
All right, let's slow down for a second, bro. First of all, you were totally interrupting me, but I'll pass the mic. It's fine. But what are you actually describing things? I was talking about something else and you were interrupting me, but you wanted to say this other thing. So what is the thing you're talking about? You're talking about a tool, something with Tool or something different?
No, this wasn't Tool. I was talking about like a hippie Weedstock fest. Like it was all like the drum circles were during the day. During the day, it was all beauty, but during the night, like literally, it's like freaks, like guys with black leather and spiked necklaces dragging stuffed pigs around by a leash and hanging around by the Porta Johns, like trying to forget and women literally got raped like at night because as they were trying to go to the bathroom and that's why it got shut down after its third year is because
all right, that sounds like a crazy scene, dude. I don't know. That does sound crazy. That sounds like a wild scenario. I mean, I've been to hundreds of different shows, and it's where it's just all a good time all the time. But yeah, I mean, there probably is like some rare case that somebody like ODs and dies, or maybe someone does get raped, or someone breaks into a car or something. But in terms of like Bonnaroo, the Bonnaroo Festival.
I've heard of it. I've never been to it, but I've heard of it. Yeah.
It depends on what scene you're in. Yeah. But I mean, there are scenes that, like within the jam band scene where like, it's literally 99%. Everyone's just getting along and having an amazing time. And like, it is a sight to behold to see humans getting along that well.
Well, look, I would tell you, even with Weedstock, the one that I said was bad if you like went out like okay, if you were like a normal person who, once it got late, you like went to bed in your tent and you left you would have had an amazing time and not knowing about the shit that happened behind the scenes. You would have walked away and talked about how beautiful of a fucking event it was.
Yeah, in any big community, yeah, any huge type scene like that, of course, yeah, there's going to be various individual things happening and whatnot.
Kind of like when you put a bunch of people together anywhere, shit.
Right. No, exactly. Yeah. So like,
I mean, although all those people are like, most of those people are
where they think that as long as you get a whole bunch of peace-loving people together and like weed smokers together or whatever it is, like that everything's gonna be just a-okay. No, it's a fallacy, dude. Like there's always the weird shit, and then when the weird shit happens, most people will deny that it happened, and that's the fucked up part. That's the really fucked up part.
Well, I think we originally were kind of talking about Utopia or like the NWO.
Yeah, there is no Utopia. Yeah. There is no Utopia. It's an all or nothing thing. This is what I was saying to Fundy the other night. He talked about an 80% Utopia. What the fuck is that? You either have it or you don't.
Now you're asking for perfection out of us? Not
If
just...
you want utopia, yeah, I want perfection. Yeah. Because if you
there's a lot of
in a utopia, if you are disenfranchising even 1% of the population, it's not a utopia.
Well, I was going to say too, I mean, in my understanding, in terms of like the human psyche, when people are involved in like either, you know, like let's say depression, anxiety, like something within their own, or even just like different like sociopathic behavior, or like some of those like we were talking about earlier, or even psychopathic type stuff. Like that's why a lot of these like original human traditions had like peyote in the Native Americans, ayahuasca in South America, the mushrooms in Middle America. They have these medicines to help people to work through those things that they may have so that they can be in harmony and happy. And when people work with these things regularly in a way that actually is, you know, self-reflective and therapeutic and sacred and spiritual in that sense, it's possible for everyone to be able to like work through those pain and suffering components to where all you have is like joy and happiness and wanting to help others. So that has been shown how people can move through that and reach that completion point. It is a lot of hard work, and it's challenging to work through all that. Like it's not easy in a sense. Like you have to be like your own like hero, and a lot of like you have to have a lot of courage to be able to face these things and to go into it. But that's where these different medicine providers like the shaman and different traditions that would actually help that process along as well. But my point is that if we had use of those medicines, which is what nature gives us so that we can be psychologically healthy, those medicines will naturally if used properly, will take a person through facing their own whatever demons or, you know, sociopathic things within them, and will cleanse it out of them. They will have process like multiple layers of like death and rebirth of their ego to where they're rising to a higher and higher level of being, and to the point to where they never would ever want to or think of like stealing or hurting anyone or deceiving anyone or anything like that.
That's bullshit, dude. Because they don't have, dude. Okay, like you would hope such things, but that'll never ever happen. Like especially when you're dealing with this type of crowd of people. Like these are people who don't have much. And you always have to get resources somehow. So you need to either use or abuse somebody, or you need to freaking work. And all of these things are things you're trying to avoid. It's a beautiful idea, but it's not fully thought out.
Yeah, I mean, I think nature provides all the medicines we need when used and applied properly.
Yeah, but it takes work. It takes work to harvest them. So the guy who goes and harvests it, does he just give it out freely?
Yeah. There's always
Yeah. He just gives it out freely. He doesn't expect anything in return for doing his labor.
Correct.
That's fucked up. Of course he does.
I mean, it depends on what you're referring to. If you're talking about like the curanderos, for example, in South America that supply the ayahuasca within their community, they basically like it's a vine is growing. So they go out, they harvest it, they prepare it. They're supported by the community to be so the community supplies, you know, food and shelter and different components to him, as it were, and then he is able to provide the medicine.
Right. So he lives freely in exchange for giving them the medicines.
No, I would say they all just synergistically work together. Yeah, to supply all the different skills that they have as needed. but that person, like, it's like the idea of like free healthcare, you know, it's kind of that idea, as it were. It's just, I'm talking about
in the idea that it doesn't work.
Well, it's the question, like, should healthcare be free, or should it be something that's supported by the whole community and available freely to everyone? But I mean, the thing about free, that implies some kind of currency. What I'm referring to in terms of like in South America, the particular ayahuasca traditions I'm referring to, like, yeah, there's always people in their community that are the medicine providers that are, preparing the medicine. And usually they even have other people helping them. So like they'll have a couple of helpers that are helping them to actually get the plants. And then those guys will help bring it to the actual place where it's going to be prepared.
What would you call this type of society? Would that be socialism? Would that be communism? It would be more socialistic, right?
I wouldn't refer to it to what I'm referring to. None of those. I'm talking about just a naturalistic, synergistic harmony.
No, it wouldn't be natural because there's still a governance in place. How do you?
I never mentioned the governance. I was just talking about the medicine providers that are supplying the medicine, because it is available to anyone in their community who needs it. Like if someone's having like mental issues or emotional issues or whatever it may be, they go to this. They can get as much of medicine as they need to heal, and that's how they have a whole group of people, as it were. If you want to call it society, if you can have a whole lineage of people where there is none of this stuff you're talking about, like the sociopathic stuff, like just wanting to use other people or hurt others.
No. Look, Gio. Look, let's say you have the medicine man, right? He's got all the healing freaking potions and all that shit, right? What incentive does he have to go out and do that?
For the love of his fellow humans and for the expression of the plant spirits that are working through him to help heal, and sort of the love for that.
It's not okay. So what incentive do the rest of the people have to stay healthy without needing his support?
Wait, ask that again. I didn't quite get that.
So the rest of the people, what incentive do they have to just do the right things to stay healthy, so that they don't need his help, so they don't need his support, so that they don't drain his time and his efforts?
Oh, well, I would say the medicines actually do that for everybody. The actual plant medicines themselves help people to like heal and like cleanse out whatever needs to be cleansed within oneself, to be able to just be in that natural state of, wanting to help others and enjoy.
Clearly the medicine man is doing a much bigger. He's got a much bigger burden to society than anybody else does in this society. So what benefits does he gain for doing that?
Well, so the way that often it is that the person, there seems to be like a place in the human community for this particular medicine provider in that sense. And usually when it's one of the young children, like they'll know which one's going to be the next one, like it's almost like preordained in a way, not like ordained in any, like in that tradition.
Is he going to get just like the hottest wife and therefore be happy and just supply the rest of the community, or what?
No, what I'm saying is that it seems like there's like a place in the kind of energy for that medicine healer, and then that medicine healer is doing it for their own like spiritual advancement and for healing others, and for like I said, being a channel for the plant spirit as well.
All right, but if everybody else benefits from that guy without putting in any effort, what's going to drive the next medicine man when this guy dies to be that guy?
Well, they're all provided for by the plant. That's the thing too. The plant gives tremendous.
Yeah, but they don't know how to utilize the plant, or how to deliver the plant or how to diagnose somebody for what plant they should get.
Well, exactly. Well, that's what's handed down from like the elders. Like the elders will, have learned it from their elders, and their elders, back and back. So whoever the elders are have all the wisdom and knowledge of, like you said, and then whenever there's like a youngster, like maybe, you know, when they're like 15, whatever the age would be, as it were.
That would be like giving them a curse of slavery, essentially. Like, you will be the next medicine man.
No,
like,
that's not how
this is your job, and you will do this because.
But that's not actually how it's done. Like, actually, the child, as it were, has the calling. So the child has their own.
The child decides at what age that they're going to learn this.
Well, actually, there's something. There's a term called like the shamanic illness. Now, this is a common where one of the children will start to have some kind of a challenge, like either a physical challenge, psychological, maybe they're even like hearing voices or something like that, or having, you know, different kinds of anxiety or different mental stuff. Like, it's called a shamanic crisis or shamanic illness. And so the elder shaman will take that youngster under, you know, his kind of support and guidance, as it were, and then the plant medicines are used, etc. That child that was having the kind of illness or crisis will transform through it in such a profound way that they also will get their capacity to help.
I want to answer my own question for you. Like, kind of want to answer my own question for you. So, like, the only drive that I see for, say, an apprentice or whatever you want to call it, like, to do it, or even just being the medicine man in the first place, would be the idea that like we feel good. Like, we feel good when we help others, or when we teach others, or when we help others, right? So it's that idea. Like, I know something, or I'm doing something. It's me that has the power of doing something that can help you. And so that is the payment, perhaps.
Sorry, say it one more time.
So you gain a certain amount of like what's the good thing that hits your body, like when you're on ecstasy, like a dopamine hit, basically, right? Like, you get a dopamine hit when you teach somebody something, or when you help them in some way, like and so that it's almost like that's the payment. So, like, because you have the power to help, and you have the power to heal, and you have the power to you know, like that, like that's the payment. That's what makes possibly somebody be driven to do that job, because otherwise it's all free. It's all free. You don't have to do shit. You just have somebody who's willing to give it to you for free because they feel like you need it. But what are they driven by? They're driven by the idea that they helped you, or that they fixed you in some way.
Well, like I said, in the case I was talking about in these shamanic traditions, they are, if you're talking about like the ayahuasqueros, for example, that are actually, you know, that are connected to the ayahuasca spirit. Yeah, they are deeply like called and connected and in relations with the actual ayahuasca spirit to be essentially a healing channel to assist the ayahuasca to support others. So whether that's
you have a higher responsibility if that's what you're doing. You have a much higher responsibility.
Yeah. They're doing it for their own soul advancement and for the plant as well. Like, they're in like a process, like, so, like, you know, like the idea of being a spirit guide. I'm not saying that they're doing that exactly, but like, there's the idea that once you evolve through the earth realm, going through all these lifetimes, at some point you can then become a guide for others. Now, I'm not saying a shaman is completely that, like, in that total sense, but the shaman is supplying the channel for the plant medicine to be in properly in the right container.
What does the shaman get
shared with the people?
Okay, going backwards a little bit. So what does the shaman get in return for being the healer? Like, he doesn't have to worry about the menial tasks that the rest of the society does, right? Like, they're all expected to go out hunting, or to go out foraging, or to go out freaking gathering, right? Like, or harvesting, right? Like, they're out there tilling the land, building up freaking walls so that they don't get floods and all shit like that. The shaman gets to just kind of like chill the fuck out, right?
Not necessarily, but a little bit more maybe. He's not doing probably hard labor like they are, especially the elders are not. Yeah. I mean, they support the elders, you know, because the thing is that there is an interchange going on. I mean, like if those guys are going out and hunting, you know, like you said, which, yeah, that is a lot of work. And if they're giving that food to the shaman, as it were, but the shaman is getting these medicines, brewing them, preparing them, you know, using the right applications, and is basically, you know, helping anyone in the community that needs to have healing can have that as just it's a number one priority to them because it keeps them healthy. It keeps them psychologically and physically healthy.
But he's considered an elder or an elite of their society, correct?
I wouldn't use the term elite, but definitely like a very highly honored and respected and appreciated.
He's the one who allows you to live or die.
Well, it could save lives, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you get bitten by a snake or something, you're gonna die. Like they're, you know, they'll have the medicine for you, literally save your life. So yeah.
So I'm still failing to see the difference between. It's like a small town version of what we have.
Well, there's one perspective, like shamanism is known as like the world's most ancient, like spiritual or religious type tradition, like really before even the Vedics, before, you know, all the sort of religions and spiritual systems. And shamanism, it's not like a religion, it's not like a belief system. It's really like a set of practices and a set of tools. And so in that sense, yeah, it's like it's not that they just are some
they're not doing it just for the sake of being good. They're doing it because there's benefits attached, just like a doctor would.
No, I wouldn't say so. I think they are doing it just for the good of it, and and in relation to the plants that they're helping as well.
No. They're held up and propped up by society as a more godly, closer to God or whatever. Like they are the healer. They're the ones that they don't have to work as hard. They're the ones who will.
Saying there's a personal gain to them too, whether it's lifestyle
or
what if there's a spiritual gain to them too?
Yeah, there's a huge. That's why they're doing it ultimately.
And it eases their mind and it makes them happier in general, which is what humans are trying to achieve, right? That comes down to happiness, right?
Yeah, I mean, think about a dude who has the medicine to make everyone in your tribe happy, literally happy, where you're just. It's like you're on ecstasy
no matter
all
what,
the time.
no matter what, you only have so much medicine. You can't give it to everybody.
And of course, there's human nature. Some will have different intentions than others, but in general, I mean.
Yeah, there's plenty of medicine for everybody. Absolutely, the forest provides more than enough.
Do you think that no matter what it is you're looking for, you're gonna find it?
There is a plant to heal every human condition, health.
It doesn't mean that it's readily available.
Hold on, Lou. You got to stop interrupting, man. You're interrupting every time I'm talking. It's making it impossible for me to say anything. But yeah, go ahead.
I make it quick. Like it shouldn't derail you. It was one sentence. It doesn't mean just because the forest provides doesn't mean that it's readily available.
Yeah, well, that's what the shaman would be there for, is to help get the right plants and brew it up. You're right. He's spending his days like brewing plant medicines and chopping leaves and putting them into different tinctures and providing different medicines for different applications within the community, whoever's needed for, you know, whatever's needed at that time. And also like preserving the knowledge and the information and the lineage and history of the different plants and what they all do.
I guarantee you he's not the one going out and foraging those things either. He's got a whole crew of people below him who he's sending out into the forest to go gather those things.
Yeah, I think he does his own collecting, but yeah, definitely there's others that help him, that he has helping him as well, for sure. Depending on like what. Sometimes these are pilgrimages, like the native, like in for the peyote traditions. They take these long like journeys where they find these huge patches of peyote, and then they collect like right at the right time of year, and then they collect it all And these are like old. These cactuses, like they only collect the ones that are at least like 20 years old, sometimes 50 or even 100 years old. So they know which ones to harvest, and then they just load up their they have these like basket backpack things. It's awesome, and they just collect all the.
It's when they got the red button on the top. They're like, "Ooh, that one's ready."
Yeah, it's like the older ones have all the boys. Like young peyotes are very like kind of, they're like little children. They're just like, woo, they're like kind of more wild. Whereas the old peyote is like deep and like you can just tap into like multi-dimensional realities.
Around here in Milwaukee, we got the 3 domes, the Mitchell Park domes. There's one that's like supposed to be tropical, one that's supposed to be like arid, and one that's supposed to be desert. And in the desert one, they do have a peyote plant that's got a big red button. And ever since I was like a teenager, I was like, damn, like how come nobody's stolen that button yet?
Well, they have. If you talk about the peyote, they refer to peyote as a button. It's like a little cactus, but it has a little red flower. You talk about the little red flower on the top, or
dude, no, it's just like the rest of the cactus, but it's red instead of green, and it's got spikes on it. Like it's not just a flower. Like and inside of it, there's the inside of it. Like if you were to peel that outer casing off, that's where the peyote is, right? Like that's the or the peyote button. It's like a seed. It's the seed of the cactus. And then it's got a whole bunch
the whole flesh of it. The whole flesh of the inside. Or like a cucumber, where like the inside of the cucumber is, like the actual active part of it. But you can eat the outer skin part too. But yeah, it's got
no, you don't want to. It's gonna fuck you up. You don't want to. No, you don't want to get. From what I understand with peyote, if you get the button, you get the, like that inner seed, whatever, and then it's got a whole like bunch of tiny little like hairs, almost like microfibers, right? And you got to do painstaking job of scraping all of those off, because if you get a single one of them, it's gonna like really fuck up your throat and all kinds of shit. Like it's gonna make you sick. But you gotta get every one of these little hairs off, and then you got the peyote button. Anyway, yeah, they take kids on field trips, and we're always like, "Hey, that one's peyote. It's got a freaking label on it, tells you it." So, like, dude, I dare you to grab the button. And nobody's done it for like decades. It's like sitting there. It's just fucking sitting there. It's like, dude, come on, let's get some peyote. Dude, take the button. Nobody does ever.
I mean, I think like the way I was describing it before, I think part of why they use these plants, imagine like the concept of a parasite. Like if you had something that could keep the parasites out, how much better off you'd be, like physically, psychologically, etc. And ayahuasca is actually an incredibly potent parasite remover. It can remove virtually any parasite that exists, even the really rigid and hard ones to get rid of. So, but like, there's also the idea of like mental parasites too, things that cause depression or anxiety or different phobias or different mindset, like sleep problems, like you name it, all kinds of different body image issues or, different components that people have. And so in that sense, if you have a plant medicine that will cleanse that out of people, and then you are supplying and supporting anyone who needs it in your community, then you get to a point where they don't have any of those things. Like they don't have physical parasites, they don't have physical illness, and they don't have psychological illness, and they can just live in joy and happiness together and just build things and enjoy life and have creativity. So, I mean, because it seems to be that anyone who like regularly works with these medicines will get to that point. Like it seems to move people naturally through that process. And so if you have that, then the medicine man in that community is not only one of the most important kind of people, but everyone else appreciates what he's doing as well. And then he's just giving his, support to the community so that they can all stay in that whole energy so that things don't start going south.
Look, but what I'm saying is that the medicine man himself is motivated by economic or whatever gains it is, political gains and economic gains. Like there are benefits that come along with being the medicine man. Like you are a powerful person in the community. You get to choose certain like it's not that far different than what we have already. It's not all just like love and peace and making sure everybody thrives. Like that guy decides who lives and who dies.
Well, nobody would be dying.
Bullshit.
Only if you fall off a cliff or something. You're not going to die of a physical.
No. There'll be certain people that he just won't cure.
Well, you might be talking about something different. I was referring to something in particular. If you're talking about a different thing or something, a different claim or something, then that sounds like some kind of a more modern day offshoot of where medicine started going south. Because I was talking about just the like original traditions that had these providers and that had these systems like in Africa, for example,
I wish that was true. I wish that was true. I just think it's inherent in all of humanity, no matter where you go.
Well, like I'll mention, like the one of the ones that's a little bit it has blended into our modern time is in Africa. The tribe is called Bwiti, B-W-I-T-I, Bwiti, and they're in Gabon, Africa, and they use the iboga, which is a root bark, and it's similar to ayahuasca, similar to peyote. It's a really powerful visionary plant. It can be used in low doses and high doses, and they use it like the Bwiti people, and like basically everyone who's like coming of age when you're like 15, 16, 17, you'll do like a high dose experience with it, like a rite of passage. Like they'll support you to go through that and everything. And basically they use that plant for like everything pretty much. I mean, they have other plants they use as well, but like that's like the main one that they use to stay healthy in either low doses, medium doses, or high doses. And they don't have physical illness. They don't have psychological illness. They literally just play drums, they dance, they sing under the stars, they do creative things, etc. And they actually worked really hard to not let the Western world, like, you know, the industrial modern world, come and invade their tribe. Like they did everything they can. Unfortunately, probably by now there has been some of that, but but they've tried to keep that out as much as possible. And they're just one that has kind of lasted somewhat into the modern time. So I think that was like the standard in humanity, that we had those plants, we had the things from Mother Earth, you know, that provided that. And it's just like now there's been this huge.
Even if that was true, the plants wouldn't be available to everybody on Earth, right? Like they would be locally available, and like.
Well, you would have your local ones. Yeah, you had your local ones.
Do you think like the people in the jungle were shipping them off to people in the desert, and people in the desert were shipping them off?
No, yeah, exactly. There's different medicines in different areas, and the local medicine men know which ones are in their area. And there's more that, like, the Earth provides way more than we even need. As many humans as we even could birth, the Earth will still have way more medicine and food than we would need. So it's providing beyond. It's just that right now there's this whole fracture going on to where we can't actually enjoy that kind of resource exchange because of this scarcity globe, heliocentric.
So you're saying no matter where you live, God has provided the plants to forage that cure all problems, basically. What if you live in like, seriously, like there's a lot of deserts where nothing grows. There's icy places where nothing grows. Like, what do you do then?
Yeah, those are good points. Well, one point is, do you think deserts are natural, or have those been created by some kind of imbalance process? Like, is that what, like, for example, like Africa has huge jungles, but did it used to all be jungle? And through some kind of process, which is a whole nother question, something has happened to where it like aerated all the land and basically scarred the land. So that's a whole question in and of itself. Like, are deserts natural is what I was going to say. And I would say no. And then ultimately with the winter thing, I mean, there are plants, you just have to harvest them at the right time of the year. And there's also a good reason just not to live there, because we don't really have to. But there are like Siberian shamans that use the flying agaric mushroom The one with the white and red ones, like etc. So yeah, there are like certain shamanic traditions that they harvest the mushrooms, in the time of year when they can, and then they save them throughout the winter. That's what there's a whole thing about Santa, what the whole Santa Claus story is about, like dropping the mushrooms down the chimney, hanging them on the tree to dry, and then at the base of the tree, mushrooms grow at the base of the tree, which is like the presents at the base of the tree.
Well, I mean, I think what a better answer to what you're saying is that maybe we're not meant to live in those places, but
Yeah, I mean, people have definitely done it, but I'm just saying, ideally, if we just had free reign upon the earth, like some people might like the cold, and some people might dig it. Actually, I guess for me, I would say,
well, I mean, where are you at? You're approximately.
I'm in Northern California.
Yeah, Cali. Okay, so like, yeah, Cali. Of course you are. Of course you are. Anyway, like I'm in Wisconsin. Like, we got the world's most, like, I mean, around the Great Lakes, we got the world's fresh water at our fingertips. We don't worry about that. Like,
I grew up in Michigan, so yeah, for sure. I grew up a lot of my life there. Like, I guess
we're in the, like, we got a very like arid, not arid, temperate, like climate. Like, we're in the fertile belt. Like, this is where shit loves to grow. So when you want to grow things, it's in abundance. Like, we got the most fertile soil they could ever imagine. Like, when you guys buy soil in bags, it comes out of our ground. It's just black. When we dig it up, it's black, and we send it out to everybody else. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, like here, things are good for life, all right? But like, there's a lot of places where it's just not meant for it. And to say that God provides or the earth provides or whatever else, like, no, it's only because of modern advancements that we're able to provide for you.
No, I think the earth does provide all the medicines you need in your local region. However, I do think there's been scarring to the earth in these, like, the desertification of certain areas. So that's a big difference. Like, for example, if you're in the jungles in Africa, yeah, there's tons of medicines around. Although today there might be a lot of poisoning that's gone on to where it's not as healthy as it once was, unfortunately. But then if you think about, like, in Northern Africa in those deserts, I mean, yeah, you're going to have a hard time finding anything there. So I agree. Like, you're not going to be able to have, like, some, healthy medicine system provided by the earth and when it's just sand for thousands of square miles. So yeah, I agree. Like, that's different. But if the earth was not, I mean, I think that's like a scarring essentially of the earth. Like, we need to actually rebuild that, rebuild the grass.
You think the whole earth is supposed to be more like this fertile region?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. And there's actually been research done, and my understanding of it as well is that, okay, so when the animals run freely on the land, like especially the big game, like antelopes and all of that, when they run free on the land, they eat the plants, and there's something about when those animals eat the plants that makes it rain. And because those free-ranging animals are eating the plants and also pooping the
the free-ranging animals make it rain.
Yeah, so the free-ranging animals, they eat the plant. They eat the plants and the seeds, and then they poop them out, and then those regrow more of the plants. And by doing that, it does something to the environment. I would say the ether. And there actually has been studies done on this that have shown this. And it literally makes it rain. And so by taking the free range animals off the land, by like trying to control the land or making fences or killing these animals, whatever it may be, by doing that and then just, trying to grow these like corn fed cows or whatever, it doesn't have that effect. And by taking all those free ranging animals off the land, it then causes droughts. And now you don't have the right water that you need for a thriving environment.
I mean, okay, I think you're crazy about that, but in this area also, like, typically in the United States, like, most places do have fenced-in yards and shit. Like, around here, we do not. Like, it's actually rare to have a fenced-in yard. Like, the wildlife does roam freely from yard to yard and land to land, whatever. Like we don't do that here. And maybe that has something to do with it, I guess. But I think it's more of a correlation than a causation.
But I think like under healthy conditions of the earth, like let's say it's just in a normal balanced state that's not being messed with, yeah, I would absolutely stand by that. The earth provides enough food and medicine for as many humans as you could give birth to. Even if everyone was just giving birth to as many humans as you possibly could recreate, and nature would provide all the like nutrition that the mothers need and the herbal medicines that the whole community needs to be.
So you're saying the more we produce, the more fertile the land will become? Yeah, I mean that's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like you're saying, like more humans per square foot of ether basically makes the earth react in a way that provides. Is that what you're saying?
If we were to push the earth to its limits, the entire earth would become fertile.
Yeah, I would say I would say so. Yeah. Well, okay. If we were to stop messing with the earth in a negative way and do the things to rebuild the scarred areas and still reproduce as much as we want to, and start actually using the wide range of plants and animals, like, dude, it's insane what they've done. Like, we've just like taken all the natural free ranging animals off the land and then replaced them with like genetically modified cows and, chickens and like pigs and all this stuff. So it's crazy what's been done. And it's not good for our health either. So yeah, if we were to like bring back the diversity and let the earth actually have all the wild, animals upon it. So we'd have to do that as well. And yeah, I do think the earth absolutely will provide more than in abundance of however many humans we could recreate.
On its own or with our help. Because like I said, like around here, like Scots, like everybody's heard of Scots, like fertilizer, lawn fertilizer and shit, just like topsoil or whatever else. Like literally, like I worked on the Scots topsoil plant, like, or one of them, nearby here. I did siding on their place. And literally what they do, and I asked some questions about this, is they dig up the ground and they put it in a bag. They sift it. They sift it so it's not clumped. But they literally just put it in a bag and send it to you guys. They don't add anything to it. They don't fucking, I mean, you can buy the stuff that has additives, but like the best stuff is actually not added. It's just black dirt that you just buy from here, and we send it to you, and that's what you fertilize your garden with. We're like, we need some new topsoil. We need some good nutrient friggin' soil to add for our gardens and our plants and whatever. Like most of the earth does not have good soil. You guys cannot grow good gardens without our shit. Okay, you understand that? So, how does the earth send a certain small region's worth of shit to the rest of the earth? Like when you want to live in the desert and when you want to live in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, like, and you're the ones who speak the most highly about this stuff. You're like, Earth will provide. You're the guys who are buying topsoil from the Midwest.
Okay, well, you might be. There's a couple of different things you were describing there. It wasn't quite what I was referring to, but I do hear you on that. I guess what I was more saying is, like just being in harmony with the earth. And yeah, nowadays, like the soil has been damaged by all kinds of things. So, and by the way, I want to say too, yeah, in my perspective of it, I don't think we need to farm. Like toiling in the fields is not needed at all. That's something that's
totally screwed.
That's something that's
you guys are totally screwed.
Hold on, man.
If you don't rely on other people to fertilize your ground and you don't make your own gardens and you want to just forage the land, you have nothing where you live. I mean, Northern California might be different, I guess, not where you live, but like the other places, like I said, Southern California, New Mexico, Nevada, like, dude, they got literally nothing. They have nothing. They wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for trade and freeways, like trade routes, trains, so on and so forth, bringing them the stuff that they need. They have nothing to be able to survive. They don't have water. They don't have food. And without those roads and those railways, it can't be delivered. Energy, even. It all comes from hydroelectric dams that are fucking. The energy is pumped in from like thousands of miles away.
Nice job, Officer Lunatic.
Well, yeah, no, it's a big gotcha, but dude, what is there to rebut about that? Those lands have nothing.
You're supposed to correct me on your pronunciation.
No, I don't do that. It's meant to be lunatic or lunatic, and it just, it's a play on words. It's meant to be that way.
I know, but you're bringing us a too big a bucket of truth today.
Look,
it's a little deep.
Take it as a black pill if you want. I get criticized for that because, like, so many of these people want nothing but like blue pill, like all positivity, and like the truth is like that's not reality. Like it's more of a purple pill, I guess. Like a little combination of both, blue and black. Like the truth lies somewhere in the middle. You can't just like live in a fucking cloud, right?
Fuck me.
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, like that, the whole agricultural revolution thing, I think is a psyop in and of itself. Like this whole way of just taking the land and like damaging, like cutting down all the trees, scarring it, damaging it, and then trying to control these areas to grow certain things, especially nowadays with all this like corn and grains and beans and all this stuff that's not even naturally supposed to be grown in those like ways. And when you start doing that, now you get soil erosion, so you have less minerals in the soil. Like monocropping does that. You don't get the same natural rain cycles, so now you have to water all your stuff, and now you get droughts and those problems. And then you get pesticides, or you get insects. I mean, because once you imbalance the land like that, then now the insects become unbalanced, and then they start overcrowding. And now I think they've even implanted certain like genetically modified insects into the system, which is a whole other thing to attack certain crops. So that's a whole another part of what they're doing now. But yeah, this whole agricultural paradigm is what they've implemented to create this kind of quote unquote industrial paradigm that we're in. And then the heliocentrism and the materialism is sort of the philosophy that goes along with it. And I don't think it's needed at all. Yeah, I think it just damages the land, and humans don't want to toil in the fields anyways. That's not even what we're naturally. I mean, yeah, like hunting and gathering, like, yeah, you do need to gather some things, but it's not toiling. It's like just enjoying a walk and having a bag and picking up some things and throwing them in your bag, and just. I don't think naturally we used to hunt and kill animals, but we have to now, I think, because of the nutrition requirements. But those who do the hunting do the hunting.
Do you think we were always just like growing on the land? We never hunted, like.
There was enough abundance that there was waste around. There was half dying shit everywhere.
And what about the idea of like nomadic tribes where they followed the game where they went? Is that all a lie? That didn't happen?
Well, I'll share my perspective, which is something that is I don't have any physical proof for or anything, so I'm not saying it to try to assert it as some kind of debate point. I'm just saying what I think, my understanding of this, because I've thought a lot about it. The whole like, are we vegan? Are we carnivores? What's the deal? Are we supposed to be killing these animals? Because like, there's no way that like, okay, when there's like a deer, like a beautiful deer in the field, like the idea that we have to just kill that thing and it's just happily frolicking upon the land, eating flowers and stuff. Anyways, it's like, why do we have to do that and everything? Even though I can understand it and I can get into that hunting mentality, and I have done hunting in my life, and I hunt. I don't like do it all the time regularly in that sense, but I have hunted many times and understand all that side of it. So I'm not even saying I'm against it. Okay, but anyways, this is what I think. I think that they're used to like the whole Garden of Eden type idea. I'm not necessarily saying exactly that whole story or anything, but in a sense, you'll know what I mean. The reason I'm somewhat relating it to that. But I think there was like a era of history before this current cycle that we're in, where we had like, there were different plants that were on the earth. There were these unique type of plants. They were kind of like fruits, but they also were kind of fatty, a little bit like meat. So they were almost like ice cream in a sense. Like some of them were sweet. Some of them were
more like manna.
Yeah, exactly. You mean manna, like
we don't know what manna is, but it was the food of the gods, and then nectar, the drink of the gods, right? So like these are things that we don't know what they are anymore, but supposedly they existed in the past, and perhaps they were full of more sustenance, like they were more filling or full. They offer you more fulfillment. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea of manna is an interesting thing, and that is interesting. Although whether it relates to what I'm saying or not, that's a little bit of a separate topic, in a sense. But yeah, the ones I'm referring to, they're like plants, so they're not animals. They don't have like eyeballs and brains, and they're not. They don't have nervous systems.
Manna's normally depicted as like a fruit, but it gives you the properties of like eating meat, right?
Yeah, like they have like the fat soluble vitamins in them, which are the things that are okay. So like currently, without going, I mean, I could go in all kinds of detail, but just saying very simply, if someone's going to go vegan, okay, everything, all of that goes along with it, they're going to be lacking particular fat soluble vitamins. There's a whole list of them. I won't go in too much. I could go in more detail, but nonetheless, I'm just saying that. So those fat soluble nutrients, they're not found in any plants. So it doesn't matter how much any plant you eat, you're not going to get them. And those nutrients are like foundational for building like the structures of the body, the muscles, a lot of different components, which is why vegans begin to become emaciated when eating a vegan diet. No matter how much fruit they eat or how much nuts or berries or any of that stuff, it does not do. So yeah, but the animal foods that we can eat now, like meat or whatever it may be, and eggs and dairy, all of those have the fat soluble nutrients in them. And that's what we need. So yeah, like my whole point is to say that I think we used to have these other plants, these fruity, meaty, kind of fat soluble, fatty, kind of satiating type plants. And they also like healed us, like they were the best nutrition for us and like healed our genetics and all that. But I think that those have somehow been like taken away or destroyed or, cut down, something to that sort, to where now we're on the land and we don't have those plants anymore. And now we basically almost have to hunt to get the nutrients.
Gio, that might be true, but even like, and you like me, okay? I'm not like big on the Bible or anything like that, but even biblically speaking, like this idea of manna and nectar, like this was something that God took away from us essentially. Like,
or the people you might be talking about something different with manna, although I'm not trying to, I'm just saying what I'm referring to. It could also be seen as these people that are in, whatever controllers now, that are doing all this stuff. that they were, that there was some kind of reset and that they took them away. And they're so the same ones that are telling us the Earth's a globe and all that. And then now, like, they've made us have to be animal killers, which is like an agenda as well. Because
even still, when it comes to the animals or the plants, all the words are there to say that, like, everything that was made for you. Everything.
And I can get with that as well, yeah, because we are mammals and other mammals eat other mammals. So yeah, it's fine on that level. I just don't think it's like ultimately our spirit on the deepest level to kill animals. But yeah, I also agree with you. Like, all the provisions are here, and I think it's still beautiful. And as long as we I think there's ways to like bless the animal, because there's like what a lot of these like ancient tribes and things would do is like they're actually in connection with the spirit animals. So like if you're gonna kill like an antelope, the shamans and the different people in the tribe are connected with the antelope spirit, and the antelope spirit actually like gives its blessing to take one of its and there's ways to kill the animal that's completely painless as well. There's certain herbs that you can put on the end of the arrow.
Biblically speaking, like the word meat, like I would have to actually look a little deeper into this, but like the word meat isn't what we think of. Like, it, biblically speaking, like, meat doesn't necessarily mean from an animal. It like you could have the meat of a fruit or the meat of a vegetable. Like, instead of eating its seed or its core or its, you know what I mean? Like the
it means
fleshy,
food in general.
fleshy parts. Yeah, the fleshy parts of all these things are
It
here
just means
for us.
it means food in general. Have you guys ever heard of the theory that mana is actually monatomic gold?
Oh, that's very interesting that it contains that.
Yeah, that it is monatomic gold. Yeah, and the Egyptians write about it too, and it's always in like a canonical structure, like a cone.
Wow.
And
It's
it's like
conical.
they would
That's
consume it like
amazing.
bread. It's crazy, and like it would make them not need to eat or drink as much water
You
for
take
long periods
Ormus.
of time.
Check it out. They
Wow.
make
It reminds me of how the pineal gland is like shaped like a pine cone.
Yeah, there's a reason. So they make Ormus supplements. There's people who put monatomic gold into supplements, stuff that you can take. Works really well.
I do wonder about some of those though. Like, how are those like?
Well,
you wouldn't want to take something that's going to be toxic. At the same
You got to
time.
be careful with like a lot of the stuff
Yeah.
they sell on Amazon and stuff is trash. From my
I
understanding.
didn't get any of my stuff through Amazon. I found a good source, I think, through conspiracy, channels and such. And I ordered it for a while, and I felt on fire, electric, really. I wasn't eating as much. I was also doing urine therapy, so I was like a different person. But it didn't do anything bad. It only kind of helped out with my synapses, my health. I didn't need as much sleep. Didn't need to drink as much water, but I just drank a lot anyway. I was trying to build muscle, and it helped with that too. It just kind of cleared me up and gave me a lot more energy that I didn't need to eat for or to sleep for. Yeah, it was crazy. And so sun gazing too. I sun gazed like a mad bitch when I was doing the monatomic gold supplements. So I think all those together and the placebo effect, something happened, right?
Yeah, there's like a lot of gravy with this. Like, of course, it's called like monatomic, meaning single atom. Like, it's a single atomic structure. It's like a lattice structure, and it's maintains stability with a single atomic structure. And then get into like what are atoms anyway. I mean, but yeah. So mana means what then is it? That's what it literally translates to. Like, people say it's bread, but they just made that up. Okay, it means what is it? And the Egyptians had the same exact phrase to reference the food of the gods and the food of the pharaohs, which they referred to as gods, or the offspring of gods. And so it's like, what then is it, or what is it in both Egyptian and Hebrew culture? It was very interesting. And then like when you look into the scriptures, when they talk about the manna, they made like this special type of what is referred to in modern Christianity as bread again, but it's not. The person that made it in the scriptures was not a baker; he was a goldsmith.
As far as my understanding goes, is that it was depicted as bread because for when in ages where there was the elite and the peasants, and they were basically handed out bread and like bread lines and stuff like that. It was their core sustenance. Like they mixed it with soups and stuff like that, and so it was Like that's why they related mana to bread, was because it was what kept them alive.
A little bit more of the gravy. This is really the most that I know, but it's like a white powdery substance. Supposedly, they found a lot of this white powdery substance in the pyramids when they first explored certain areas that had been unexplored. We found like a lot of this white powder all over the place. And they took a sample of it and sent it to a lab in like Ohio, and the results were never like publicly released or published. And then, quote unquote, it all blew away. Right, all the white powder found in the pyramids disappeared.
So, and one of the reasons why monatomic gold, the powder is so good the way in that purification and in that form is because it's bioavailable. So the body can convert it and use it instead of like if you were to try to eat a piece of gold, it would fuck you up.
Oh, and then there's a guy that messed with it in a lab supposedly, and when he put it in the petri dish, it made the petri dish levitate. So the idea was that these people will consume this and it would make you illuminate, like physically, like illuminate, and you could even effectively levitate. You didn't have to eat much. You didn't have to drink much. Some speculate that's why a lot of these ancient cities didn't really have like restrooms built anywhere.
Wow,
To use the
dude,
bathroom.
that's absolutely incredible, man. Can you imagine? That's
Yeah.
what's up, dude. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because when
That's
you
like
look into
next
it,
level.
Are you saying we never had to poop?
I'm saying that
That is next
allegedly
level.
the civilizations that ate gold didn't. And dude, this is also crazy. So you know when the story goes in the scriptures that Moses, okay, so the Creator came and told the Hebrew people what they were doing wrong. He revealed to them the Torah. So like you don't need the Torah because people existed before it. It's like they were so crazy that he had to intervene and be like, "Yo, here's like the basic things." He had to tell them like crazy stuff like don't sleep with your sister, don't sleep with your mom's sister, don't sleep with your mom, like don't sleep with your dad's wife, like this crazy stuff, like don't sleep with
It's stuff you have
animals.
to tell hillbillies. You're like guys, come on, quit sleeping with your sister, man.
No, seriously, I had to tell them like basic stuff, and they were doing everything that he was saying, so they started freaking out, and they were like, "Please, please stop. We fear that we'll die if you finish." So then Moses goes up and finishes the conversation with the Creator. That's how the story goes. And when he comes back, they're like worshiping this golden calf, right? Well, what did Moses do? Moses melted the gold down, then put it in the river and said, if you want your gold so bad, drink it out of the river. Like, why is Moses telling them to consume the gold? It's a theory is that basically they were drug addicts and everyone was obsessed with this monatomic gold. It's also referred to as messianic DMT. And the idea is that you get like these messianic type powers when you consume it. And they were like drug addicts. Like if you had your friend staying at your house because he was addicted to coke and he like was, you know, like didn't get a
Is that
job.
related to why they put gold in Goldschlager, like gold flakes, like the whole idea?
But like it's like if you told your friend you can stay at my house, you know, but no more coke, you know, and then you came home from work and he's like doing coke on the living room table, you know, and you're like, what? But then you take the coke and you throw it in the ground and the carpet, and you're like, you want your coke so bad, get out of the carpet, you know, like that's what Moses was doing with the Hebrew people. It's like you want your gold so bad, drink it out of the river. So it's pretty crazy because then you get into like, oh well, what's you know what? Apparently, it came out of the sky when they were starving. Right, it fell from the sky, and they called it the food of the gods.
All right, so what do you think? What do you think about the conversation we were having then? So, like, it sounds like you agree with me, where like mana and nectar was something that was, it might have been true or it was true, but it's something that was kind of like taken from us, and then we were told like, harvest the rest of the earth, like everything that's here for you is for you to take. Like, go ahead, eat the pigs, the cows, the freaking chickens, whatever. And I know according to you, like you don't want to eat the pigs, and I understand all that too. But like, Essentially, at least that verse is like everything that is made for you. But
actually, like you said, meat is food, and it it defines food, and whatever is not defined as food is considered not food.
Okay. But
yeah, like pigs are not food. So like he doesn't have to tell you not to eat pigs when he says like all food is for you. It's already defined at that point what food is.
right. But I guess what I'm saying is,
Pigs are like they are
in alternative to manna and nectar, because like the manna and nectar had been taken. It's like
Yeah, I'm just saying if you're talking from like a scriptural perspective, like
it's kind of like fend for yourselves. Like you guys go ahead, fend for yourselves.
yeah, so I don't think that anything's intrinsically evil, including the messianic DMT or monatomic gold, also referred to as mana. That's what I think it is. At least I don't know, but I just think that they were addicted to it and they were abusing it and they had no moderation or control, or the creator wouldn't have made it fall from the sky when they were in the desert. So I don't. Would it be hidden? That makes sense. Sure, they're obsessed with longevity of life and they have a messianic complex. So I wouldn't be surprised if they keep it secret now. If that was is that what you're asking?
I'm not really no.
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm saying that the mana and the nectar, like that's something of like old times that like kind of by the time the Bible was written, giving us rules, it was like, look, like this is how it used to work, and you know, you would be in heaven if you had this, but you are not of the gods. So like
It
you are
says
now
ye are
fallen.
gods.
Like no, you're fallen. You're fallen.
Yeah,
And
that's why we have to. That's why we eat meat, is because we're in the fallen state. Like I don't think that we would ever have eaten meat. I think we would have actually only eaten fruit. I don't even think we would have eaten vegetables. I think vegetables are for animals. That's why it's on the ground. Like you feed your dog on the ground. I think you would have just grabbed fruit out of the trees. We're in a fallen state, so now we eat off the ground, and now like, certain fruits grow out of the ground. But yeah, that's what I personally think. I don't know.
What I'm saying is that the manna and the nectar has been taken, and that we're fallen, and we're left with the scraps, right?
Well, I don't know. Mana was accessible after the fall. I'm not sure what you mean. Right? I mean that like they left Egypt. I mean, this is like an historically accurate account for whatever value you give to history, right? I mean, there were a bunch of people that left Egypt. The Egyptians said these people know magic. They keep saying this word and then make crazy things happen.
It's a historic story. It doesn't mean that it's actually true. I just got to
You
point
say
that
that about
out.
all history, yeah, of course. But I mean, the Egyptians wrote about a group of people that were obsessed with this word, Yahuwah, and they used it to perform magic. Like that. That's called a hostile witness in terms of history. That all history could be a lie. I'm not trying to argue it. Like from my perspective, we're in a fallen state, so death exists.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think you're agreeing with me on that. You're kind of fighting me where like I don't think maybe you're missing.
Well, you're saying that mana was taken away from us.
What I'm saying is that I'm saying that when it comes to the food and everything else, like God said, what they said was that like all the seed bearing plants and all of the animals, whatever. I don't have it word for word because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a theologian, but like
plans are for the good of mankind.
yeah. Everything that was made for us. Like essentially, like we're the center of it all, and everything that was made is for us, for the taking. Like if we need it, we can have it.
Yeah, but the problem is that we only need it now that we're fallen. Like back then, like the animals, predators, and
No,
all
but
just laid together.
exactly my point. That's exactly my point. And that was relating to Geo's. Geo was saying that like we wouldn't, kind of like this whole idea of like not ever eating animals and blah blah blah. It's like no, like now because we're fallen, we have to.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Maybe because like right now I'm trying a diet where I eat fruit and fish, and I feel great. I don't know. I've never done a long term. Well, I know
That
when I
one
kill a
is-
fish, it doesn't bleed.
Yeah. I personally find myself that fish doesn't have all of the nutrients, but it does definitely cover a lot of them to where I found that I can get like I can do like days of only seafood, but I just find there is something in like eggs, red meat, dairy that is not in fish. You know, fish is kind of lighter. Like the fats are different. Like it has all those really good like omega-3s and all those oils, but it doesn't really
I'm
have
a
like
big
the actual like the saturated fats, like the animal-based ones that come in like eggs and red meat and all that. So I've found it partially not like fully adequate, but I do think it's like it's doable for me, I'm saying, but just not for the long term, it seems.
I still like eggs, but man, I've been working out and eating more healthy. I haven't had fast food in like 4 months. Like dude, I'm digging it. Like I made salmon tonight, and I got a great recipe for it. Like it's so fucking good, dude. Like talk about being satisfied. Like you don't get that after a Big Mac. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, the fact you were eating Big Macs 4 months ago is pathetic.
Shut up.
I'm
You're
sorry,
trying to
bro.
take
I'm
something
sorry, but
positive and turn it into a
what I'm
negative.
doing right now, I just like to try things out, but I will say that the meat we eat, it's very difficult to get meat that hasn't been like tortured, and I think that has like a spiritual impact. I think that you can scientifically prove that your body goes through chemical processes when you're under stress and anxiety and torture, and like
For sure.
majority of animals are done that way.
It goes right
Yeah,
into the meat too. Yeah, dude. All that factory farming stuff, like it goes into the meat. I try to only eat meat that's like harvested in the field or in the wild. Because you can get that nowadays. Like there's a company that does buffalo in South Dakota. They ship it everywhere as well. They're all free ranging buffalo, just completely free upon the land, and they harvest them in the field. They do it with gunshot, so it is quite instant in that sense, but they'll actually so the animal will just be in the field, like, you know, and then just be taken down, like, you know, like one of them will be taken down, and then they actually they do all the dressing in the field too. Like they have a whole truck and they drive the truck out to, you know, and then so I mean, it's still it's still that thing of like killing a big animal like that. However, and like harvesting it. However, when it comes to, see, I think there's an even better way to do it than the gunshot. I think the gunshot is fairly traumatizing. The ancients used to have these herbal ointments that you could make, and you put them on the end of your arrow, or it doesn't even have to be a thick arrow, but just even like a little dart type thing. And if you hit the animal with that, it doesn't even hurt the animal. You're not trying to kill it with an arrow. You're just trying to get the little medicine into them, and then instantly it hits their bloodstream, and then they go into like a blissful sleep. And then the like spirit of the animal like takes this, like the larger spirit takes the spirit from the animal. So essentially it dies in that sense, but it does so in like a complete state of bliss. So that would really be the best, where the animal doesn't experience any discomfort. It literally just goes into like a blissful sleep, and then the sustenance is exchanged between the.
I've never heard of that. That's crazy.
What chemical do you know what it is that they were using?
Well, they're like.
Why do you want that chemical being in the animal you're about to eat?
Well, that's what those are my
It's not.
That was my next question. I wouldn't really be worried about it being harmful for us.
Dude, I just told you, dude, shut up. Fucking with it.
Mr. Taco Bell is talking about, why were the ancients using herbs?
I told you. Look, first of all, that was just an exaggeration of an example. Like,
I was eating KFC.
I told you I haven't had fast food in 4 months, and I said how much more satiating making a salmon at home is than having a Big Mac. Not that I had a Big Mac every night for dinner or anything like
You're
that.
complaining, man. You were eating Wendy's 4 months ago, dude. It's okay.
Dude, 4 months. Dude, I work construction.
I was about to say that. You work construction, yeah.
Often at lunch, you go to lunch and get fast food quick to go to, like, I never had fast food for dinner. Not
Sure, if you don't care about your life. Sure, yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, yeah, when you're on a 30-minute lunch break and you have to just go through a fucking fast food window, yeah, that happens.
Dude, I used to work
Okay,
construction, Lou. I made my lunch every day, bro. You got no excuses. But it's okay. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for not doing it anymore.
All right, no, but you're trying to shame me because 4 months ago I used to eat fast food sometimes.
Absolutely.
Fast food.
Thank me later. Write me a letter.
Dude, I'll write you a fucking really long letter, dude. You better
I'll
read it.
read all of it.
You better fucking. Anyway, dude, no, look, actually, you know,
Dude,
while we're
write him an email.
while we're
You
here,
gotta
dude.
write them an email, and then like when you're done with the first draft, you gotta like share it with like a family member or friend. They have to proofread it, go multiple levels deep, and send an email with all your
Wait a
thoughts.
few days and then read it again. Make sure you're not
do that.
emotional when you write it.
You do that, and we're cool and everything. But like the way you're acting, like lately, is like all of a sudden it's like we're not like you just want to shame, and I gotta tell
I
you,
ain't
you've been
gonna shame
awfully
fast food
emotional.
until I die. Absolutely. Let's just say my little girl will never know what McDonald's even smells like.
Good for your daughter. Like, but you do know what it tastes like and smells like.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
act like you
I
never
haven't
ate
eaten
it.
McDonald's in no cap 7 years.
Have you ever eaten it?
Yeah, 7 years ago.
Shame on you.
Well, okay, fair enough. I was stupid 7 years
Shame
ago.
on you. Shame.
I fully thank you.
Everybody,
I absorbed that.
shame.
I'm so
Shame.
Okay,
confused.
it wasn't that big of a deal, man. That was just
Shame.
okay. All right. I'm sorry I hit a soft spot. I mean, I ate at a restaurant with
Shame.
you. I ate at a
Dude,
restaurant
the
with you and drank
softest,
a beer.
the softest
up,
spot is
Platypus?
our diet. What's
What's
up,
up, bro?
guys? No, I was just saying, like, that is the softest spot is what people eat. People are very funny about their food and like telling people like, oh yeah, you're literally eating a bunch of plastic and fucking chemicals and an animal that was subjected to conditions that it would never encounter in nature, and it's going to kill you early. Like, that's a lot for somebody to process, especially if they've just been eating, food that's been available to them their entire lives and not really putting too much thought into it.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
This was so crazy though, man. Well, we were talking about this not so long ago. Like, I was talking to you the day I decided I was gonna just eat a lot of fruit. Dude, I started eating a lot of fruit, bro, and I started waking up with way more energy. Literally. So like, I don't know. I think that we went through a
Doing a
process.
mostly all meat diet and doing the same thing. Like, but it's been more like chicken and stuff. Like, not beef, not pork. Like,
I think
lot of
Basically,
chicken.
I do both. I do fruits and meat. Like that's
No,
really
yeah, like that's cool, right? Like I don't I'm just saying it's very difficult to find meat that hasn't been tortured. I just don't want to eat tortured meat anymore, bro. Like I'm not one of those. I'm never gonna be one of those like vegan, like think I'm morally superior. I don't eat meat kind of people. But like it is really disgusting. And just like he said, they throw plastic in the food now. Like it's legal to have a certain amount of plastic in the food that you feed the animals, and they're feeding them poison and they're torturing them. It's very difficult
yeah,
to find
actually
good meat.
causes heart attacks. Like if you eat meat that is grain fed, that's fed corn and other grains, that meat can then cause heart attacks and heart failure. It's that meat because it imbalances the fat content because they're not supposed to eat that at all. Like they're not supposed to eat that amount of corn and that amount of grain, and it imbalances the omega-3 to omega-6 ratio, which then causes cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, cool.
Like I'll have to look into what you were saying specifically that I won't get from fish. Because I found out that like a large percentage of white fish don't bleed when you kill it, and I'm like, well, we're supposed to eat that then. Like like just intuitively when you see white fish, you're like, oh, this is like really clean meat. You know what I'm saying? It's white. It's like very obvious that it's clean, and it doesn't bleed. I didn't know that a lot of fish didn't bleed. So I
What I was
just wanted
getting
to
to
try
actually
fish and fruit.
is,
But I've heard that there are things I need from animal products. Like I typically eat lots of eggs. So I don't know.
yeah,
Like we'll see.
eggs are great. A lot of protein. Like, dude, because like I said, I've been eggs are great. I've been eating a lot of fish. Salmon is fucking delicious and excellent for the body. Like pickled herring. I do that for a snack. I've been taking that shit. Pickled herring, not for everybody, but I love it. My
Herring's
daughter
good.
loves it.
Yeah, those little fish, little like anchovies, sardines, herrings, those are great because they're also generally less toxic too. So you're getting less.
Wild caught
clean.
marinated,
They're very clean.
marinated herring. It's got like no mercury. It's got high omega-3, high protein, no trans fats. It's a superfood. And yeah, eat that as a snack. Like I throw it in with my lunch when I take it to work instead of buying the fucking fast food, which I had been. You know, like So I just make, I should probably cut out the fucking bread from my sandwiches I've been making, but either way, instead of eating McDonald's or Burger King or fucking Wendy's or Arby's, I've been making a sandwich and throwing in some pickled herring or whatever, and I've been losing like a pound a day. Along with working out, like doing a weightlifting routine, dude. Like, I'm starting to look good. I've been taking fucking fish oil, fucking supplements, vitamin D, vitamin K2. Dude, I'm doing all kinds of things that are
Maybe
fucking
next
working.
time when you're about to pull into a Wendy's
Yeah.
drive, you'll be like, Austin's gonna shame me for this. I do not need to go here.
Anyway, yeah, I haven't been to a fucking drive-thru in at least 4 months, man. Fucking, and it's working. I got way more energy. I got fucking. I've been waking up in the mornings early, taking cold ass, freezing cold showers, as cold as it can fucking go. Dude, that is a fucking testimony to fucking personal strength. Every morning, it's like, I can't believe I'm about to fucking jump into this shit. I can't fucking believe it. Oh my God, this is good, dude. But after 30 seconds, it's not so bad,
Have you heard
Fucking do
about
it.
like taking a warm shower and then turning it cold?
No, dude. I've done that too, but that's for pussies. That's, dude.
Well, no, supposedly it's
cold
good for your
shower.
immune system to go from hot to cold.
Yep.
No.
Exactly.
No. It's about the mental strength. Like, so like the mental torture that you put yourself through and overcoming it. That's the real power.
I think it's harder to be in a warm shower that
That's the
feels good
real.
and then make it cold.
It is. It's no. It's way easier to go warm into cold. I've tried it because yes, I have tried it. But
Perhaps
no,
everyone's
it's
a little
way.
different in how they, everyone might be a little bit different
Yeah,
in
it's
their
way harder.
preferences.
It's
But
way harder to jump into a freezing cold shower as soon as you wake up.
But you've heard
Way.
of like the going from hot to cold thing?
Yeah, I've done it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It's way easier. It's like
So I'm
not
talking
even
about for
not
your
even
immune
close.
system, Lou. I'm not talking about personal preference. I'm talking about that when your body goes from hot to cold, it like strengthens your immune
Yeah.
system.
Yeah, it
Fine. But
does.
when you wake up, you are warm anyway. Like you're warm naturally. Like.
Well, what they do, like at these certain areas that have these mineral hot springs, they'll have 3 different levels, like pools. One of them will be like a medium range, like a nice. It'll kind of warm, feels like a lukewarm hot tub or something. Like it's not super warm. That's like the big pool, and then they'll have one that's like the super hot one. That's like almost hard to even put your body in. It's so hot, but it is like a very good temperature for very hot. But it's so hot, it's unbelievable. And then there's one that's like cold, and then so you go back between all of them. Like you go to you go from the medium warm into the hot, and then the hot into the cold, and then from cold you can either go back to medium or you can even go back to hot. You can go hot, cold,
Right.
back and forth.
But
And
what
the
I'm
cold
telling you
is like quite cold, and the hot is quite hot. So it's like a full like reset for your whole like
one of
your
the
immune system.
one of the biggest benefits. One of the biggest benefits for going into cold water.
You gotta let people finish because it's
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry if I was being long-winded, but just the end of it is what I was just going to say is that by doing that back between hot and cold, et cetera, and different patterns of that, it does strengthen the immune system. It strengthens like the nervous system. It sends off like a lot of different like chemicals, even that activate like stem cell processes, which can help like rebuild neurons and rebuild the body. Like it's actually rejuvenating in that sense as well. It also like resets melatonin for sleeping, and there's a lot of really interesting benefits people get.
So not to take away from what you're saying. So like there are other benefits to doing it possibly other ways, but one of the biggest ones is essentially beating that fight or flight response. So like before you if you go to straight hard cold, like just as cold as it can go, before you get in, you're like, oh fuck. You're like amping yourself up. You're like, it's a mental challenge. You're stamping your feet. You're like, oh fuck, I'm about to jump into that shit. I'm a fucking nutcase. And you jump in, and you go, oh, that's fucking cold. And you want to jump out right away, but what you do is you freaking beat it. You breathe because you got, dude. It takes a breath out of you. You go,
You breathe in hard and you breathe out through your nose and you freaking and I talk to myself. I'm like, yeah, I'm a nutcase. I'm like, I'm falling for an internet prank. It was just these motherfuckers who were talking me into it. Like, you know, like, but I fucking do it. And then after like 30 seconds, all of a sudden you like adjust. And
isn't there like a show where it'll have like Kevin Hart and so, you know, they'll get
Yeah.
Have you seen those? Yeah, I forget what that
They
one
get
is.
in the ice bucket. I used to do that.
They're like talking, like they're like shooting the shit.
It's pretty intense,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
I used to do it after every football game, and you get used to it. Like it's like just a thing. It's
Yeah,
not
you
even-
do. It gets better after only the first like few times. It's not so bad, but either way, it's not easy getting in. And what I'm saying is, one of the biggest benefits is that the energy that you get out of it, and the idea that you're beating your psyche, you're beating your mind. Like your mind tells you, I want warm water. So you go in and you fucking take that cold. You like fuck you, fucking mind. I'm doing this. I'm doing this hard and I'm doing this cold. Like and you beat that shit. Like the amount of adrenaline that you get coming out of it is insane. And all of a sudden you're so amped up, you're so charged up. And then you go do your workout or whatever else, or you go to work and supposedly you burn like up to 4 times the amount of calories that you would burn throughout the day naturally, or without it. Like
I just noticed Rudniff's up there sharing his screen. I just noticed.
But yeah, like dude, it's way more hardcore to jump into a cold shower than to jump into a warm shower then turn it to cold. 'Cause dude, if you jump into a warm shower then turn it to cold, you're just gonna be like, you're gonna go to mediocre and be like, oh, it's good.
No,
enough.
yeah, they're very different things for sure. But I mean, sometimes I like getting really hot, you know, like, and then once I get so hot, I want it to be cold because now it's like you want to cool off, you know. So then, yeah, it can be great that way. Yeah,
well,
we're doing
I work
like
outside.
it's really great to do saunas, like one of those like the actual hot rock saunas, and have that really nice and hot and be sweating, and then get out and go and do like a cold shower, or if you have like a cold place to jump into, like a lake, or like in like, you know, Sweden and Switzerland, like in a lot of those Norway, they do all kinds of things like this where they have their saunas and then they go and like roll in the snow and then they'll get back in the sauna. Yeah.
Yeah. They go back and forth. But like one of the things, especially once you're over 40, that's one of the like muscle gaining things is like, oh, can you gain muscle over 40 and shit like that? Like, dude, you need that testosterone production. So like, I was apparently like this might get a little weird, but like,
well, yeah, no, doing the hot cold blast. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, the hot cold blast. You just reminded me. The hot cold blast also increased T levels, testosterone levels.
Yeah.
Now they don't quite.
Get your gonads.
Yeah.
You get your gonads cold as fuck.
Yeah, and they don't quite know exactly. Like people know that it happens. They don't know exactly why. Like there's not a full explanation for it yet. Like in that sense. However, I think it's because it's activating stem cells, which are then activating the growth of actual new testosterone, essentially receptors and actual T levels themselves for your body's ability. You know, so it's actually like by applying the temperatures, like it naturally, as part of that rejuvenation process, which I think does have to do with like activating like previously latent stem cell type processes that can then activate the new cells that are needed to create like a new sustained level of level in those ways. Like that's what it does with melatonin too. Like that's why it helps with sleep cycles. There's a way in which it helps like balance melatonin.
Yes, yeah. You exert build a high adrenaline fight or flight response early in the morning, and then you stick to it. You don't know naps or no nothing. You work hard through the day, and then you sleep well at night, and then and then you do it again in the morning. Like that, dude. That's where that like I don't know. There's the whole thing, but anyway, I play. I haven't been competitive in quite a while. Like I kind of just got back to it, but I've been playing Clash of Clans again. And the clan that I'm in, there's like this British female that's a leader, and I was talking with her on Discord, and like I mentioned how I was doing that, and she was funny. She said,
when I told her I was taking the cold showers in the morning, she's like, "You're crazy." She's like, but then she goes, but then you have an excuse for why you have a tiny or why you have a tiny dick or whatever. And it's like, yeah, then I get to say, like I'm just taking cold showers in the morning. You know, anyway, it's funny. Like, yeah, shrinkage. That's it. Dude, it's just a joke, man. Are you all right? Like, it's a joke.
Yeah, I'm good.
So anyway, she made a pretty funny
I
joke.
was trying to maximize
Maybe
your
you had to
awkwardness.
maybe you had to be there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Mission
dude, like for
accomplished.
me, I've had like this epiphany of sorts that like fruits are very underestimated. Like I'm not big on extremes of anything, but like dude, like have you guys eaten kiwis? Have you truly just sat down and like enjoyed a kiwi? It's like
And kiwi fruit is delicious. It's a
it's like
really
incredible.
good
It's like a
fucking
dessert.
fruit.
It
Yeah.
makes sense to me on like this deep level that the creator made food for us where when we eat it, it's like incredible. It's almost like a dessert. It's like sweet and like incredible, like imagine what from my perspective, of course, like the garden would have just been tons of like exotic, incredible, huge, juicy fruits. And
I
there's
just kind
so
of think
many
if you
fruits, dude.
sustain an all fruitarian diet, man, I
I
kind
don't
of
know.
think
I've seen
that.
some fruitarians that are very healthy. I don't know, but I
No,
will say this: Did you know that a lot of the fruits are
do they
banned
look
from the
like
United
men?
States?
Do they look like men, or are they like
Yeah,
kind of
man.
limp dick fuckers?
Dude,
By the way, with
he
it,
was like 75 and looked like he was like 30.
just real quick, I was thinking before. I'm not trying to necessarily derail or anything, but I was just thinking because you were saying that you eat eggs and fish. I mean, dude, that's pretty. Now, if you're eating eggs, then you're gonna be because eggs are like a whole food. They're like a whole little chicken, basically, in a sense. They're not really, but they're like the root parts of it. So
Yeah.
they're like a whole food. So I was just saying, yeah. Now the only thing you would maybe be missing would be red meat, and I actually do require red meat for myself. I would say, but I also feel like I could get by longer on if I can only do a certain time period on fish only. But then if I added eggs, that would get me longer. But for me, I still feel like there's something in the red meat as well. But
I don't know if it's true, but I've heard in like a survival type situation, like preppers from Prepper Talk and stuff like that, that you can live off of one egg per day. You might not be happy, you might not be healthy, but you can live off of one egg per day.
I know one thing in a survival situation that people are not going to be eating the amount of meat they eat right now, which is actually like another thing that I think about. It's like, in my opinion, whatever the optimal diet is probably like attainable and sustainable. And like,
what do you think
sure, I
about
guess
this?
it's good.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying like if you kill an animal and you eat, like back in the day, they probably ate like the whole animal, right? And we don't really do that, and we're wasteful. And I think if you kill an animal, that's like a ton of food for your family. So, sure, you could in theory have lots of meat, but I just think that the amount of meat that people eat now actually wouldn't be sustainable without like this crazy weird system that we have that just like mass produces and tortures animals. I don't know that we'd be able to do it.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
yeah. The system now, especially for like all the meats is insane in terms of that. But what I was going to say too, there's a company.
I would say that depends on where you live.
Real quick, just on the island of Maui in Hawaii, there's these axis deer there. Not all the Hawaiian islands have deer, but Maui does. And even to the point, like somebody had brought this axis deer to the island, and now they're all in the wild, but they're just literally their numbers are like out of control. Like they're just breeding so fast. They can't even like they have to like kill them just to like for like the sustenance of the environment, like just for environmental reasons. So it's actually legal to hunt them at any point. And it's not that they're like totally overgrowing the whole island, but there are a lot of them. And so basically what I'm saying is that the hunting is like it's one of the only places in the United States that you can hunt year round, and you don't even have to get tags. Like you can just you do have to have a license, but you can just go and you could get 5 wild deer, like in Maui every day if you wanted. Like it's crazy because there's that many of them. But anyways, but they do hunt them in the wild. I think it is with a gunshot, but they do it in the wild. as well, and that's like totally wild meat. So I was just wondering what you think of that, to where those animals are roaming freely upon the land and they're being harvested in the field, and they're like at that level of sustainability to where. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's way better. Like, I'm not like anti-meat or anything, right? Like I think that like vegans that make moral arguments are weird, but like, yeah, like if they were like naturally in their environment and then you killed them and then you ate them and you understood like the sacrifice it took to eat the food, then I think that would be a totally different paradigm. You know, like I realized that I've pretty much never done that. I think I went and hunted a deer with my friend when I was young and we ate the deer meat later, but like you just eat the meat detached from everything that it is or like what was required to get it. And I think that's unnatural. So like I think yeah, if it was like in the wild and you went and killed it and then skinned it and then ate it, then yeah, I think that's like the natural process. I think that would be ideal. I don't know
So
how much we could do that in apocalyptic system, right?
Ideally, that's the way it would go. However, this is another unfortunate fact of the matter. The DNR goes up and rounds up by netting or either not necessarily netting, but they take gangs of people and they herd them into an area and they tranquilize them and they vaccinate them. Like for the wild deer are also vaccinated by the DNR. It doesn't mean that they're getting all of them, but it means that they're getting large portions of the herd.
Well, it's very obvious they actually don't want us eating meat, right? Like, that's one of the main, you know, it's not like definitive evidence of anything, but like it's one of the things that made me really skeptical of veganism was like the mainstream system wants you to be vegan, right? And they want you to eat like this weirdo fake meat. But I think that's more that could be rebutted with just they don't want you eating any actual substantive nutrition. They right? So like yeah,
Right. I know all the meat replace. Yeah, exactly. They do downplay.
I saw an article that I've dug for and I cannot find. But apparently the DNR, I forget what state it was, but I want to say it was Michigan. They were doing what I said, basically trapping herds and then vaccinating them, but not just regular vaccination, like mRNA vaccinating these herds after COVID-19. Like it had to do with dude, it's kind of disturbing if you're down our alleyway. Like, so essentially they're saying like even if you're gonna live off the land, you're gonna eat mRNA vaccinated fucking, you know.
Yeah, but like when you
terrible.
ingest things, it's not the same as like injecting it's totally different, right? I mean, like
if they did that, that's terrible, man. That's just
they are supposedly doing that to cows and chickens. I know. I don't know about all these deer or whatever, but like you're ingesting it. It's going through their digestive system, or well, I guess if they're injecting them, it's going through your digestive system, so it's not going to be nearly as bad. But I think we are. I'm like looking at it from like a future perspective, like where we'll be in 10 years. You know, I want to buy land and like have food for my family. I know it's crazy. We live in a world I have to talk like that, but I just don't. I don't know that eating tons of meat would be even feasible. I genuinely don't think it will be, right?
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. Like, you'll I mean, you should still expect to do that and make it maybe a once a week type thing. But no, to have meat on your dinner plate 7 nights a week, that's not realistic.
People eat meat 3 times a day, 7 times a week, right? Like people eat meat nonstop. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that that's feasible or sustainable, and thus I don't think it's natural with or without the current system. Like I think that maybe meat at night where you become satiated is maybe natural. I don't know what the natural thing is, right? Like because we're in the fallen state. I don't know. I'm all over the place, but I just know that like the current way we do it is super messed up. And every time people have these conversations, they leave that out. Like people, vegans are so bad at debating usually that people just destroy them. And what gets left out in the conversation is like how bad the meat they eat is. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, well said. Yeah, that.
Well, to be a fruitarian, like to only eat fruit, I think you're going to be missing out on certain things. So like, yeah, I think you would want to still hunt and gather. Like, you would want to hunt or raise some type of meat source, probably chickens and either goats
See, I only
or
want to hunt
cattle.
though. I don't.
You still want
Yeah.
to do that, but you're not going to have enough. You're not going to have enough to put that on the table every night of the week. So like, yeah,
Wait,
you would
what?
want to have a mostly like fruit and vegetarian diet where you also sustain that with a certain amount of either the beef or whatever else it is, and its fats. So like you could also cook your vegetables in beef fat, right? Like, and that would help to give you like the proteins that you need and the fats that you need.
Well, one animal would be
Uh,
a lot of meat. I will concede that that's a good response. Like one animal for one family is a lot of meat, and we throw a lot of the animal away now. Where back in the day they ate a lot of it. So I don't know. You know, like I think that you maybe could. I just don't know. Like one of the healthiest people I know is David Avocado Wolf. That dude does not eat meat, and that dude is definitely healthy. I mean, you can just look at him and tell that he's like
Looks
vibrant
aren't
and everything.
everything, man. Looks aren't everything. Like often people look healthy and they freaking die of something that you didn't ever expect.
Okay. David Avocado Wolf's probably healthier than everyone in this room, bro. Like that dude is noticeably healthy. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, I can't prove it by saying he looks a certain way, whatever. But like, he always has tons of energy, and he barely sleeps any, and he looks very, very healthy. And he, according to him, hasn't been to a doctor in a very, very long time. And all these people, I would love to just, compare. Let's just run the blood tests and everything and compare. Let's compare instead of just talk on Discord. Let's take out David Avocado's blood tests, and then we could compare because that
Look,
dude knows more about the body than everyone in this room.
I'm just saying, like, just because somebody looks healthy doesn't mean that they are.
No, I know, but he's just
Like,
a walking encyclopedia, dude. That dude knows like everything about the body. That dude knows. Just ask him anything about the body. He's just gonna like melt your brain. Ask him anything about what grows natively there. He knows like every state and every country. It's like insane. That dude is like an actual encyclopedia. So I put him up there with someone that I at least consider in the conversation, right? Like I hear a lot of people say both ways very definitively, but when people like
let me
live it,
compare it. Let me compare it to like a lot of people who are big into fitness and stuff. They're actually running at very low, like scary low body fat levels, right? Like that can actually be hurting the body as opposed to helping it. You're just going for a look.
Ruhif, were you trying to get in as well, Ruhif?
I was just saying David Avocado Wolf might be on crystal meth or something, right?
Oh my gosh.
That was your comment, bro? Really?
That was kind of funny.
That's
I was
us
actually
feel
reading a
bad.
little bit. I was actually reading a little bit about this week because my sister-in-law was telling me that we're not meant to be eating meat, and apparently animals that are meant to eat meat have a much shorter intestine and colon than other animals that don't, and we don't have that short intestine. We have a longer intestine, so maybe we're not meant to. Not, I do eat meat, but
What I think right now is that we weren't designed to eat meat, and that we're in a fallen state, so now we eat meat, right? So like that would answer that. That would be like, well, yeah, sure, we were designed a certain way, but we don't live in a perfect world. We are in a fallen state.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, but
It's
I
just
was to say
such
like,
a weird
like
concept to me, man.
let's talk
Yeah,
about
so
it
it's
being
like
on
we're in
meth
a
or something.
predicament.
This dude has read a book every single day of his life since he was 7. Okay,
Dude, that's
like
bullshit.
let's
Come
pump
on.
the
No,
brakes.
it
I mean,
doesn't. That
fucking
doesn't mean
bullshit.
anything. That doesn't mean anything.
yeah,
Like,
he's an
dude,
idiot. Yeah, sure.
what I'm
Who's
saying,
reading one whole book an entire
David
day?
Avocado Wolf. Just go talk to
You
him,
watched
and
him
you'll
do
be
it?
like, no, but
Did you
go
watch
talk
him
to
do
him.
it?
Just go talk to
Okay.
him.
what I'm
Do you
saying
believe
is,
Have you
that?
ever
I
have
think
you
we're
guys
not.
ever listened to
I
him
think
or
we're
Do you
not.
anything?
really believe that he's read a book a day?
Have you ever like
It's
talked to him?
just
or anything?
funny. It's just
No,
funny
no.
how
I'm
this
just
conversation
curious if
always.
you're like, I don't know how
That's what he
enamored you are
said.
with this
That's what he said.
person.
I don't know. I've
Oh,
never.
okay,
I
okay.
didn't grow up with him, but
That's a
dude
fantastic
is like
claim.
a freaking. I know, but he said he read a book when he was young, and the guy said, "Make sure you read a book, even if it's short books, small books. Keep small books so that you can finish a book a day." Right? And like this is what he said. But what I'm saying is that dude, I talked to the dude for a few minutes one time, and that dude was just melting my brain. It was like really kind of weird how much stuff he knew. And
I'm
I'm only
not. I'm
bringing
not
that up to
saying he's
say
not
like
smart, but
he isn't like ignorant of the body. He's like quite the opposite.
look, it just weirds me out when people are like, it's either all meat or all vegetables. Like, whatever happened to the idea of being like a balance of the two? And perhaps your body needs a little more vegetables, and your body needs a little more meat. Like, what about finding the balance between
Most
the
people
two?
probably don't even know he doesn't need
We're
meat, right?
built
And he doesn't even talk about it.
we're built as omnivores. Like we have teeth that are both meant to chew meat and also grind vegetables, and like we're designed to be able to do both, and it's what best suits you.
Yeah, I will say with David Wolf, dude. Yeah, he is brilliant. Absolutely. I mean, I've been following his work for years. You know, even since the early 2000s. He is absolutely epic. He's an incredible human being. He's like, like if you, it's hard to kind of have to rank people like in intelligence or in terms of wealth of knowledge, you know, because I don't like to have any kind of hierarchy, that kind of thing. But he like of all people I know on this earth, he would rank in that very, very high octave percentile in terms of his like his knowledge and wisdom. He also part of I think a lot of why he does look healthy and young. He knows about all this, like what he calls super herbs and superfoods. Well, that term superfood, he was even part of even popular getting that term to be popular, populating. What was that? Popularizing. There you go. Sorry. Have that term. And then super herbs, he kind of uses that as well for like a lot of these like Chinese herbs and herbs from the Ayurvedic system. These are herbs that some of them you can take every day, or some of them you just take intermittently, but they literally have like, from the Chinese medical system, the Ayurvedic, they have like anti-aging, like telomeres are things that shorten as you age, and certain herbs like lengthen your telomeres, for example. So I'm just saying, like David Avocado Wolf, he knows in terms of a wide range of those herbs as well, and he's been using those. So he's very knowledgeable.
It's like incredible. It's like I'm not even like, I'm just saying like he knows about the body, right? Like that's all. It's like I'm not saying that I am pro or anti any diet. I just think it's interesting because I'm like a really intuitive person. So like when I see people, I can tell. Like I can see their eyes. You can look in people's eyes and you can tell how healthy they are, in my opinion. And like,
Looking at the tongue,
dude,
looking
I
at the
found,
tongue is another thing. That's why the doctor tells you say is a big indicator.
well, let me say this too, right? Because with David Wolf, like, so let me say this, dude, because I hear you what you're saying with it. Like, he is incredibly advanced, like when it comes to health and all of these different components. And he's been speaking out about the Earth not being a globe and flat Earth and all of that for years as well. So yeah, he completely knows about the whole the truth, many truths in terms of this as well. So yeah, he's connected. But what I was gonna say about him as well, though, with the food thing, though. See, he started off his journey. He was like the vegan dude. I mean, when he first came out, he was one of just plants. He had many books that were all about like the color spectrum. So you try to get certain like fruits and vegetables that are all the colors. Like oranges and purples, and so he had that. Anyways, but he was vegan, pretty much like all vegan, and pushing that plants and fruits and all that, and herbs. And my understanding of him over the years, he actually reached a point where he had to stop doing that. And he did start eating, like he eats cheese now, or at least he admits to like eating cheese and like dairy. And then I don't know, like whether, I guess he pretty much does say that he's vegetarian. In all the interviews I've heard, like I haven't heard anything different that he's not vegetarian. So I assume like eggs, if he does eggs, I don't know. But anyway, so he did kind of change.
Be vegetarian and eat cheese.
Well, let me just finish.
True,
he,
yes,
he changed from vegan to eating that, but then there's still the question, like, there's just that bigger question, like, do we need meat as well, and then do we need red meat versus white meat, and then fish? So yeah, it is interesting. But like, I'm just saying, could it be possible that he does have a lot of that knowledge, but that we don't all have all the answers?
Sure, absolutely. Like I'm not invoking him as like some god of diet. It's just like because he was raw vegan. For many years, and
he's tried it all. He's tried it all.
He's not anymore. But like, I'm just saying that like that is a long time. Like he went a very long time without eating meat to this day, right? So It's not like he's some like weakly figure in the corner with a cane. You know, he looks like
my
very
argument
young.
would be that okay, some people are blessed. Okay, some people just have a natural ability to like they have a high metabolism and and no matter what they do, like they're gonna be fine. You know what I mean? And these are the people that typically end up being the YouTubers and the freaking fitness guys. Like they're kind of blessed in a way where like it's not like they were fat and they all of a sudden made themselves skinny. They're like, I was always skinny, and here's how you look like me.
One thing I'll say as well, there's the thing called the blood type diet. And it's a whole topic in and of itself. The idea that your blood type actually denotes like certain foods that work better for you or don't work as good for you, for example, and that we like different types of diets. For example, like it's been found in certain research where the blood type O's are the ones that seem to be more like the carnivore paleo type ones that do seem to need more meat and even like red meats and things like that. Whereas like, the different blood types, like type A, like hold on real quick, and there's certain blood types that are more that seem to do better on more vegetarian, or at least they can go a lot longer on either vegan or vegetarian. And I think, hold on, bro, just don't interrupt, man. Let me just finish. And I think David Wolf, I think at one point he did say his blood type. I remember registering in my mind, and it is one of the ones that does way better on a vegetarian or vegan type diet. So that's one interesting thing I've kind of thought about his.
I could no hold on. Since I was trying to get in, please give me a moment. Gio, I could kind of go with that, but I think it has more to do with not so much the blood type, but like what you actually do during the day. Like, are you a guy who sits behind a desk, or are you a guy who works hard physically, like blue collar job, construction, or whatever? Like. Somebody who is burning a lot of calories and doing a lot of physical labor during the day might need a different diet than somebody who is sitting behind a desk. You know, like the guy behind the desk isn't going to burn the carbs, whereas like the guy behind, the guy building a house, he might need those carbs for stored energy, and he'll burn them just fine. And if he doesn't burn them, they will get stored as fat.
These would be additional variables, right? I mean,
it's
these would be additional to what he's saying. Like, if there's blood types that have specific ideal or optimal diet, that would be a standalone thing, and then what you do day to day would be a different thing, right? I mean, those aren't like in any way connected.
Right, but what I was saying is that it can't be attributed only to what your blood type is.
I don't think that's what he said. Gio was saying that he just thinks he may be one of the blood types that can last on fruits and vegetables longer. I think that one of the main things he harps on is actually overcoming the need for food in general. He thinks that people just eat too much food, right? And that's something I resonate with him on a lot. I think that people eat too much.
That's probably true.
Regardless
I think I
of what
agree
they eat.
with that too.
Yeah, the body's like incredible. It just starts to like cleanse itself when you don't clog it down. And people eat like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day from the second they open their eyes.
People do that.
Like most people eat.
If you work in an office setting where they're giving Janice a cake like during the middle of the day, yeah, but like.
Well, I was talking about our bodies actually functioning differently because of our blood types.
My whole life, I've eaten no more than twice per day. Like a lunch and a dinner. Like I don't eat breakfast. Who has time for breakfast? Are you kidding me? Who gets snack time? Are you fucking kidding me?
So yeah, we're all different in certain ways. It seems so. It's interesting
I used to train
about what those are. Yeah, everybody kind of goes on their own journeys. But yeah, go ahead, Flying High.
Sorry, I was going to say I used to train at the gym a lot, and yeah, I used to eat 6, 7 times a day, and I think I did look into that diet of the blood type, and my blood type was supposed to be a lot of fish and seafood, but I am allergic to shellfish, so that doesn't really work out too well. But for lunatic, I think that when you're on these diets, you can still get those calories you need. You're just eating a lot more food, you know what I mean? Even when when I was training at the gym, if I wanted to maintain 90 kilos, I had to eat so many calories to maintain that 90 kilos. But I also had to eat good, clean food and not just shitty, fatty food at the same time. So you could do that diet, but if you needed the calories, you just have to be eating a lot more.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with eating. Like, I mean, okay, I get what you're saying, but like you're talking about maintaining a weight. Like, I don't know anybody who's trying to maintain a weight. Like, mostly they're trying to shed weight and also build muscle.
But that is the same thing, you know. If you go to the gym and you want to shed weight, it really has nothing to do with your workouts and everything to do with the calories you're consuming. So, and same if you're trying to put on weight, if you want to be a bodybuilder, or, you know, I was very thin, so I wanted to put weight on and maintain a weight. So there was a certain amount of calories that I had to eat to do that. And I used to train people in boot camps and stuff like that a little bit, because it was my mate that owned the gym and I used to help him out. And you'd see the ones that changed their diet and, you know, stuck to the calorie intake that we gave them would do well, and the ones that didn't, no matter how much they trained, it didn't matter.
Well, seeing as how like I've recently started a training routine, like a couple of months ago, one of the biggest things is absolutely the diet. Like, and what Witsit wanted to shame me for is I've cut any fast food out of the diet. No fast food over the last 4 months. And that's amazing. I honestly think, because I've tried this before. I've tried it with just diet alone. I tried it with a little bit of exercise, but also eating, you know, like shitty sometimes. Trying to do, you know, trying to do better with diet, but not necessarily going all the way, you know. And even still, like, the stuff I cook isn't just health food, you know. Like, it's I'm doing mostly like dark meat chicken, like you know, like fish, whatever. But like, and if you look at like the what are the diets where they're high in fats? Like, it's just got to be the right fats. Like, you kind of got to train your body to get used to a certain type of food. It's not that any one food is bad. It's that you got to just get your body, instead of switching back and forth, you got to get your body adjusted to a certain type of food. And then it'll start to burn that shit right. But like right now, I think I finally got it. Like, I've been losing like a pound per day pretty much, and building muscle, and I've been eating mostly meat. Maybe a salad like a couple times a week. A little bit of salad on a sandwich, whatever. But like packing my own food, not eating fast food, not eating not eating as big of proportions. Um, it just has to do with like a lifestyle attitude change. And it's hard to do that. It's hard to do that. Like, it takes time. You might fail. You might make a change, and it was close, but you'll fail. And then you'll make another slight change, and it'll be close, but it'll fail. Like, I found, like, there was a couple times recently where like I tried to make a slight change, and yeah, I lost 5 pounds or 10 pounds, but I gained it back,
all right,
you know.
Right on, bro.
But I think
got to pass the mic at some point. But yeah, I hear you. I'm not trying to shut down what you're saying. I hear you.
There's big.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's big lies that are told too with all the diet foods and stuff like that, because all they're doing is adding sugar. You know, if you're having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, realistically, you're actually better off with a teaspoon of cream in there than putting milk, and definitely not low-fat milk, because the fat your body can burn and the fat your body can use, it's the sugar that is stored and actually like triples itself and turns into fat stores. And that fat store from the sugar is what you can't burn. So this whole diet thing is just a load of crap, because they cut all the fat out, tell you to eat low fat, and then
You
they
have to
load it
do
up
it with
full of sugar.
exercise. You have to do it with exercise. You have to do both. You have to eat the right things and exercise, and you're not going to notice it until at least a month or two in, and then all of a sudden you're going to go. It's going to look like you're going to lose a lot fast.
Well, I mean,
But,
dude, that's good that you're doing those things, man. I mean, anything we all can do to help our health, I think, especially as you grow older. it's one thing when you're 20, you know, or 25 or whatever. But once you start, you know, you're 40, you're 50, 60, etc., it gets to a point to where it's like, it's not only about how long you're going to live, it's also about the enjoyment of life you're going to have when you get to that age, you know? And so, yeah, anything you can do. I mean, I definitely think fast food is, you know, problematic in many ways. So like that could actually cause like an early death if you ate it regularly. So yeah, dude, I mean, to make those changes is it's good.
Yeah, yeah. Also, they
what
attack
I'm
the fruit
saying
a
is
lot, dude. In my
it's a
trip,
combination of being
Luke,
like
give me a
just
second,
home
man. Calm
cooking.
down, man. Calm down, man.
Yeah.
I'll buy your biography. Just publish it. Like so. So
Dude, you're fucking dude. For a friend, you're a fucking dick.
well, I love you, man. I almost wanted to tell you I was gonna make a thumbnail today about don't take the black pill, and I wanted to make Eeyore underneath a cloud where it's raining,
But
but
then you thought twice, and you're like, Lou will take offense.
I thought like, oh, I don't need to make a stream without Lou's permission if it's about him. But
Dude, if you say it's about me, that's fucking offensive.
so like, oh, you're offended. But like, anyway, I'm saying like they lie about fruit, right? Like they try to tell you like eating a lot of fruit's bad because of the sugar. Like it's totally different sugar than what we consume in other food, right? Like you're not gonna be in danger of sugar by eating fruit.
Right.
So I think that's weird.
It's the juice. It's the juice that's the problem. Eating the fruit's not the problem because you might sit down and have an orange and feel full because it's fibrous. You're eating it, you're chewing it. You got to break it down. It's when you go and juice 5 oranges to make yourself an orange juice that the sugars become a problem in fruit.
I think that you could just eat tons of fruit. Like I think it's also insane that food would hydrate you so much, right? Like it is definitely like how about this? I would say that for sure. What I'm like almost positive about is that like everyone should be eating fruit. Like whether
Well,
like
it's
not
not
that
like
they should only eat.
Quick question: is
Like,
David
there's
Avocado Wolf a flat
fructose and sucrose. So like fructose is naturally occurring sugars. So like your body will break down fructose very efficiently and fast. But sucrose, which is like artificial sugars, like that will get stored as fats and so on and so forth. So like perhaps which it's right about that. Like you might be able to do it with just a lot of fruits, but I think just like anything else, you have to be doing something active to burn them too, because it's still a sugar and it will get stored if you have excess.
Well, natural sugars and fruits are different. Yeah, they're bound to other compounds, and so it hits the bloodstream in a different way, especially if they're like non-hybridized fruits. But Ruhif, yeah, you asked about David Wolf. Yeah, dude. So it's pretty cool because I've been following David Wolf for years, like way back from the early 2000s. Like he helped bring like raw chocolate, like cacao, to the markets and just superfoods in general. And he's had many companies over the years. He's done huge conferences, like where they'll have hundreds and hundreds of people in these huge events. He's done tons of online stuff. But anyways, yeah, like so I was curious what he was going to say about the flat Earth stuff, and because back then, obviously, very few people actually talk out about it and stuff, and I forget which exact year. I want to say maybe like 2016 or 17. He started talking about it. There was a couple where he was doing public, speaking events where he mentioned it, and he was talking about how we could see Hawaii from like over 90 miles away from Oahu. You could see the island of Kauai from Oahu, and he was just talking about it's like the Earth is not curving, it's not spinning. He didn't go in like extreme detail at that point, but he definitely like was saying that, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. Like I was like, that was solid that he was doing that. And then he was on Globebusters. It was a time when Bob Nodell, he was not there. So it was like only Jaron. So it was the first time Jaron and David Wolf ever talked together, I believe, or at least ever did a show together. And I think like maybe John the Morgile and a couple other guys were there as well. This because it was a long time ago. And dude, if you can go back and find that, I mean, I'm sure it's on their channel, one of the channels. Just type it in, dude. It was the first one though. He might have been on there several times. But dude, he just broke it down, Ruhif. Like he just broke down like the whole like NWO agenda, the deceptions, the Earth's not a globe. Like it was brilliant. And so yeah, man, he's on point.
Just found a thing where Dave Weiss went on his podcast and David Wolf was wearing a flat Earth shirt. So yeah, confirmed.
Yeah,
no, he was just in our True Earth Summit. He's coming back Friday.
Yeah, dude. They're doing.
Does he have the same shit house evidence?
That was pretty good.
Oh, dude.
Anyway.
He's brilliant. He's very attuned to many, many components.
Yeah, dude, Gio, I was talking to him,
one
bro. He was like, "Where are you at?" I was like, "South Carolina." He's like, "Oh, dude, South Carolina has tons of this fruit." He goes and like pulls something off his desk and he starts telling me all about it. He's like, "You're
Nice.
native to South Carolina."
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
He's like an encyclopedia, bro. It was insane talking to him for like 15 minutes. I was like, everyone else had to get prepared for their thing, you know? I'm like, "What are you talking about? Here's how it works." Me and him just were like, he was just like ladling gravy for like the 20 minutes behind the scenes and then just breezed right into his segment.
Yeah, dude. Remember his one of his main catchphrases back in his early years, and I think it's still stuck to now, is he says, "Have the greatest day ever." And it's all combinations of that, like best day ever, greatest day ever. What a mantra to have, you know, like, and that's him. It like embodies him. Like, it does seem like every day he's living, it's his best day ever. And like, what better to have than that attitude of life? It's awesome.
No, that is good. I like that.
Or just telling people to have the best day ever, because you know people are we're all prone to be like, "Oh, this day sucks," or "This was a problem," or "This went bad," or you know something like that. But like trying to see it as like that you're on like the cutting edge moment of your life, and that's kind of he seems to embody that. So it's like really a gift of his.
He was telling me he sleeps like 3-4 hours and it's no big deal. I'm like,
that's one of those things that.
Yeah, he's on like an inverted bed that's like also grounded, and there's like a Faraday cage. He's got like a whole Faraday cage system of like blankets set up around it probably, and it's like humming some frequency, like a solfeggio frequency, and he's like just hovering there.
It's almost an entitled point of view, though. There's a lot of people who have a lot of problems. Like, it's really hard to just take every day as being the best day ever. You know what I mean? Like, it's for a lot of people, days get harder, you know, or they don't get better, you know, like.
Well, yeah, but there's just different ways to view that kind of philosophy, though. He seems to embody it I mean, yeah, obviously especially when he started doing that phrase, he was 25, 30, 35, prime of his life. He's doing like raw veganism, all these different superfoods and herbs. He's like traveling the world and doing like group tours and events and all kinds of stuff.
The average person doesn't have even the money to spend on that kind of a diet. You know what I mean? Like, you know how much like fresh fruits and vegetables cost? Like most people don't. Your average American doesn't have that kind of money to spend.
The whole point is he's trying to motivate them to better themselves, Lou. That's the whole point.
Yeah, it's all about bettering your life in many ways. He also has a farm in Hawaii too. He's got a farm there. He grows like noni fruits and you know the magical noni fruit.
I understand. No, look, I understand the idea behind it, but it's one of those things where, like, unfortunately, you have to already be in a place of somewhat like luxury to experience it.
And you took offense when I called you Eeyore.
Dude, it's an absolute truth. Like, I'm sorry, it's the truth.
Wait, did you say Lou is Eeyore?
Yeah, he calls me Eeyore.
Like, it'll be super sunny outside, and Eeyore walks outside. Yeah. Eeyore walks outside. He's like, "It's Winnie the Pooh's like, isn't it a beautiful day, Eeyore?" And he's like, "There's a cloud." You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. No, like, I'm just trying to be a realist. Like,
but you could have that attitude, though. You could have the attitude that I'm going to make this the best day ever. Whatever, like learning lessons I have to go through, whatever challenges are brought my way, I'm going to take each step with that in mind. Like as a theory, as a philosophy, I'm saying. Now, David Wolf has used that phrase in his own way because he's obviously talking about using like superfoods and super herbs and coming to truth and just learning, just being in harmony with nature. So he has his own kind of things that he shares that seems to kind of go with that. So but I'm also kind of just riffing on that idea. And I'm just saying it could also be seen as a philosophy, like just choosing to have a positive outlook instead of the negative and then see what flows from that.
I appreciate all of that. Like what Winston's saying, I understand when he calls me an Eeyore, like I take it as a negative, but honestly, like I think maybe I'm grounding him by checking him and others of the like, where they're like,
Lou, I have so much stress in my life, Lou. I just don't let it get to me, dude. I have like 50 things going on that it's like physically impossible to actually get done as one living, breathing person, and I just do them every day,
dude.
and try
I'm
to be
doing all
positive.
I'm doing all kinds of great things right now. Like right now, I'm 8 days away from closing on a house. I'm about to be a homeowner. You know, like even though I've looked negatively at the banking institutions and the government and tax law and all that stuff, like, yeah, I'm about to do better for myself. I've got, you know, decent credit and like blah, 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 blah. Like,
Yeah,
it's
so
just
why
that
don't you understand that in life
I
there's
know
always
it's
going to be
all, I
negative.
know it's all a trap. I know it's all a
All
trap,
right,
dude.
Lou, look, it's about where you focus your energy. That's the entire sentiment, okay? That's the point. It's like there's always going to be something that happens that is not ideal, but it's when you decide to look at it like, oh, well, that's not what I planned. That's not ideal in my mind, but maybe it's because there's something better that I'm supposed to do. Maybe this is like
Well,
a protection against me
okay.
thinking I know what's good. It's
Here's
about
the way that
mentality.
I look at it. Here's the way I look at it. For some reason, I don't feel like free will is a real thing. I don't think I'm in control. I don't think. I kind of think that like because I have looked at it negatively in the past, and yet things seem to fall in place. Like what will happen, what will be. Like
You believe in manifestation?
I kind of think that as long as you see, like I've been a good person, but I have a bad outlook. So you're recognizing the bad outlook.
Do you believe
But
in manifestation?
I because of the bad outlook and recognizing like yeah manifestation yes like that type of thing. Yeah, I kind of think that what is due is coming to me.
Yeah, you know that you can like Jaren just took 2 glasses of water, identical glasses, and into one of the glasses of water, he spoke love. He told it how awesome it was and how much he loved it. To the other glass of water, he said, "I hate you. I hope you die." He put the 2 glasses in the freezer, and you can noticeably see a difference in the water. The water that he talked negatively to has like this disoriented structure. I'll send the pictures. So it's like the
Well,
other one is noticeably better than the one that
it's fine, but you want to call me an Eeyore, but like I don't talk negatively to people.
Well,
I actually
when do
wish
you
people.
not?
I actually wish people the best. I just also want to warn about the possible negatives, and then you guys are always like, "Oh, because you're acknowledging that there might be a negative, you're a fucking black pill
Okay,
Eeyore."
look, can you pick which one you think he spoke hatred to?
I don't speak hatred to
I'm
anybody.
just saying, look at the
Like,
picture. Look at the picture. Which one of the waters do you think he spoke negatively to?
I like how Ruif was so excited to find out that David Wolf knows the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
the one on the left is
David
darker,
Wolf is also
but that could be a lighting thing.
David Wolf is also influential. I mean, like at this point, he's built up.
But the one,
a
okay,
huge,
so if I look closer, sorry, Gio. If I look closer, the one on the left looks more succinct, more like stable. Whereas the one on the right looks like it's kind of broken and like
it's like
yeah.
fractured.
So
Every time you have a thought that's a negative thought, your mind's doing the thing on the right, and every time you have a positive one, it's doing the harmonious thing on the left. Is one
Right.
way to look at it.
That's right. The one on the right is the one he told he wishes it would die.
Wow. That's what it looks like too. It's like a crackling, like it's like a hole in the abyss.
Dude, we started speculating. We're like, what about these people that have like what's it called, Alzheimer's? It's like not enough people around them are telling them that they love them and care about them, and they get forgotten, and they're not having like this love spoken to them or shown to them, and so the water in their body begins to lose its ability to retain information.
Yeah, that is interesting. I knew a girl who her mother had like really. Her mother had like really severe dementia, and she like would be with her mother, like talking to but they were she was very loving towards her, so they were doing that part. But it seems like they're like that could be an implication in that, but there seemed to also be something physical going on too that would
yeah.
Well, let me put it this way. So
Could that be the chemicals?
in my house. Okay, I have a mother who is a big warrior, right? Like, so even though she means the best and she wants to be encouraging, she every single time I tell her like about the process of closing and things that's going on, she goes, "Oh well, you got." She always wants to pick out like the one thing that could be a worry. Like, oh well, this is where they might fuck you up, basically. You know, like it doesn't mean that she has bad and ill intentions or that she's got negative energy. It's just like she wants you to be prepared, and probably this is where it comes from in me. I'm always looking at I'm always looking at any situation and going like, this is all good, this is all good, but you also have to watch out for this.
Yeah, well, my
Well,
mom's like that, and I don't tell her about things until after I do them.
yeah. That's probably better. That's probably
Yeah, dude.
better.
I mean, so I'll share that, like, in terms of like my understanding, in terms of the luminaries, like the above us, the wandering stars. Like Saturn is what's connected to this archetype that you guys are describing. Like, it's kind of the in one hand, like having that very like practical mindset, but also and it has its positive and negatives, but it has that component that you guys are describing where somebody who's a little bit of like a Debbie Downer in a way around practicality, you know, they're in a way where there's something good about it though too in terms of being practical, but then if it's like if it goes on the other side or it goes too far, then it all of a sudden becomes like where it's like a hindrance.
Well, if you want to get crazy with it, you could be like, you manifested this, bitch.
Going back
Dude,
to the
Lou, I
water with
promise you,
what you
man.
were saying,
Go ahead, bro.
Austin. Going back to the water with what you're saying about talking to the water, and that may have something to do with the Alzheimer's. Wouldn't a bigger contributing factor be that we're not actually drinking living water? It's being killed. It's being chlorinated. It's got all these other chemicals in it, and that water is living. It has a lot of microbes and bacterias and minerals, and shouldn't that be what we're drinking?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we were just speculating as to what maybe people don't ever like. The average person doesn't know that this would happen if you talk to water. We were just wondering. We were speculating like maybe what went under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking to water and getting results like this, that's showing that the actual water in your body, when you think or even say something, at every moment is going through fluctuations to the very thing you're saying, like the energy of it and the whole dynamics of it. It's very fascinating to think about. So, like, do you think it happens with your thoughts too? What's it
Yeah,
like?
so he tried. He tried
or-
it with thoughts. He tried it with thoughts. It didn't wasn't as noticeable. But I think it
Yeah.
has a lot to do with the control of your thoughts. I think that your thoughts have to be tied with emotion to where they become filling, and once you feel it, it becomes something that manifests physically, and you don't have to speak it, but you have to feel it. I think you can think all kinds of things, and they be empty thoughts, basically. Oh, we were talking about too, like say you have a wife, if you tell her like that she's beautiful, that would be ideal, as opposed to not doing that or like saying negative things, because like maybe your
Yeah,
wife's
but
gonna
what if she keeps getting fatter and uglier? Do you keep telling her that?
I'm saying you would tell her that.
Well, I
I'd
think
be
there's
like, "Hey,
ways,
look at
but
this
there's
dude."
ways to approach that too. Like you could say in a loving way, like, so, I love you so much. I want you to be healthy. I see that like you are gaining weight. Like, do you want to work out? Or is there any way I can help you? Like, there's ways to kind of bring that up without, and still
Exactly, bro.
be
Like, I
positive.
think that our words are so powerful, bro. Like, I'm working on it because this realm pulls like the worst out of me. Like, it gets very toxic, and I get caught up in it. Like, I've been trying to work on it for a long time. I still do it, but yeah, I think our words are like really, really powerful, especially like when you mean them, when they're like they have like feeling behind them. Uh, yeah, I mean, they won't teach you this, but I think it's pretty obvious. You can look at the rice experiment too, right?
This one that Jaron did, what was the what was the setup? What are we looking at exactly? Because yeah, that is very, very
Two mason jars of rice. You tell one things of love and affirmation, and then you tell one things of hatred. And then the
Right,
one
right,
that you
'cause I
speak
know he
hatred,
did.
it'll go bad faster.
Yeah, and I remember. I know he's talked about it several times, and I know he's done it. I think he's done it a few times, hasn't he? Or
I think he's done it twice. Yeah.
So, but what these pictures? What is this like in the jar, or is this zoomed in, or is this like a
Yeah,
micro?
that's just water in a glass, and he put it in a freezer.
Oh, but okay, so he took
frozen water.
He took water from the water that was in the rice, and then froze it.
No. This is he just poured some distilled water in 2 identical glasses, separated them, spoke different things to them, and then put them both in the freezer.
Wow. So this is like the above picture of him afterwards?
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
It tripped me
Jared.
out, dude.
Okay, I didn't hear about this one. Did he just do this recently?
He did it recently.
Nice, dude. That's fucking on fire.
Crazy.
Wow.
Because he was just like, which one do you think is which? And it's very obvious.
That's incredible.
Hey,
because the freezing water, you've heard about the ones where you can they'll have like a sheet of paper and you can talk into it, or you can write like a word on it. Like you could write like explosion or something and then freeze that, and when it comes out, it freezes in the shape of an explosion.
I've heard about
It's not because of what you wrote, it's because of what you're thinking while you look at it. Like, that's the idea anyway.
Yeah, so Lou, like you sound skeptical of it, and I would say that the way that you speak about things, you obviously don't fully believe this, right? So that's why.
No. Look, I am a little bit skeptical, but no, I do believe if it can be reproduced over and over and over again, I think there might be some truth to it. Like do. This is something that I hold with a certain amount of validity. Like,
would you
not
say that you're
all of it,
pessimistic?
but
Would you say you're pessimistic?
yeah, I would.
Okay,
Yeah,
man, that's what I'm talking about. I need you to work on that. That's not me. That's me saying that out of love.
I assume the worst until it's proven the best.
Yeah. Well, like I said, like one of the big things that have helped me out, I did it a lot on the tour, was I found out like nothing that I planned was gonna happen the way I planned it. But instead of like getting frustrated, I started to just like, I'm like, oh, we're not supposed to go there. I'm like, we're not supposed to go there yet. We're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to stay there. We're not supposed to talk to them. And Chris and I both adopted this mentality on the tour, and everything worked out so perfectly, so consistently that it's really crazy. Like when we really started doing that towards the end of the tour, it was like everything was.
I would love for that to be true, but I mean, like logically, like as far as it's almost like a safety net, right? If I always assume the worst, then it can only get better.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, you're doing a thing called assuming the worst and talking about the worst. So you're just imprinting your psyche and potentially your life and the imprint. Because if water's doing that, like what if the actual ether is doing it into your future? Like you're actually programming your future through your thoughts. So if you're
what if? But I
All right, man.
I've been wrong many times. You know what I mean? Like assuming the worst has proven me wrong many times.
Yeah, I actually gotta get out of here, guys. But I want to say this one more thing. Like one thing I think that is important about this is like having someone to hold you accountable, because I think it's kind of impossible to entirely avoid it. Whenever you're in the moment and something goes the wrong way, you instinctively get upset about it. But if you have someone there, right? Like when I would do it or Chris would do it or vice versa, like the other person would be like, brother, like chill out. We're not supposed to go there. Like, if you have someone that's on the same page with you to hold you accountable, it's a step in the right direction. I mean, you could just know people on here or whatever, but yeah, I just think this is an important thing. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, because you are a very pessimistic person. I mean,
I'm not. I would have to disagree with you about that. I would say yes, I'm a pessimist, but I wouldn't say very pessimistic. I'm like sort of towards the middle of the road as a pessimist. Like I'm optimistic about certain things, and I'm open to being wrong. I don't always think that I'm right about it being the worst. You know what I mean? It's just that I want to prepare myself for the worst. That it's so like it's like the glass is only slightly half empty. But it's not like they're very close. You could almost not distinguish them.
All right, bro. Well, I'm gonna get out of here, but I love you guys. Peace.
Yeah. All right, bro. Have a good night. Peace.
It's just, for me, it's the safest bet. It's like if you assume the worst, then you won't be surprised when the worst happens. But you can always do better. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the optimist side of me. Like, if you don't set your bar too high, then you can always do better. Now, yeah, like somebody who's a full optimist might say, like, I always set the bar the highest, and that's how I make big jumps, right? But big jumps mean big fails too. You fall on your fucking head sometimes. It's a risky endeavor.
So if you can talk to water and you can send it bad, I suppose that would have to be evidence towards that water is living. Yeah.
See, that's one. It almost seems spooky to me. Like it's just like the whole talking to water thing. Like I know people have shown me their evidence and stuff like that. It's just like if it's true.
There's like multiple components to it. I don't see it as like the end all be all per se, but it's like there's a lot of different ideas. Like number one, if your body is actually vibrating to the things you're thinking or saying, that's one thing. So that might be like a cumulative effect. It's almost like whether you're you're positively charged or negatively charged. That may have some long-term effects. But then there's other things I think too. There's like philosophy on life. There's mindset. There's our history, our past. There's all these different components that play into all of those things. And then there's the idea of like how you think could that set up things in the future in a way, like could that attract things or
Well, put it this way. I've had this mindset for a long time, and it's kind of like the long haul mindset. I'm a Capricorn, so think of me like the mountain goat, right?
Well, that's why.
That
would make sense. Why I mentioned Saturn earlier, because Capricorn is ruled by Saturn.
Yeah, I'm a Capricorn. The mountain goat, he takes cold, calculated steps. He doesn't step until he's sure. You know what I mean? He's always, like he will slowly climb the mountain, but he will arise to the ascent of that mountain. And he's not going to take any jump that he is not sure of. Right? That pretty well describes me. So it can look maybe pessimistic if I'm unsure, but I could be convinced. It's just that what I've found through my lifetime is like by having the mentality that I have, like life has done pretty well for me. I'm not like a rich man or anything, but like I said, I'm about to buy a house in 8 days. Like I've got pretty good credit. I got, like I've got a beautiful daughter. She just got in. Like my daughter is 9 years old and she's on her own without being taught. She's doing algebra. In school they gave her a freaking test to like test her math ability, and without ever giving her any algebra, they said solve for X, and they gave her an equation. And she figured out with the right answer. And with that right answer, they told her that she was invited to the math club, which is like, it's an elite club, basically. Like, my daughter taught herself cursive when she was in second grade. Or first grade, actually. Sorry. Yeah, she was in first grade. She taught herself cursive, to read cursive. Like, she's a fucking genius. This stuff isn't necessarily taught. She might have somewhat smart parents, but it's mostly something that you're given. And So I kind of believe, again, where I was saying, like, I doubt free will. It's like, what's bound to happen will happen. And if you put faith in that, and if as long as you do what you instinctually know is to be the right things and avoid the wrong things, I think it will come, and you'll get served equally for like what you deserve. I think you'll. Yeah, I think if you're a bad person who preys on people, I think you might succeed in the short term, but you'll fail in the long term. It will haunt you. It'll hit you tenfold or whatever else the fucking term is.
Yeah, now that's kind of getting into like the idea of karma, where no matter what your thoughts are, there could still be a reaction to something you do. For example, if you were to go around just being like love, peace, beauty, perfection, whatever it is, like all the best words in the world, but you're like stealing from people, or, you know, doing something that, you know, or being, you know, doing something that, you know, is, yeah, hurting others, something that, like, let's say pretty much everyone would agree is wrong. If you're out doing those things, then yeah, that's not just going to, you know, you're not just going to be able to avoid the karmic repercussions of, you know, reap what you sow just because you're positively thinking. But, you know, there could still be something to the way you think and how it vibrates in your body and how that then affects your health and your.
I mean, I think it might not be just you, but your kin. Like my daughter, like I said, she's gaining the benefits. Like, it's not like me or her mother have put in extra effort to teaching her math or reading, you know, but like, she's 3 grades above everybody else in her class in reading and 4 grades above everybody else in her class in math. Like, she's literally like a fucking genius. She's gaining the benefits, I think, of just a good karma from her parents. We're teaching her the right way to be as a person, and it's benefiting her.
Nice, dude. That's ideal. That's good. That sounds like foundational and good parenting. Yeah, to be able to do that. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think children really just learn from us. Like this whole idea of like having to throw children through school and all that. I mean, I know there's different philosophies and ideas, but at the end of the day, if your kids just hang out with you and you just talk with them, and I mean, they can learn a ton and you'll learn from them, and it's all good. Like kids can just learn just from you, and they just pick everything up in the environment. I don't really think, I mean, if they want to have a specialty of like something they want to explore, then yeah, awesome. But this whole idea of just having this whole regimen and trying to make it remember stuff, that just seems like a barbaric sort of militaristic, twisted kind of thing.
I got a couple amazing stories about my daughter that I think you will love, Gio. Okay, so like when she was like 3 or almost 4, I think she was almost 4 years old, like she was 3 years old. We went to the family reunion, or I'm sorry, no, when she was like, okay, I'm going to start with when she was like 2, almost 3. She was barely speaking. You know, she actually, she's always been a good speaker. I understood her good. But like, you know how kids are squeaky and shit, and sometimes people are like, what did she say? She was at a very young age, like old infant. And she told me, she said something that was extremely astute. And I forget exactly what it was, but it's like, wow, that's really smart. Like, who taught you that? And she goes, well, nobody, but I know a lot of things, and I could help a lot of people, but sometimes they don't understand my words. She was literally 2 years old, almost 3. She's like, I could help a lot of people, but sometimes I know a lot of things, but they don't understand me sometimes. Sometimes they don't understand my words. That's what she said. Then, when she was like 4, we were at a family reunion, and on the way back, she had spent a whole day of like in the pool and playing and blah blah blah. I'm driving home. I thought she was whooped and just falling asleep. Right? She was quiet in the back seat, and I said, "Did you fall asleep on me already?" We were only like a mile away from the house. And she goes, no. She was all of a sudden talking real solemn after a really good day of play. She was real solemn. I said, are you already sleeping? She's, no. I'm just thinking. I'm like, whoa, sounds pretty deep. I'm like, what are you thinking about? She goes, well, weird things. I'm like, what do you mean weird things? She says, well, I'm wondering, like, where is Jesus? And, like, why are we here? Dude, her mother's an atheist, and I'm, like, not a religious person. Never talked, like, religion with her. And she came up with that. Like, where's Jesus and why are we here at 4 years old? And I'm like, oh my God, like those aren't weird questions at all. Like, and she's like, no, you know, and I was like, I think everybody thinks about those things, but, and she's like, well, do you know? She said, well, do you know the answers to them? I said, no, I don't, and I don't think anybody does. I think everybody thinks about them, but nobody knows the real answers. You know, like she was 4 years old and she came up with this deep of a philosophical thought, such a deep thought. You know, after a long day of play. Um, yeah, like I mean, she was 2 and she wanted to just help everybody in the world, and then she told me, asked me like, "Where is Jesus and why are we here?" And like, and now she's a few grades ahead of everybody in reading and like 4 grades ahead of, she's doing algebra at 9 years old on her own without ever being taught with a parentheses. They said solve for x and they put something in parentheses. Like they're like which means do this first. She figured out on her own. She gave the right answer to an algebraic equation without ever being taught at all anything about algebra. She figured out cursive in 2nd grade, 1st grade possibly. This is not something that me or her mother did for her. It's gifted. You don't have that many choices. You either have it or you don't, and you're gonna solve it or you won't. You're gonna help society or you won't. This is one of those what you might call an indigo. Like this is one of those girls who she's just super advanced, like super talented in every way. She's pretty, she's smart, and like physically talented. Like I got her snowboarding and skateboarding. She's got it all going on. And it's maybe because conducive to an environment, but like mostly it's just God gifted to her. When she said the whole like I know a lot of things, but I can only, you know, but sometimes people don't understand my words. When she was 2, I was like hanging on her words. I'm like, what do you know? Tell me, like, what do you know? You know. When it comes to flat Earth is hysterical because she knows that I've been in these chats. She's been listening. So I don't know, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, we're in the car. I'm taking her back to her mom's house, and she says, Hey, Dad, what's above the car? The trees or what's higher, the trees or the car? I said the trees. She goes, well, what's higher than the trees? The clouds or the trees? I said the clouds. Says, well, what's higher, the sky or the clouds? And I said the sky. She goes, what's higher than the sky? And I paused for a second. She goes, oh, don't even say it. I know you and your friends don't believe in space. I've been talking to myself for like 5 minutes. Just some kind of acknowledgement would be good, even if you think I'm crazy or drunk or whatever.
I was listening.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the flat Earth, globe Earth thing, she's had questions for quite some time, and I've not approached it in a way where like I'm going to teach you the flat Earth. I've approached it in a way where like you're going to hear this, and some other people think this, and if you have questions, go ahead, feel free to ask me. This is what I believe, but I'm not saying you have to believe it also, you know. I don't want her to be an outcast at school. In fact, she's accelerating at school. So, I think it's working, but like, she doesn't think it's crazy, this whole idea of flat Earth. In fact, she tells me, she's like, it actually makes sense. And, like, there was this kid, Dominic, at the start of third grade, who they were showing the Earth, and they like were pointing out, like, we live here, and Australia is here, and like, and this kid, Dominic, actually stood up in class and yelled out of turn and said, no, it's not, because there is flat. And the whole class started laughing, and the teacher kind of laughed. And my daughter told me, she came to my house and she told me, she was like, and I wanted to stand up for him, but, like, I wanted to stand up and say, no, he's right. Like, it makes a lot of sense. But I didn't. Dad. Because I had already told her. I was like, at school, like, if you want to talk about this with me, that's fine. But at school, it's probably better if you don't. And she came home to me and said, like, yeah, this happened, and I really wanted to, but I didn't. And she really wanted to tell me about it. She was so excited to tell me about it. And I was like, I was proud of her. I'm like, I'm glad you know what, you did the right thing, and I'm glad you understand. Like, it does make a lot of sense.
Well, that's how they stop it. They ridicule. They use ridicule. It was a good thing I told my daughter as well not to, anything that I talk about, you're as well not talking at school or anything like that. Just get on with your school. Don't really involve yourself. But she doesn't. When I told her I thought the Earth was flat, she didn't believe it, and she doesn't think it. And I says, okay, we're allowed to have our own beliefs, and that's it. We never really talked about it. It's not for me to put. We could be totally wrong. It could be just a huge, big fucking ball, and you don't see it.
You could make a mistake. Yeah, you could make a mistake.
But it's a ridicule thing. So I sort of specifically said to my daughter about anything that I talked about, don't discuss it at school or anything like that, because you'll just get ridiculed. And that goes into adulthood. All scientists do that. If you look what anybody that comes up with a new theory, it gets ridiculed first. The guy either gets his funding taken away or won't get funding for certain experiments and stuff like that, because most funding for scientific ventures is run by the National Science Foundation. and that's worldwide. That's worldwide. They decide what direction the funding is going, and there's no way they would start putting funding towards flat Earth or alternative theories if it doesn't fit with the narrative. You won't get a paper published. It's simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, my way of going about it with her is I'm not trying to shelter her from it. I'm not trying to hide it from her, but I also don't want her thinking it's the only way to think. I'm not trying to indoctrinate her, right? So like, I want her to be able to distinguish for herself, like what is real and what is not. I want to give her the tools to understand like reality from fiction. I want her to have all the tools in her tool bag, which will help her in all areas in life, not just a single one.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I told my daughter, or I said to my daughter, I tell my son this as well. You know, if anybody tells you anything, right, believe them. Just take it as given, unless that if your belief, whatever, interferes or affects your life, it's going to ultimately change your life, your worldview. Is then go look at it. But otherwise, it doesn't matter. I says, just look at the things that if someone tells you something, if it affects your life, but if a guy's telling you the weirdest story, saying, "Oh, I went to the moon and I did this," and fair enough. Fair enough, because it's not important. It doesn't affect her life in any way at all if they went to the moon or blah blah stuff like that.
Well, that'd be nice, but for sure with my daughter, the way that I've taught her, she's a bigger skeptic than I am. She even turns it on me. Like if I say something, she's like, she even turns it on me. She's like, "Well, I thought you said this, and that doesn't line up with this." Like she's 9 years old, and she's like trying to call me on fallacies and shit. You know?
Yeah, because do you know why? Do you know why that is? Because they naturally know what fallacies are. They're very, very intelligent. My daughter, I tell you what, at the age of 15, she could easily out debate me, and I've been doing it for sort of years, so I know all the little tricks. But she fucking, you know, 9 times out of well, a lot of the times, more times than I would like, she she'll spot it. And now she's older. She's got all the tools, but she's still got that belief. She's still the thing is she's still got that belief about that governments are a good thing and stuff. I live in Denmark. It's a socialist. Well, it is a socialist country. It's almost verging on communism. But it's a socialist system. She believes in that. She's into politics and all that. I mean, she was she's been a representative
She
for a
got
political
sucked in
party.
through the school system.
Yeah. They encourage it. My daughter's been encouraged for the age of 13.
Yeah.
She was like a representative. What was it? Maybe perhaps the junior Republican. What do you call it? Movement or whatever. If you're a Republican or whatever. She's into.
Yeah, politics isn't a thing for teenagers or kids in general. But that's something that they're doing worldwide to all of the kids. They're trying to make them all into SJWs, social justice warriors, and everything else. And it's because they're the future voters. We're going to be old and we're not going to count. They're going to be the ones who make the decisions. And if they can control their minds early, then they can control the future. And that's what I'm trying to fight. But if even at 9 years old, they're already indoctrinating her with it. Like it's so messed up. But she does listen to me, and she does see it, and she makes really good points contradictory to what the school is teaching. And because most parents aren't going to fight it. They're going to just go along. Well, if that's what school's teaching, you got to learn it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of just teaching. It's a matter of just teaching your kid. I told my kids for the ages of 5. I says no one has a right. As soon as they could understand, no one has a right to tell you what to do. Not even me. The only reason I advise you, I've only ever advised my kids. I've never shouted at them. I've never told them. Never told them, try to force my world view onto them, kind of thing. But I always taught them to think for themselves, critical thinking. If my daughter goes down a certain route, I've told her, I says, I respect it. As I have a right to believe what I believe, you also have a right, and I respect your.
Yeah, but what they're teaching now is you don't have the right to believe what you believe.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I told my daughter. That's why I told my daughter and my son about always think for yourself. Unless it affects your life or in any sort of marketable way. They said, just believe whatever you want. Just believe what they say, kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm trying to instill there. But it's a fight already at 9 years old, because they're going to keep instilling it.
It starts from kindergarten, Lou. You know what I mean? It starts so early. We hand our kids over, like from the ages of 5. We give our kids over to the government for 6 or 7 hours a day, right? And then basically we have them for about 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day perhaps, before they have to go to bed if they're young. So we're already up against it as it is.
Right, and because they're teachers, even though they're 22-year-olds without children, and they got their blue hair and their freaking tattoos and their piercings and shit. They're the professionals. They're the people who our children are looking up to as experts.
Well, that's
never.
No, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, in early childhood education, like, they are far from an expert on anything. Their degree doesn't really mean much. They're not really that smart. They're not professors of anything. They just know how to manipulate children. That's all they've been taught.
Well, that's the system. I tell this story loads of times where SE Montreal knows the right name for the style education, but where the education, where that type of education came from was like from Germany. During the times that it was like all different kingdoms inside Germany, and there was like each kingdom had kings, and they were always fighting each other against the peasants. But the peasants would get to a point to hell with this, I'm going home to my wife. And so they had that problem. So eventually all these kings or all the people that ruled these decided, well, this ain't good enough. We need to stop fighting and let's see if we can join together and create an educational system where you actually you get them from a young age. It's a certain style of education, a young age, get them from a young age and educate them into, not worship.
Indoctrinate.
Right, okay, and it's the same. It's actually the same meaning, right? So educate them.
Yeah, I know. The two words are actually synonymous in the dictionary. You're right. They are.
Well, in my opinion, I might be totally wrong, but the point is about that. So what happened is they developed an education system where they taught the kids to be subservient to experts, governments, and stuff like that. And then in the 1800s, I think it was the mid 1800s or whatever, what do you call it? Certain people from Britain and America came across to Germany and actually studied the system and brought it back across and into the education system. It's a certain style, and that's what they do. And they don't have to get 100% of the people. 30% of the people's fine. 33, 34, 35%. You just have to get them to believe you, and you'll win.
Yeah, and the rest will follow their peers.
That's it. There you go. Mob mentality. And it's so funny listening to these guys. It's good to actually talk to you because I can talk without anybody jumping in and saying, no, it's not, and all that kind of thing. It's just a discussion, but that's the problem. And these people are gatekeepers, and they could, unbeknownst
like the guy who just tried to go and about what we're talking about.
Oh, I don't know who that was. Maybe he was just. Yeah, he might not have been. I don't know. I don't know, but I heard him anyway. But you get these people in, and then they come. You get they sort of stifle like a conversation. The only way you're going to find out about things is if you sit down and talk about it and give ideas. And I don't care whether you believe the Earth's a ball, it's flat, it's infinite plane, planets don't exist. I don't give a fuck about that. It's a conversation that you can have about that around that subject. So,
Yeah, that
in
guy.
my opinion, anyway.
September, not back like that far. In fact, when did I?
So what brought you into this arena, Blue? What brought you into this arena?
It's a fight that it's unfortunate that we have to fight because we put our kids in school so that they can fit in with society. Hopefully, I guess your only chance is to make your kid a leader, make them lead the rest of their class, right? And make them listen
Love
to
it.
you more than the teacher.
This is so why that y'all are so jacked up, man.
Dude, you talk about Jack. Nobody can understand you. You sound like you're on a slow motion voice changer. What the fuck are you on?
He's on a slow motion voice changer. I think that was the guy, right? It's so funny. Here's a funny thing about that guy, M Stone. I think it's the same guy, right? They had one of the flat earth meetups, and him, George, and all these ball earthers decided to gate crash it or whatever. And that guy there ran up behind Nathan Oakley and stole his hat, right, and ran away. As if it just like a little child, man. If it's that M Stone, if it's the same guy, it was so funny to see what a little soy boy, and he ran away and he sat down. You know what I mean? And the
Well,
thing
he's
is, if
winning right now because he disrupted what I was trying to say. So, what I was saying is like, yeah, you need to win as a parent. Like you do need to put them through the school, but you need to make them think for themselves. Shut the fuck up, dude. So you need to make them think for themselves, and you need to make them lead the rest of the class because the class will look up.
Snap Nathan that. I slapped who's that off?
You got a hot mic, man.
The class will look up to their peers.
What?
Dude, nobody. Dude, you are so fucked up.
I just
Just
ignore him.
shut the
Just
fuck up.
honestly, just ignore him. We can talk in between what he's going to say. You just
No, but
ignore him.
his shit is so fucked up. It's hard to ignore.
Yeah, but just keep repeating what you say. Just honestly, the best way to do it is you just ignore them. And it wasn't Nathan Oakley's hat, Mr. Stone. It wasn't Nathan Oakley. It was the other guy. I can't remember him. He got done.
Yeah,
for
I knocked
flat earth into
Nathan.
school.
The thing that they don't want,
hat off
they don't want free thinkers, and they don't want leaders. They don't want strong children who are listening to their parents who weren't indoctrinated in the way that they're trying to indoctrinate them now. So what you have to do is the opposite. You have to teach them what you know to be true, and how to think and how to distinguish the truth, as though you're not there. You won't always be there to guide them. You have to teach them how to think for themselves and distinguish truth for themselves, how to recognize fallacies and how to not use fallacies, how to lead a group of people. And if you can create strong individuals, they will overcome the bullshit that they're being fed in school. And guys like this that are trying to interrupt, they'll be ignored every fucking time.
Yeah, well, look what happened there. And actually, I've got a video on my channel about. I first heard about they were handing out butt plugs and all that, and these little books to kids and stuff. I thought, I wonder if they're doing it in Britain. Holy cow, man! I'm not joking. I made a little video about it, I got a hold of some of these books that they were giving out in the school, in that kind of school. But the point I was going to make, I think it's Florida's just brought in legislation about not teaching kids all about the
trans shit,
non-binary, all that kind of
yeah.
stuff. And now, but if you see the reaction from the news, they're calling them, oh, you're against transgenderism, you're homophobic.
Yeah, they're extremists. Yeah.
Yeah, but the extremists are in. But never mind them. It's politicians, people that are saying it as well. You know, they're actually saying.
Yeah. No, if you're against the woke agenda, you're an extremist.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you question, that's crazy. You can't even say anything. You could be talking about a totally nothing at all to do with transgenderism. But if they find, it's like ballers, if they find a word or a little sentence in what you've said that could be perceived, they'll jump on it. That's where they're training and debating.
Their game is much more deep than what you're probably thinking, though. Again, I have to do this. So Ron DeSantis is the governor of Florida, right? And he's the one who keeps on passing all these things that the conservatives are like, yeah, finally somebody who's speaking up for him, right? All right, I would have to present a bill that he signed in 2021 called SB 2006.
But you're not even going to surprise me, because I know. Listen, I know all that. I know there's plants in there. Even though he said that, right? My first thought was, because it's like they're banning these books and like that. Just from school libraries. But
it's more than that. It's more than that.
But wait a minute. Listen. Let me finish. Is even though he did that, I still don't trust the guy. I still don't trust him because there's always an agenda. Look, he's not suddenly loves. If you look at what happens in Florida with the police are still wankers down there, man. They still don't allow people to exercise their constitutional rights and all that. The police still do that. And I'm thinking, well, look, this guy Ron DeSantis is knowing the crack, but yet nothing happens with the police. They still allow. That's my litmus test, right? If someone's shouting out about it, these guys have got the power. These well, in our
either way, I look. Either way, I know that's great to hear that you're skeptical about him. But I want you to see just how bad this is.
All right, okay. I'm gonna read your paper. I'm gonna mute, or you need to talk to someone else.
No. Let me guide you because it's 42 pages long. So let me guide you.
That doesn't matter. That's nothing. That's like a comic book to me. I read papers that are 5, 6, 700.
Hold on. Before you do, let me at least get to the point that I want to make. So it's on page 38 is the start of it. Line let's see. Line 1097 on page 38 out of 42. Ordering an individual to be examined, tested, vaccinated, treated, isolated, or quarantined for communicable disease that have significant morbidity or mortality and present a severe danger to public health. Individuals who are unable or unwilling to be examined, tested, vaccinated, or treated for reasons of health, religion, or conscience may be subjected to isolation or quarantine. A. Examination, testing, vaccination, or treatment may be performed by any qualified person authorized by the state health officer. B. If the individual poses a danger to the public health, the state officer may subject the individual to isolation or quarantine. If there is no practical method to isolate or quarantine the individual, the state health officer may use any means necessary to vaccinate or treat the individual.
Yeah, well, that's no surprise to me.
Yeah, that's no surprise to me.
Yeah, that's absolutely no surprise, Lou, to me, because as I say, they're all. I know as well as you know that they put these people up here.
He's got a voice changer trying to interrupt. He doesn't want this heard.
Fuck him. I don't care. I mean, he's going to get muted in a bit anyway when when some, I don't think there's any mods in here, but it doesn't matter, and I don't care. I don't really care. They just expose themselves as idiots anyway when they do that, like little children. So let them get on with it. But that's good. I'm going to read the whole document actually. But if you look at every single one of these people that you think are fighting on your side, if you look at some of the legislation that they bring in, it's just like, well, that's New World Order legislation like that. That's what that is.
Yeah, what they did here. This is the bill that everybody heard of, where they praised Ron DeSantis from the beginning. Where during lockdown, he was the governor in the state of Florida who said that they weren't gonna follow any of the mandates when it comes to mask mandates, when it comes to plexiglass or spots on the floor or quarantines or anything of that. He said no, and that was this bill. So that's the first parts of this bill. But buried deep down in the back parts of this bill is a thing that says any volunteer for the state officer that they ordain as being like a volunteer for the state officer, health officer, gets to force vaccinate you at their own discretion.
Well, look at that thing that euthanasia, what's happening in Canada. If you read that legislation, it's basically saying this is the thing, right? They're saying if the person is not capable, and now he could be mentally, what do you call it, retarded, or got psychological problems where he can't make decisions for himself. It just takes a doctor to say, "Yup, euthanize it." Basically, that's like the basic thing. But if you read the actual document,
Yeah, but this is worse. This is worse.
no, it's the
You
same
can be
thing.
in
They're saying they'll put them down. They've got the
be in
right.
perfectly good mental health.
Right, but wait a minute. The thing is, but I know that, and they're saying that about other people, because a psychiatrist could deem me a lunatic, and because of what I believe in, and that gives the government right to put me down. So it affects everybody, not just people with. But the way it's worded, it's like normal people that don't agree. Just what that guy says. But they can euthanize you, man. We are entering a world. It's a mixture between Solent Green and Brave New World. That's all it is.
It's a mix of more than that. It's every dystopian nightmare all combined.
Okay, I'll
Every
give
one
you
of them.
that. I'll give you that. It's just that I've read in 1984. I've just read those 3 books. Just read these 3 books. So regarding the rest, but I can believe that every like what you said, a dystopian future. But it's definitely on the way. And the thing is, I'm like a pessimistic optimist, right? I mean, it's like an avalanche, and I don't know how. It was like what you said. They're educating kids now that when they're older, they're going to be making the decisions, which is exactly in line with this narrative that they're putting through. So I'm saying, for people, I'm 58, right? So for people my age or maybe a bit younger, but in a
Nobody's
certain age.
understood this guy grumbling ever.
Well, he's the guys, right? These are that's
This is genetics.
Yeah, it's genetic. Yeah, it's certainly genetic, mate.
Is my mic open or something?
Are you grumbling like that other dude?
He's. But anyway, I've got to go. I've got to go and make some breakfast. So it was nice talking to you, Lou. I'm going to read that. I'm going to download that paper and I'll read it all the way through. But I don't think I'm going to be shocked.
You probably won't be shocked, but you should be appalled.
Yeah. Well, I'm always appalled. I'm always appalled when I read documents like this or whatever. But I'm going to download it anyway. It was nice talking to you, Lou. You take care, buddy, and have a good day. Oh well.
Yeah, you too. I gotta get to bed. I gotta work in like, I don't know. I gotta wake up for work in like 4 hours, so I better get to bed.
Yeah, do that. Get the head down, get yourself a good rest, and be fresh in the morning. All right, buddy. Thanks for that. Anyway, that was a nice conversation. Cheers.
Yeah. Who is this, by the way? I wasn't looking at the chat. Who is
All
that?
right, Ali B.
Ali B. All right.
Okay,
I'll
dude.
remember
You take it easy. No probs.
Add me to the friends list.
Yeah. Oh, how did I do that?
I don't know.
Well, you know, you know all these other things about vaccination and you don't even know how to put them on a
I don't
phrase.
know how to tell you. I'll do it. I'll do it to you. Just let me find you
I need
first
problems.
before you go.
I think I can do it. I think I can do it just by clicking
There
on
you
the.
go. There you go. I see you. Now I got to do it.
All right, here we go. Then I'll just say hello. I'll just say hello to you. I'll DM
It's
you. I'll just say
pending.
hello.
It's pending. You got the friend invite pending. All right. We'll talk.
All right, I've got you. Okay, buddy. Speak to you soon. Take it easy.
Yep. Take care.